Good morning and welcome to the World Swiss Stage. I'm your host, Once in Love, and I look forward to bringing you a marvelous weekend as we follow Grand Archive's 2025 World Championship. Yesterday, players clashed in the gauntlet, our last chance qualifiers, vying for the final 16 World Championship spots. But before we get into that, I would like to introduce you to the creator of Grand Archive, Silinar. How are you doing this morning, Sil?
Good. There's a lot of stuff to do.
There is a lot of stuff to do, and I'm really excited to get into all the different things we're going to be going through today. So do you want to take us away?
Sorry.
Do you want to take us away with the start of today?
Oh, yeah. So today is a special day. It's the first time we're doing a day zero for an ascent, and it's mainly because we want to celebrate the 32 players that qualify for the ascent. We want people to gather around the venue, watch the stream, do a bunch of activities. And one of those activities is the DTR premiere of the starter decks. And before we can do that, we need to go over the design notes for Distorted Reflections.
It's super exciting to have the opportunity to go through the design notes this early into an event, right? Normally it's at the end of the event, but being able to start and play the starter decks today at the day zero of the event is such a fantastic opportunity.
Okay, so we're a bit late, so we're just going to go ahead and start with the design notes. We usually have like miscellaneous small announcements at these type of presentations, but we're going to save that for the closing ceremony on Sunday. Okay.
Let's get right into it.
All right, so Distorted Reflections is our next set. It releases... Did we lose sound? Sorry. Did we lose sound? Okay, we're back. So it releases July 25th. The design goals for Distorted Reflections is, first is to increase reserve cost diversity by introducing cost-specific strategies. Increase potential diversity in advanced element strategies, allowing them to take a larger portion of the meta share. This goal is going to be a major goal in the next couple sets, not just this one. We don't expect this set alone to fix everything, obviously. But we'll talk about that in a bit. And obviously the third goal is to introduce themes that complement the whimsical and twisted nature of Underland. All right, without further ado, we're going to first talk about Seal. So in the Seal starter deck, he's going to be a Spirit of Fire. He's going to Fire Element starter deck. He's also going to be a Guardian. So let's take a look at his level 1. So Seal is our second champion that has a Mastery. Now, if you don't know what a Mastery is, it's kind of like a little card that has extra abilities. It's not considered an object on the field, but it's like an extension of your champion's text box. So Seal level 1 is a level 1 champion with 20 life, Guardian. On enter, you gain the Servile Possessions Mastery. Before we read the inherent effect, let's go over the Mastery. It says, whenever your champion attacks, depending on the amount of omens you have, if you have 1 or 2 omens, the attack gets +1, 3 or 4, it gets +2 power, and 5 or more, it gets +3, and you get to draw a card in the memory. Now, how do you get an omen? At the beginning of your end phase, you may banish a card from your graveyard or your hand and put an omen counter on it. All right, so let's go over some Omen synergies. This is a 2-cost 1/2 intercept ally that says, as long as you have 2 or more omens, it gets +2 power. Now this card doesn't actually explain what an omen is, but this one does. An omen is a card in a banishment with an omen counter on it.
Simple and straightforward, I like that.
Yeah, so going back to Seal's level 1 inherit effect, when you put a omen counter on one of the cards with his effect, it becomes an omen. Different reserve costs. So you can see that the set design goal, you probably want to do a bunch of different costs so that this can become really big. Nope. So with the inherited effect, every turn you banish a card from your hand or your graveyard and put an omen counter on it, and it becomes an omen. So with his mastery, it scales with how many omens he has. It makes his attack stronger, and his allies do the same thing.
So Ciel's a very kind of a ramping style champion.
Yeah.
Very interesting concept.
Yeah, and you ideally want to be careful what you banish because a lot of cards care about what type of omens you have. So another card here is Flamme Sarcelle. It's a 2-cost fast. You get to draw a card, then discard a card. Then, if the reserve cost of the discarded card is equal to the reserve cost of one of your omens, you get to draw another card.
Oh, +1.
Yep.
I like a good +1.
So it could be like a 2-cost creative shock if you set up your omens correctly. Yeah.
So those are, yeah, like you said, what you banish with your inherited effect with
Yeah.
masteries. Turning it into an omen is really important on what card you actually choose
Yeah,
to do that.
and you can choose to banish a card from your graveyard, or if you want more control, you can banish from your hand. Ideally, it's better to banish from your graveyard because you're not going -1. Right. So here's some simple allies that can help you get cards in the graveyard. Conflagrant Sentinel is a 3-cost 2/2 with on enter. You may discard a card. If you do, it gets a buff counter. So it could be a 3-cost 3/3. You can discard floating. It doesn't go neg if you do that. Or you can discard a card that you want to make an omen anyways.
Yeah, so it gives you a lot of flexibility on how you want to design the omens, how you want to set up your future turns. So Ciel's very much about planning and kind of
Yeah.
building your snowball effect.
Another card I want to mention is this deck does focus a lot on allies. So here's another Guardian ally. It's a 3-cost 3/3 with class bonus making a 4/3, but it has the Bulwark Sword tax where you have to pay to the attack with it.
It seems pretty balanced. I mean, a 3-cost 4/3 is pretty strong, so there has to be some sort of balance side to it.
Yep. All right, so CO level 2 has on enter. For each omen you have, discard a card from your hand or memory and draw a card into your memory. And then it has a lineage release. You may activate one of your omens, but you can only activate this ability only if you have 6 or more omens. Now, one thing to note with his on enter effect, it resolves one at a time. So technically, if you only had one card in your memory and you had 3 omens, you could you cycle that card like 3 times. You don't pick to discard 3 cards at once. You do it one at a time.
Well, that's super interesting. On top of that, having the lineage release is a
Yeah.
pretty neat effect. So Ciel has a lot of like really key
Now,
potential with that.
also the lineage release ignores timing restrictions because it is an ability that you can play at fast speed. It's kind of like Quicksilver Grail. You can speed up a card that's normally slow and make it fast, if it's an omen. All right, other level 2 strategies, there's Lamentation's Toll. It's a Guardian Sword attack. If you're level 2 plus as Seal, it gets plus X power, where X is the highest power stat among your omens. Now, it doesn't care if it's an attack card or an ally card or a weapon card. If it has an attack stat, the highest one in your omens gets added to Lamentation's Toll. So it's a 4-cost 3. It's very understated if you don't get the effect. But if you have like a heavy swing in your omens, then they become a 4-cost deal 9.
4-cost deal 9's pretty good.
Yeah.
Unless you get the bonus from your
The mastery, yeah.
realistically 4-cost, 10, maybe 11.
Yeah. Let's go over some Seal regalias. Here's his weapon that you can get out pretty early. It's a 0-cost 1/2 sword, but if you have 2 or more ally omens, it gets +1 power. So this is where, besides cost, you also want to make sure you have some cards with high attack power in your omens, or card types, ally type in your omens.
Yeah, it seems really specific on whether or not you want certain types of allies, certain types of attacks, skills, etc., actions. You really, really have to like plan out what you want to do.
Yeah. This is a card that will explore that same theme. You can banish it and return one of your omens to your hand. If you do, banish card from your hand and put an omen counter on it. So it's kind of like switching out a card from your hand with an omen. And so you can recur almost any card from your graveyard because you are banishing cards from your graveyard to become an omen. So it's like a slow recursion, but it's very versatile.
Also, just as a note, the art here is pretty fantastic. I think all these
Yeah. The whole concept with Seal, he has this wardrobe that he keeps all of his experiences and his possessions in, and you can pull them out. And basically, that's what his omens are. So, like, a lot of his allies are like wardrobe themed and stuff. So here's his mask. You can pay 6 and banish it to draw a card into your memory, kind of like a backup charger. But it costs 1 less to activate for each omen you have.
Oh, so it could come down to at some point like a 0 cost, basically, just draw
it could
one.
be, yeah. Now, in most games, you get to around 4 or 5 omens because there's not many ways to ramp your omens besides the inherited effect of the level 1. Go over to level 3. He has a very simple effect. He's a level 3 guardian. That means he has level 30 life. Whenever an omen counter is put on a card in your banishment, as a spell, deal 2 unpreventable damage to 1 target unit. And then he has an Umbra Sword. It's a 1-cost 2/3 weapon. As long as the total reserve cost of your omens is 10 or greater, it gets +2 power. So it's a 1 power up to a 4/3 sword. Now, you gotta remember at this point in the game, you're probably at 3 or 5 omens. So with just this sword, you might be swinging for like 6 or 7 without an attack card. And then if you have 5, you get to draw a card into your memory as well. All right, some more Umbra cards. This one's hard to say the name. I don't know how to say it, but it's a 3-cost 3/3. On enter, return one of your omens to your hand. If you do, banish a card from your hand and put an omen counter on it. This is kind of like
so it's like that cycle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now it does trigger your level 3. So this, when you cycle it this way, you're putting an omen counter on a new card. It triggers your level 3. It does 2 damage. So you can kind of consider this as a 3-cost 5/3 baseline. But it also has that utility of recurring one of your most powerful omens back to your hand so that you can play it.
Yeah, so if you had like a heavy swing with an omen counter on it, you could play this, deal the 2, cycle the heavy swing back, then play the heavy swing if you wanted.
Yeah.
Or if you had an omen counter on the level 2 Lamentations attack, I believe, where you can use that to get the higher attack.
Yeah.
But also because this cycles your omens too, it doesn't lower the amount of omens you have for the amount of damage you deal from the mastery. Also, I'm going to take a guess. I'm going to say Ombre Chevalier. That's my guess.
I have no idea if that's correct. We can ask Bell later. We'll
have to get Dan for that one later. He knows all the names.
We have Nocturne's Oblivion, 3-cost fast action guardian spell. It says to destroy target non-champion object and banish Nocturne's Oblivion. But as long as you have 5 or more omens, it costs 2 less to activate.
Excalibur for Umbra. Kind of cool.
And then a Sinister Stab has on hit. If you have 5 or more omens, you put it on the bottom of the hit champion's lineage. Otherwise, you put it in your own lineage. And it has curse -3 life.
Oh, interesting. Your lineage or their lineage based on if you have 5 or more omens.
Yep. Now, you gotta look at all his weapons and attack cards with the mastery in mind, too.
Yeah, because I mean, it's basically a 3-cost realistic 6. At the lowest, because you wouldn't be below 3 omen counters by the time you get to this point.
Right. The last 3 cards we're going to go over is Devotion's Price. As additional cost to activate this card, discard 2 cards. For each omen you have with different reserve costs, draw a card, but until end of turn, you can't draw cards.
That's interesting. So that's a lot of draw there. So for each omen counter you have with a different reserve cost.
You could build a whole deck around this for fun. It's like you could draw like 7 cards. We have Umbra Sight. It's a generic good card for Umbra element, but a card that pairs well with it is Reverse Affliction. Now this says banish a curse card from your champion's lineage, and if you own that card, you put an omen counter on it. So this is one of the few ways to ramp omens in CL. CL is designed specifically in a way where it's very hard to ramp omens. So because once you get to that 5 omen threshold, you start drawing a card every turn, basically. And then here are the CSRs for Seal. Seal level 3 you'll be able to find in the starter decks, and the other 2 is going to be in the main booster box. Now, moving on, we have Diana. Now, Diana is a starter deck. It's a water ranger. So her level 1 has on enter, if Diana is distant, materialize an Etherwing card from your material deck. And she also has inherit effect range 1. So what's an Etherwing? Well, it's just like a gun or a bow where it takes a specific type of ammo. So here's one. It's a 0-cost 1/3 Etherwing with Spell Shroud and True Sight. And it must be loaded to use for an attack, and it can't be used with an attack card. Now, Diana is a ranger, so she plays with the distant and ranged mechanic. So we have the classics like reposition, backstep. We also have this new water one called Undercurrent Advantage. So this one says to glimpse 3, your champion becomes distant with class bonus floating memory. Now, there's going to be a lot of cards that say glimpse. That's going to be important in a bit. One of her other Etherwings is Aqua Mirage Whisper. It has Spell Shroud, and on hit, glimpse 1 + X, where X is the amount of damage dealt by this hit. Then put the top card of your deck into your graveyard. Now, what's going to be loaded into these Etherwings? That's going to be these Ether Charges. They are spells that load into an Etherwing weapon you control upon resolution. So Diana in the Underland is basically the closest thing you can get to like a spell slinger. You're literally slinging spells. You're casting these spells, and then your Etherwing is like harnessing the mana residue left from that spell as ammo to be shot off later. That's basically the thematic we're trying to get here. So Prudent Knock says draw a card into your memory, and then you may load it into an Etherwing weapon you control. So there's a good cantrip. There's also Etheric Calibration, where he says to glimpse 4 and then load it into an Etherwing weapon you control. Oh yeah, and if you reveal the top card, if it's an Ether Charge card, you can draw it into your memory. Diana level 2 is Judgment's Arrow. I think this is the first time showing this art. Diana lineage, on enter, load up to 2 Ether Charge cards from your hand and or memory into an Etherwing weapon you control. And for each card loaded this way, draw a card into your memory. Now this is really good with some of the Ether Charges that have like floating memory, because once you shoot with those, they go to your graveyard, then you effectively increase your influence. She also has range 1, which stacks with the inherited range 1 from her level 1. Here's some more Ether Charges. This one is Dissuading Ether. It gives the unit -3 power for their attacks until end of turn. And then you can load it into an Etherwing weapon you control. You're going to hear that a lot. With basically every single Ether Charge card has that. We have Drown in Ether. Target rested ally gets -3 power until end of turn with class bonus fax activation. We have a Refluxal Ribbon. We're going over some regalias now. You can pay 2 and banish it to load a target Ether Charge card from your graveyard into an Etherwing weapon you control. We also have a new card that might be a staple for some Rangers in the future. Ranger Boots has Hindered. On enter, draw a card, and then you can rest it and banish it to make your champion become distant. And we also have Foresight Lens. Banish it to glimpse 2, but if your champion is distant, you glimpse 4 instead. Now there's a lot of glimpsing. That's because Diana level 3 is an Astra element champion. She has, whenever your champion becomes distant, choose 1. Negate each card activation that targets Diana unless its controller pays 2. Then if Diana is defending, end the combat phase unless the attacking player pays 2. Yeah. And that's 2 for each card activation. in the off chance there's like multiple things targeting Diana, and then you trigger this ability, they have to pay 2 for each card activation. Or the other option is to glimpse 2, which is relevant. And because she's a Ranger champion, she has 25 life. That's a lot of 2s. So we have an Astro Element Ether charge called Constellation's Blessing with a new keyword called Ether Calling. It says, as you're looking at this card while glimpsing, you may load it into an Ether Wing weapon you control. But if you play it normally, you get to draw a card and then you load it into an Ether Wing weapon you control. Now, Ether Calling is different from Star Calling because it doesn't force you to end your glimpse. So if you happen to glimpse like 7 and you see like 4 of these, you can load all 4 into your Ether Wing weapon.
Oh, that's fantastic. So let's say like I glimpse 7, I see 4 of these Aether charge cards. I can load 4 of these into my Aether Wing, and then I can Star Call an Astro.
Yep, and then you can Star Call right after. Yep.
So on top of being able to load 4 of these into a weapon, I can now Astro Sight +1, end my glimpse, and then continue from there.
Yep. Now, whenever you load these cards into an Ether Wing, you don't get the effect. So you don't get to draw a card here. It's just ammo. So here's one, Side Rail Spell Shot. It's an X cost, and if you play it for its resolution effect, you get to glimpse X. But it also has Ether Calling, so if you find it in a glimpse, you can load into it. Load into an Ether Wing weapon.
I really like this Aether Calling mechanic. Basically, you can combine it with other Star Calling effects and just have a really, really strong level 3 combo. So like, Diana scales really hard when you hit level 3, huh?
Yeah. All right. Next we have Guided Starlight. It has Ether Calling too. It just doesn't have the long reminder text. Your champion's next attack this turn gains unblockable unless an opponent pays 3, and then you load the card into an Ether Wing. This one's a cool one. Meteoric Volley. Activate this card only champ is attacking. For each Ether Charge card in the attacker's intent, create a copy of it in that attacker's intent.
Oh, so we've almost brought back Critical. Almost.
Sorry?
We've almost brought back Critical in this sense.
It's almost,
just
yeah.
a double damage.
Yeah,
It's kind of crazy.
You're doubling the amount of damage that's coming from your ammo, basically. It doesn't double like your ranged bonuses. It doesn't double your weapon base damage. Only the ones that are currently in intent. Now, one thing with this card, it does say Ether Charge card. So if you have 2 of these, it doesn't copy the copies because the copies are not considered cards. So if you had 4 cards in your intent and you copy those, you get 8. If you copy again, you get 12, not 16. Right. Next we have Poised Occlusion. You get to hard negate a target card activation, but if you do, you put that card into their owner's memory. And then class bonus, you draw a card into your memory and your champion becomes distant.
I mean, honestly, it seems like a fine effect, right? It's a self-cycling negate. Even though they do get their card back in their memory, you also become distant, so you can either choose to negate another effect or just glimpse 2.
And then you also trigger Diana level 3s whenever you become distant ability.
Yeah, it seems like a lot of these cards are designed to trigger Diana's level 3. Either they give you more glimpsing so you can keep scaling the glimpse, keep Aether Calling, or you can really focus on finding that negate, as Astra is like very classic for.
And one thing to know with Diana level 3, it says whenever Diana becomes distant, it can only work if Diana wasn't distant. So you can't make her distant twice in one turn. You'll only trigger once. So it's effectively like a once per turn cycle effect. Some more Astro cards. We have Astro Sight. So like you said, it's very great to finish a glimpse with an Astro Sight after you Ether Call a bunch of cards. We have a Astra Element Ether Wing with on-enter glimpse 3. It's a 2/3 weapon. Now with the on-enter, you can glimpse and find some ammo to shoot with right away if you can put them on top of your deck with the glimpse 3. Or with the previous glimpse you had. It has on attack, Astra Element Ether Charge cards in the attacker's intent gain on hit, summon an Astra Shard token, and that's just a glimpse 2 token.
That's pretty good. Yeah. That is pretty good.
All right. Now, Diana's CSRs are some of the prettiest Grand Archive cards.
Pinaka is my goat.
Yeah, they're all drawn by
Pinakes is the
Pinakas.
goat.
Now, I actually have them here, if you want to react to them.
I would love to see these. I would actually love to see this.
I don't know if the camera can see them, but yeah, you can take a browse through those.
Wow, these are gorgeous. Honestly, okay. So I will try to show these to you guys. We'll see what we can do here. It's kind of far, but so basically, the texture's like a little bit different. It's a little bit more defined than other cards, and the colors seem to pop a lot. I mean, obviously Pinaka's arts, right? Pinaka's arts are fantastic, but between the Diana CRs, I actually think the level 2 CR might be the nicest looking one. I don't know if we can get that angle in there for you guys.
There's some seal ones in there.
Whoa, can we show off the seal ones too?
I'm not gonna be able to do it. Yep.
I'll hand these back to you, sir. These are beautiful.
Yeah.
So on top of the colors popping a lot more than normal because of the, I guess the color palette for the cards, the signatures also look a little different, right? There's like a little glimmer around them that I haven't seen before in other CRs. It looks really good.
Yeah.
Like you said, these are probably the nicest CRs you guys have ever created.
Yeah, I agree. Now we're going to go to the feature match table, and we're going to have some of our play testers play the decks. We're probably not going to go through the entire game because we're a little bit behind schedule.
Yeah, so we're just setting up for that right now. So we'll take a couple minutes here. We're going to have two of our play testers here at Weaves of the Shore play the starter decks for us. Like Silidar said, we won't be able to complete a full game. We are running a little bit behind on schedule, but we'll give you guys the chance to see some of the mechanics, how they work. We'll also be piping through, I believe, the player audio so they can talk about what they're doing while they're making the plays, you know, declaring their triggers, so that everyone in the crowd can follow along and understand with what's happening between the Diana and CL starter decks. So when we're looking at the Diana and CL starter deck, Silidar, what would you say is like the most notable mechanic that people should really keep their eyes on when they want to start trying to figure out how to play these decks?
Well, just lean into their themes. So with Diana, be careful what you're glimpsing, and with CL, be careful what you're making an omen. This is basically
it. So just to go over it again, with the omen counters and the mastery for CL, it's on attack trigger for the mastery, right?
Yeah.
So that can be triggered with a weapon, that can be triggered with attack cards. So things like Bulwark Sword might be relevant in decks like that, on top of just having, you know, like heavy swings and your Umbra attacks. And then the Umbra weapon was probably the coolest one. Looking at that, it just seemed really strong, right? Yep. Go Umbra, materialize this weapon, you're swinging in for maybe 5, 6. If you've reached the point of those 5 omen counters, you're now drawing a card into your memory every turn. By that point, you've reached like what, critical mass?
Yeah, so the key with Seal is you want to attack every turn to get as much value from that mastery as possible. So he actually might benefit from running some of the smaller weapons that don't have a cost like Bulwark Sword, because if you have 5 omens, swinging with a simple like Sword of Seeking is already 4 hits. So here we have our playtesters.
Oh my God, is that Theo from Best of Friends?
Yeah, we have Christian and Theo.
Oh, begin with the Spirit of Water.
All right. Let's see, were they able to get the... Okay. I'm assuming they weren't able to get the cards updated on the HUD.
Additional Spirit of Fire. I'll allow it.
So we're going to be having Theo here on the Diana starter deck, obviously starting with the Spirit of Water, whereas on Christian's side, he'll be starting with Spirit of Fire. He's playing the CL starter deck here. It looks like Theo just open hand pass, kind of figuring out what he wants to do.
So that's the, oh, they do have it, okay. That's the one that you discard a card and get a buff counter. He discarded a Tempered Flames, if that's not clear to you. It's a Tempered Flames with new art. And that is a fire card with Floating Memory.
Yeah, so it looks like he's going to make that discard, get the buff counter. So we got a, I mean, a 3-cost 3/3 on your first turn is pretty good. You can also discard, like you said, a Floating Memory. So you don't go, you basically go neutral overall. And
Charge still. On enter because I'm distant. I will go ahead.
So we see Theo
Mirage Whisper.
reposition to give her distant and level up to get a Ether Wing card out.
Recollection here then.
Got the Aqua Mirage Whisper, not the
We are going to go 2
not
down.
the Secret Ether Wing.
Ether.
Yeah.
So I'm going to give this -3 life. Okay. And then I will load this into my thing.
Gave a rested ally -3 life and loaded it into the Aqua Mirage Whisper. Now, one thing I didn't mention is that you can load multiple Ether Charge cards into your Ether Wing. You can have like 4. I guess I mentioned that when we were talking about the volley card.
So I'm going to draw a card into my memory.
yeah, it's a pretty neat mechanic overall, being able to do all these things. So we're going to see Prudent Knock here from Theo. So he's actually going to draw the card into memory, and then he's able to just immediately load that into his Aether Wing weapon, right? Being a Ranger Aether Charge spell, it gives him the opportunity to kind of just send it and start going in there. So Diana's going to attack here. And
You need to
like you
refresh
said
the app
earlier
too,
with the Aether
because it fetches
Charges,
the index.
these spells are now going to go directly into your graveyard. So if you do load an Aether Charge spell that is floating memory,
Yeah,
you get the benefit of
you have to
having it
use the app.
deal combat damage when you attack with the Aether Wing, but also being floating memory after it goes into the graveyard.
Alright, we'll go 2 to the bottom, 3 to the top. And then I'll mill the top card of the deck. Oops. Then I'll pass over to you. Alright. We'll go Banish. And the weapon CL.
And Christian's going to level up here into CL1, the Loyal Valet, bring out that Omen Mastery. What's the Mastery called again?
Servile Possessions.
That's basically the wardrobe, right?
Yeah, it's the wardrobe basically.
So you said when this triggers, generally you're looking to banish a card out of your graveyard more than directly out of your memory.
Yeah.
That way you don't lose a card, essentially.
Yeah, you can only banish from hand, not memory.
Oh, from hand. Okay, my apologies.
But if you don't have cards in your graveyard, it's generally better to just banish from hand because you value that omen so much.
Yeah, especially since you said Omen counters aren't easy to ramp up, right? There's only a couple cards that ramp them. They are advanced element cards. So giving up a banishment for the Omen counter early on is really detrimental to your game plan on CL.
My idle thoughts. Sounds good. Then what we're going to do...
So he made an idle thoughts and omen. That's kind of a...
Reposition.
Like,
In response.
because you want to use that as floating, right? So
Yep. Go ahead.
you might have a plan with that.
Cool.
Oh, he has Flame Sarcelle. So maybe he's
So I'm going to draw a card.
drawing a card,
Then I'm going to
discarding an idle thoughts, and because it's a 1 cost, he gets to draw
Using those
another
idle
card.
thoughts.
That's the reason why he banished the idle thoughts and
Alright,
not
then the
his,
reposition
fire
result.
elf.
I see. So even though he loses the floating memory from having it in banishment with the Omen counter,
Alright, let's go to my turn. I'll wake
cycling the card was more valuable to him, so he get the extra draw.
Yeah.
I'm just going to level right up. Alright. Using...
We're going to see Theo with a second reposition, so that'll give him distance,
So on
so he can
enter,
attack again. But he's also going
I
to
would
use the
like
floating
to-
memory from that to level up.
Okay, so he's resolving the level 2. He's loading 2 Astro cards into his Ether Wing. Now, the level 2 doesn't care about element. And the Astra Ether Charges actually have 2 power instead of 1.
that's cool, 'cause you
So
get
it's
to do
actually
it
more
as a
value
puzzle.
to
doesn't
load
count.
Astra
Yeah,
cards and then cycle those.
Just loads them, so I don't have to worry about having... not
Interesting.
having Astro
So
unlocked yet.
Diana level 2, you can basically fix your entire hand by doing this, and you get the benefit of dealing more damage because you're putting the Astra
Don't look
cards
at that.
into
I think-
your Aether Wing.
Yeah, he's
and
gonna
potentially
deal
also
some
getting
damage
more
to you.
value out of them being in the
I'm
graveyard
distant
for
from the
you too.
reposition again, so I've got
Yeah.
ranged 1,
Diana
ranged
level
ones,
2
3,
really
4,
wants
5,
those
6, 7.
Astra,
Yep.
even though she's not actually Astra herself yet.
So looking at these starter decks,
I
I
would
feel
like
like
to glimpse eight,
I feel like
please.
the power level of these starter decks actually starts quite high compared to maybe other products in the past. But Theo with a big glimpse here. He's going to be glimpsing 8, looking to send a lot of those things in. But I believe he's not level 3 yet, so he's not able to actually Aether Call all of those Aether chargers.
So he mills floating, I believe.
And we'll just go over to you.
Such a strong
But
ability.
once you are level 3 and you get that glimpse 8, you can
I'm gonna go ahead and
Aether
use
Call
this
like
idle thought, so I
3,
discarded earlier.
get ready to
And
shoot
have you
for
choose
next
one.
turn.
And then I would
Right
assume
in the middle,
Astra
please.
Sight is in the starter deck too. So you can either call the 3 or 4, whatever you get, and then you Astra Sight, so you'll be able to glimpse one,
CL.
potentially load another Aether calling card, and then also draw a card additionally from that.
Yeah.
So you've got just the 1 Omen, right? So
One Omen, so I get to
cycle 1 card?
cycle 1 card.
Yep.
Cycle.
Yep.
No, recollect and draw.
Sounds good.
So when we're looking at, I guess, the turn setup between the CL and the Diana starter deck, you mentioned CL really starts to get that strong power spike at, the 3 to 4 range of Omen counters, but then a significant, we're reaching critical mass at 5. How many turns would you expect to see between a match like this with the 2 starter decks?
Now let's see.
It's
that's gonna
kind of
trigger.
like if Seal can get to 5 Omens, it's kind of like
Trying
he
to
wins the
decide
war
how
of
flashy
attrition.
I want to be here.
And he also has that massive 30 life health pool, so... but maybe Diana can rush him
the
down,
heck?
because Diana is
Let's go
considered like a
ahead.
more mid-range deck, and this version of Seal is actually more of a control deck, because he has to try to get all those Umbra cards to win.
I'll backstep.
But Diana can start dealing a lot of damage early on, as we can see here.
So we have the possibility here for Theo really to just go level 3 and just knock over Seal instantly.
Yeah, you could.
Let's just be a little fun with it, you know?
He is going level 3. He has a lot of floating because he milled it with
So
the
I've got
Aqua Mirage Whisper.
reposition. Yep. Then 2 cards.
Oh, he
from
only has 1.
All right.
reposition.
Oh, man.
I don't have it on enter.
Well, level
I'm
3 is
think
going to
in
be pretty
recollection
big
for
here.
a
I believe he's
second.
already distant. He used to backstep in the end step of Christian's turn here.
I would like to
Needed to put those 2 cards down to level up.
put 2 down for an Aetheric calibration. So I'm going to glimpse 4, reveal the
He's-
top card
that's
of my
the
deck. If
glimpse
it's an Aether
4?
charged, I put it into my memory,
Okay.
and then I load this into my Aether.
All right, perfect.
Yep, so the calibration, he is going to be glimpsing 4. What do we see here? Is again, how many Aether Week charges are
He
we
did
going
not
to get
find
here?
it.
No
I
Aether
think.
calling.
Oh,
But that is okay.
hopefully at least a little arrow.
You got a 1-2 over there?
Theo.
No, it has additional power
Thinking
because
deep.
I have 2 Omens.
Ah, yes.
So
Ah,
now
yes.
it's a
Maybe
3-2
lost in thought.
with intercept.
Indeed.
Maybe just idle
All right, well,
thoughts.
we'll go.
Now,
One
Diana
of the
still
cool cards
has
that gets
the,
better as
the
the game
weakness
goes on is
of
Two at the
having to
bottom,
deal
two at
with
the top.
intercept and taunters.
And
So
then on this
the
reveal
Seal
top
starter
card,
deck does have
Reveal.
that Whimsy's
Turn
Warden,
side.
the
Memory.
interceptor. It also includes
Then I'll recollect and draw.
Stalwart Shieldmate, so annoying allies that Diana has to deal with.
I think here I'm actually just going to pass the turn.
All right.
Yeah, there's a lot of difficult cards to figure out, how you're going to deal with all these taunters and interceptors, right? We know in, Umbra Diana from previous sets, we have things like Demon's Aim that allow you to just bypass those. And then I believe there was a new bullet, the Punishing Cartridge, that allows you to attack and then redirect your attack. But I guess we'll just have to see whether or not Diana has a lot of options here. Being Astra, though, I feel like there are a lot more Star Call potential options that can kind of deal with those kind of things. In response to your own... Well, I guess it wouldn't really be in response to your attack. You'd be glimpsing first, making the Star Call to try to clear the board, and then going for an attack afterwards.
Yeah, there is the Guided Starlight card that gives your next attack unblockable, so that helps. She also has the option that the other Diana doesn't have, where you can just shoot a taunter for like 15, and then you glimpse 15,
It costs 2
and
less
then
because I'm level 2 plus.
now
and
you
then since I
have
have
like
another
10
ally in
damage
play,
set up
it's
for next
20.
turn because you Aether Call a lot. So
So you
Go
have
ahead
a
and attack
Yeah,
champion.
I guess there's a lot of potential in that regard.
Yeah,
You know, with Umbra Diana, it's
Go ahead
basically
and attack
just
champion. I only have
you
one
shoot,
ally element,
you
so it
have
doesn't get the
to
bonus,
set up
but
on the turn that you want to shoot again. But with this Astra Diana, you have a lot of potential to
end of
really
turn,
set up
I'm gonna go
future
ahead and
turns.
add
But it
another
really
round to my
fits the
own
Astra thematic concept.
Okay. The bane of my existence, a card with taunt.
Yes. A card with taunt.
Let me think about this for a second.
Of course.
So I think I'll get my Pleiades Celestial Genesis here.
Okay, we're going to be
Before
wrapping up
recollection.
this demonstration real quick. We're going to continue with the design notes. We have a couple more things to cover, and then shortly after that, we're going to continue with the world's opening ceremony.
Cyber Spell Shot. Glimpse Fort.
So we'll be bringing you the last bit of the design notes here shortly.
That being fast is
Really
so
excited to see what the rest
Yeah.
of it is. I mean, we went over the design notes. You talked about the CL starter deck. You talked about the Diana starter deck. You talked about the concepts you wanted to work with on DTR, but to get even more from that is definitely something I'm looking forward to seeing. So, I mean, take it away, sir.
So we'll go back to the slides now. Maybe.
Just another short moment here to set up the slides for the rest of the DTR design notes. So I have a couple questions about how the starter decks kind of played out. So one of the first questions I have is, when you guys set up the elements for a starter deck, do you set that up because you feel like the cards in those elements fit the concept of the champion the best, or because it's one of the easiest ways to get the deck to be like playable right out of the box?
There's a lot of factors. We design a product line. Obviously, we diversify the offerings, so we don't have like double fire starter deck in one release. So we wanted to do a non-control-y water starter deck for once, because I think all of our water element introductory products are more on the control side. So this one's kind of introducing a mid-range version, and water has some natural access to glimpse, so it makes sense. And then fire has natural access to discard, so it makes sense for seal. But anyways, if you want some more content on the starter decks, we have Main Deck and EVA Play stuff. They did deck introduction videos. Those will go live sometime after the design notes.
Yeah, always looking forward to seeing these videos. Main Deck Dan, absolutely fantastic when it comes to the starter deck introductions. And Eva, probably one of the best production value videos you can ever see. So really excited to get a chance to go through these.
Yeah, I agree. And then once you're done watching that, whenever you do watch it, come back and watch the world stream. All right. One thematic we're discussing for the main set is reserve cost matter. So here's some cards that solidify that theme. We have a Rictus Tiding. It's a 2-cost fast cleric skill. Reveal the top 2 cards of your deck. If the total reserve cost of the revealed card is 8, put both of them into your memory. Otherwise, put one of them into your memory and the other on the bottom of your deck. So there's a lot of decks that run a lot of 3 costs. This won't work unless you run some 5s, or you intentionally run a lot of decks with 4. But worst case scenario, you just draw a card into your memory for 2.
Yeah, I like the idea of, you said like we want to push the envelope with advanced elements. We want to push the envelope when it comes to higher reserve cost cards. And I think introducing cards like this is a fantastic way. One, it's a normal element card, so there's more opportunity for diversity in decks. So I'm excited to see what else you got here.
Yeah, and we saw some reserve cost matter themes in the CL deck too. Here's another card for CL. It's a 2-cost, 2-power attack. And as long as the total reserve cost among your omens is exactly 21, it gets plus 10 power.
Plus 10?
Yeah. And then you add the mastery, you add some weapons, might hit for 20. And it also has on attack recover X, where X is the amount of omens you have with different reserve costs.
Yeah, I mean, it's such a fantastic cost, right? This thematic idea of Guardians having these really big attacks, I feel like it's being showcased really well here with the CL starter deck.
Now, You can get this bonus with less cards. You just need to run really high-costed stuff, like 3 heavy swings and a 3 cost will get you to 21. And this looks at the base cost, not with any reductions in mind.
Yeah, so no class bonus reduction. So heavy swing does count as a 6 cost when it has the omen counters on it. It's not a 4 cost.
Yep. Also, with the thematic of reserves costs matter is a new ally archetype called Suited. Now, this archetype, the Hearts version, is primarily in the fire element. This is a 2-cost 1/1, 2 of Hearts. It has the Cardistry ability. You can pay 2. It gets +2 power until end of turn, and it costs 1 less to activate for every suited object you control with different reserve costs. So alone,
with different reserve costs.
Yeah.
Interesting.
It does count itself, so that ability actually costs 1 if it's alone.
So you can make the cardistry ability go down to 0
Now,
if you have
yeah.
this and another different cost suited card.
Yeah. Now, each cardistry ability is also limited by the fact that you can only activate it once. So
Once per game, or once per
object instance.
Object enters. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So if this were to be activated and then Zephyred, when it returns, you could activate it again.
Yep. Yep. Now we have a 3 of Hearts, a 3-cost 2/3, cardistry 3-cost, draw cards and discard a card. And then this ability costs 1 less to activate for each suited object you control. Activate only once.
I love Creative Shock.
Yeah. You can just play this vanilla and it'll be a 3-cost 2/3 with pay 2, discard or draw, with no other suited objects if you want. We also have 4 of Hearts. Cardistry 4, draw a card into your memory, then put a fire or norm element suited ally card with reserve cost 3 or less from your memory onto the field.
I really like how all the numbers are thematic, right? So like 2 of Hearts, 2 costs, 2 cardistry, and then 3 of Hearts. As it goes up, it scales properly.
Yeah. And it's cut off, the stats are cut off, but it's a 4-cost 1/3. Now, if you have like 2, 3, and 4 out, the 4's ability costs 1. Right. And that's a 1 cost, draw a card into your memory, and then put something on the field. So,
Pretty good.
yeah. All right. Next, let's talk about Advanced Element. We're introducing a new element called the Exalted Element.
New
Now-
elements.
Now,
Holy.
in one of my tidbits, I did say that there are 4 elements. Exalted is like kind of like a half element, so I kind of like misled you guys. It is an element that is paired along with either norm or the basic elements.
Okay, interesting.
So you can see here in the reminder text for Exalted, this element is enabled for you as long as you have another advanced element enabled. In Grand Archive, if a card is 2 elements, you need to fulfill the requirements for both elements, not just one or the other. So you need to be Norm and Exalted. But thankfully with Exalted, it is enabled as long as you have any other advanced element enabled.
So the moment I am level 3 CL, for example, I have access to Exalted.
Yeah. You are not Exalted as a champion, but you have access to Exalted because you have Umbra enabled or whatever. Yeah. Okay. We have Sovereign Sanctuary. It's a Fantasia 3-cost. If a unit you control would be dealt damage, prevent 2 of that damage. At the beginning of your recollection phase, sacrifice it and draw a card into your memory.
Yeah, I really like the idea of this Exalted element. Like you said, it's a half element, so it makes a lot of sense. So I'm curious what the last card you're going to be showing us is.
Now we have a Noble Dissolution. It's a 2-cost Cleric Mage spell. It's fast. You can destroy up to 3 target Fantasias.
Whoa. 3 Fantasias, kind of big.
Now you can see here, the original problem with Advanced Element decks is if we allowed them to take too much of the meta share, the basic elements start to not matter. Now when we introduce the Exalted Element, now your basic element choice starts to matter even in the late game. So
Yeah, it's a really neat concept where you kind of need a bit of everything. So I'm glad you guys released something like this.
Yeah. There's not too many Exalted Element cards in this set, but we'll reveal more during the spoiler season. But you can expect this to be an evergreen element included in all sets moving forward. One of the new ally archetypes in Underland are Specters. We have an Unyielding Wraithguard. Sorry, I'm trying to go faster here because we're really behind schedule. This one is a Guardian Spectre with Taunt, and on death, return it from the graveyard to the field, and it becomes Ephemeral. Ephemeral is a new object state, where if an ephemeral object would leave the field, you banish it instead. So it's a 0/4 that can block twice for 2 life, basically. We also have Vengeful Paramour. On enter, as a spell, if it's ephemeral, you deal 2 damage to target champion. It's a 2-cost 2/1, and it has Ephemerate 4. You may activate this card from your graveyard by paying this cost. Allied cards played this way become ephemeral as they enter the field.
So you can discard it and then play it from graveyard, essentially.
We also have 3-cost Lingering Banshee. It's a 2/3 with Ephemerate 6. But if you control another ephemeral object, it costs 3 less to activate through Ephemerate. You can expect to see some more Spectre cards in the spoiler season as well. Next we have Distortions. So one of the ways we want to explore the mirror world with Underland is with these concept of distortions. So we have some very popular evergreen regalia cards like Life Essence Amulet. So a lot of these cards are getting like distortion versions. So Death Essence Amulet says whenever an ally you control dies while it's not your turn, you can banish it. And when you do, you look at target opponent's hand or memory and discard a card from it.
Whoa, extricating touch.
Yeah. So here's another example. We have Bauble of Abundance and Bauble of Scarcity. Each player discards a card. Now, with Bauble of Scarcity, you could do it in a way where you don't discard a card because if you don't have any cards in your hand. So it could be one-sided, which isn't something you could do with Bauble of Abundance. And then here's one that's like class-specific for Bulwark Sword. We have Inert Sword. As additional cost to materialize this weapon, you pay 2 reserve. And it's a 3 power if you're a Guardian with 2 durability.
Yeah, so these distortion ideas are really cool. Having that, flipped version in the mirror world is like a really neat concept.
Now, how do you see these distortion regalia? Well, one way you can use them is using the Divine Relic of the set, the Looking Glass.
Whoa, DR leak.
Anyways, it has Divine Relic and Omni Shroud.
Omni Shroud.
It has, if this card is in your starting material deck, you may begin the game with it on the field. And then it has the ability to ignore the elemental requirements of distortion cards you play. So all those distortion regalias you saw earlier, you can play them at level 1 or level 0.
Oh, because they're all advanced element,
Yeah,
right?
they were Umbra and Astro. So if you run this Divine Relic, you have an access to a suite of new regalia way earlier than you would normally get access to them. Now, if you want to see more DTR spoilers, we actually have a lot of spoilers remaining to show today on this stream, throughout the world stream. We're sprinkling in some spoilers throughout the round, so be sure to stay tuned for that. In addition, we also have the spoiler season. It starts on June 30th, but don't worry, throughout the world's coverage tomorrow and on Sunday, there will be a lot of spoilers coming through there as well. So this spoiler season is
we're going to be
basically...
giving you a lot of these spoilers, including today's stream, all the way through the entire weekend. So, guys, if you're looking for Distorted Reflection spoilers, can we get some hype up here? Come on, guys. You guys want to see all these fantastic cards, right?
Now, as a final reminder, Distorted Reflection releases on July 25th. That's all I have for design notes. But real quick before I get off, we have some more SP3 spoilers. They're art reveals, and they're not real spoilers, but art reveals. These are going live today at noon when the Ascent store opens, I believe.
Yep, so at noon today when the Ascent store opens, you guys will be able to purchase SP3. It's coming out a little bit early. Excalibur Cleansing Lights. Whoa, Gelda CSR too.
We have Diana in Gloomspire Black Market.
Whoa! Whoa! Glow Inspire Black Market. Whoa.
And then we have Fracturize.
Holy moly, the Fracturize goes kind of crazy.
All right, and that's all from me. I'm going to be handing it up to the production team and you to take over for the opening ceremony for Worlds.
Yeah, so it's, I mean, this is going to be such a fantastic opportunity to see everything, right? Thank you so much for joining us for all of this. That Fracturized CSR goes a little too crazy. It makes me think maybe Merlin won one day. It's going to be really big. It's going to be really, really big. I'm super excited. So thank you so much. Really appreciate it. And for you guys today, you know, big shout out. Thank you so much, Silidar, for the exciting opportunity to go over the distorted reflection design notes here at the World Swiss stage, right? That was absolutely amazing. Are you guys super excited? Besides that, though, I'm super excited to try both the Astra, Diana, and the Umbra CL starter decks. But what I'm mostly excited about is the honor of bringing you guys all of the qualified players for the World stage. So hello and welcome everybody to Grand Archive 2025 World Championship Swiss stage. Introducing our 16 qualified world competitors. Hailing from the Southeast Asia region, we have EMP, True Sight Fugitive, Steven, and our Southeast Asia champion, Bob. Give it up, everybody, for your Southeast Asia representatives. Exit the stage. Hailing from the European region, we have Asada. And our European champion, Henki the Goat. Give it up for your European representatives. Hailing from the Oceania region, we have Boy, Dragon Will, Like Bailey, and your champion, True Champion Cabin. Give it up for your Oceania representatives. And last but not least, hailing from the North American region, we have Quarax, ZTR God, Bobo, Perfy, Girthos, and your North American champion, Joe Facha. Give it up for your North American representatives. After a grueling 8 rounds yesterday in the Gauntlet, 16 players have now qualified for the World Championship. Introducing your Gauntlet qualified players, we have Sheng, Superior, the Rain Goddess, What Do You Mean, Enki, True Champion Terry, Quest, Duck Hats, Jet, Mike, Liftrasil, Sebastian, Aqua, True Champion Isaac, Leo Blade, and Farentian, who is over there. Congratulations all of you guys on receiving your world jackets, and good luck on the Swiss stage today. So hello everyone, thank you guys for joining us today. Thank you for joining us for the opening ceremony. Today will be a fantastic day at the World Championships, and I'm gonna send it over to our wonderful casters, Lineage Break Cam and Main Deck Dan. Take it away, guys.
Archive TCG 2025 World Championship Swiss stage. I'm Main Deck Dan, and I'm joined here by the one and only Lineage Break Cam Cam, isn't this the most exciting day of the year?
Ooh, man, I'm still, my heart is fluttering. All these new cards, these new champions. Of course, the World Swiss stage is starting today. Such an exciting day to be a Grand Archive player.
It's truly a day of champions. We got two wonderful, incredibly exciting new champions. You hear the crowd cheering for CL and Diana? Incredible. And then we followed it up with 32 incredible players about to compete to become the world champion.
And it is some of the best players that we have in the world, Dan. They all fought so hard to be here. Some of them coming, just from the gauntlet yesterday, a grueling 8 rounds to get our last 16 players, all here to compete to become the 2025 world champion.
Yeah, we have players from, obviously, all regions.
Yeah.
Incredible players, and at the very end of that event, I mean, these players had everything on the line at that point. We ultimately cut to those top 16. Huge shout out, of course, to the champions of that event and everyone going in to what is going to be probably the most exciting Grand Archive of the year. Are you, Cam, are you expecting anything similar to yesterday? Or are we going to see a bit of a difference in some of the decks we're seeing today? What do we expect to see today?
Well, I think, that's a really interesting thing to talk about, Dan, is we knew that so many of the world's players had that advantage that they got to watch the gauntlet yesterday, to see what their competition was going to look like, to see what decks people were potentially going to bring, and everyone, the gauntlet players and the world's players, didn't have to lock their decks in until 8 a.m. this morning. So nobody knew until everyone locked their decks in this morning what people would be playing, and we've looked at the deck lists, and I think you might have a little bit of insight into this. There has been some pretty significant shakeups in what people were going to bring opposed to what they did actually bring to the Swiss stage today.
Absolutely. This is, I think what we get to see from this is a lot of team strategy being applied, and a lot of players, like you said, analyzing the events of the gauntlet, and some players even kind of coming up with plans based on what might have performed well and been seen yesterday. So yesterday, the big thing that the whole thing was, the whole event was rotating around was this 12 Genbu decks in the 26 players. Every round we had most of the round we had Genbu players showing up and winning, losing. It totally depended kind of on the matchup and on the player skill. Today, a lot of players expected those Genbu decks to still exist, and they sure do. We have 8 Genbu decks competing in the event, the Swiss stage today, but we had several Genbu decks yesterday that were qualifying that swapped off.
Yeah.
Okay. And the big thing that people need to be aware of is while we have 8 Genbu decks today compared to 12 yesterday, we had 0 Fractal decks yesterday, and today there are 8 Fractal decks competing in the Swiss stage.
A huge change, and so many people have been, singing about the death knell of Fractals, and this ban of Dissonant Fractal completely eliminated this deck from the metagame, but if everyone starts to think that nobody's going to play Fractal Stand, that puts you in a really good spot if people start reducing the amount of scatter essences in their deck, amount of ways to deal with these Fantasias.
Yeah, and we have players specifically, out of all the Fractal players, 7 of them are within the True Champion Gaming and main deck team. And we have a little bit of extra insight into that, of course, as the players were planning and expecting and hoping kind of things to work out this way, where they kind of had a sigh of relief yesterday when there were no Fractal decks in there, because many of these players were qualifying on Fractals, were performing on Fractals throughout the year. It's a comfort deck for many of them, and if the gauntlet played out the way they expected, they were hoping to be able to swap onto the deck today, expecting maybe players to be a little less prepared to deal with it. Maybe the scatter essences get pulled down from 4 to 2. Maybe the Mystic Purifiers get cut for something like Brackish Ludus that can deal with those Genbu decks a little more. And these players have sort of a risk-reward strategy now, where they're hoping, okay, we're going to take this risk now. We're going to register Fractals, even though Dissonant got banned. It's a little bit weaker. But if everybody's kind of hate and removal for Fractals gets pulled back, maybe that balances things out and it goes back to being an incredible deck. So we're going to have to wait and see how that plays out for those players.
Yeah, there's an incredible, I guess, pun intended, burst potential for these Fractal decks to just sort of steal games out of nowhere. And that's something that, a lot of these players were playing Genbu, which is a similar sort of water controlling list where they're looking to leverage that experience with their deck over their opponent. But being able to maybe sneak a game with a Burst Asunder out of nowhere does add that like extra vulnerability that your opponent has to worry about.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that ability to decisively end the game is going to be critical because we have a slightly altered format for the event today. The players are actually going to be playing 70-minute rounds plus the a best of 3 plus the overtime. And the big change that people have to be aware of today is that draws are going to be worth 0 points. And draws being worth 0 points makes it so that players are very incentivized to find a way to actually end the game. And now, Cam, we know yesterday in the Gauntlet we saw a ton of games going to time, going to draws. There were actually an incredible amount of draws happening in the Gauntlet, which is bound to happen when you have a lot of decks like Genbu and Luxem that are specifically taking a long time to play the game.
Yeah, and I think this extra 10 minutes is going to be critical, for sure. There's a lot of, I would say, traditionally slower decks in our format. We're, of course, talking about Fractals and Genbu, but we would be remiss if we didn't add that there is 10 Assassin players, most of which are playing Luxem. And that is, again, another deck that really does want to get this extra 10 minutes and make sure that they find, as you said, that decisive win.
Right. And that decisive win is going to be really critical as well because as we go towards the end of the event, to make sure we get a clean top 8, we are going to potentially have to play out tiebreaker games rather than relying on those simple tiebreaker points that players accrue throughout the event. And so players, like I said, they really want to end games today. It's going to be really interesting to see if all of these Assassin players who do typically take longer games will be able to close that out. But these are, again, some of the best players in the game on some of the best decks that they can. Now, we are going to be, after today, going into a single elimination bracket as well. And important to keep in mind, too, these players do not have to keep the same deck from the Swiss stage today going into that single elimination. Instead, we're going to be broadcasting all of these games of their single elimination with whatever deck they choose to bring to that format.
Yeah, super interesting. And we'll see, you know, we saw a huge shakeup today, right? And so maybe we will eventually see that as well for the finals matches. So it all depends. You know, this is, of course, the biggest stage, and not only are we very excited to watch all the games, but the Worlds players are excited to see what happens in their peers' games to, you know, decide maybe what they want to take if they do make it all the way.
And when they do make it all the way, of course, that grand finals is going to be a best of 5. So we're going to be showing all 4 quarterfinal games, the 2 semifinals, the bronze match, and then that best of 5 grand finals that you do not want to miss. You're going to have to come back right for that. Now, we're going to get to there when we get there, right? We got several days of the World Championships to show you guys today. But, Cam, with today, with the Swiss stage, 8 Fractal decks, 8 Genbu, 10 Assassin, and then a few others, right? What are some of the other cool decks that we're going to see for the Swiss stage today?
I appreciate the layup. Of course, there's 3 Wind Arisana players. Every player that was playing in the Gauntlet playing Ari yesterday made it, the 2 of them, of course, and Bailey playing Wind Arisana as well, so I think that is really interesting. I do want to talk about, we have 2 Wind Allies players, which is ironically Henki and Enki, which we like quite a lot.
Henki and Enki on Wind Allies. Henki, everyone, actually I talked to Henki the other day and he was not even sure what he was going to lock into, but he finally decided, let's just stick with the Wind Allies, and it's the kind of the classic Henki list is absolutely packed with allies to the brim, whereas Enki, not Henki, is taking a Robots variant, which is really fun to see. That's a deck that, especially with the release of Mercurial Heart Ultra Edition, has gotten a little bit of attention, but hasn't been a lot of events for it to see a lot of performance. So it'll be exciting to see how that performs.
Yeah, I think those command cards are super powerful, and people have been talking about them since they were released. But again, like you said, we haven't had the ability to see them on a high-level stage yet to see if they can really live up to the expectations that the community has given them.
Yeah, we're looking forward to that. And then beyond that, we have a couple more interesting things. We have Fire Lorraine, a player who, Ferenthian, I believe, player from yesterday who's stuck on Philo, stuck with it here for the event as well. It's a deck that wins games very decisively as well. A great choice. And then I think that's it, isn't it?
We do have the one Water Xander
we
Allies
have to talk
player
about that
as well.
Yes. We mentioned there were 10 Assassin decks. We have 4 Wind Luxem, 2 Fire Luxem, 3 Tristan, and then this beautiful Water Allies Assassin. We haven't seen a lot of that deck really, like, I think back to Nationals last year as one of the highest level performances of that deck. But that was last year. That was so long ago.
Yeah, and, I don't really think that the deck has changed that much, but it is, I think Water Isles in Grand Archive history has always been a contender. And the people that know how to play it well, it is a deck, similar to these other water decks that we see in the format that just really allows you to leverage your skill and your experience with a deck. And so I assume that's why we're seeing Water Sander today.
Yeah, I think that's often just the water thing, right?
Yeah.
The more experience you have, the better you end up being at sort of making the correct reaction at the correct time.
Right.
And so we have actually a format with a lot of water players. We have over half of today is water decks. 8 Fractal, 8 Genbu, 1 Water Assassin. So, Cam, what are you expecting the players to have to fight through today if they want to get those coveted top 8 spots?
I think the thing that these water players specifically have to be worried about the most is these long mirror matches, or even the Fractal v Genbu matchup, which several times, I know you personally have talked about it, has sort of gone back and forth, where at one point the Fractals players earlier in the format thought that they were favored into Genbu. It turns out that maybe Genbu is favored into that, but maybe now, with everybody not expecting Fractals, not packing as much hate for them, maybe that swings it back into Fractals' favor.
Yeah, I think that is going to be a particular point to watch. And we also see all of these Fractal players in some way respecting Genbu by finally slotting that Censor of Restful Peace back into the deck. Now, we see 7 of those players, the TCG and main deck players, with the Censor in the side. But I'm really interested to see Dragowil, the one other Fractal player who is bringing Censor in the main, which might be a decisive point to how we actually see that matchup shake out on the stage.
Yeah, I think it's really interesting that the main deck TCG team came to this decision, of course, to play Fractals as a group, and then it seems like Dragowil came to sort of maybe the same plan, but on their own or in a much smaller team. And we do see a few differences, like you said, in the list, with that Censor being in the main deck, with them assumingly expecting to see way more Genbu.
Right. And now we saw yesterday commanding performances from Wind Luxem especially. Shout out to main deck Corbin, who managed to take first in the event with Wind Luxem, and who is the one main deck player to not swap to Fractals and is sticking with the guns of Wind Luxem. But Wind Luxem seemed like it was pretty effective yesterday.
Yeah.
But with the addition, the infusion of, unfortunately, team kill potential with these Fractal X, how do you feel about the Fractal X coming in versus all the Wind and Fire Luxem decks today?
I think it all depends, again, on that sort of perceived metagame. If these Wind players did expect there to be some amount of Fractals, which, we really can't say without talking to the players themselves, but I think traditionally that Wind Luxem deck, especially the more mid-range focused deck that we've seen a lot, and we saw a lot yesterday, does have a pretty good matchup into Fractals, so I don't think that they're terribly worried about seeing the Fractals. I think it's probably the Genbu players that are more worried about seeing these Fractal players.
Yeah, I think I agree with that. It's going to be, though, I think we've seen in the past Fractals and Luxem going pretty deep into games trying to find kills where there's a lot of dancing around each other. It's going to be, I think, some very, very high level and fascinating to play to see those. And then we have all of these other decks on the side. Cam, as a big Astra fan, how's Astra positioned into this meta?
If I am one of our 3 Astra players, I am mortified to hear that there's 8 Fractal players in the room. That matchup does not feel good. It has never felt favored for Astra. It is extremely difficult, and especially when you're playing at this high level, you're not going to be able to get away with any tricks that you might in a Swiss round of a smaller event. So I think Fractals is going to be tough. Genbu and Assassin are both, I think, pretty favorable. Those 10 Assassin players, that's what the Astra players are looking to find. A great matchup for them. They want to play against them all day, but it's those Fractal players that they have to worry about.
It is 10 Fractal, 8 Genbu, and only 8 10 Assassin, 8 Genbu, 8 Fractal. I like those odds. Those aren't terrible,
bad,
right?
Yeah.
They're more good matchups than bad ones necessarily, but I also love a good underdog story. And as Cam, you and I know, Arasana has been an eternal underdog until the printing of Polaris, and is still considered sort of an underdog in a lot of these events. So it's going to be really exciting, I think, to see how they perform. Now, as far as we have the 3 Tristan players.
Yeah.
Tristan has, for a long time, been one of those matchups where many players consider it a reasonable choice into Fractals.
Yeah, I think I feel sort of similarly about Tristan. When we compare Fractals to Genbu, both being water decks that have sort of similar strategies but have their own weaknesses. I think of Tristan that way in comparison to Luxem, where she does have some more outs in those longer games. She is able to, I think, more efficiently close the game than a Luxem deck is, which takes a lot of revealing, a lot of cards in hand, whereas like a simple Shadow Strike or a very well-placed Slice and Dice can end games very decisively. And so I think she will have that edge over specifically the Fractals decks that are much faster than something like Genbu. They're looking to push some sort of lethal line turn 4, turn 5, and so having the ability to find that like Slice and Dice that you land perfectly, I think is going to be a huge edge for them.
Yeah, one thing we also saw happening a lot in the metagame was the addition in even some Tristan decks, things like Quicksilver Grail, to have an additional layer of protection for your Safeguard Amulet against these Fractal decks. And that's the kind of tech that is one of the first things to pull out of your deck when you don't expect to see Fractals. So you can get things like that Grand Crusader's Ring back in, get that more consistent draw so that your starting hands are just, you have more control over whether or not you have that ability to accrue the velocity you need of preparation counters and cards for Tristan to actually work. So that'll be really fascinating to see if pulling that stuff out of Tristan with these players not expecting Fractals is that edge that Fractals needs to take that.
Yeah, I think the most interesting part about this whole situation is that sort of, we use the word metagame a lot, especially when we're talking on coverage, and it refers to the game outside of the game, right? Like if everybody just played the best deck every time, trading card games wouldn't be any fun. But it is this sort of solution that the main deck TCG team has found to the format that we're really interested to see if it works out, sort of, right? Because it is a calculation that they made based on assumptions about the game outside the game. And if it works out, it's going to be huge, or it could, blow up in flames.
Yeah, I would be hesitant to necessarily call it a solution right now. It is certainly a strategy, and it is certainly a risk.
Yeah.
But it's probably one of the points of today that we're going to be watching the most closely from the casting booth here, because it is really that distinction between today's event and the Gauntlet that's going to totally adjust that metagame, and also, if it does well, completely adjust the metagame going into the next day. I want to not be remiss and mention that we have several aggressive ally decks and fire aggro.
Yeah.
And those are always kind of wild cards into a meta like this, because they have that ability to just play a huge board and attack, and it almost doesn't matter what deck your opponent is playing.
Yeah.
Unless they're playing Luxem.
Sure. Yeah. Only a few of those in the room, comparatively, I guess. And so, I think that is another thing that the water players have to worry about, is these few very small amounts of aggro decks in the room. But that is something that I heard a lot at North American Nationals, was Fractal players sitting down, getting destroyed by Fire Lorraine for several of their rounds, and so I'm sure that they have that in the back of their mind. They're a little bit worried about sitting it down against that single Fire aggro player.
Yep. And now, it's a lot easier to dodge a single matchup compared to the rest, and I think it's going to be very fascinating to see, based on how the pairings are in the first round, can completely adjust how the Fractal Gambit, we can call it, will work out for today. Cam, now, as a massive Arasana fan, I know that Arasana is probably one of your top picks to make it into top 8.
I hope so.
But what else are you hoping to see kind of make it in, or what players are you hoping to make it in for the most interesting top 8 we can have starting tomorrow?
That's tough, man. There's so many talented players, and so many of them are friends of ours. And obviously, you have your own teams.
It's picking favorites.
Very, very difficult. Yeah. Of course, I would love Ari to win. I'm such a huge Ari fan. We remain unbiased here, of course, on coverage. But I think it would be really interesting to see one of these Fractals players make it all the way, or maybe multiple of them, because I can't say that I'm the biggest Fractal fan, but I can say that I think it is really cool to make this metagame decision, and if it works out, I think that's a great storyline. There's, of course, lots of players here for us to think about. Yep. We have Sean Zhang, who made 2nd place at Worlds last year.
Yep.
And that's a pretty big deal if he gets the run back to try to, get that championship spot that he was so close to. We have a couple of players that were also playing in Worlds last year that are now making the run back. I know Drago Will and Ferenthian both got back in, so I think that would be a great storyline. Like, there's so many cool things that these players have that I think it would be awesome if a lot of them make it.
There's a fan favorite player in the room, Henky the Goat.
Henky the Goat, of course.
Many
yeah.
players are hoping that Henky can finally have that run into Worlds, that success that he's been kind of craving for a long time. And also just talking about like representation, 2 EU players, right? I'm sure there's a huge segment of the community that is really cheering these players on and hoping to see if both EU players make it to top 8. That's 100% EU representation, right? Like that's pretty cool.
Yeah. Yeah, of course. I know a lot of people are going to be rooting for their region as well. We have some of the SEA greats in here. Of course, we'd be remiss if we didn't talk about Korax, who has had such a terrific competitive year in Grand Archive and is looking to, sort of cement that place.
Korax making I guess maybe not an interesting and expected, but a smart decision going into Genbu for this day as well. As we all know, Korax was widely thought of as not only just one of the strongest players in the game, but likely the strongest player on the Water Mill deck. Much earlier this year, who is back-to-back Ascent tops on Water Nico, and now we have Genbu, which is really a lot like the Nico deck, but running a lot of the powerful now Guoja synergies that you get.
Yeah, I think a lot of similar play patterns, and so he does obviously feel very comfortable in that shell. It plays very similar to the way that those sort of polar depths-centric decks work with, we've talked about it so many times about Genbu, just several prongs that you can attack, several ways that you can win the game, which makes it very hard for your opponent to deal with.
Yeah, and that's Korax on a Water Mill deck has got to be, in my opinion, one of the scariest matchups that you can see, especially the round 1 here at Worlds. It's probably one of the few players I would absolutely want to avoid if I was trying to have a competitive run here, although there's a lot of those in the room today.
Yeah, that's the problem, Dan. Who do you sit down against? And you're like, oh, here's my nice, easy opponent. There's so many killers in this room, some of the best players in Grand Archive, and it looks like we are ready to look at our round 1, and we do have Henky, sounds like, in our feature match area.
Setting this up a little bit here, we have talked already about Henky the Goat on the Wind Lorraine Allies deck. So one of the most unique decks in the room today, the only copy of this. Now, we have seen Henky in the past play this massive ally list. It's got a pretty straightforward strategy, Cam. How do you play this deck?
You play allies, you punch face, but there is a little bit of intricacy here with that. We do see sort of a lot of decks will play these silver bullets or these spell cards that they can use to combat the popular strategies, and we see Henky doing that as well, just in the form of allies. We do see those brackish ludists in the main deck. We see the Yuan Shaos as well, which we saw a couple of times at his run in North American Nationals, put a real thorn in the side of his opponents.
Yeah, Yuan Shao was very good at stopping Sadies in their tracks. You cannot activate it unless you have the Pride, and we've seen players stumble into that, not quite understanding the Pride interaction. But there's some really key cards that Henky moved into the list for today. The 3 copies of Brackish Ludist in the main are obviously trying to hate on the Genbu, and I'm really interested in the Veiling Breezes coming back in, which is not a card that I believe he was running going into this Nationals run instead, and I have to imagine part of that is expecting maybe Fractals to show up. Do you think he made the heads-up call?
Yeah, I wonder if he sniffed it out and said, this is a pretty easy inclusion for me to make, just a few slots in my deck, and if those Fractals players show up, at least I will have some preparation for it.
It's the kind of card that isn't bad in any matchup, right? It's never a card that's bad. So it's not a card that's like a waste of a spot to run, but specifically just having that extra tech to be able to stop the Burst Asunder super easily. Burst Asunder deals damages in instances of 2. All you have to reveal is 2 win cards. And then that Burst Asunder is a dead play for your opponent, making Veiling Breeze one of the best cards you can hold up going into the Fractal turn. Also, it's cheap cost, so it's harder to negate with Glimmering Refusal.
Yeah, and I especially think in an aggressive deck like this, where Fractals is a deck that can take the game long. They can take as long as they want. But when you're playing against an aggressive deck like Henky's Allies deck, you're really put under that pressure, and that really does add value to these quick Burst Asunder lines, which, again, means that Veiling Breeze is going to be super integral.
Yeah, absolutely. Henky, I think, making a very heads-up call for the event today, running both Ludist and Veiling Breeze, having having that built-in tech. We did see the 4th Veiling Breeze in the sideboard as well. So I think really showing a lot of respect for that. Also, maybe potentially expecting some of those fire aggro decks to show up. Like last year, we saw a number of these aggressive fire decks in Worlds. We saw things like Rye last year as well.
Of course.
And it was tough to predict exactly what people would move into with that need to get decisive wins today.
Right. Yeah, it does change the format a little bit, and of course, it is such a smaller bracket, and that's what we have to, think about. Is usually when these competitive players are preparing for a tournament, they're preparing of a field of 200 people, and so they make a lot of decisions that are more widespread and better into more things. Where when you know that you have 32 people and you can maybe put some people on this person's going to play this deck, this person's going to play this deck, you can make more conscious decisions about your deck building.
Yeah, and I think Henke is the one. Like I said, I talked to him the other day. He had been making conscious thought and deck building decisions for a while.
Yeah.
I think only finally settling in on this deck last night, watching the results of the Gauntlet, obviously with the inclusion of the Brackish Ludus. We did see yesterday, too, Brackish Ludus absolutely shutting down a Genbu deck, and it's going to be a card that the game's going to revolve around when it drops. It's going to be whether or not the Genbu player can deal with the Brackish Ludus will usually determine whether or not they can even win that game.
Yeah, it's really the speed at which you see it as well. We saw a couple times yesterday, the Brackish Ludus were running around in the Gauntlet yesterday, but several times you see that Brackish Ludus, you pick it up, it's your draw step for turn 8. You're like, well, this doesn't really do me any good.
Yeah.
But if you see that early, like you said, and you stick it, it is really hard for the Genbu deck to remove that, especially if you have any sort of protection, taunt, intercepts, or taunts rather, to protect it from potential Frostborn Paladins, Tidestone Bovines, stuff like that.
Yeah, one thing I'm interested to see, depending on the matchup too, is the combination in Henke's deck of Brackish Ludus and Yuan Shao.
Yeah.
As a way to say, if your only way to remove this ally is through a unique ally, you're not going to be able to do it with that pride.
Yeah, and I think that's going to be huge for sure.
Yeah, and Yuan Shao has been one of my favorite cards that we've seen Henke running because I think it's a card that absolutely everybody underrated. Henke was honestly one of the first to really bring Shang Shang to the public as well, showing with his wild Ascent Seattle deck attempting to beat Fractals, bringing that to the forefront and being like, it's just hard. It's hard to remove. Your deck does not need to be fully norm to run this. Just need enough norm. So based on Henke's opponent for this first round, I think we are likely to see some wild action because he really is built to handle a lot of the format. So we're going to be also going into an interview video here very shortly as we're getting prepped for the first round with Joe Facha, who's our North American National Champion. Let's check that out.
Hello. North American Nationals Champion.
Hi, my name is Jonathan Chang. My IGN is Joe Facha, and I play Grand Archive. It's been about a little over a year. I started a little before Worlds last year. Meeting all these people in SoCal, we've been traveling a lot together, and it's been really enjoyable, like competing in these events and going with all these friends. They definitely have affected me as a player, and I think honestly being with them, it makes me feel just like I can be more confident in myself. I think a lot of times they go for all these crazy plays or crazy ideas, and it makes me want to try out things like that too. Best player in North America, I don't know if that's actually true, but I definitely owe a lot to Peter and Jet for teaching me basically everything I know. I think I'm a little bit more confident in my own skills now too, but we'll see how it goes tomorrow. After NANS happened, I think it was just a lot to take in. But we have been preparing a little bit more the last week, but I think we're still waiting on Gauntlet results to see what we're actually going to do. I think for me, winning Worlds, I think it would be meaningful to show that I was actually able to do something, like putting in all my efforts to actually win. Hello.
Yes, I'm Wietse Kluitenberg, also known as Henke the Goat. You can call me his goatness or the goat for short if you want. I'm in my daily life, I'm a slightly dishonest entrepreneur, currently unemployed, so I took the week off and I'm happy to compete this weekend. So why I play a little bit off colored decks is I usually just play what I like, and then I hope I can do well with it next. It's for most people it's the other way around. They try to find a good deck, and then, well, yeah, I just start with what do I like and then hope to do well. And I enjoy playing ally, so that's why I usually play ally team decks. So my advice to people would generally be don't be bad. And I don't know, it's hard to give advice because my advice would be just test a lot, but I don't test that much, so it would be weird coming from me. But it's just like I scroll through the index, try the gimmicky cards, like the off-color cards, and it might not work, but it might give you some ideas for other decks. So it feels pretty great to represent the EU because, well, I am from the EU, so it's always good to represent your home turf. I could have chosen the Gauntlet spot from SCA or NA Nationals too, but I decided to go with the EU one. Well, I played against Philip from the UK a bit. He helped me out. I tried to test more via webcam, but every deck I played, I liked and then started to dislike. So I actually still need to do some testing this afternoon. Winning the World Championship would be great, but that's like, honestly, this question, like nobody's gonna say no, it would suck to be the world champion, right? So obviously it would be great. When I was a kid, I always wanted to be like the best at playing card games. So if I can achieve that at my old age still, that'd be pretty cool. So if I win, it's actually gonna be the garden. The garden is a mess because I bought a really old house. So if I win, I'm gonna probably renovate that first, but I saved enough for the kitchen, so yeah, the garden. I'll go with the garden. I don't want a champion to be like the next prize card if I win, or like the CPR. I want the ordinary GOAT card, but that's not gonna happen. So my favorite champions are Lorraine and Sylvie because I had a lot of success with Sylvie, so I'll probably go with Sylvie because there's already a Lorraine. No. So is there anyone I wish doesn't make it to Worlds from the Gauntlet? I think EMP is playing Worlds, right? So no, then I'm fine with anyone except the Wind Luxems. They can. What's the proper word to use? Oh, let's say the Wind Luxems. Do I want to avoid anyone? Probably the head judge, but that's about it.
Oh my goodness, Henky is quite a character in the community. Cam, how do you take all that in?
It's so hard not to root for Henky, right? He is such a character, really.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah. I don't know what else you could say.
He's a really honest guy too, which I like. We saw that a little bit at the end of Henky's interview. He hates Luxem, and so he's trying to not mince words, but he is really not looking forward to seeing any of these Luxem players. Not only some personal bias, but I think probably a pretty bad matchup for him as well.
Yeah, an Allies player hating Luxem, crazy. But yeah, we did hear also, but I mean, honestly, two very earnest interviews in different directions from Joe Facha and from Henky the Goat. Joe Facha, of course, being our North American national champion, Henky being the EU national champion. This makes this a very, very exciting first matchup for the day. And likewise, as Joe Facha is on the deck that he qualified on, which is Water Genbu, it's going to be fascinating to see, like we were setting up, whether or not Henky is able to kind of get there with that Brackish Ludus tech.
Yeah, and I think it's so important to mention, of course, Joe Facha, our national champion, and he sort of popularized, I think, the idea that Genbu can play at this high level with, him winning the North American Championship. So we are ready to go down to our Swiss round one for Grand Archive Worlds 2025. Looks like Joe Facha is going to start us off playing that Genbu, Dan.
Yep, here we're going to see, it looks like maybe a very classic start. Going to go with an imbued Fractal of Rain, imbuing two Lost in Thoughts, which is always a great thing. Oh, look how good. Joe Facha has probably one of the best starts that you can see right now, depending on what this Idle Thoughts shows him. And I don't hate it. There is at least a Primordial Ritual float in there. Is that a Refracting Missile? Is that the first card?
Yeah, it looks like Refracting Missiles as well. So a couple of cards that he can put on top here to mill with his Fractal Rain, get that float train rolling, start building that float advantage before maybe a Brackish Ludus can get stuck on the board.
Not just the Fractal of Rain, but the Genbu as well, with the Idle Thoughts being able to spend the Floating Memory, which allows him to play the Guoja level 1 for free, put the Genbu into play, and then the Genbu and the Fractal of Rain, if he sets it up correctly, will be able to mill two floats off of his deck, setting Joe Facha up for a ton of advantage in the early game. Henki the Goat, of course, going with the Spirit of Wind, and the question is there a Brackish Ludist in that hand? That is the question of the hour.
I think I see it, Dan.
If he has it, there, he's
Two Ludists.
This is true GOAT strategy. Look at this, bringing in the Brackish Ludist right now after the perfects and the Shang Chang imbued as well. I mean, Cam, you said the strategy for everybody. Henki's strategy, play allies and attack.
And he's doing that well, especially with these threats that Joe Faccia does have to deal with. Brackish Ludus, of course, keeping absolute control over any of that floating memory that would go to Joe Faccia's graveyard. And the Shang Chang is no joke either. She is pretty hard to shift, especially with this Genbu deck that is looking to stick Frostworn Paladins, Tidestone Bovines. They're going to have a really hard time dealing with that Shang Chang.
They are. And we've seen actually from both players, just interestingly, 2 imbue effects. And imbue is a fun keyword in the game where if you notice they were revealing the cards face up as they paid the cost, which allows you to, you give a little information to your opponent and you have to build your deck specifically and have the right hand, but it gets you more powerful effects when you do play these cards. And we have Joe Faccia just considering what to materialize now. Obviously, that Brackish Ludist putting him in a bit of a tight spot because he was set up to mill a lot of float, and now that will just cause those cards to be banished. So here we see a very heads-up play going, okay, I'm going to play Backup Charger now instead. And the reason he's doing this is the activation of Backup Charger will let him draw into memory, so he can maybe more selectively try and adjust the way he set up the top of the deck here so that he doesn't lose quite everything that he wanted to.
But we do already see that Brackish Ludus coming in pretty huge here for Henki. The Refracting Missiles is milled off the Fractal of Rain and immediately sent to banish from that Brackish Ludus effect. And that is exactly what Henki wants in this matchup that is going to be pretty difficult for him to, stifle all of the tools that the Genbu deck has. But it's a good start, and we're going to see another Fractal of Rain, more cards getting added to the graveyard.
Wow.
But that is, again, pretty tough until this Brackish Ludus is removed.
Joe Faccia having the play you want, of course, is Frostworn Paladin. Frostworn Paladin banishing that Idle Thoughts to draw a card and make it a 3/4 with Intercept would have been perfect for being able to take the Ludist off of the board. Of course, Henki would be following up with another Brackish Ludist, which Joe Faccia is unaware of. So even without that, Henki is really in a very commanding position even at this early game, just finding the exact tech card that he was clever enough to slot in the main board for today's event.
Yeah, we'll see if Joe Faccia, I believe, does not have a copy of Refracting Missiles. That's what else he's looking for. He does have those 2 Fractal of Rains, which can make that an effective answer for this Brackish Ludus. But yeah, like you said, no answers here. Just going to see 3 damage come across from Henki. We'll see if Henki wants to deploy another ally here. He does have quite a few that he has access to.
Now, I think interestingly, though, I thought we saw a Refracting Missile in the top 4 from the Idle Thoughts, right? So that Backup Charger might have been specifically to draw that Refracting Missile into hand, which was likely set up as the next card in the deck based on how the mill would work out. But now we see that second Brackish Ludus come down in addition to this Viridian Protective Trinket. The Viridian Protective Trinket is going to make it so if Joe Faccia even wants to play a Refracting Missile or something else on Henki's turn, it's going to cost 2 more. All Water Element cards will. Joe Faccia instead having to take probably the least ideal game possible for Genbu, not even leveling to Guoja on turn 3.
Yeah, he's just feeling so stifled here by Henki. He grabs a Tariff Ring to sort of alleviate any amount of pressure that he can, but he really needs to find a way to unlock himself from this board, and he can't. He draws a Polar Depths for turn, and he's going to go ahead and put that down, which again will make some pretty big Refracting Missiles, but it looks like his hand is pretty anemic here, Dan.
Yeah, really just not a lot of action. You need in this deck usually to find some of your allies to start playing the game, whether it's Tidestone Bovine or Frostworn Paladin. You want to be able to get some sort of threat down that starts building your board presence, but also just adding damage to the opponent so that eventually that Genbu can find the finisher.
Yeah, this game is looking firmly to be in Henki's control, and again, it's all due to that Brackish Ludus. Imagine this game, Dan. If those Brackish Ludus weren't in play, there's not a whole lot of pressure from Henki. He is just really stopping Joe Faccia from being able to play the game.
He truly is, with a Censor of Restful Peace as well, causing all cards in graveyards to lose all abilities. Henki is building the tallest wall he possibly can against Joe Faccia's deck, trying to make sure, no, Genbu is not going to win against me. Any floating memory gets banished. Even if it goes there, then it ends up losing abilities.
Yeah, he came prepared, and he said when he sat down and built this deck, I will not lose this Genbu matchup, and we are really seeing that come to fruition in this first game.
Yeah, we see, of course, as Henki is doing this, attack, attack, attack. Look at this, Jofacha, reluctant to go to Guoja level 1 to just end up banishing cards instead of milling them,
right.
But has now just at a 15 life spirit that's already taken 11 damage from Henki's relentless attacks.
Yeah, I mean, you sort of have to force the issue. It doesn't feel comfortable. It's not what you want to do. It's not the way that this deck was built to play, but not a whole lot of options here for Jofacha. Has so many of those powerful water tools in hand, cards like Lost in Thought, that he can leverage his floating memory to get some advantage, but without floating memory, there's not a whole lot he can do.
Jofacha is to the point where even materializing Tariff Ring caused Henki to simply not kill him this turn, but still took a ton of damage as Henki just put down his entire hand to attack with his 3 units instead. And this is this is a point where the Fracture Eyes is coming down from Jofacha as well, just trying to deal with that sensor, take it off the board, doing whatever he can, but is, of course, giving Henki a reservable Fractal in exchange, which now gives Henki even more board presence. But those sensors, those Ludus are still in play, banishing the Tidestone Bovine, which unfortunately just gained floating memory when Jofacha chose to finally level to Guoja level 1.
And the worst part is that was the sort of card that he was looking for. You said this a couple turns ago. He needs to find those allies to be able to contend with this board, and he sees the only one that he's seen all game get put into his banish zone from that Brackish Ludus.
There's a Primordial Ritual in hand, which you need an ally to play, and of course you want allies, 2 Primordials in hand as well. Jofacha has kind of drawn all of the cards you would much rather be milling in this game, and now is milling the cards you would much rather be drawing.
Yeah, sometimes that's the issue with the Genbu deck. You play so many cards that you want to send to your graveyard, and sometimes those are the ones that you end up getting for your draw step. And we'll see if Henki can close the door. We're going to see a level 1 Lorraine, Wandering Warrior, coming to play, grab a Hwaji of Heaven's Rise, and we know, Dan, there is a Sunsa waiting in Henki's hand.
Yeah, that Sunsa and Hwaji turn is going to make the amount of damage Henki can deal this turn absolutely incredible. Yeah, Jofacha scoops it up. There is nothing that can be done against the Sunsa attacking with the Hwaji, then the Shang-Chang attacking with the Hwaji, and then Lorraine attacking with the Hwaji, plus the Brackish Ludus. It was a domineering performance from Henki the Goat, completely fueled by that double Brackish Ludus opening.
Absolutely brutal showing from Henki here. Just really leveraging those very powerful, some would say sideboard cards that he is playing in his main deck in the form of Brackish Ludus. And I think that's really what he's looking to do in this matchup. And again, you know, I said this at the beginning of game 1, how different it would be if he didn't have exactly that card. It's not like the rest of his hand was particularly powerful. It was just Brackish Ludus really put in so much work there from stopping Jofacha from playing the game.
It was incredible looking at how good Jofacha's first turn was. I mean, it was everything you can ask for. An imbued Fractal of Rain, an Idle Thoughts finding 2 floating memory. You're ready to go. You're ready to get to Guoja, get out Genbu, have all that value, and it's shut down by that single Brackish Ludus, a card that a lot of people have, frankly, glossed over at this point, are not realizing how powerful it is in that opening hand, and to the point where Henki won that game before our normal round timer even would have started. It is a 70-minute round instead of 60 minutes, and in the first 10 minutes, Henki already wrapped up game 1.
And we'll see if Jofacha can find a bit of a recalibration here. He does have some pretty powerful sideboard tools to come in this matchup. Does have 3 copies of Nascent Blast, a great way to deal with some of these pesky allies, especially Brackish Ludus. It does do 3 damage, and that would deal with that 1/3 Brackish Ludus. Also 2 copies of Revitalizing Cleanse to sort of stem the bleeding, keep his life total high so that he can take the game late, which is what he wants to do. And then the 1 copy of Unbroken Mustang to deal with maybe that Sensor of Restful Peace.
Yeah, there's no doubt that the Unbroken Mustang is coming in. Even the cleanses are something that I think might be really essential, because Henki is going to be putting pressure on. If Henki doesn't find the Ludus, there's just going to be allies coming in and attacking. Now, the Nascent Blast, I want to talk about that, Cam, because I think from Jofacha's side, that's one of the most heads-up cards you can have against Henki the Goat. Not only is that going to be a way to deal with Brackish Ludus, but it is a norm element damage source. And as we know, Shang-Chang, when she's imbued, she can only only take damage from norm element sources. And I think that's really, really clever of Joe Faccia to be able to bring in this match.
Yeah, I think you're exactly right, Dan. That is probably maybe exactly why it is this card that Joe Faccia has chosen as his sort of ally hate in the sideboard. And again, maybe contending that this matchup, knowing that Henke was going to be in this tournament, of course, both of these players qualified champions of their own region, maybe knowing that there was going to be some allies, maybe in the hands of the GOAT himself, that you might need some sideboard tech for.
It is never a terrible idea to prepare to face the GOAT in an event. He is a ubiquitous figure, and it is, like I said, he was thinking about a different deck, but we all know what he likes to do, right? And I'd say this is the most likely deck he was going to land on, and probably the one you don't want him to play the most just due to his experience and success with it.
Yeah, I think it's always great. We want players to choose the best deck for the format, give themselves the best chance to win. But it just doesn't feel right if Henke's not playing Allies.
Well, if he plays Slimes.
Sure.
But Allies is probably the stronger pick for today, as we saw no players taking Slimes into the World Championship Swiss rounds, although I did hear one player was considering it.
Ooh.
But
Okay.
didn't, unfortunately.
Yeah.
So we're going to be going in, as players are shuffling it up, we're going into game 2 of this round with Henke the GOAT up 1 game, and the question is going to be, is that Brackish Ludist going to show up in that first hand again?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what you can do if you're Joe Faccia. Of course, we do have those sideboard options, but you said it so cleanly, Dan. He had like the best possible start he could ask for. It's not like Joe Faccia opened a bad hand. He had a terrific start, and then just that Brackish Ludist shut the whole game plan down. So Joe Faccia hoping to open just as good, but maybe there's nothing he can do about it.
Yeah, we'll see. It might come down entirely to one player finding Ludus, the other player not finding Nascent Blast.
Right, of course.
If that's how the game goes, then that's how the game goes, unfortunately. And you can see Joe Faccia in great spirits. Joe Faccia is such a nice guy to talk to. I had the pleasure of getting to interview him as well at North American Nationals, and he is such a wonderful kind of just jovial guy to talk to. So both of these players, really great personalities, and even though it was a destructive kind of game for them, I think they're in good spirits, having fun. They're on the world stage. They've both already made it regardless of what happens here.
Yeah, Joe Faccia is a great ambassador for North America, and I think it's really important to let people know that until he won the North American Championship, he didn't have these, prestigious finishes like somebody like Henke has, and so Joe Faccia, really deserves to be here. He's worked really hard for it.
Yeah, absolutely. We see the opener for Joe Faccia here as well, Spirit of Water coming down, and Joe Faccia just choosing to pass, doing nothing. So we don't see that nice Fractal Rain Idle Thought start. And looking at his hand, we see a little bit of the reactionary cards here instead. We're seeing things like Cerulean Decree. I think I might have seen an Idle Thoughts there as well. Looking at Henke's hand, though, this is obviously the important part. We see the Brackish Ludus.
There it is, Dan.
Oh, no.
A little gasp here in the booth as we see that Brackish Ludus. He kept it at the far right of his hand, and of course he's now pulled it to the front. He is ready to play that Ludus, but he has to know deck lists are open, Dan. He has to know Joe Faccia is packing those Nascent Blasts in the sideboard, so maybe Henke is a little bit gun-shy about putting this Brackish Ludus on the board into a potential blast.
We see a Refracting Missile, but obviously no Fractals to make it do real damage. Henke's going to start out with the Brackish Ludus. Might be doing the exact same thing here. Brackish Ludus into an imbued Shang Chang might be just the best way to get a resilient and destructive board into play, and he can start dealing the damage and might just do a complete repeat performance, honestly.
If it ain't broke. It worked out for him game 1, and it looks like he's really thinking about it, but he does have to think about a potential Cerulean Decree, and I think that's why Henke is taking some time here.
Absolutely, and this is, of course, why he played the Brackish Ludus first. You want to get that down while you still have cards in hand, and now the question is Henke interested in potentially trading his ally for Joe Faccia's Cerulean Decree? Getting it out of the hand isn't the worst position in the world when Henke really wants to be dropping his entire hand every turn to be able to put the kind of pressure needed to take Genbu out.
And it looks like he chooses not to, and we're going to pass back over to Joe Faccia, going to grab that backup charger. Something we've seen so many times.
Digging for a Nascent Blast right now, I think, ideally, or just anything to be able to commit something to board, get the Refracting Missile online. If he's got the Fracturize in hand, he does have the Fracturize in hand. So Joe Faccia is going to consider a play now where Fracturizing this Power Cell is going to give him one Fractal, and then he's just one Fractal short of being able to Refracting Missile the Brackish Ludus. The problem right now is that the Fracturize is going to get banished from the Brackish Ludus when it gets played.
Yeah, there's so few answers that Joe Faccia has to this brackish Ludist, and so as you said, he has to sort of cobble together what he can, and maybe that is his best shot. He can sort of use that refracting missiles and then maybe the 1-2 punch on an unbroken Mustang, but that does not feel good, Dan.
No, and there's an interesting line that Joe Faccia has to think about here, where Joe Faccia did finally find an ally with a Seaside Ringleader in hand, but it's just a 2-2 when it's in play. And the problem is Henke did keep 4 cards up, and Henke's deck runs 4 copies of Deflecting Edge. Deflecting Edge, the card that's going to prevent 3 attack damage to that brackish Ludist, basically making it so it is very, very difficult to kill if Joe Faccia's trying to use an ally strategy to take it out, to the point where Joe Faccia just says, I'm just going to pass the turn. There's no point in dropping the Seaside Ringleader only to have it only deal 2 damage, possibly even get Deflecting Edged when it tries to swing into the Ludus. Henke goes for, again, a repeat performance with the Viridian Protective Trinket coming down to make Joe Faccia's life much harder on his turn, and goes for the Imbued Shang Chang. Joe Faccia pulling cards out, maybe potentially even thinking about spending the now 5 required due to the Protective Trinket to Cerulean Decree this and at least force cards out of Henke's hand to perhaps make an opening with no sword in play. Deflecting Edge does cost reserve to play, and if Joe Faccia can use Cerulean Decree as a way of simply taxing Henke's turnout while not losing any cards due to that Imbue effect to draw a card into memory as well, exactly what we're seeing, then this might create an opening for Joe Faccia to play allies to the board and attack the brackish Ludist.
Yeah, it does also give him the out for this title lock on his own turn if Henke is left with only a few cards in hand to stop something like a potential Deflecting Edge, like you said. So
exactly.
Really heads-up play from Joe Faccia. Going to get a little bit of value out of this Cerulean Decree. It does replace itself, and so after that, it looks like
we see Joe Faccia also potentially preparing a Portentous Tengu as a way just to continue to draw cards with these last 3 cards in hand as well. Yep, so Henke does pay the 2, leaving Henke with just 2 cards in hand. That means that, again, like you said, Cam, it's exactly right. Deflecting Edge does cost 1, so Henke can still play it, but Joe Faccia will potentially be able to then negate the Deflecting Edge if he needs to make sure that brackish Ludus dies. We did not see the Tengu, even though he pulled to the front. Actually, Joe Faccia going for the Terrafring instead, opting to play a more defensive playstyle again, knowing that he's not going to Gwoja anytime soon, so that 15 health pool from the Spirit of Water, 15 life is going to leave him very vulnerable to Henke's aggro, and he needs to take every opportunity to make sure he stems Henke's aggression as he tries to get the Ludus off the board so he can start to actually play the game.
And it's so difficult here. No clean answers. We see that Unbroken Mustang pulled to the front. Does have a pretty juicy target here in Viridian Protective Trinket. So he's thinking about that, but just a 1-2 is Unbroken Mustang, and so it won't be enough to get that brackish Ludus off the board by itself. So if he does deploy this Unbroken Mustang and also a Seaside, he can theoretically deal with this Ludus, but again, as you mentioned, Dan, really worried about a Deflecting Edge if he does put his hand down.
Yeah, these players have to consider so many potential lines of interaction, which is one of the wonderful points of Grand Archive. There are so many things that you can do to interact with your opponent, from cards in the material deck to cards in the main deck, and players have to consider every possible line, making these players who are playing this weekend some of the most skilled and effective players, and certainly the ones to watch if you're new to the game and looking to up your gameplay. Now we're going to see a critical card from this deck in the Tidestone Bovine that's going to help Joe Faccia set up the cards to perhaps make that title lock cheaper as well, as long as they're not floating memory here. And we see 2 non-floating memory cards in Seaside Ringleader and Revitalizing Cleanse, which now set Joe Faccia up for the title lock.
Yeah, I think that's exactly right.
This is the perfect line.
We're going to see the Seaside come in for the 2 points of damage. No Deflecting Edge, but he would be insulated. So smart to be able to use that Tidestone to turn on his title lock. Just huge heads-up play from Joe Faccia. And he finally is, for now, unlocked. His graveyard is free, and we'll see if Henke allows him to have that turn or just grabs a sensor and says, do it all over again.
At least we know that Joe Faccia is holding the answer to the sensor as well. So Joe Faccia has managed to play out of the position this game. There is the sensor of Restful Peace again. Now cards in graveyards are going to lose abilities, which includes the ability Floating Memory that Joe Faccia is really desperately hoping to get, as well as that ability on the Seaside Ringleader currently in his graveyard as well. So it's certainly a must-answer card, and Henke is just doing the thing of presenting a must-answer card every single turn of the game so far, really putting the onus on Joe Faccia to find the way out of the game as he simply plays allies with 2 power and attacks.
Yeah, and now that Henke has sort of gotten Jofacha to spend a lot of his resources dealing with this Brackish Lotus, he is able to play as many threats as he wants and even, play a threat and pay through this Terrafring to keep that pressure on. And so it looks like we are going to see a level up here from Jofacha, shuffling up their memory. Looks like they're going to choose to go to Goja level 1. Do need to get that Genbu off and rolling.
Yeah, the last thing you want to do in this deck is usually have to spend memory to level 1, but you have to do it when your opponent forces you to like this, and at least we did lose a Lost in Thought, which is one of the cards that you're okay spending, milling and spending to level up with, so it's not the end of the world. Goja's effect, of course, to put in the Fabled Sapphire Fatestone, as well as show, right now he's just showing Henke what changed in his material deck. Henke did get to see the entire material deck in the last turn, of course, has open deck lists as well, so kind of knew everything. Jofacha then going for the mill. At least these aren't being banished now, but the key is the Censor of Restful Peace that has to be answered. We do know Jofacha has the Unstable Mustang, so this thing is not long for this world because that will unlock Jofacha's ability to really start to play the game, but it is going to basically make Jofacha's turn a little more on rails here.
Yeah, I mean, Jofacha is always given this checklist by Henke. Here are the things you have to deal with. And usually the things that you have to deal with aren't the pressure that Henke has on the board. So Jofacha has to spend his turn, play an Unbroken Mustang, deal with the Censor, just to be able to play the game. But all the while, Henke is deploying more threats, putting more pressure on the board, and really starting to add up those damage counters.
We're still debating. I mean, Jofacha is a high-level player here, and while a lot of players would immediately just drop the Mustang, there is some thought, because the Mustang will and can be dropped at any point to kind of enable your graveyard abilities. Is it the right point? Do we want to do it right now, or can we just build something up and try and answer other threats and then answer the Censor when we need it more? That is an interesting question of the day. But it looks like we're going to decide to play the Mustang, and now it could actually target either one, honestly, depending on what Jofacha thinks he needs to do in the next turn. I think the Censor is still the most likely play, but again, like we said, Henke just has a threat every single turn that Jofacha needs to deal with. We're going to start with the Censor to unlock the deck. Hopefully that gives Jofacha the ability to do things like level to Goja level 2 next turn, now using that floating memory, because that health pool is going to be absolutely required. Importantly, Jofacha's deck does not run Goja level 3, and this is a match where you might actually be wishing he had the extra life pool and recovery that Goja level 3 provides.
I think that extra life is going to be massive. We see Lorraine Wandering Warrior yet again grabbing that Huaji, and due to an imbue on Shang Chang earlier in the game, we know that there is once again a Sun Tzu in Henke's hand, and we see it come down here, and this is the same thing that we saw last time. The Huaji of Heaven's Rise can be attacked with unique warrior allies. Both Shang Chang and Sun Tzu are unique warrior allies, and so a lot of damage can come through here, especially with that Viridian Protective Trinket stopping Jofacha from playing any amount of interaction.
Yeah, this is the key interaction here. The Huaji being able to use this, creating a 3 damage attack here, is going to create another 2 damage attack here, as well as, excuse me, a 3 damage attack. This is a 4 damage attack, so we're +1. Excuse me. Yeah. Oh man, I got all my math wrong here. It's so crazy when you get this play out. 4 damage here, 3 damage here, then 2 damage here, because Sun Tzu is +1ing this due to his ability as well. So there is just a massive swing of damage coming in, as well as the 2 damage from the Shimmercloak Assassin. Jofacha just has a lot of damage to take this turn, and Henke is already trying to put the pressure on and close the game as soon as possible.
There is something that we do have to realize, is that Jofacha, under the Viridian, is holding a Song of Frost that he can use the alternate activation cost on, banishing this Fracturize, and then also getting to play it for free because he doesn't have to worry about that Viridian Protective Trinket.
Skips the Viridian Protective Trinket entirely, which is going to help prevent the damage that he needs to prevent right now to end up not losing the game this turn. It did end up leaving Huaji in play, though, and I think there's something really important to note about this, is that meant that there is still a durability sitting on Huaji, and we saw, I believe, a second Sun Tzu in Henke's hand, didn't we? Man. So there's a very, very big potential in this game now to see that Sun Tzu swing in the next turn, and then a new Sun Tzu get played. Now, due to the fact that they're unique allies, one of them will have to be sacrificed. But that's no problem. You get that on enter from Sun Tzu to get the +1 durability back on the Huaji, and now you get to attack again with Sun Tzu and Shang Chang for more massive damage.
Yeah, once again, Henke's disruption is proving to be a real problem for Jofacha. Just even starting to get his game plan rolling, it's been so hard for him to get his wheels off the ground. We're going to see Looks like a level up here just for a little bit of extra life and probably an extra card off of this Goja level 2 ability, just trying to find any sort of answers, and he does pick up a Nascent Blast.
A nice pickup for Joe Facha, something that's going to actually allow him to remove the biggest damage source on the board if he wants to get the Shang Chang out of here, and it's going to give him just a little bit more room to try and maneuver, because if at any point Joe Facha can flip the Fabled Sapphire Fatestone into Genbu, then suddenly Henki's game becomes a lot harder.
Yeah, looks like we are checking some text on Sunsa here. Unfortunately, Sunsa, pretty big, does have too much life to be dealt with that Nascent Blast. But I think you're right, Dan. I think Nascent Blast probably has to be pointed at the Shang Chang here if that is the plan that Joe Facha goes for. He does have a lot of interaction here, and a lot of it is locked behind that Viridian Protective Trinket, so maybe he will value playing that second Mustang, dealing with that Protective Trinket. Really, really tough decisions here for Joe Facha.
I want to point out something really important in Grand Archive, and that's how much your hand size matters in this game, because your hand size is going to dictate kind of how many plays you can make. Now, Joe Facha's sitting on the second Unstable Mustang, but the cost of playing Unstable Mustang and another thing is just going to be simply too high, because Joe Facha had to lose 2 cards leveling to 1 and 2 this game. And by losing those cards, it set Joe Facha back so much farther on the potential influence he has on the game this turn, and that is going to be massively in Henki's favor.
Yeah, again, just so many things that he has to answer, and he doesn't have the tools, he doesn't have the amount of cards in hand to do everything that he wants to. If Joe Facha could activate all of these cards for free, he'd be in a great spot, but it's really, as you said, that sort of limiter in Grand Archive for the amount of cards that he can activate is really putting a damper on his plans.
Yeah, what a tough position, too. Like, look at how devastating all these allies are to deal with. This has 4 life. This can only be hurt by norm element cards. This one has stealth. It's just so difficult to deal with everything on the board because everything has some element of it that makes it difficult for Joe Facha to get through. And that's really Henki's plan here, is put resilient, difficult to deal with allies that punch for a lot of damage on the board and make him your problem.
Looks like Joe Facha has a difficult to deal with ally of his own. Looks like he pulled a Frosthorn to the front of his hand.
We do have a Frosthorn Paladin coming down, one of the strongest, or I believe I went on a hill yesterday and said the strongest ally in the game. I'm not sure. I was talking to Kel then, Cam, but do you agree? Strongest ally in the game, or am I crazy?
It's at least in the top 3. And I think a very good argument for being the best. But, man, I'm really impressed by what Sunsa is doing in this game, Dan.
Yeah, Sunsa is a pretty wild ally as well. Just pushed so much damage onto Guoja and is putting Joe Facha into such a corner right now, to the point where, yeah, we were looking at Frosthorn Paladin, but now maybe not. We're looking at the Nascent Blast. It looks like Joe Facha has finally made a decision going for the Nascent Blast here. Henki being very patient, knowing that he's put his opponent into a difficult spot, and that Nascent Blast coming in, an effective sideboard card from Joe Facha, and maybe in a different world where there wasn't a Brackish Ludist on turn 1, maybe Joe Facha would be in a better place with it right now, but instead then goes for the Frosthorn Paladin with no floating memory, just a raw 2/3 on board, and it looks like just passing turn and hoping to intercept with it instead.
Yeah, you can see how tough of a position Joe Facha's been put in. You never want to play that Frosthorn Paladin just as a vanilla 2/3, but he has to. He's under so much pressure. He needs some way to deal with at least one of these threats. He does have the potential to retaliate against this Shimmercloak Assassin should it come across towards Joe Facha. And that's he's hoping that is enough to stem the bleeding. 1 damage coming in from Sunsa. Oh, looks like he's going to use the Hwaji.
Using the last Hwaji, okay.
Deal with that.
Okay, and yeah, probably using the second Sunsa to eventually put durability onto the Sword of Seeking, which Henki just materialized as well. So he still has weapons in play. Remember, well, now the allies cannot use the Sword of Seeking. Lorraine sure can, and she's swinging for 2 with that as well, which is what put the damage onto, continues to put the damage onto getting rid of the Interceptor, as well as punching into Guoja's champion as well.
And again, the allies don't stop coming. Another ally here in Lurking Assailant going to be played by Henki, putting just more pressure onto that Guoja. And it looks like Quicksilver Grail is going to be what Joe Facha opts for this turn. What do you think is under that Quicksilver Grail there, Dan?
We already, let's see, we don't have a Tariff Ring. We could, boy, I'm not actually even sure what is a good play here. Safeguard Amulet doesn't even seem very useful. Henki has no ways of actually dealing non-combat damage that I can think of. Smoke Bombs isn't doing a lot here. I don't know, Cam. Do you have a good idea?
I'm not sure. I was hoping that you would.
You're hoping I could answer that for you? No, I don't quite have. I don't quite have the answer here. We still have Jofacha sitting on that second Unbroken Mustang, getting ready to go ahead and potentially deal with that Viridian Protective Trinket at some point, because it's really making it difficult as Jofacha continues to draw cards like Cerulean Decree and Tidal Lock to be able to play enough things on Henki's turn to interact.
I think it looks like Jofacha has just had enough here. The unrelenting assault of Henki the Goat has maybe just been enough to get the job done. Not enough tools for Jofacha to get out of this board lock.
Yeah, very, very unfortunate, but it looks like that appears to be a concession. Or are we just are the players just getting ready? No, that's picking things up.
Being picked up.
That is a concession from Jofacha, having taken just too much damage from Henki, knowing there's no way to get out of this at this point. Henki winning both games handily due to the Brackish Ludus, so that is 2-0 in Henki the Goat's favor.
Really living up to his namesake, the Goat. He sat down and had a really, really impressive showing against, what many people have said is the best deck in the room.
Yeah, and we've seen this several times this weekend, Cam. It's not just in the World Championships here, but yesterday in the Gauntlet, we saw some Genbu impressive performances, but we also saw some absolute trounces.
Yeah.
There's a lot of this deck, and I believe Jofacha actually said this in his interview back at Nationals, but there's a part of this deck that is simply a little bit of gambling. And you're hoping to hit the jackpot. You're hoping to hit the good mills. When everything goes right with the Genbu deck, you have so much influence. You have so much power. You feel absolutely unstoppable when things go your way and when your mill is hitting Floating Memory and all the water cards and you find the Polar Depths. But that's not always how it goes.
Sometimes it doesn't go that way. There's so many cards that you're playing in your deck just to be put into your graveyard. And again, when that graveyard strategy is shut off by something like Censor, Brackish Ludus, it becomes really hard for you to sort of use any of these tools that are meant to be used in conjunction with your game plan as sort of their inefficient sides. Stuff like Primordial Ritual we saw trapped in the hand. Lost in Thought, a card category 2 on the ban list.
Yeah.
So powerful that it is considered to be banned from Grand Archive, and you just can't leverage it if you don't have access to that floating memory in your graveyard.
Yeah, it's the kind of deck where it can have these incredible runs and it can absolutely dominate you, but what Henki is doing is something very smart, which is coming in with effectively an anti-meta deck that does nothing but the simplest strategy in Grand Archive. Play things and attack with them. Play allies, attack. Play allies, attack. Play a weapon, attack. And in addition to allies and other cards in your material deck as well, like the Censor, like the Viridian Protective Trinket, it is just problem after problem that he introduces, while his simple strategy of just attacking is kind of unbothered by having to spend materialized phases putting those out, or just having the stun type effects on these allies that are going to stop the most popular decks in the game from really playing. Well, you just continue to attack.
Yeah, there's so many powerful things to do in Grand Archive. You have your Genbu deck, you flip your Genbu, you play a Resonating Fugue, you attack for 40. And Henki's not looking to do that. He's looking to attack 2 at a time, the way that we did back in the Prelude days.
The old
2/3s
days.
being your best way to deal damage. And it's all because of these sort of hateful pieces that he's playing. There's so many cards in this deck, not only for Genbu, but for other decks to sort of shut down the way that they want to play the game. We talked about Yonshao, Brackish Ludus, even Dream Fairies, in Eternal Magistrates. He's playing so many cards that are just pointed to a certain strategy that says, I'm not going to let you play the way that you want to, and all the while, like you said, I'm going to peck away at you for 2 damage, 1 damage, 2 damage, and it really adds up.
And looking at the rest of his deck too, I'm sure later on today we're going to see more of these at play. Things like Zhang Zhao, which is a card that Henki pioneered a little bit in non-fractal decks as simply an ally that recovers 4. When it enters, which is a lot even against, like, if Henki goes against the Fire Lorraine deck. That's a card that could absolutely come up and be very critical. And things like Aeson Protector, being able to return cards like that to hand, create against a wide variety of decks, these board states where you are able to just take full control against whatever the opponent is doing, and all you're doing to do that is putting allies into play.
Yeah, I think it's pretty crazy to look at a deck like this and you look at it sort of in a vacuum, and yes, it looks like 40, 50 allies in a deck, these 3-cost 2/3s. But there's so many different strategies that you can take with this list that don't necessarily, I think, feel at the forefront. It's a few different ways that you can leverage cards like Ace and Protector to play a more value-oriented game plan. You can leverage cards like Sun Tzu to have a really explosive finish in the early game. And so it's really, Henke's familiarity with this strategy that shines through, I think.
And one of the important things to understand about Grand Archive in particular as a TCG, it's this idea that your allies can attack whatever you want when you play them.
Yeah.
So allies are not necessarily just an aggressive game plan, although Henke's deck is prepared to be aggressive. It's got the Gildas lines, it's got the rallied advances. It wants to push damage in when that's relevant, and we'll see that, I'm sure, if he goes against Fractal decks later on in the tournament. But in addition, you can simply attack allies with it as well. Keep control of your opponent with these allies as well. They're not just aggressive pieces, but they're control pieces at the same time, giving Henke's deck just an incredible, unprecedented amount of flexibility in the way that it deals with the game.
Yeah, I think you're exactly right. Flexible, versatile, and that is not something that you normally think of with Wind Allies. We've seen so many builds of Wind Allies that are so damage-oriented.
Yeah.
And they're playing maximum copies of cards like Second Wind and Rallied Advance to really just focus on pushing damage. And even we have one other Wind Allies player in our tournament is a little bit closer to that, a little bit more aggressive, a little bit less of these tech choices that Henke seems to be playing. But it looks like, the strategy that Henke has found the most success with is that sort of dismantling of your opponent and finding the ways to find the holes in their armor.
Yeah, and given what our metagame looks like, again, the 8 Genbu, the 8 Fractals, the 10 Assassins, I think a lot of players will be watching these ally strategies, these Lorraine decks, to see how they perform as the tournament goes on. Players interested not only in seeing if players experienced and powerful players like Jofacha can get there with what's considered the best deck in the room, but also interested in seeing if these underdog-style players or these fan favorites like Henke are able to get there with their slightly more off-meta strategies.
Yeah, I think there's something to be said about the target being on your back. That when you're playing a deck like Genbu, everybody is preparing for you. They know there's Genbu in this tournament. I need a plan for Genbu. I'm going to put 4 Brackish Ludus into my main deck. And that does, even if you're playing the best deck, and one of the best players, of course, our North American national champion. He's no slouch, right? But if that target is put on your back, it becomes way harder to win these games when everybody is prepared for you specifically.
Yeah, that is truly the power of tech cards. And again, you mentioned this earlier, Cam, but with such a small event and all these known players were able to make predictions. Henke's predictions it's not out of nowhere. He didn't roll a die and just decide to add in Brackish Ludus because that's what he rolled. He looked at the results. He looked at the gauntlet. He looked at the players in the event and what they're known to bring. He did the math. I've seen from TCG as well a list of all the decks they expected to see tomorrow, and I'm going to tell you, it aligns pretty well with what ended up showing up because a lot of these players are sticking with the decks that they knew well. All your RE players, all your Arasana players sticking on that deck as well. And so players are able to make these really pointed decisions and be like, well, Genbu is going to be a hard matchup, and I'm probably going to see it a lot tomorrow. I'm putting Brackish Ludus in the main.
Yeah, we can't stop saying it. These are the best players in the world. This is the highest possible stage for competitive Grand Archive. And so they're pulling out all the stops. They know exactly what they need to bring to win this tournament to give themselves the best chance to become the next world champion.
And it's not that Jofacha didn't do that either. We look at those Unbroken Mustangs in the game that were doing an incredible amount of work just under so much pressure that they weren't able to fully kind of turn the game around. But Unbroken Mustang, exactly the card you want to have when you're in your main board, when your opponent is potentially playing cards like Nullifying Lantern, Censor of Restful Peace, and Viridian Protective Trinket. We also see Jofacha making some interesting choices as well, keeping an Expel the Departed in the main board and having 2 Expel the Departed in the sideboard. I think still respecting the fact that Fractals still might show up. And Fractals and Genbu, as we talked about earlier, it's tough to say at this point. It's based maybe on tech, which deck is going to be a little more powerful. We also see Jofacha making an interesting choice that we didn't get to see at all here, again, due to that massive pressure, but the 3 stratagem of Myriad Ice in the main. I've seen every variant of this Genbu deck, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 0 stratagems in the deck. And Jofacha leaning on that 3, really aiming for, I need to close the game. I can't draw. I need those decisive wins. So it's going to be very interesting to see, even though taking a loss on this first round, where Joe Faccia ends up going from here, because it's certainly not all out. Top 8's within both players' grasp.
Yeah, both of these players certainly still in the tournament, and we will be running 8 rounds of Swiss today before we cut to our top 8 of Worlds. So it is a long tournament. It's going to be a long day, and these players do really have to bring their best, but it is, to make that top 8 spot, which is just so very coveted.
Yeah, and there are enough decks here too. One thing I'm really looking forward to now that we finished that round, going into the future rounds here, we're going to see potentially these TCG main deck and Dragawill Fractal players coming into play, seeing how their matchups perform, but also the return of Luxem. If you guys love seeing those slice and dice lines, like we love doing the math on the slice and dice, that's all coming up here as well. It is definitely not a sort of one deck format. It's a fairly diverse format divided into a few different categories, which has made tagging these decks even more difficult. But let's hear shortly here, right now, from the GOAT himself about his ally deck and his performance.
Welcome back. I am joined here by the round 1 winner of the World's Swiss stage, Henki the GOAT, the European Nationals champion. Henki, how are you feeling after winning your first round against another national champion, Joe Faccia?
I'm feeling pretty good. This is about the best start you can wish for, so I'm happy I got to play this and win the way it went, and I didn't have to have a really hard match round 1. No, I'm pretty good. I'm feeling pretty good.
Yeah, there's definitely some rough matchups. So you're playing the Wind Allies Hua Ji Lorraine. So obviously, Astra matchup would be a little tougher on that side if there's any Luxem players or anything. But you actually got the matchup that you are most teched for in your deck. You actually went up against the Water Guoja Genbu here. So let's talk a little bit about your deck list. There's a lot of really cool tech things. The first one I want to talk about is you are playing 4 Brackish Ludus in the main. That has to be the most oppressive card against this deck, right?
Yeah, like Brackish Ludus is insane against Genbu. The thing is with ally decks, you don't have enough allies usually, so you end up with some filler allies. So you can just take them out and put some tech cards in, like the Brackish Ludus against Genbu, the Crown General against Sadi. Otherwise it's just a random 2-3 ally. So now you can deck some good allies, and what you saw, it really helped. I drew 2. I was like, I'm gonna play one. I'm gonna imbue the second one and show him like, you're cooked, my friend.
That's wild. Yeah, so you play one, then you imbue the Shang-Chang, right?
Yeah,
You just reveal another one, you go, good luck, man, dealing with this. Yeah, so for those of you guys at home who do not know, with the Ludist on board, it actually denies the Genbu of the quest counters, right? Because if a card were to go into the graveyard with floating memory, the replacement effect moves it directly to banishment, so they don't even get the quest counter. Yeah, so on top of no floating, it's like now you don't even get quest counters, and that's a crazy tech you got.
We actually forgot about that. We put the quest counter on, but it's still early.
But even with the quest counters, completely forgot the mechanic, still absolutely obliterated your opponent in that round. Right? I mean, we saw him concede 2 rounds. There was so much on the board that didn't give him the chance to play the game, right? Yuan Shao, like you were saying, for Crown Generals, fantastic against units like Sadie. It does stop the unique allies because it requires them to have Pride 2. So speaking of that, you're also playing another card that I feel like we don't really ever see in this game. You're playing the Mandate of Honor.
Yeah.
So tell me a little bit about that.
Because, well, I keep losing against the Assassin decks. Because they just sit there with like 10 cards in their hand and laugh at me. So I was like, how am I going to get this matchup to be like a little bit better? And I tested Mandate of Honor a little bit. And it's decent, I think. Well, I'm hoping... I need to test a little bit more, so I probably get a chance to do that today. But it should help me a little bit. And like the Wind Assassin matchup is still terrible, but I'm just hoping I can, like, if I play 3 or 4, I can beat 1. That's like my goal, just to be able to beat 1. That's why I put in some tech cards like Mandate of Honor.
Yeah, it's definitely a neat one. Even at NA Nationals, we saw, I believe it was Sir Eek Longtard was playing Mandate of Honor as Water Allies Lorraine. He's playing it with Sadie, so he could use it to protect the Mandate, just bring it back over and over. It's kind of a neat tech. Yeah. I was curious if you were thinking about maybe adopting that.
Originally, I was playing Fire Allies. I was going to play Fire Allies. And then you have Arthur's, Red Hair, so Syndicate, so you had a lot of unique allies. So that's why I played the Mandate, because it's almost always live. In Wind Allies, you play a little less unique allies, but it's still live enough at the time.
Yeah, definitely. So something we've seen a lot of your decks, right? You've played a lot of Wind Allies, whether it's at different nationals, playing it in Southeast Asia, playing it in Europe, now playing it here at the World Swiss stage. you always change the ratios, right? Depending on number of allies, number of attack cards. We've seen you play up to 53 allies. Today, I believe you're playing 51.
Yeah.
You're playing 4 attack cards and 5 cards of interaction. Tell me about why those ratios. So I saw the 4 deflecting edge, and that was the biggest standout to me, probably for the assassin decks, right?
Yeah. So I just like non-ally cards. I just want to play what's necessary, and everything that's not necessary, I'm just not gonna play. Like I put in reclaims first, but they don't do anything. Like if you open a window reclaim, sure, but after that, if I level to 1, I can't even use the float anymore. So I felt like the 2 rallied advances are really good because they can be game closes, and I felt I needed the 4 deflecting edges to keep my stuff alive and also not die to all the assassin attack cards, what's called slice and dice. And the last card I put in was the Veiling Breezes because I want to stay at level like Spirit, but you sometimes just die. I mean, you need to have something to not die. And once you level to 1, I never have the influence to play 2 allies anymore. So it's good to have something to just keep you alive. And I took out Stiflings because Stiflings are only really good against Fractals to deny the Zhangjiao. I didn't expect any Fractals, there are any, but I feel like none of the non-ally cards are necessary except some that actually keep you alive.
Yeah, that makes sense. So I have one more question for you before we kind of move on here. But in your sideboard, I saw a lot of like very specific matchup cards, right? You have 4 ofs for the Staggering Strike, for the Unbroken Mustang, and I believe for Blanche as well. So is that for Tristan, Art of War, and maybe Blanche?
Well,
for the Fractals?
I didn't expect anybody to play Art of War because you have to be kind of not to play wind allies at this event. But the thing is, I don't need that many side cards because going into this event, you know pretty much it's going to be Gambu, maybe Fractals, Wind Assassin. You know the decks. There's not going to be that many outliers. So I didn't actually have that many cards aside. I could put in some Regalias and change them, but I didn't feel like they were all too necessary. So I just decided like 4 Staggering Strikes against Tristans, 8 cards against Arizona, and then some random stuff.
Yeah, that's fantastic. So again, that was Henky the Goat, winner of the round 1 Swiss here. So Henky, I actually have something a little special for you.
Oh, really?
We're actually going to live react to a DTR spoiler here that they're going to give us. So
okay.
Let's get right into that. Are you excited?
Poisonous Apple.
So this is a 0-cost Regalia item, Cleric Artifact. Norm, on enter, choose a player. That player gains control of Poisonous Apple. Whenever a card with floating memory is banished from your graveyard, deal 2 unpreventable damage to your champion. How do you feel about this card?
That's pretty neat. That's like stratagem. Does it banish in instances of 1? Does it like if you banish 6, it does 12 damage?
Yeah, it would. Whenever you banish a card with floating memory, it should apply for each instance.
This is neat.
So Lost in Thought, I guess, doesn't need to get banned anymore.
It still needs to get banned, but this helps. It's a nice card.
I really like thematic art too.
I like the art, yeah.
Yeah.
The art I've seen so far is so neat.
Yeah, this whole Underworld concept looks great.
And I saw a bunch of draw cards, so I can't wait to cook with that.
Yeah, there's going to be a big thing. So, knowing we've seen this spoiler, we saw the design notes. Do you think maybe you're going to be moving away from the Lorraine allies, maybe possibly picking up a CL here and there?
I tried to move away from Lorraine for this event so much, but I couldn't get anything. So now, when this event's done, we're gonna start cooking. So maybe the cards look interesting. So who knows?
Yeah, I can't wait to see what you cook. I mean, you are the GOAT for a reason. You brought some fantastic things at Seattle. We saw you with the Dawn of Ashes allies. That was a fantastic deck that people have wanted for a long time, and nobody was able to make it work, right? But we got there. And you did fantastic at the event. Just a little shy, but seeing you here at the world stage gives me lots of confidence in your future deck building. So thank you so much for joining me here. Again, guys, this is the round 1 Swiss winner, Henky the Goat, and we'll be back shortly with round 2 after a quick break.
American Championship. So we are ready to go down to our Swiss round 1 for Grand Archive Worlds 2025. And we'll see if Henky can close the door. We're going to see a level 1 Lorraine Wandering Warrior coming to play, grab a Huaji of Heaven's Rise, and we know, Dan, there is a Sun Tzu waiting in Henky's hand.
Yeah, that Sansa and Hwaji turn is going to make the amount of damage Henki can deal this turn absolutely incredible. Yeah, Joe Facha scoops it up. There is nothing that can be done against the Sansa attacking with the Hwaji, then the Shang Chang attacking with the Hwaji.
Oh.
That was rough.
I know, dude. Oh, I was like, ooh, ooh.
Yep.
Attempt to kill the brackish lives. Any response?
Nope.
We'll kill the brackish lives. I'll pass. Go for it.
I know this is a heavy think turn, but I am going to ask you to take a game action.
That's fine. I'm going to just gamble on this then. We're just going to kill this.
Yep.
Yep.
That works.
Boy, I'm not actually even sure what is a good play here. Safeguard Amulet doesn't even seem very useful. Henki has no ways of actually dealing non-combat damage that I can think of. Smoke Bombs isn't doing a lot here. I don't know, Cam. Do you have a good idea?
I'm not sure. I was hoping that you would.
You're hoping I could answer that for you? No, I don't quite have. I don't quite have the answer here.
Nah, you got it. GG, man.
GG.
welcome to Day 0, the Gauntlet, the last chance qualifier here for the Grand Archive 2025 World Championship. We're here joined by all the players, as you can see, they're playing here for the Gauntlet. This is their last opportunity to make it into Worlds. We'll be sneaking back over there. So as you can see here, we have the players for the Gauntlet. This is the last chance qualifiers here. So up to 32 players, 28 here attending. 16 of them will make it to the World Championship. So after 8 rounds of a grueling Swiss, it's going to be determined by which players make it to the top 16. They will qualify for the Worlds and meet the other previously qualified 16 players and join them for Grand Archive's 2025 World Championship. So there are things a little bit different about going Gauntlet into Worlds and then into the top 8 here. You're able to switch decks. So between the Gauntlet, you're able to change decks between Gauntlet and the World Swiss stage. You're also able to change between World Swiss stage and top 8. However, there is also a format change once we start with World Swiss stage. Now the format change is that instead of 60-minute rounds with a 5-minute overtime or 3 additional turns, it will be 70 minutes instead. So there's a little bit of a time extension there, which is intended to basically have less chance of a draw. As you know, going into the World Swiss stage, draws are worth 0 points, whereas normally they're worth 1 point. So before, we had 4 nationals, depending on what region you were in: North America, Southeast Asia, Oceania, and Europe. Now, each of these regions had specific amounts of slots that got you a guaranteed qualified Worlds position. Now, to get into the Gauntlet, you just missed those qualified Worlds positions, but you were the rankings underneath those. So in Europe, there were 2 spots that went to a qualified Worlds player and 4 spots that went to two Gauntlet players. In North America, there were 6 spots that went to qualified Worlds players and 12 spots that went to the Gauntlet. And then both in Oceania and in Southeast Asia, there were 4 players who made it qualified to Worlds and 8 players from each region who would have made it to the Gauntlet. Now, looking at the Gauntlet stage, the World Swiss stage, and potentially the top 8, I do think that the meta will shift between all of these. There are certain types of decks that are very, very good in a Swiss field. Open decks, you're playing against all the different types of things. You don't necessarily have a specific matchup. You know you're playing against a certain player. So for example, if I was playing against Cabin, I would maybe expect like allies, or I would expect him to be on what's considered BDIF, the best deck in format. However, when it comes to the Swiss stage, a lot of the time you're going to find these players playing what they think can get themselves at least 4 wins, right? We talked about the Gauntlet being an 8-round event. To qualify to the World Swiss stage, you only have to get the top 16. You don't have to win the event. So some players very well may decide to build a deck and play a deck, knowing they can cheese out some really strong wins against specific types of decks, but not so much against others. It's not about going 8-0. It's about making it into Worlds for these players. So when you guys get the chance to see this later on, you'll already know who's made it, who's qualified through the Gauntlet into the World Swiss stage. But man, I'm really excited to see some of these really unique rogue decks. I really hope we could see the Exia Jin make it. So hopefully tomorrow's going to be really, really interesting because, man, these Swiss matches can go really, really crazy sometimes.
Welcome back to the Grand Archive World Championship 2025. Back in the booth, I'm Cam, here with Dan. We are ready for our round 2, but before we get to that, Dan, we have some exciting stuff that we have just not talked about at all. For you that have been at home watching the stream, we did get our Distorted Reflections design notes this morning. We got to see the new Diana, the new CL Guardian Champion. Really exciting stuff. We even got, some extra spoilers as well. Dan, how are you feeling about the new cards?
Oh, man, Cam. I mean, well, the excitement of the Swiss stage today is on the forefront of my mind. Cam, there's something that special with DTR that you and I have had a little bit of access to is sort of these casting players who are unable to play in some of these first events. We had a little bit of early access to these starters, so we have a pretty fun perspective, actually, on everything that was revealed. A lot of the players in the game got their first introduction today to CL and Diana. These players are going to start to learn some of the things that we've got to experience by playing these starter decks ahead of time. And I really can't wait to talk about our experiences playing CL and Diana.
Yeah, it's been so hard with knowing that nobody else knows, and we can't talk about the new champions, and they're so exciting. I feel like I say this every time, and I'm like, the new champions are the most exciting champions that I've ever seen, but it feels like every time there's new champions, they feel so fresh and so new. I think especially very close to my own heart is Astra, and I think the new Diana is so so fun to play. So many different things that you can do. Manipulation of your deck is like one of my favorite things ever. So
yeah, let's talk about that a little bit, okay? Because when we started playing, I played both decks right away, and I thought, man, this Diana deck is way more fun. That's why I thought initially. That changed over time. But I want to hear about what really got you into the Diana deck. What kind of play patterns were you doing that you engaged in, and what made you love it so much?
I think the Aether Calling mechanic is just so cool. I've obviously been playing Ari for a long time, and Star Calling is a super awesome ability, and I love the way that we do it in Arisana. But it like sometimes does feel really bad when you see a bunch of really cool cards that you want to play, and you have to send most of them to the bottom. You only get to play your one Star Calling card. And so it feels like not only are the glimpse numbers in Diana really big, you get to see lots of cards and manipulate a lot of things, really set up your like future turns. It really gives you that seeing the future vibe that Astra is going for. But the fact that Aether Calling allows you to not only use that Aether Calling ability, but also still get to manipulate those top cards of your deck, I think is so fun.
For me, it was the combination of that. It was getting to do those gigantic attacks because, like you said, the difference between Star Calling and Aether Calling is that Aether Calling happens regardless of the result of the glimpse, basically. You get to Aether Call any number of your Aether Calling cards onto your Aether Wing, but then you still get to resolve the rest of that glimpse, which is sometimes doing a Star Calling as well. When you find that Astrocyte, sometimes you go, I will charge this, and then I will still Star Calling this Astrocyte, glimpse another, draw a card. And like we saw yesterday in the Gauntlet, sometimes you go glimpse into glimpse into glimpse into glimpse when you find multiple Astrocytes there. And it was the way that built up these gigantic attacks where it felt like Diana is the first starter deck, the first water starter deck that is actually like the kind of aggressive deck and not the control deck of the two. The one that just every turn I'll shoot you. It was just, I found that to be really, really fun to play, especially as those numbers built up.
Yeah, I think one of the coolest parts that we've really seen fleshed out in the more recent designs for Grand Archive is the sort of identity that these characters have, right? And so this is the first time that we're getting a full new champion line for an existing character. This is the second time that we're seeing Diana. She already has one full champion line and in a different advanced element. And so I think it's really cool where when you guys get to sit down and play Diana, hopefully, if you're at the World Championship this weekend, you will get the opportunity to do that. Or, of course, when it comes out in about a month, you can really feel the Diana portion of it. She does still feel like Diana. She is still that ranger who's using her weapon, and most of your game plan is revolved around shooting your weapon, and it feels sort of like a gun or a bow or anything that you're familiar with if you're a ranger player. But then also, she brings that Astra flavor. If you are an Astra player, you'll get that sort of skill set in a new light with reference to Diana, which I think is so cool.
Yeah. And as I said, as I started playing, though, I shifted a little bit. And I was like, wait a second. I'm kind of getting into the CL thing. And what I think players are going to love about CL, I think there's two elements to CL that will really stand out. Obviously, from the crowd reaction, Diana was kind of like the fan favorite.
A little bigger.
She's got the splashier effects, right? She's got this I'm going to glimpse a million. I'm going to meteoric volley. I'm going to deal 30 damage. Whereas CL was maybe a little more understated, but I think the competitive players in the audience, I think their brains were ticking a little bit, because as you look at the CL line, you see this kind of you see not only this like class fantasy of a guardian who just wants to sit there and hold the fort, but will eventually attrition you out through those damage pings on CL Mirage's grave, level 3. But also just a lot of these like value-oriented lines from the CL level 2, allowing you to draw, discard and draw into memory multiple times, setting up floating memory, digging deeper into your deck, or getting rid of cards that you want to then turn into omens later on. To its ability to like replay omens in different ways, the armoire swapping omens so that you can get access to. I was telling multiple people about this. Someone went up to me and said, CL looks really cool, but I really want to play Wind Guardian. Do you think it's going to be good? And I said, have you ever thought about playing a Sablier Guard as a 4/4, because you have 3 omens with different costs. You attack for 4, you rallied advance, which is a Guardian class bonus.
True.
To wake up the Sablier Guard, attack again, end of turn, omen the rallied advance, next turn, armoire, swap the rallied advance back into hand, attack with Sablier Guard again, rallied advance again. Then they were like, whoa!
Right.
Like, yeah, I think competitive players will really find some of these powerful lines, this toolbox effect that you get with CL. It looks really, really cool and exciting to see competitive builds for.
Yeah, I think it's really awesome to see Guardian getting more support. Not that we don't love Tony. We love Tony, of course. But I think when Guardian was introduced in way back in ALC, feels like a decade
Forever ago.
it was a little bit more simplistic. And there are some Neo strategies now that have a lot of working pieces, turning gears, making automatons, making domains. But it feels like CL at his core is a little bit more mechanically dense, and so it allows those Guardian players that do, have that Guardian power fantasy, like you said, that also want to do some more intricate plays that you might find in other classes. He does have access to that, especially once you unlock his very powerful Umbra cards, which I think is super cool.
Yeah, and I love with CL2 that the Servile Possessions Mastery.
Yeah.
Just giving you bigger damage on your attacks for nothing. You basically have to do nothing except play to what you already want to do, which is Banishing Omens. And you get to that late game, one of the issues in Grand Archive, we talked about, not issues, but one of the things you're thinking about in Grand Archive a lot is your influence and your ability to kind of react to the opponent. And we get in these situations like we saw in the last game where players keep cards up and then that causes the opponent to have to play slower, and then you're always just trying to play reactively and not commit too much to the board. We saw Henke just put down allies and attack, and then you can do whatever else you want with your influence. I love that CL can just put down a sword, and in the late game with 5 omens, it's +3 to all the attacks and draws into memory every single time that he attacks with the sword. And so all you can do is you put down any sword and just go, I'm going to start my turn by attacking you for 5 or 7 or something, and you still have your whole hand. Your whole hand of things to do, and the opponent already is in a position where that's a lot of damage. I have to react to that. And I think it gives CL a really nice advantage in the late game of being able to kind of do whatever he wants while still pushing that end game.
Yeah, really good at dictating the pace of the game.
Yeah, but that's not to undercut Diana, who has the ability to just deal 30 damage out of nowhere. What's the biggest, Cam? What's the biggest shot you got with Diana? Do you remember?
Probably not very big, but I remember you shooting me for.
Okay.
I think it was 26. I think I got hit for 26. You glimpsed for 27 with the water Aether Wing. Pretty casual. Just you load up your Aether Wing again with 27 cards is pretty big.
Yeah. And I think those numbers sound scary, but of course the big thing about the 2 decks is that I think Diana is the more interactable deck. Right? There are cards that will kind of ruin your day a little bit, and you have to play very carefully, again, holding back that reserve, and that's why she has access to cards like Poised Occlusion.
Yeah.
That's a card where my favorite thing was when Tyler and Silidar were talking about that. Once in Love said,
that's okay.
That card's fine. Something like that, right? I think really underselling the power of a card that is a 2 reserve cost, negate anything. Now, it goes to memory. It doesn't go away entirely, but it says, this turn, you do not get to do that. And I draw a card. And I'm distant. That is such a powerful piece of interaction for Diana protecting that game plan.
Yeah, and I think that's going to be the name of the game, and it has been for Diana for a while. I mean, she does really struggle against interactive dense decks. Song of Frost is her worst friend, she doesn't want anyone to play any of these combat ending effects against her. But she, I think, has struggled, Diana, of course, ALC Diana, has struggled with the interaction dense decks, where I think the way that the new Diana plays is a little bit more tempered and a little bit more plotting, and it allows you to use these cards. They've given, powerful tools in her starter deck to play around potential interaction from your opponent.
And there will be a lot of strategies that players learn as they explore the Diana deck as well.
Yeah.
We saw a little bit in the sample game. One of the big things players are going to learn to do pretty quickly is to play in the recollection phase, because all of them with fast activation in mind are all of the Aether Charge cards are ones that can be played at fast speed, played in the recollection phase.
Right.
So players are able to just kind of, again, hold back those resources, make sure they can be responsive, make sure they can interact with the opponent, attempting to interact with them. And when they get to the recollection phase, do really incredible things like level up to Diana 3 and now suddenly play a bunch of Aether Charges from hand, glimpse Aether Calling, build up a giant attack, and the opponent has to be considering how much damage is going to come in the next turn and playing conservatively. Otherwise, Diana, we found these games will just go, oh, you didn't prepare enough for me? You just lose.
Right. Yeah, I think it's, and Siladar said it himself, it's really cool that they're turning Diana and Ranger as a class in DTR specifically into sort of the spell slinger archetype, which is something that you typically see in Mage and Cleric, and they're bringing that sort of feel to Diana, so it makes her feel a little bit different. And again, yeah, it means a lot of fast speed interaction and a lot of careful planning and sequencing is going to be really important, which I think is cool.
Yeah, and these starter decks, I mean, these are going to be fun for players to explore this weekend, obviously, and everyone's going to start brewing up deck ideas, I'm sure, and looking at what cards in the current card pool or ones they're going to want to include. But we did see also in this design note speech, we saw some other card designs that Cam, I believe I didn't see these until today.
Right,
I had
me
no
neither,
idea.
yeah.
Okay, so you didn't know about the Exalted Element, did you?
Dude. Yeah, dude. I completely just blocked that out of my memory because, of course, we're here to work and here to bring you the World Championship. But, man, I'm so excited. When they showed Sovereign Sanctuary, the art, they showed it on X a few weeks ago, I was so excited. I love the theme of DTR, and I really love, Alice as a character. And assumingly, this is Alice in the art. We don't have any confirmation. That is not from the top.
We don't know.
Don't listen to me.
We don't know.
But seeing not only this cool new, not really an advanced element, sort of like Norm Plus is what it feels like, is once you hit the your advanced element for your champion, you have access to these new Exalted cards, which can be played in any deck, but only once you have unlocked that advanced element. I think are super interesting, and of course, I have to mention, Dan, all of the ones that they showed us, all three of them, are Exalted cards, are Cleric cards.
They
on
are.
the type line.
They are.
Have Alice in the art. Means
They
maybe Alice is a Cleric, unique champion. I
Champion.
don't know. I literally don't know anything. Please don't come for me. Don't cancel me.
Someone's wishing quite a bit right
now. I really want that to be true, though. But yeah, I think Exalted is really cool. It's so hard when we see new Grand Archive things. I feel like a broken record, but like every time a new Grand Archive set comes out, I feel like they cannot surprise me. And they're like, well, it's just going to be some advanced elements, and like maybe an old one will come back, and that's cool. But every time they subvert expectations, I was just like completely blown away.
Yeah, Exalted absolutely surprised me, and what I love about this the most is an attempt to answer what I hear quite a bit as a criticism, or at least a wish maybe from players, which is to see a lot more level 3. I mean, players love level 3. That's like across the board. You ask like 95% of players probably will say, yeah, I just want to play level 3 champions, because, I mean, why wouldn't you? They're the most fun. They're the most powerful. They bring their champions to their fullest strength and then bring it to the table and let you do the coolest things in the world. Like, Spirit Blade Ascension is sort of Avarice a million times.
Well.
Ghost of Pendragon. Okay. But I mean, Crux is fine. But the cool thing about these Exalted cards now is powering up advanced element level 3 strategies without picking a single champion to say, actually, you're going to be the level 3 strategy now. These are cards that now anyone can put in their deck if they want to go to level 3 to power up the level 3 strategies in general. And I think that was a fascinating design decision, a way to really just increase the playabilities of level 3s across the board without playing necessarily favorites with particular champions.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I think the coolest part for me about Grand Archive is the level up mechanic and how your champion gets stronger over time, and they eventually reach this final form where they should have this explosion of power. But of course, Grand Archive, I think, in comparison to other games, is very high powered, and there's lots of very powerful things that you can do, even in the early game, of course. And we're going to talk about it this weekend, I'm sure. Cards like Burst Asunder that are not locked behind any sort of advanced element, but are extremely powerful. And even, cards we've seen in the past, cards like Icebound Slam. And so it does make it sometimes hard for these level 3 decks to compete with the extremely high power stuff that you can do in Grand Archive. And I think this is a great way to answer that. I would be remiss if we didn't talk about the Wind Exalted card that they showed, which is something players have been asking for a very long time, especially since Fractals have been a bit of a menace this season. Destroys up to 3 Fantasias, actually gives you a way to deal with these wide Fantasia boards. And I think if they start giving us more pieces of interaction like that for other strategies or other sort of silver bullets, it will give a lot more life to the level 3 archetypes.
Yeah, absolutely. We've said so many times this season, all that we need to deal with fractals is a card that destroys multiple fractals on its own. That is the key. And well, I think just printing destroy 3 fractals without putting the Exalted on it would probably be a little too powerful.
Yeah.
It'll be interesting to see if this is what we need to make sure that maybe the fractals deck can continue to exist, but just has relative checks. And of course, the event this weekend will help us determine whether or not that's essential to the format or not, and I'm just cannot wait to see that. But we're going to head to some player interviews now. We're getting ready for round 2, so check out these interviews.
I'm Perfy. I'm one of the team members for True Champion Gaming. I've been playing Grand Archive for a little bit over a year now. I just started right after Worlds last year, got in during MRC. I've been on Team True for probably about 4 months now. I'm working with Team True Champion, with Cabin, Isaac, Terry, Guruthos. It's crazy. If I was to surmise it, it's very, very humbling. They show me so much experience in such a short period of time. It's crazy. Do I feel pressure to catch up to them? That's a great question because, like, I don't want to be like the person that everyone thinks is just like the outcasts. I want to try and stay within the pack. I want us to do really well. So there is a good amount of pressure, yes. They worked really hard. Like, the team has spent hours and hours and hours just testing and like putting their heart, soul, their tears into it. So the fact that they at least get a shot at it, it's amazing. I love it. How did I prepare for Worlds? Honestly, I never stopped thinking about Grand Archive the whole Nats season. While I was at work, I would sit in front of my computer screen. I should be working, but I'm sitting there thinking about Grand Archive. I would say it's an obsession. Oh, what would winning be? It would be like, think about starting a puzzle in 1995 when I first started playing competitive trading card games and then finally finishing it. Who would I choose for a level 4 champion? I told everyone that I want to finish what Glennie started. I want Merlin, baby. Merlin 4, please. Who would I like to shout out? First of all, my wife. My wife, she supports me. She lets me go to all of these events. She doesn't complain at all. My teammates, Devin, Isaac, Terry, Cabin, all of them have been super supportive. And then like, the community. This is easily the best community I've ever been a part of. I've been in many other trading card games, and this win is so wholesome. Everyone is so kind. It's amazing. I love this community so much.
Hi, my name is Peter On, aka Emp, and I represent SoCal for GA. I've been playing trading card games for most of my life. I kind of started when Yu-Gi-Oh! Released. I was like 7 or 8 years old. Specifically GA, I've only been playing for about a year now. When I go into new games, I care more so about the community than the actual game as a whole. Playing the game in the local scene in SoCal, in like Project TCG and like Core, we built a pretty good friendship with a large core group of players. Some people call me like SoCal Dad because I kind of try to plan out trips for them. So we planned out like road trips to go to NorCal. We've planned out road trips for Vegas. I would say that we're pretty close. We're really willing to share ideas and play test together and loan cards and kind of just feed off each other's energy.
Hi, I'm Perfy. I'm one of the team members for True Champion Gaming. I've been playing Grand Archive for a little bit over a year now.
Hi, my name is Peter On, aka Emp, and I represent SoCal for GA. I've been playing trading card games for most of my life. I kind of started when Yu-Gi-Oh! Released. I was like 7 or 8 years old. Specifically GA, I've only been playing for about a year now. When I go into new games, I care more so about the community than the actual game as a whole. Playing the game in the local scene in SoCal, in like Project TCG and like Core, we built a pretty good friendship with a large core group of players. Some people call me like SoCal Dad because I kind of try to plan out trips for them. So we planned out like road trips to go to NorCal. We've planned out road trips for Vegas. I would say that we're pretty close. We're really willing to share ideas and play test together and loan cards and kind of just feed off each other's energy and just wish for everyone's success within the scene. It's kind of interesting because for most of the time that I played GA, I've had different people always say, oh, like, Peter is such a good player. To me personally, I was like, I don't think I'm that good. I never really had any good showings. But coming to like this last season with Ascent Seattle, I ended up ending day one like top like 3 seed. I ended up barely qualifying for top 8. And from there, I kind of, just failed upwards to the finals. So after that, I was kind of like, wow, like maybe I am as good as what people say I am. You know, it kind of got my name out there. People started recognizing me, and I kind of started feeling better about my play and more confident in the decisions and like my knowledge of the game. So I'm very excited to be here at Worlds. You know, if it weren't for the success of the previous tournaments this year, I would probably be a lot more nervous. But now I realize, you know, we're all kind of in a very similar skill level. So it's just who could play well and who could draw the best, right? Ultimately, most of it was taking a break, theory crafting on our own, and occasionally, if we had an idea, we would call some people who were free, play test it, see if it worked, if it didn't work. My level 4 variant, it would have to be Xander. I felt like in this game, the biggest successes I've ever received was through playing Xander, playing that lineage. So the level 4 variant for Xander would be interesting. And you know, if you play Luxem, you get a lot of cards, so you might actually just level up to 4 for fun. Well, obviously, I would like to shout out my wife. She's been very supportive of my card games. You know, I have done a lot of solo travels this year for the card games, and she's very jealous. But she's very patient and willing to let me go and doesn't give me a hard time most of the time. I want to thank Jet. He is like one of my biggest supporters in the game, and I am also one of his biggest supporters. I want to also thank, you know, SoCal, TM32. I feel like everyone in the community has been very supportive of me and the game in the whole. Like, you know, I would not have gotten here without the support of everyone, so thankful for everyone.
All right, we had two of the nicest players in the game, honestly. It's an incredible community, but so many players have had experiences with both Perfy and Emp, and have nothing but incredible things to say about these two players. We're going to start by looking at Perfy's deck list before we move in to Emp's and then into the game. Perfy is, of course, as we mentioned, playing the Fractal deck, kind of the TCG and main deck swap. And we're going to see if that strategy to swap the decks into the Swiss stage is going to pan out. Now, this is very much a traditional Fractal list, the one that a lot of these players have been qualifying on with just minor changes. And of course, the biggest one is the respect for Genbu coming in with the Censor of Restful Peace in the sideboard. And it's very difficult, of course, to fit sideboard cards in, so you see a few interesting cuts here, like there's only one single copy of Jianyu anywhere in the list. A lot of players like to run a second copy of Jianyu in the sideboard. It's especially effective against the Assassin decks because it's of its ability to shut down things like Incapacitate when you're ready to go for the winning turn. But players in the teams just generally thinking Censor is the thing that is needed a little bit more here. And then Cam, I don't know if you noticed this, but we are the team does love running that one copy of Turbocharge.
Yeah, I know that has been the sort of TCG main deck special towards the end of the season, a bit of a refinement of the Fractals deck to just get a little bit of extra card advantage. Sometimes you do need that extra card or two, especially when you're fighting in these water mirrors that I think we're going to see a lot of this weekend, and we do have a water mirror, not exactly in the way that we expected, but a water mirror nonetheless in this round 2.
Yeah, absolutely. We're not going to quite bury the lead here, but Emp is not on the Luxem deck that he was on, and we'll see if Perfy is ready to show his power against Emp's water assassin list. And looking at what Perfy has access to here, you know, we do have the Song of Frost in the side. Might be something that could be somewhat useful for some of those big damage spike turns, but I think the big things Perfy here is going to be relying on into game 2 and 3. Going to be things like Awakened Deacon to block the damage, and then the Gildises, which came out of the list for a while. But I think the Gildises are back in as a way to respect, again, things like Frostsworn Paladin, something that Emp is definitely running, as well as just generally being able to deal with allies and stop these decks from building larger boards. Well, the Fractal deck is just building up the Fractals to go for the win.
Yeah, I want to also give a huge shout to Wand of Frost, which is in the material deck, which is just a huge tempo play for Fractals. Similar to Song of Frost, allows you to shut down some of those bigger attacks from the Allies deck while also replacing itself, drawing a card using that floating memory. So we'll see if that is enough to get Perfy the edge over Emp, but Emp is playing one of the few single deck lists in our tournament today. He is playing Water Allies Xander. a very old school deck, and we're seeing a lot of, classic sort of cards come into play here. But we also see these newer assassin cards in Halocline Scout and, of course, Drifting Rogue, both being new additions to the deck to generate a little bit of extra prep counter, a little bit of extra pressure. But then, of course, those Drifting Rogues are going to be super integral to unlocking very early slice and dice lines.
Yeah, this is such an interesting deck to take into this tournament. Of course, multiple times we've seen the absolute power of Sadie. Sadie has got to be... Okay, you said maybe Frostborn Paladin is top 3 in the game, Cam. Yeah. I can see an argument for Sadie being in there as well. Sadie, the combination of Sadie at her full power with the Agility 3 and the Frosthorn Paladin in here as well, just going to create a crazy amount of possible pressure, hard to deal with board for Emp, and then the Incapacitates backing everything up. That's really been one of the calling cards of this Assassin deck, along with the Poison Dagger lines. We're going to look at Emp trying to set up some massive damage swings, getting +1s from the Poison Dagger, +1s from the Halocline Scout, and just building this board that's tough to assail. Now, you mentioned Wand of Frost. That's going to be a key card for Perfy, of course, because one of Emp's biggest strategies, Slice and Dice.
Yes,
right?
Of course, and that does shut down Slice and Dice completely if there is not some other way to boost it. We do have access to Mercenary's Blade to make that a little bit harder, but something I want to talk about, Dan, is all about that respect, and respect is what we've been talking about all weekend, and we want to note that in the main material deck of Emp here is Censor of Restful piece, which is meant for, assumingly, the Genbu decks, but the Safeguard Amulet moved to the sideboard is going to make Game 1 very difficult against Fractals.
Yeah, and that is going to be the one thing that I think that TCG is relying on here. Now, we are entering into Game 2 of World's Swiss stage. Perfy from Team True Champion Gaming versus Emp on this iconic Water Xander deck, the only one in the tournament. And we're here to see now if Emp is able and prepared to deal with the return of Fractals.
And maybe we will see the return of water allies. We start off with that Drifting Rogue that we mentioned, going to generate 1 prep counter for Emp, and that's the first of many, I think, Tan.
That is going to be definitely the first of many. Now, Perfy is going to take the second turn here, and we didn't get to see this at all yesterday, so if you were missing these Fractal first turns here, welcome again to the Fractal deck. Perfy looking at his hand, trying to figure out, how many Fractals can I play this turn?
And something we've talked about a lot in the past, but anyone who is new to this Fractal deck, is how many you can establish on the first turn, and that is going to become a lot harder with Dissonant Fractal no longer being in the picture. We see a Fractal of Intrusion, followed up by a Fractal of Snow, and a third in Fractal of Insight. It is still possible, Dan, to get that 3 Fractal start, and it looks pretty good for Perfy.
Yeah, Perfy not really feeling punished by the loss of Dissonant Fractal right now, other than the fact that if we looked at his hand, it is almost entirely Fractals and a Burst Asunder, which is a really excellent hand to have as long as Emp lets his guard down and doesn't have an Incapacitate at some point. The kind of hand where Perfy might be able to string out a ton of damage before Emp is ready for it. And one thing we know about these Water Allies decks, Cam, is they like to stay at low levels, at level 0 for a long time.
Yeah, and not a whole lot of interaction. I think exactly like you said, Dan, he's going to be looking for Incapacitate, some copies of Cerulean Decree. Looks like Incap was the draw for turn, so he does have access to that, and it's all about how much respect he wants to show to Perfy. Again, we mentioned this when we were looking at decks. No Safeguard Amulet, which is the de facto answer to Burst Asunder. So if he does not hold up some interaction, there can be a very fast Burst Asunder here from Perfy.
Yeah, that Safeguard Amulet will certainly come in Game 2 no matter what, but the question will be if the gamble the team made, people not preparing for Fractals are starting to sideboard their Fractal options, will give Perfy that edge to take Game 1 so that he's got more chances to win the match against a deck that honestly can definitely put out the pressure very quickly, as we see Emp starting to do with the Frosthorn Paladin as well as the Drifting Rogue, pushing in damage on Perfy. Now, this is unfortunately not a buffed Frosthorn Paladin. It's just a basic 2/3.
Yeah, a little bit less common is the buffed Frostborn Paladin in a deck like Water Allies. Less access to floating memory, very few copies in the list, mostly just using this for that classic 2/3 stat line and a little bit of intercept if that matters.
Now, one thing you are seeing from Perfy here as well is the Water Resonance Bauble, which is in the main. You see them running both Water and Wind Resonance Bauble in the main. Fire Resonance Bauble, not a consideration. Not too worried about the Fire decks, really worried about Water and Wind this year, and a huge change from Worlds last year, which was dominated by Fire decks.
Yeah, and I think a pretty good choice. I believe we only have 3 Fire decks in our Worlds tournament. We're going to see a Fractal of Insight the second, going to give a little bit of extra information to Perfy, allowing him to glimpse to. Looks like both going to the bottom. Just probably trying to find a little bit of interaction here, maybe a different payload, but something like a Glimmering Refusal is exactly what Perfy is looking for to be able to push through this Burst Asunder.
Yeah, and for people who just haven't seen this deck before, maybe you're newer to the game, or maybe you just forgot what's going on here, but the idea with the Fractal deck is you're putting out Fractals. These are Phantasias that, for the most part, will have the reservable ability, which means even though you're losing it from your hand, you still may rest these in order to help pay for reserve costs. And the whole point of doing this is to build up cards that deal increased damage based on the number of Fractals you have, with the big star of the show being Burst Asunder, which allows you to sacrifice your Fractals to deal 2 damage for each one. And so the name of the game for Perfy is building Fractals up and trying to string together the damage kill. And the name of the game for EMP is to take Perfy out before that happens.
And he is going to look to establish some more pressure. Just 3 ally damage on the board. But as you said last turn, Emp's deck can definitely push out lots and lots of damage. We do see that Slice and Dice in hand. Not ready for it yet, but it can come in pretty soon. A huge card here for Emp is Halocline Scout. On enter, rest target unit, and then other allies you control get +1 power as long as they're attacking rested units. Makes all of your allies way scarier.
Yeah, and a unit, of course, can include your opponent's champion, so look at that. No surprise there, targeting the Spirit of Water. Now, Perfy did keep a huge hand up, only resting his Fractals to play 1 more Fractal this turn, and he is potentially going to try to interact with his opponent, although looking at his hand, again, there were a lot of Fractals and not quite the interaction he was looking for here.
Yeah, it looks like just a couple of copies of Fracturize, I believe. 1 copy of Refracting Missiles as well that he might want to fire off here. This is exactly what you said, Dan. Cards that scale with your number of Fractals. This Refracting Missiles coming in for a staggering 5 damage. And it looks like maybe pointed upstairs at EMP.
I think Perfy is actually already smelling blood here. If we does 5 damage from this, we are already at 8 damage from the total number of Fractals here, plus the 2 from Burst Asunder, so that's already 15. Perfy is 2 Fractals away from winning with a straight Burst Asunder if Emp drops his hand and has nothing to counter with. So that is actually a massive potential heads-up play from Perfy, is like realizing that the damage might exist here. Perfy also likely looking at a backup charger into a Fracturize to set up one of those Fractals and get another card into memory. So Emp is ready for this, says, okay, I don't like the amount of math happening here. I'm going to incapacitate to negate this Refracting Missile and stop the damage, although it does give Perfy still access to that floating memory as it does not banish it.
Yeah, definitely these players are familiar with this matchup. Emp has played against Fractals for sure, and he's doing the math himself and says, I cannot let this Refracting Missile resolve. I'm probably not dead to Burst Asunder this turn, and maybe if I get 1 more wake-up phase, I can push lethal on Perfy.
Yeah, that Refracting Missile was actually quite essential to being able to get that kill, so it looks like no special backup chargers that we're going to be either turbocharging or fracturizing the power cell for are going to be coming out. Instead, we're going to Dao-Chan level 1. Dao-Chan is going to, of course, unlock the Cleric class bonus, which makes the Burst Asunder 2 cheaper, but then importantly gets the Shimmer, those Glimmer counters, and then allows you to rest Dao-Chan to be able to play something from memory, which is one of the ways that Perfy is able to string together surprise damage when he can finally find one of those incredible shimmering refraction cards in the deck as well.
Yeah, hasn't found one yet, but that is definitely what he is looking to pick up. Also, Glimmering Refusal, the negate of choice for the Fractals deck, can also be played for free with this Dao-Chan's level 1 ability. So we'll see what the plan is. Looks like that 1 copy of Zhan Yu is going to come into play. So this names a card, and cards with the chosen name cost 2 + X extra reserve to activate, where X is the amount of Phantasias you control. What do you think is named here, Dan?
I did miss what was named, but I would have to imagine it would be a little greedy to name Incapacitate at this point when you have so much on board that you're worried about. Perfy maybe is trying to protect from some sort of damage. Instead, going for the Gildas. Now look at this expertly rested play where he rested exactly the right cards to get a balanced Gildas, and this is what's so powerful about the Gildas in the Fractal deck, is that you're able to very easily balance Gildas, and then Perfy's able to use that Gildas for board control instead, like we were talking about in the last match, the power of the allies. And we did get word as well that what is named on John Yu is exactly as we expect, Slice and Dice. Perfy does not want to take the kill, and we did see the Slice and Dice was in M's hand.
Yeah, and that will make it virtually impossible to activate. It is currently costing 1, 2, 5, 7 more. Slice and Dice for 9, not nearly as effective. So that is going to lock Emp out of that line, but that doesn't mean that he can't get the job done with these allies. Going to grab a Grand Crusader's Ring for his Materialize and see if he can establish some more pressure. Definitely looking for more copies of Halcyon Scout. Can also use cards like Sadie, we see was the draw step, to apply a little bit of pressure, but safely in a way that Sadie can be picked up before she's eaten by this Gildas.
One of the things that's toughest about Gildas and why it started to pull out of these Fractal decks was because of its vulnerability actually to specifically Sadie. Gildas is an incredible card for clearing a lot of boards. When your opponent is an assassin, Sadie is able to clear it off and get the agility 3, which allows you to pick up everything. We're going to see, I think, exactly that happening here, where the combination of the Drifting Rogue and the Sadie are going to potentially take that Gildas out of here. And now Emp has a turn where he's going to be able to pick everything back up and stay completely reactive to Perfy, giving Perfy no actual quarter to try and find a kill line on the next turn.
And even insult to injury, I believe Emp is holding another copy of Incapacitate, which will shut down any of these big spells that Perfy's going to look to resolve. So a little bit of a tricky situation to be in here for the Fractals player. When the main deck TCG team made this choice, I don't think that they were expecting decks like Water Allies, and this might be a bit of a tough matchup for Perfy.
I'm positive this was not on the list of concerns, and yeah, actually specifically the combination of the Ally deck, the Water interaction, and things like Sadie from Assassin are going to make this one of the toughest matches for these players to come across throughout the event.
But Perfy can certainly do it. He has the skills, and he has the powerful enough deck to get it done. Grabs a backup charger, and we're going to see what he's picked up here. Does pick up another copy of Gildas. Going to be pretty hard to take out that Sadie, and again, like you said, does leave it vulnerable for future Sadie kills, but it might be all he's got going on here. Looks like a Fractal, a Lost in Thought, 2 Fracturize, Gildas, and that Burst Asunder that we've mentioned a couple times.
Yeah, Perfy is really dying to have some amount of control over the game. Emp has unfortunately just pushed so quickly that Perfy hasn't been able to quite pull it together. Now, there are a couple of things in Perfy's mind here, of course. Having this Fractal of Snow is one way to find an out to a potential kill line if Emp is going to rely on dropping another ally to get the final damage. And given that we have John Yu naming Slice and Dice, there are not a ton of non-ally ways for Emp to find to end up closing with the last damage, which is where that Fractal of Snow will come into play. But instead, Perfy is going to Fracturize a Power Cell, trying to simply build Fractals a little bit more, because not only is Perfy thinking about, I need to stay alive, but Perfy is under a ton of pressure to find the kill first.
Yeah, if he can assemble enough Fractals here and can find a piece of interaction of his own, he can maybe force through a Burst Asunder, and as long as he has not lost, that'll be enough to finish the game in one shot. We are going to see this Gildas come down again. Expert Balance Mass from Perfy is going to leave it balanced. We are going to see an attack declared, and it doesn't matter what the target is, a Cerulean Decree imbued to make that Gildas very, very small.
This is exactly why the Water Ally deck in particular is the tougher match for the Fractals. The ability to interact with all of Fractal's outs to the potential ally match, it leaves Fractals with no room to wiggle and ends up just taking a little too much damage. So the Cerulean Decree is going to be key, because now that Gildas basically took up the rest of Perfy's turn and had no real impact on Emp's board.
Yeah, and we'll see if Emp can use this advantage to put enough pressure on Perfy. Just 8 more damage has to be dealt to Dao-Chan, and quite a few on board already. And we know Perfy doesn't have a whole lot to say about it.
That Fractal of Snow is maybe the only thing that he's clinging on to hope for right now, that will get him out of this mess. Having rested all his Fractals, I think Perfy saw that if I don't play these Fractals this turn, then I am going to be in a whole lot of trouble being unable to win the game next turn. So Perfy had to take what I would consider a calculated risk here. But Emp going for the way to deal damage that is completely immune to Fractal of Snow, instead materializing Assassin's Ripper, which is going to give him an opportunity to use that preparation counter that the Drifting Rogue gave him earlier to deal 3 damage with the champion. Fractal of Snow has nothing to say about that. The attacks are coming in, and Emp is going to secure game 1 against Perfy.
Game 1 to the Water Allies Assassin player, and really, similar to that first round, a sort of dismantling of one of these meta strategies with a bit of an off-kilter deck that Emp is playing here. Just exact lethal is so unfortunate. He found exactly the line to get that extra 3 points of damage through that Fractal of Snow. So smart from Emp, and we'll see if Perfy can find a rebuttal. It's going to be a little bit harder now looking at sideboards. We see that, of course, Emp is going to be bringing in that Safeguard Amulet. Maybe some Revitalizing Cleanses.
Cleanse is an interesting choice. I'm not sure it's going to be extremely effective just because when it matters, it takes up so much of Emp's turn, and it is very vulnerable to something like a Glimmering Refusal from Perfy. But certainly that Safeguard Amulet is going to be buying a little bit of room. One thing that's also potentially very effective is Blinding Orb.
Yeah.
You have to think about Blinding Orb not just, we often think of it just as a way to put down cards to make a safe kind of closer, but it is an extremely strong card against the best card in Perfy's deck that he never drew, Zhang Zhao. Zhang Zhao's ability to draw 2 if no cards are in your memory can be entirely disrupted by a Blinding Orb activated in response.
Yeah, absolutely huge. One of the most powerful decks in Fractals is that Zhang Zhao, and a lot of the games with Fractals do come down to how many times you see that card, especially in these grindier matchups. Looking at Perfy's sideboard, as we mentioned, maybe the team not expecting to see so many Allies players. What do you think's coming in?
Well, we have Song of Frost and Gildas and Awakened Deacon. Like we mentioned earlier, Perfy is actually, his sideboard is slightly teched to be able to not necessarily fold to allies a little bit, with those Deacons being able to provide just an interceptor to slow things down a little bit. Captivating Opulence is also not a terrible card in this matchup, as there are a number of activated Regalia that are in Emp's deck, from the Assassin's Ripper to the Poisoned Dagger. There are a number of things that can allow this to perhaps tax Emp just a little bit to slow him down. This game is really going to be on a razor's edge for Perfy no matter what, though, due to Emp's pressure. So any edge that Perfy can get in winning that will be favorable.
Yeah, I think you're right. Maybe that Captivating Opulence can shut down a real amount of the sort of closers is what we're talking about. We saw in that first game that Emp had perfect lethal, and it was a very close game. Otherwise, if Emp wasn't able to get that last point or something and left Perfy at a single point of life, he might have been able to turn that game around. So any amount of space that he can give himself will be absolutely crucial.
Yeah, Perfy maybe just looking for a bit more of a diverse opener against so many Fractals in the opening. This one of the, a lot like the Genbu deck, one of the weaknesses of the Fractal deck is you have kind of 2 sides to the deck, all the Fractals and all the things that do stuff with your Fractals in play. And Perfy really drew a lot of the first part and not a lot of the second one in that game. So maybe Perfy, more so than finding particular sideboard cards, is just looking to have a bit more of a spicier opener to get to play the game a little more against Emp's relentless attacks.
Yeah, Perfy definitely looking for that 3 Fractal start like we saw game 1, but hoping the other 4 cards in his hand aren't also Fractals. Once a good spread, and he will get the chance, is going to be going first. And so we'll see if he can find not only the Fractals that he needs to start his game plan, but also maybe some interaction for the earlier turns against Emp, where Perfy can really take over the game as long as he can get through the first few turns.
One thing that is pretty tough about Perfy going into game 2 here is that having the first turn is actually pretty important when the game is so close like this one. So if Perfy does win this, going into game 3, it still will be Emp's chance to play first if he wishes, which could end up being a climactic finish for game 3 that might end up being in Emp's favor, but we'll have to see as Perfy goes for the Spirit of Water, draws the opening hand, and we are seeing a number of Fractals, and right now you're just seeing the Fractal math occurring in Perfy's head. What is my 3 Fractal line?
But also, we see that very powerful Zhang Zhao in the front of Perfy's hand here. Not going to do anything this turn, but it will definitely be his plan once he can get 3 Fractals on board. Just 2 Fractals of Snow for his first turn, but he should be able to play another one on his next turn and then unlock that very, very powerful unique ally.
I have to point out as well, we did not see any copies from Perfy of Fast Cure, which is a card that very much turns these high-pressure games on their heads, as the Fractal deck is very easily able to lower influence by playing Fractals, making that 4 recovery from Fast Cure an essential part of staying alive, and we're going to start to see that here as Emp drops a Sadie, one of the best allies in his deck and in the game, starting to deal that damage to Perfy, and has the ability to now gain those preparation counters to start to build up to a slice of nice. Perfy is going to have to be very careful with his life total.
Yeah, a few options for Emp as well. I believe a Fracturize and a Conniving Plans in hand, which will add to that preparation counter. I think I see a Korhazi Trapper as well, so a couple of ways to generate preparation counters, and we'll see if Perfy can get his game plan on track. We do see a Fast Cure pulled to the front of his hand, so he does have access to that. And a third Fractal here. Oh, it looks like he's just going to go for the Zhang Zhao. Notably, Zhang Zhao has so much text. She says, depending on the amount of cards in your memory, you do a different effect. So in this case, Perfy has chosen to leave 1 card in his memory to get that recover for...
No,
really...
hang on.
Oh.
Hang on. He actually went for Quicksilver Grail into the Scepter of Fascination. So in response to the on-enter from Zhang Zhao, he's going to spend that card to play the Scepter of Fascination. And now when Zhang Zhao resolves, there are 0 cards in memory. Perfy going for a high-level play to get the 2 draw from the Zhang Zhao, which makes a lot of sense. Holding the Fast Cure right now, he's not necessarily interested in recovering. Wants to just draw cards, get this Gildas on board, which is going to maybe make that Korhazi Trapper kind of essential for Emp as well, because right now that Gildas is going to start threatening Emp, and I think, yeah, we're going straight to the champion. There's no point in attacking the Sadie. Instead, we can actually deal 5 damage. Look how perfect this all lined up, by the way, with the perfectly balanced Gildas again. 3 here, 3 here, due to exactly the way Perfy played that. Brilliant Fractal line that gives Perfy a lot of momentum in this game.
So smart. Perfy's been playing this deck all season. He knows all of the tricks and definitely has found a pretty stable footing in these first couple of turns, something that we didn't see in that first game. We'll see if Emp has a way to sort of take control of the game. We're going to start with a backup charger, cracked, get a power cell, draw a card into memory, and then Emp is really looking to apply some more pressure. Needs to make sure to get these allies off the board. Can't leave them around for Perfy to dismantle his own game plan, but we'll see what he has.
I think there's something really important to note is that Emp is staying on the Spirit of Water right now.
Yeah.
And that is a risky move. Obviously, that means this Gildas has to leave, because if this Gildas remains in play, Burst Asunder is already lethal. So that's going to be leaving. Of course, Emp has the advantage of having Sadie in play. Sadie is going to attack this ultimately if Emp can find another source of 2 damage in order to kill this. But it doesn't matter that you have the class bonus because we're not an assassin yet. So it's really kind of like a suboptimal situation for Emp, who's instead, I think, going to rely on the Snow Fairy to keep that Gildas from dealing him too much damage.
Yeah, it's a good, clean answer that will require Perfy to play one of his spell cards to deal with that Snow Fairy. Doesn't have a great out to stealth, so not, I think, the ideal answer, like you said, but it is a way to answer that Gildas where Emp is a little bit on the back foot. So he does deploy that Snow Fairy, then we're going to pass back over to Perfy and see if he can deploy some more Fractals and maybe find one of those very powerful Refracting Missiles, Shimmering Refractions, or Burst Asunder.
I think if you watched the last game, you would be really surprised to see how this game is flowing right now, where it felt like Emp was in very much the driver's seat of the first game. And in this case, Perfy has had a really excellent turn, and Emp finds himself stumbling just a little bit more to try and establish that board control. And all Perfy wants is for his opponent to stumble a little bit, because Fractals has such a decisive endgame as long as it can make it there.
Yeah, any amount of turns that this game goes forward are ticking the advantage over to Perfy. He does find another copy of Zhang Zhao as well.
Oh, wow.
Not quite, doesn't have the tricks up his sleeve this time. We'll need another Fractal to play that one. But definitely a great pickup, and so many more pieces of interaction. We see a Glimmering Refusal in the hand as well, which is a card he was desperately looking for last game.
Perfy is in a pretty good situation now, though, where all he really has to do is build these Fractals out. By building Fractals out, he's going to lower his influence and get to the point where that Fast Cure is online. That Fast Cure being online, well, here, he's actually ready to do it right now based on M's influence. That Fast Cure will allow Perfy to heal back up to full, recovering 4, and then set that floating up so that he can go to Dao Chan next turn, giving him that life pool, and then giving him that Cleric class bonus, which is going to make that Burst Asunder easier to play, as well as turning on that Scepter of Fascination's ability to be able to play multiple things out of memory.
Yeah, not only that, Dan, we know that he has the Glimmering Refusal, which is one of the cards that he can play with that Dao Chan ability, so it allows him to be a little bit more aggressive in the way that he uses his hand, knowing that he can have interaction from his memory.
Perfy's setup right now is exactly what he is looking for in this game. Now, Emp is considering if there are ways to play cards right now to, I think, to lower influence, where Perfy, it looks like we see Perfy with a total of 6 influence. So to be able to get the recovery from this, Emp needs to be at 7 influence or more. If Emp can get down to 6 influence as well, then the recovery will not occur.
And I think that's what he's thinking about. But it's sometimes a trap to fall into this sort of play pattern where you're playing cards inefficiently to prevent your opponent from playing a fast cure. So he's going to look for some efficient use of his cards that can double as turning off this fast cure.
Yeah, and Emp is at 8 cards, so it would require a 2-card play. He thought about it for a reasonable amount of time, but then ultimately decided that is not worth it, like you're saying, Cam. I think it was a bit of a trap and would have had an additional impact of making the Sadie impossible to return to hand in case Perfy wanted to try and answer that.
So what we're seeing here, it looks like Fastgear was played in response to the Fractal of Intrusion on Enter ability. So we're seeing the memory revealed from Emp and a Korhazi Trapper stripped out of it from the Fractal of Intrusion.
Oh, okay, yeah, that is a better use of that floating memory right now where Perfy is able to use that Fast Cure to recover 4 as well as answer a potential threat that was going to come at Perfy later.
We see a Fracturize activated targeting this power cell. A little bit of a taunt from Emp to see if there's a response. There is. It's going to be one of those spells in Refracting Missiles to deal with that Snow Fairy and unlock Gildas for future damage.
That is an incredible notice here, too, is that it's not just one Refracting Missile that was in Perfy's hand. There is a second Refracting Missile here. Perfy's hand is so much more optimal this game. It is honestly like a totally different deck playing where Perfy is ready to have tons of interaction and tons of lines of dealing damage here with this Gildas that is still difficult for Emp to deal with. Now, it's not going to be too difficult this turn as we're going to the Xander level 1. The class bonus will now be active on Sadie, so Emp is certainly going to take a line to try and attack this Gildas instead. But Cam, you said something earlier that's going to ring very true here. Every turn that Emp is giving Perfy is a turn in Perfy's favor.
And look at this, Dan. We're at 0 damage counters on Perfy's side. More cards in his influence in such a commanding position, so it's really up to Emp to sort of put the pressure on and close the gap before Perfy can run away with the game.
This Gildas is going to be kind of the centerpiece of this turn here, though, because Emp certainly can't leave it in play. Otherwise, Perfy has I think, actually likely several kill lines in the next turn if that Gildas remains in play. So it's going to be essential for Emp to remove, as much as Emp wants to be attacking the champion and making himself the problem in this game, Perfy is clearly the problem to answer.
But you come into this problem where he has to deploy this Drifting Rogue, and he will deal with that Gildas, but that does sort of mean that that's all his turn is going to look like, as he does have to hold up some pieces of interaction. We do see a Cerulean Decree, I believe, in the hand to maybe stifle some of Perfy's aggression. We're going to see that Dao Chan, just like you mentioned, Dan, leveled up to turn on not only the Cleric class bonus of several of the cards in his deck, but also the ability on that Scepter of Fascination.
One of the most difficult things to deal with Dao Chan as well is her ability to interact with you very favorably. So we're going to see Perfy playing that Zhang Zhao, and even if Emp wants to Cerulean Decree this, Perfy can Glimmering it if he wants to. It will cause him to only recover instead of draw, so it is quite effective at actually taxing the Zhang Zhao. One of the best things that Emp can do just to try and prevent the card draw from being further in Perfy's favor. But as the game goes on, Perfy will be able to play cards, deal damage to his opponent, and as long as he continues to put things like Glimmering Refusal into his memory, the Dao Chan will give him all of the influence in the world effectively to be able to interact back onto Emp.
Yes, so many things that Emp does have to deal with. Of course, the Cerulean Decree ended up pretty favorable for him, but again, that means that is his only piece of interaction right now. So if Perfy has something else that he wants to force through, he can. We do see 2 copies of Refracting Missiles, looks like. A copy of Gildas, a Glimmering Refusal, and an Unstable Fractal is the hand from Perfy. He's just going to pass the turn back over to Emp.
Yeah, Emp's math was pretty clean there. The Cerulean Decree leaving up 2 cards in Emp's hand so that Sadie remains protected. Emp is constantly playing, likely even just a little slower than he'd like to protect that Sadie, but the Sadie is such a clean piece that's preventing Perfy from trying to find lines to play the Gildas right now. And we go with Emp using a powerful card in this matchup, Extricating Touch, that will allow Emp to reveal Perfy's either hand or memory. It's up to Emp's choice, so there's a little bit of a mind game right now as Perfy is deciding where to put certain cards to potentially react to this right now. And he's going to go ahead and use this Refracting Missile because he knows that that's the obvious choice for Emp to remove the damage source, dealing 4 damage to Emp and going to try and lower that threshold to close the game as much as possible. This Extricating Touch, depending on what Emp chooses, could be essential to Emp winning the game.
But it is just such a huge tempo swing as well, and this is really what Emp was looking for, is to sort of get the game back under his control. He is currently losing the damage race, but has sort of taken control over the pace of these next couple of turns.
Look at this. Perfy revealing the 3rd Refracting Missile in the memory. Emp did choose memory instead of hand. It's difficult to decide whether your opponent was trying to get you to choose memory or hand, holding back the best card in the Perfy's 1 card left in hand, but goes for the Glimmering Refusal here instead, knowing that I need to be able to play my cards to win. I can't just play to not lose right now.
Yeah, that powerful Dao-Chan ability means that if he did not take that Glimmering Refusal, he would not be able to resolve any of the cards that he activates. And he did really want to activate this Halocline Scout, which is a huge chunk of damage sent over to Perfy. And now Perfy does have a board that he has to contend with, but notably, Emp, hands down, no interaction here other than that Safeguard Amulet that we should be aware of that isn't out to Burst Asunder or any sort of large spell damage from Perfy.
Exactly, and this Wand of Frost, as you mentioned earlier, Cam, this is going to be a key card here. Not only that it's going to help slow down Emp without Perfy having to commit cards to it, but did draw an additional card, and we saw Perfy find another Glimmering Refusal as well as a Fracturize here. Perfy is just dying to find a Burst Asunder to close the game. The combination right now of Refracting Missile and Burst Asunder is plenty to put the game into Perfy's hands, but he doesn't quite have it yet. He's doing a little bit of Gildas math right now, trying to set up that damage here. With 4 damage from Gildas, followed by 4 damage from a Refracting Missile, is still just 2 damage short of winning the game. But I think this Wand of Frost is going to be the thing that can potentially keep Perfy alive for 1 more turn to close it.
And that's all he's looking for. We see Gildas is sent upstairs for damage to Emp, and Perfy's really going to rely on this Wand of Frost to be able to make him survive, as you said, just 1 more turn, and then he should be able to find a line to close the game.
Wand of Frost plus the Glimmering Refusal, which Dao-Chan is going to be able to activate from memory, is a pretty solid wall, especially considering that Emp might need to actually aim these attacks at the Gildas or risks losing just to what Perfy has on board.
Right. We'll see Grand Crusader's Ring is the grab. And in recollection, I believe, of Emp, we're going to see a Fracturize targeting Perfy's Power Cell, give him 1 more Fractal.
The additional Fractal here is pretty strong, giving Perfy the Refracting Missile he has in hand is now actually just going to be putting Xander all the way to just 1 life remaining, which means that even finding something like a Zhang Zhao will close the game. Emp really debating whether or not to do any response to that. The Fracturize resolves, it looks like, I believe. Yeah, Fracturize resolves. We are going to...
It looks like a Recollect and draw. Going to crack that Grand Crusader's Ring, draw 1 additional card. Still this Halocline Scout on board, though Dao-Chan not currently rested, so not getting that extra buff unless he can find another way to either rest Dao-Chan himself or get Perfy to activate that Dao-Chan level 1 ability.
Emp did play a Safeguard Amulet there. I'm not actually positive. Did that Fracturize resolve, Cam?
I believe it did, yes. Did resolve targeting Perfy's Power Cell.
Okay. Oh, I believe we do have a marker here indicating that it is, indicating that it's a fractal. Okay, excellent. It was interesting, though, the Safeguard Amulet did come out, and Perfy chose not to Fracturize the Safeguard Amulet, which is the thing that is maybe going to stop Perfy from taking the win right now.
Yeah, a curious choice, but I think definitely calculated from Perfy. He's maybe looking to end this game by just riding this Gildas all the way. He does have a reasonable job of protecting her right now with that Wand of Frost and that Glimmering Refusal, as you mentioned. We're going to see Wand of Frost cracked, targeting Sadie, going to give her -3 power.
Which is important because the Halocline Scout is currently buffing the damage against rested units, which includes Gildas.
Yeah. That is going to be enough, though. The one from the Drifting Rogue plus one from the Halocline Scout's ability, and then the Halocline Scout itself will take that Gildas off the board. So threats are now looking a little bit sparse for Perfy. Again, still winning that damage race. So many live top decks for Perfy as well. So many cards like Shimmering Refractions that can just be a must-answer threat for Emp here. So we'll see what Perfy opts to do.
Perfy I can't remember if Perfy's used Water Resonance Bobble here, but I think Perfy just dying to find more of those cards right now, because the worst thing that this Fractal deck can do in this late game is just start to top deck Fractals that don't do anything, and Perfy really wants, I think I see Bobble there. Is it something he's considering? No, just putting out his own Safeguard Amulet, trying to respect Emp's other sources of damage, things like, I guess, the Poison Dagger? I'm not actually, wait, that's only going to prevent one.
Looks like a bit of a confusion here. I believe he meant to grab Crystalline Mirror. Looks like Safeguard is the grab. It will prevent at least that one from the Poison Dagger.
But the Poison Dagger is not even in play, so that is a if that was a mistaken grab, then that is a little bit unfortunate for Perfy, because I think that Materialize phase might have been really important, where I'm looking at the list here and there are Freezing Hails, but beyond the Freezing Hails, I'm not seeing anything that this Safeguard Amulet is going to effectively stop.
Yeah, I believe it was maybe a missed grab from Perfy, meant to grab that Crystalline Mirror, and we saw that mentioned. We will see another Fractal here in Fractal of Rain, which unfortunately was the draw step for Perfy, not one of those payloads that he's looking for.
Oh, that is, that's unfortunate. That Materialize phase might be the key to Perfy ending up losing the game here. He's got 13 life remaining. Emp has a pretty sizable board, but Perfy is not, I would say, not likely to lose next turn due to that Glimmering Refusal currently in the memory, which can be activated by Dao-Chan, regardless of Perfy's current influence. So Perfy just saying, okay, you're going to deal as well. Well, actually, here's the Freezing Hail.
Freezing Hail is pretty big here. An old FTC Classic. It's going to deal 2 damage to a target unit. That unit doesn't wake up during its controller's next wake up phase. So if Perfy does choose to use Dao-Chan's ability this turn, it means that she will not wake up the next turn, which can be pretty huge for not only Halocline Scout, but also that Scepter of Fascination. But that Scepter does give him a sort of manual way to get his wake-up phase back if he needs it.
And here's the Assassin's Ripper, again from Emp, a play that Perfy's interaction right now does not deal with. He cannot Glimmering Refusal this Assassin's Ripper, so he can just start attacking right away. The Freezing Hail would have been really nice if it actually rested Dao-Chan, but he puts Perfy in the situation if Perfy wants to activate Dao-Chan, it's going to cause those units to do more damage as well.
Right, and so he cannot risk it here, just going to take the ally damage as it comes, putting him up to 10 damage counters. Do, of course, have the Assassin's Ripper on board. Oh, man. 3 preparation counters. We see some fast movement here. Is there a Slice and Dice?
Kind of putting on Perfy, do you have that Glimmering Refusal? Perfy is forced now, will lose the game if he does not Glimmering Refusal the Slice and Dice.
The Frostbind has 2 Fractals. Emp is a little bit too quick, plays the Frostbind, assuming that it will get the negation, but the 2 Fractals hiding over there from Perfy allows him to pay for the Frostbind, completely stopping the Slice and Dice in its tracks.
If Perfy draws Burst Asunder, it's over.
Ooh,
oh, no, Safeguard Amulet. Em still has Safeguard Amulet. Em still has Safeguard. Okay, I was like, oh my god, it was like so crazy.
And he does draw Burst.
But he drew a Burst. No, the Safeguard. Oh, he can Crystalline the Safeguard. Em pops the Safeguard in response.
Refracting
Missile in response for 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. They're refracting in response for 6.
Huge game to Perfy. Clutched it out there in the end. A tragic misstep from Emp playing that Frostbind, not realizing that it can be paid for. Ends up having Perfy take the game with that refracting missiles. So close there at the end. Both players really thought that they had it, and Perfy comes out on top.
Did you see how fast Perfy was playing with those actions?
Yeah.
Perfy was a turn ahead on every step of that math. The Frostbind didn't even skip a beat. Perfy rested the 2 Fractals, was ready to pay for it, prevented the game from going into Emp's hands, then takes his turn, pops the mirror on the Safeguard with the refracting for 6 in response immediately. The immediacy of everything shows the power level of true champion Perfy.
And you never count Fractals out, Dan. It was looking a little bit dire there for Perfy. Didn't have a whole lot of pressure, was starting to eat too much damage from these allies, and just one hole in the game plan of EMP is all that he needed to find.
It was, wow. Exactly like we said, though, Cam. Down to the wire, down to more than even just a single turn, down to a single, basically, game action, a single point of damage. Everything turns on a dime here for this matchup. We're now going to go into Game 3 of Perfy versus Emp in what might be one of the closest matches. I'm sure we'll see more, but certainly one of the closest matches we'll see all day.
And it's going to be really close here. Something that you mentioned, Dan, is that now Emp, having lost that game, is going to get to go first in that third game, and being on the play in this matchup is so integral.
Yeah, this could be everything because, again, it's not just even a single turn. It's a game action. It's what these players have access to. They're scrapping for every resource they can find in order to win the game. You saw in that very game down to every single influence available to these players that all mattered.
Absolutely. So we'll see who comes out on top. It's been a blistering fast game. Only have taken 30 minutes out of our round clock here. So plenty of time to finish up this game between these two players.
In this game now, well, I think Emp does have an advantage if he's going first. Perfy, there is a slight change to fractals these days with the loss of Dissonant Fractal. As we saw in that last game, that was a 2 fractal start for Perfy.
Right.
But with an 8-card hand going second, it opens the line to slightly more of these 3 fractal starts, where Perfy might be able to at least eke a little advantage out of going second by getting that down and maybe setting those Zhang Zhaos up to drop on turn 2 without having to do the Quicksilver plays that we saw from Perfy.
Yeah, such a versatile card is Zhang Zhao, and really going to be a pretty important here, I think, for Perfy to find. And so not only allowing him to maybe have an easier 3 fractal start, but just seeing more cards in these first few turns might end up being a benefit for Perfy, even though he doesn't get that first turn of the game.
Yeah, as we said too, there's so many fractals that can get in your way of finding your action cards. Just having that extra card, we'll see how much that matters here.
We see a devious cut from Perfy, puts 1 card on the bottom.
All right, these players are going into Game 3 now. 1-1, Fractals versus Water Allies Assassin. Emp taking the first turn of the game, Spirit of Water into a draw 7. Let's see what kind of a start. Now, it's always a little awkward for allies to play your allies turn 1 when they are not able to attack. And if Perfy finds that Gildas, it can be difficult with an 8-card hand, but maybe with some fractal nonsense, he could find a way to... Nope, cannot attack a stealthy Lurking Assailant from Emp, which is the perfect turn 1 play for your ally deck.
Yeah, a little bit of protection is this Lurking Assailant, as it does have stealth. Something that I do want to talk about, though, Dan, in EMP's hand, a card that we haven't seen yet is Nia in EMP's hand, so it can stop some of these potentially really important cards that Perfy has if he sort of gives way to what his game plan is going to be. Most notably, naming something like Zhang Zhao can be pretty backbreaking.
Yeah, that can cause Zhang Zhao to need 1 more fractal in play to be able to draw 2 off of it. And we do see from Perfy's hand, though, a pretty excellent start with 2 fast cures that'll certainly help keep him alive, just like we saw in the last game, as well as a Zhang Zhao and several fractals, 2 fractal of Insight at least. He's going to start with the first fractal of Insight and actually going to take the glimpse from it, which I think indicates that we're not going to see a 2 fractal start here. We do have a Fracturize and a Glimmering Refusal, 2 Fracturizes and a Glimmering Refusal backing the rest of this hand up. So plenty of kind of options for Perfy, and he has the option here of playing the Fractal of Insight. Now, he already glimpsed the top 2, and I believe he kept at least 1 on top. Does not need to take the glimpse from his Fractal. Instead, he's set up right now with the Fractal of Insight, where with his Fractals in play and the 2 cards in hand to get a backup charger on turn 2, getting a Power Cell out, setting up to Fracturize it, while also getting to immediately draw that card.
And I believe he did find a Zhang Zhao and left that on top. So we'll see if that ends up being useful to him if he can find that 3rd fractal. But on the side of EMP, we see a backup charger cracked. And then we're going to start getting in some damage. 2 damage across from Lurking Assailant. And then we'll see which ally EMP wants to play next. Laboring a little bit over his decision. Does have quite a few options.
Right now, I think even a double ally from Emp will put a lot of momentum into his favor. Well, Perfy has very little actual response to it.
Looks like Frosty is the choice. Frostworn Paladin going to be a 2/3 with Intercept. And in response to the on-enter trigger, we're going to see a Lost in Thought for 0. That Lost in Thought is going to be eaten by the Frostworn Paladin to get that 1 buff counter. 3 damage coming across.
Yeah, that is a lot of pressure coming from Emp now that Perfy is going to have to contend with in some way.
And speaking of pressure, Dan, I see a Slice and Dice sliding around in Emp's hand here, and that might be the way that he's looking to close this one out.
Perfy has already seen a Glimmering Refusal, Emp respecting it and passing the turn at that point, allowing Perfy to take a consideration now for where he's going. The backup charger is the way to get some extra cards here, but it looks like Perfy wants that Zhang Zhao to resolve right away, so we're going to see a repeat of what we saw in the last game. Quicksilver Grail, which is almost certainly a Scepter of Fascination underneath it, with Perfy going to show his little trick again here, I believe. Get that Zhang Zhao. Oh, no, maybe there it is. Yeah,
like
here it is. Here it is. Sometimes people tap people rest the fractals first and then put a card in reserve second, but in this case, Perfy was ready to put one of those Fracturizes down, goes to the Zhang Zhao, and wait a second, what are we doing here?
Met by a Frostbind. Again, Emp really realizing how important it is that this Zhang Zhao is able to draw 2 cards, and so Frostbind is going to be used just to tax Perfy a little bit. He's only going to get the Recover 4 off that Zhang Zhao.
That Recover 4, though, that was a tactical choice from Perfy in this case, where he could have simply let the Zhang Zhao be negated like he did in the last game, but here he went, well, you know what, you already dealt me 5 damage. I'm just going to recover.
And there's nothing wrong with that. Puts him down to 1 damage counter and still facing down a pretty frightening board. We are finally going to see that Nia Mistveiled Scout here. When she comes in on enter, look at target opponent's memory and then choose any card, not one that you see in their memory, and cards with the chosen name cost 1 more to play. So this can be used on cards in your material deck as well. So you could name something like Dao Chen. She would cost 2 memory cost, but I think maybe naming Zhang Zhao here is pretty good.
Zhang Zhao is a very powerful name here, and that is exactly what Emp goes for. Perfy reacting a little bit to the naming of Zhang Zhao here, and Perfy was set up to be able to play that second Zhang Zhao on the next turn, where he was able to keep that Scepter, likely Scepter of Fascination now back under that Quicksilver Grail. But now it is at least a turn away, as Perfy is going to need to deploy another Fractal to the board in order to get the reserve required to be able to draw cards off of that Zhang Zhao.
And Emp finds a Wanda Frost of his own in the form of Korhazi Trapper, is going to stop any potential Gildus nonsense from Perfy, just trying to protect this board and ride it out until he can deal enough damage to Perfy to close out the game. Over on Perfy's side, we're going to grab that Dao Chan level 1 with a Fast Cure sent to the Banished Zone.
Perfy right now is just spending his turns recovering, keeping alive, but the problem is Emp is building a board that increments in damage every single time, with Perfy having nothing to actually clear the board out. Soon, Perfy's Recover 4s will not keep him in the game any longer, and Perfy has to find a way to progress his game state a little further, where Emp has kind of, especially with that Nia was so powerful at keeping Perfy off of the ideal progression that he wanted to do this turn.
Yeah, a bit of an awkward hand, holding on to that Zhang Zhao that is sort of in prison from that Nia effect, holding on to a Gildus, which is now locked down by that Korhazi Trapper, 2 copies of Fracturize, a Faskir, and a Glimmering Refusal. Refusal pretty big, does stop Emp from progressing his board, but only 2 Fractals on board is going to make it pretty easy for him to pay through. We are going to see the Assassin Classic Poison Dagger materialize here for Emp. Does come in rested, but so powerful is that card once it wakes up. And so if Emp is able to get to his next turn and activate that Poison Dagger, that could be trouble for Perfy.
It's in Water Assassin. It's this combination of Poison Dagger and Korhazi Trapper that presents such a problem for the opponent, because as you were saying, Cam, it's almost impossible to get the damage in to kill an ally while this Trapper is protecting them. And every single ally that Emp keeps in play is going to get a buffed +1 attack when that Poison Dagger is activated, creating a huge burst damage line against what is normally thought of as the burstiest Burst Asunder deck.
There are quite a few pieces of burst in Emp's hand as well. We see a Drifting Rogue, but to pay for it, 3 copies of Slice and Dice put down into the memory.
My goodness. That is a lot of preparation Emp would need to do to be able to deploy those, but it'll likely be only 1 required to close the game, if even that. Perfy again clinging on. Fast Cure activated here, recovering 4, but is overall still taking damage.
He is going to find a Wanda Frost, which is his way to deal with maybe a potential Slice and Dice. But again, as you said, so many allies on the board here, and he's just taking turn after turn of incremental damage that is really going to start to add up.
Yeah, finds another Refracting Missile, but has only gotten 2 Fractals down, which is just making it so difficult for him to get any motion here. Now, that 3 damage is enough, likely targeting Nia to get that Zhang Zhao online this turn, but I don't know. There's still a lot of threats regardless. Yeah, that's got to be the choice here. So that Nia is taken out by the refracting missile. Perfy doesn't want to have to direct his damage sources at allies if possible, because those are essential to finding those kill lines like we saw in the last game. But in this case, that was holding him back so much where now he's going to be able to do the play with the resting of the fractals, putting one card down to play Zhang Zhao, and then in response to the on-enter, we're going to activate this Quicksilver Grail, which is going to reveal a Scepter of Fascination, which will banish the last card in memory and allow Perfy to draw a total of 1 card from here, 2 cards from here for a 3-card draw, refreshing his hand very effectively to find hopefully some more interactions to keep the game in his favor.
And a really interesting choice, Dan, is he chose to put down that Awakened Deacon as the card that he loses to the Zhang Zhao play, which does seem like it could be pretty strong at blunting some of this aggression, but he's opting to just take some fresh draws, maybe find some extra fractals, and does actually pick up a second copy of Deacon as well.
I think it was, looking at the hand right now, likely the least useful of the cards. It will blunt some damage, but not a ton. And to the point here where he's even putting it down again, I think realizing that it's not the Deacon that I need to live. I need to win the game.
Yeah.
The pressure continues to mount from Emp, and there's only so many turns that Perfy can buy himself before there's just nothing more he can do.
We are going to see a Fracturize on that Poison Dagger, which is going to give him a little bit of breathing room. And of course, we did see that Fractal of Snow as well, which we mentioned in the last game. Can stop a last-minute ally coming into play, as it will come into play rested from that Fractal of Snow's effect. So this might have given him an extra turn, only 4 damage counters, and with that Poisoned Dagger gone, it's going to be a little bit harder for Emp to find a non-Slice and Dice kill. However...
Wonder what we're going to banish.
Yeah.
3 Slice and Dices in memory. Of course, the Slice and Dice is banished. We go to Xander level 1, gaining another preparation counter and a little glimpse 2 to set up the top of the deck. Emp was definitely projecting going to Xander in the next turn with that Poison Dagger play, which of course is a normally class bonus. Still decided to go to the next level, especially now that Perfy gave him +1 sort of pseudo-influence by turning the Poison Dagger into a reservable fractal.
Something that's so worrying here, though, Dan, is those 2 Slice and Dices waiting in EMP's memory. He will get a 3rd preparation counter from Xander, and with only 3 fractals in play from Perfy, he can likely just play a Slice and Dice and pay for that Glimmering Refusal in Perfy's memory.
Emp does have to respect the fact that Dao Chan is in play, though. Perfy would potentially have the ability, no, he's actually 1 influence short. He doesn't have any other fractals. So you're right, Perfy should only be able to play with Scepter. With Scepter, I believe Perfy could potentially have 2 Glimmering Refusals in the wings by activating Dao Chan, then Scepter to wake Dao Chan up, gain Glimmer counters, and activate a 2nd Glimmering Refusal. So Emp does have to respect that. Again, we're on the world stage, and anything Emp does, just like we saw in the last game, a little bit off can cost him the game and potentially a lot on the line as the event goes deeper today.
Of course. And of course, we have to respect that Wand of Frost in play as well, which makes raw Slice and Dices a little bit more dicey. In that they will not connect if you don't have some extra bit of damage. There is access to the Mercenary's Blade in Emp's deck, but he would need an additional preparation counter to grab that out of sequence.
Yeah, there are definitely a number of considerations Emp has to make here. Perfy has built a reasonable wall in this game. The Wand of Frost, you're absolutely right, is the key card in dealing with these Slice and Dice lines and at least forcing Emp to have to deal with, play a little bit more, deal with what's going on board before he can really go for that Slice and Dice kill. And Dao Chan always represents just a lot of mystery as far as whatever Perfy is able to play.
And the mystery here is what Emp is going to play. He does have quite a few pieces of interaction, does have a Halocline Scout pulled to the front, which is pretty powerful to get some damage in. Would shut off Dao Chan for the turn if Perfy chooses not to react to it.
Perfy feels, I think, a little okay. I mean, he's always got kind of a bit of a smirk on his face, but I think he feels a little okay about putting Emp into a difficult math decision right now, at least potentially buying 1 more turn to find a little bit more action. Although, again, like you mentioned, Cam, just at 3 fractals right now, really would prefer to be at maybe 4 or 5 and representing a bit of a stronger lethal turn.
Do find another copy of Nia Mistveiled Scout going to allow another card to be named, and we'll see if it is the same one. Again, pretty potent to name Zhang Zhao, but none currently in Perfy's memory, so maybe he names something like Glimmering Refusal here. The way that this card does work will effectually shut off Dao Chan's ability, as she does have to pay holistically for a card's cost with her Glimmer counters, so if something like Glimmering Refusal is named, it will stop Dao Chan from activating it for free.
It doesn't completely shut Dao Chan off because Perfy does have that Scepter of Fascination in play to gain additional Glimmer counters, and it looks like Emp does name Glimmering Refusal. Emp naming Glimmering Refusal is going to force at least Perfy to have to use the Scepter of Fascination to get the additional Glimmer counters required to be able to activate that Glimmering Refusal out of memory, but Perfy is prepared to do that.
Yeah, when you need that refusal, it can come in so clutch, and so Perfy is definitely willing to sacrifice that Scepter as a result to do so, but still a bit of a thorn here for Perfy, and a lot of damage coming through. 11 damage counters now on Perfy, so this pressure is really starting to come to a head, and he is going to have to find a way out of this board or a way to close this game like we saw in that last game.
Perfy doing a little bit of math you can see on the board, trying to figure out how close am I to losing with the current board. And that's really going to be the name of the game here for Perfy, is just clinging on for one more turn, but still, while clinging on, finding a way to advance that game, because it's not just living that causes you to win. You have to end up winning the game through some sort of damage in this Fractal deck.
Yeah, you're exactly right. It's playing to win, not playing to not lose, right? Making decisions that only further the game but don't help you win the game can sometimes be a trap, and so we're going to see if Perfy can find something a little bit more proactive to do on his turn here. He's going to grab a backup charger, draw one additional card.
And the backup charger here is a little bit interesting, I think, to some players, given that you do have to rest a Fractal in order to use that, where he did have a free card draw available in the Water Resonance Bauble. But the key here is that Perfy's hand was lacking any of the Fractals he needed to get a good progression on the game. And by getting a Power Cell in play, he does have the option to turn that into a Fractal later. So it's really Perfy setting up to find that kill line later on. And his card draws were quite nice, actually, with a Song of Frost and a Frosthorn Paladin. With that, with currently having floating memory in the yard, that Frosthorn Paladin might be really, really key to surviving this game.
Yeah, I think this Gildas here is a bit of a bait. Gildas is balanced, and it is going to force the Korhazi Trapper activation, but now Perfy can deploy, should he want to, that Frostworn Paladin, and then they are free to do what they want, either stay back on defense or start picking apart this board.
And keep in mind, Perfy does have a Glimmering Refusal in memory, but Dao Chan can't activate for memory on Perfy's own turn. And if Emp has the response here to the Frostworn Paladin, it could be devastating.
Looks like the answer is no. Buff counter grabbed and a card draw for Perfy. Starting to stabilize a little bit. He's going to use this to take care of that Frostworm that had taken 1 damage from the Gildas and then 1 damage upstairs from that Zhang Zhao. Giving himself a little bit of space. That Wand of Frost, that Glimmering Refusal, both going to be pretty integral to keeping himself alive, but you have to hate when your opponent starts tapping the table and doing math. That's the scary part.
That is absolutely the scary part. Perfy feels, I think, okay. Not fantastic, but a little more breathing room, like you said, Cam. He's ready. He's got some stuff on board. He knows that if Emp doesn't have a way to close the game, and with the combination of Fractal of Snow, Wand of Frost, and Glimmering Refusal, there's a lot to go through to actually close the game. But if he doesn't, Emp's going to just have to attack Perfy's board, which might buy him even another turn after this.
Yeah, even if Emp is feeling pretty confident with the superior board position, he realizes that last game he gave Perfy an inch and he took a mile, took the game off of a single misstep, and so EMP has to be very careful about how he plays this. He is going to grab that Blinding Orb, which you talked about in sideboarding being so important, immediately cracking it, putting all of Perfy's cards into his memory. So just Glimmering Refusal available now.
In this case, I think the Blinding Orb is pretty unimpactful, though, because Perfy is only really playing out of his memory this turn. So it is a nice safety play. It does draw Emp another card, which might be key here, but I believe the actual blinding effect of it is not going to have the biggest impact on the game.
Seeing a few cards go down here for an Halakline Scout. It's a great way to turn this board into more damage than it seemed like.
Halakline with a pretty hefty hand size. We'd be remiss to think of Glimmering Refusal as an auto negation. It is pay equal to the number of fractals, and Perfy doesn't have that many fractals right now. but it looks like he's still going to pop the Scepter of Fascination to get those Glimmer counters. Oh, this is interesting. Perfy activating Dao-Chan, but in response to the activation, activating the Scepter of Fascination, which is going to cause actually Dao-Chan to wake up and then gain the Glimmer counters, which actually means Helicline Scout will still be able to rest it. This is still in response to the Helicline, I think?
I believe Helicline rested Dao-Chan, and then in response to the attack from Lurking Assailant, he uses Scepter to wake up his Dao-Chan to turn off that extra buff.
Yeah, there were two potential ways this could have been done, and Perfy went the way that didn't result in the Dao-Chan being rested. He could have been trying to Glimmering Refuse the Helicline Scout here, but instead just let the Helicline resolve, but then made sure his champion was woken up that secret extra effect of Glimmering, or of Scepter of Fascination, which is going to negate that extra damage that Emp might have been relying on to close the game this turn.
We are going to see a Wand of Frost cracked on one of these 1-power allies. Looks like Drifting Rogue is going to be the choice. Just giving him a little bit of space. And again, still with that Dao-Chan woken up, he does have access to that Glimmering Refusal. And so it's going to be, I think, pretty hard for Emp to push lethal here. And so Perfy will once again get one more shot.
Perfy is deploying all his defensive options very, very carefully here by using that Wand of Frost, almost baiting out the Slice and Dice only to Glimmering Refusal it. Perfy has 4 Glimmer counters, and Emp doesn't realize that the 4 Glimmer counters are there, it looks like, meaning that that Glimmering Refusal does effectively completely negate the Slice and Dice after Emp. Similar to Game 2, kind of went for a kill, but didn't quite have the line lined up. One thing that you see from Fractals being sort of out of the meta for a little bit is people getting just a little bit rustier on the tricks that Fractals employs to stay in the game.
And it might be a little bit harder for Perfy to finish this game like he finished the last one, but he has been, as you said, given that opportunity. Emp has put all of his answers down. Doesn't he even have Korhazi Trapper able to activate? So it's sort of free reign for Perfy here. If he can find a payload to push through, he, of course, has these 2 allies, Frostwarn representing 3, Gildas representing 4. He will need a little bit of extra juice, and I don't know if I see it, Dan.
He needs to find 6 damage. He needs literally 2 refracting missiles, a Shimmering Refraction and a refracting missile. A Burst Asunder does it, and I see him laughing a little bit like, I think maybe he either drew it or he didn't here, but looking at his hand, I'm not seeing the payload cam that we need. He's going to go for a Fracturize on the power cell. I think he's laughing just at the how funny the situation is where he got a perfect opportunity to win the game with 2 draws and still couldn't find it.
Yeah, he might go digging here. He does have this very shiny Lost in Thought, I believe, in his hand.
Yeah, digging with the Lost in Thought is not terrible. He also can rely on the next turn at least having a Song of Frost, but Emp has banished 2 Slice and Dice and played the 3rd one, so Slice and Dices are basically gone. And Perfy could make a decision here also to try and clear board to build that space with the Glimmering Refusals. Looks like he has 2 more Refusals in hand as well, but now those are tricky because that Nia is naming Glimmering Refusal, making them actually 3 costs to play as well.
And that's not so punishing if he's able to keep his hand up, but that does mean if he keeps his hand up, he's basically just conceding the board to these allies that will eventually peck him to death. So I think he might have to get something working here. He's doing a quick count of ally damage on the board to see if maybe he can survive one more turn.
It's a really difficult decision for Perfy in this case, whether or not you play for survival and play to continue to build a fractal board and find that out, or try and push some pressure on the opponent and hope that you can just last through the next turn. Like we said, he did certainly wear out a lot of Emp's options to close the game, but Emp's board is just huge. He has to survive through the board, and with the fast cure Perfy has in hand, Perfy has a little more life than Emp might realize. But here we see what Perfy is going for now, going for the first swing of the Frosthorn Paladin, and Perfy is playing for board right now. With Emp's hand size, Emp's influence down a ton, Perfy, by clearing the board, can really reduce the options that Emp has to close the game, and in conjunction with that fast cure, Perfy, I think, might think a turn is still in my grasp here.
Yeah, and we'll see where these allies are headed. He doesn't have a balanced Gildas, so it's going to be a little bit harder to remove something like that Halicline Scout, which now isn't currently an issue, but if Emp should find a way to rest Dao-Chan once again, that Halicline Scout can become a real problem.
I think But we have the blade here too. The problem is that there are 4 sources of damage on the board here. Perfy is holding up cards to be able to double Glimmering Refusal, but I don't think he can double Glimmering Refusal and Fast Cure, and he'll need the Fast Cure alone just to survive the 4 damage sources that Emp has in play.
Yeah, and we know that one more Slice and Dice is waiting as well. The 3rd copy.
The Song of Frost on the Slice and Dice will be very, very effective here. So I think with the combination of Fast Cure and either Glimmering Refusal or Slice and Dice, Perfy does have the capacity to last through this turn.
And it would be pretty huge. He will get a lot of extra looks, especially if he cashes in something like this Lost in Thought on his next turn to find something like that burst. But now Safeguard Amulet waiting to stop any potential burst this underlines.
Perfy actually losing the Frosthorn Paladin, Emp deciding to attack board instead. Very interesting to see the player who's been aggressing this entire game deciding to instead go for the board control.
Yeah, maybe the play here is from Emp that he assumes if Perfy had the kill, he would have done it, and so that gives him an indication that Perfy's hand is pretty light.
But here's the Lost in Thought.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Exactly, Cam. You're setting this up, but the Lost in Thought is here now to dig, dig, dig. Perfy can try and find all the tools he needs, has the ability to materialize the Crystalline Mirror in the next turn, like we saw, to deal with the... Oh, he fracturized the Safeguard Amulet. Or no, he didn't. Sorry, that's the Perfy's old fracturizing. Safeguard Amulet is right here. We need to find that Crystalline Mirror now to pop that. If Perfy can pop this and last one more turn, and he hasn't fast cured yet either, Perfy can potentially set up to still win the game with a Burst Asunder line.
Looks like Intrusion and John Yu were the cards drawn off of Lost in Thoughts. He's going to get 2 more looks, one with Tengu here. His Materialize will allow him to draw 1 extra card into his memory. Looking for payloads. Burst Asunder, number 1. Didn't quite see it.
Still no Crystalline Mirror then, so if Perfy sees it, he still has to get through that Safeguard Amulet in some way. Saw a Fractal of Rain as well here.
Going to start off with that Fractal of Rain. Just start building up that army.
Building the board. Emp notably has no cards in memory right now, so the Fractal of Intrusion isn't looking like a spicy play quite yet either. But it still could be played just to build a board if he wants to. Actually going to get, there it is. The sideboarded Awakened Deacon is going to be a shield for Perfy. He's ready to block these attacks with that intercept ability that Awakened Deacon now has due to the number of fractals Perfy has in play. It's going to be on Emp to be able to deal with those, while Perfy is still open to try and find potentially even a balance line. What are we naming with John Yu?
John Yu, really interesting. Maybe Incapacitate? We haven't seen any this game, and that is a card that Perfy does have to be worried about.
I believe I heard Perfy name Incapacitate here on the John Yu.
Looks like Incap is the name, so Incapacitates are going to be a no-go here for EMP, and he is holding one in his hand.
Then Perfy is going to go ahead and declare attacks, but it looks like he forgot that the Korhazi Trapper is available with 1 preparation counter on Emp, so he's going to do 1 attack at a time. Emp will decide if he's going to use the Korhazi Trapper to -3 the attack of this ally, and Perfy's clearly looking to either clear the board. It looks like he's going for face. So yeah, the face is an interesting, but I think the correct choice here, where the Korhazi Trapper likely won't be used to prevent that damage, whereas instead it would make it impossible for Perfy to find a kill on the other things, allowing Perfy just push a little bit more damage on a champion, slightly softening that. By hitting for 2, that is like having 1 additional fractal in play when you start doing your Burst Asunder math.
We see dueling Tengus here. Emp is going to grab his own Portentous Tengu to draw an extra card. Also looking to find some way to push lethal. Perfy's set up a pretty safe box here to sit in. Some interaction in hand, an Awakened Deacon on board. Incapacitate's turned off. But that doesn't mean he's out of the woods yet. Emp does have access to some more threats, and this is a pretty big one to take care of that Awakened Deacon if he's looking for lethal here.
Snow Fairy resting this Interceptor will make it so that it no longer is going to keep Perfy safe. Perfy did find a Shimmering Refraction. I want to note that as well, though. That is one of his damage sources he's going to rely on to try and close the game here, or potentially just clear board with that Safeguard Amulet in play. He's not super safe sending it at Emp, but could save it for a response to the Safeguard Amulet like we saw in the last game. We're just going to rest the Awakened Deacon, and then the attacks start coming in. Perfy does need to try and stay alive right now with that Fast Cure.
We'll see if there's an answer, but I don't think Emp has anything to say about it.
It's 6 influence to 5, so Perfy is right where he needs to be, get the recovery of 4. If Emp had a response, he could prevent the recovery there, but he does not. So we're going to get the recovery of 4. That's a good life buffer for Perfy to have, potentially allowing him to make it through this turn now.
Yeah, just 3 more damage represented from these 3 allies. So it looks like instead the damage is going to be sent to Gildas.
Look how Perfy has managed to stall the game out long enough. You said earlier on, Cam, that Fractals can go long if it wants to. He continues to do exactly what he needs to do to keep the game stalled, buying him one more turn as he slowly increments the number of Fractals and Fantasias in the case of Shimmering Refraction in play. Well, Emp did just get a really nice drop, though, of the Sadie that allowed him to further clear the board and then get the agility 3 here. So I'm just going to go into Perfy's turn with a full grip of cards once that agility resolves. And when that happens, that gives him some interaction. I think we did resolve the agility. Excuse me. So it's not a full grip of cards. But I think the big thing here is the Jonyu with the in-cap is going to make it so that in-cap is still not playable for Emp, lowering the amount of actual interaction.
It's massive here, Dan. That is exactly what he wants, and we know he has the in-caps as well. So Sadie would be a massive grab here if he could hold up and incapacitate, but we know he doesn't have a whole lot of interaction in hand. We're going to see a Fractal of Intrusion, and there is a fast cure waiting in Perfy's graveyard to maybe pick apart those couple of cards in Emp's memory.
This is tough, though. I mean, you can remove those. Maybe there's something huge to remove here, but Emp's board is it's just more in-caps.
In-cap. Gonna grab one of those. Just reducing the options that Emp has, though. Just draining slowly that influence and just building an advantage over the course of this long game. As long as these allies don't get in for lethal damage, Perfy can take control. He just needs as much time as possible. He does have a Fractal of Insight, and he might opt to take a look, maybe looking for some more powerful cards, but it looks like he's just going to hold it up.
Perfy is still in a pretty decent position as long as Emp doesn't find another Halocline Scout to rest Perfy's champion. With this Crystalline Mirror now, Perfy is ready at the end of Emp's turn to potentially answer this, and then all Perfy needs with the number of Fractals he's built, Perfy has 7 Fractals in play, which means Refracting is for 8. Shimmering Refraction is also for 8 due to this Fantasia here. So Perfy is literally just looking for any Burst Asunder or Refracting Missile, pop the Safeguard at the end of Emp's turn, and he has lethal on his next turn with in-cap completely shut down.
And I'll tell you what, Dan, he just glimpsed 2 with Fractal of Insight and put exactly Refracting Missiles on top of this deck.
Perfy needs to only survive one more turn, and I don't know if there's much Emp will be able to do to survive.
I think you exactly named it. I think it is literally Halocline Scout resolving is what we're looking for, but that's going to be pretty hard in the face of this gigantic Glimmering Refusal. Currently costs 3, but enough cards in hand for Perfy to pay for it.
I think the Ripper is the problem here, though. Perfy is going to rely on the Song of Frost to potentially survive, leaving 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 damage. Is Perfy at 13?
I believe he is at 13.
That's lethal on board. That Ripper might be the threat. That Ripper might be the problem. Coming down to absolutely the wire here. Perfy just goes to activate the Crystalline Mirror on that Safeguard Amulet right now.
So he's going to play Song of Frost in response to the Ripper.
That prevents the most damage possible.
But only 2 cards in hand. He can't even cast his Refractions to deal with one of these allies. This is 6 damage on board. Perfy at 12?
Perfy's at 12, not 13. We cut away at exactly the wrong time, and we both remembered the total wrong. He's at 12 and not 13, which is a 1 life buffer with the ability to sacrifice the Fractal of Snow to stop an additional ally.
Yes, so true. So there's no additional way for Emp to get some damage in here. He does have the allies in hand, but playing them will just be met with a Fractal of Snow.
There it is, the Fractal of Snow resting the Lurking Assailant. Perfy lasts one more turn, Does he have the fractals in play
And
to
he
win the
shows
game?
them both to his opponent.
He does. He wins the game. Perfy clings on for so many turns against this incredibly aggressive water assassin deck and finds the exact line he needs with that refracting missile and the shimmering refraction. So the game goes to Perfy 2-1 in one of the most intense matches we might see all day.
So perfectly played by both of these players, down to the wire. Single draw steps is all that mattered at the end of both the last game, the first game, even this game. One draw step is all either player needed to close out that game, and eventually Perfy does come out on top by weathering the storm, just really putting on the brakes, trying to stop Emp as much as he can from enacting his game plan long enough to find those spells to win the game.
These players in an incredible deadlock for turns and turns. In fact, speaking of turns, we're going into time as well. They had barely any time to close it, but both players were basically within even, again, a single activation, a single game action, a single materialize from winning the game, and it was up to those players to perfectly sequence that line to find it, and huge props to true champion Perfy, because I think many players would have struggled to find the line that he found, played the exact amount of conservative with proactive to be able to find that game-winning line with barely surviving at just the single life.
Yeah, what a banger of a game two. We said in the sideboarding of game two, there's 32 minutes on the clock. They have plenty of time to finish this last game. And then we got a 30-minute, slugfest from these two players until eventually Perfy did come out on top. Like you said, just masterfully played. Perfy's been playing this Fractals deck all season. He knows all the ins and outs, and we really saw that on display here.
If I can say, too, training with True Champion Gaming and Main Deck, two of the most successful Fractal teams that have been active this season, has certainly given every player on this team a lot of sort of just inherent power in playing this deck, and we really saw the lines come out with Perfy there. The next level plays and the next level sort of just game sense from Perfy that is going to be potentially the edge they need to make that top 8 with this surprise Fractal pick.
That's all what it comes down to, Dan. It's all about preparation, and we know that these players, of course, are very talented. They have many accolades to their names, but it's all about those games played, that preparation done, and that team dynamic helps a ton. Hundreds and hundreds of games played, and that sort of hive mind mentality really allows these players to not sort of exceed where they might have been able to do by themselves.
But Perfy's success aside, let's talk about Emp's list here, Cam. What an incredible deck to take here. We saw so much pressure and so much power coming out from it, where one of the best players in the game on one of the best decks and a surprise pick that wasn't being teched for with that Safeguard Amulet in the side, Emp was still just inches, no, millimeters from taking the game, both games 2 and 3.
Yeah, amazing play as well, and a deck that a lot of people, sort of like Fractals, I guess, had written off this Water Assassin deck. We haven't seen it make any rounds, not in this season, barely even in the last season, and so really, huge shout out to Emp for playing a sort of, a lesser known deck in this current meta, but really playing masterfully. And, if he's going toe-to-toe with this Fractal deck in the hands of Perfy, like you said, a deck that is unexpected for most people in the meta, he has a really good chance against the rest of the players in the field.
Some of these cards like Nia, just absolutely destructive at making Perfy have to work so hard to be able to play all of the interaction that he needed to. It was just having those kind of reps, again, those games, the reps that these players get in as they're preparing for this event gave Perfy the knowledge of all those critical lines, like using that Scepter of Fascination through the Nia. The trick that we saw, of course, that I think always catches players off guard, which is the Quicksilvered Scepter, to be able to play that Zhang Zhao early. Both players played exceptionally well, and what a treat of a game, honestly.
Yeah. And, I think we're going to get those all weekend, Dan. These are, the best players that there is. So we're going to get these really high-level, really close games, I think, all weekend, and you guys can look forward to that as well.
We get some games going to time that are, it's one player just kind of in control and the other one kind of clinging on. In this case, it was both players having options to get through the game at different points, and it almost felt like it just flew by.
I didn't even realize that we were in overtime until I looked down at the clock and it was red. And I said, oh no, they only have 2 minutes to finish their game. But yeah, just in time. Yeah, so masterfully played. And I think that's a good point to make, that there are a lot of times that games go long, and it's like one deck in particular is taking a long time because they're thinking about, what if he has this and this and this and this? And so they're taking their time to play around these like levels and levels of interaction. But rare is it that we get a game that goes so down to the wire and both players are just 1 inch away from winning.
Yeah, for not just turns, but like 20 minutes of the game.
Yeah.
It's both players had no opportunity to make a single misstep, or the opponent capitalizes on it and takes it because they are such skilled, effective players. Well, we're going to head over right now to True Champion Perfy. Let's hear what he has to say.
Hello and welcome back. I am joined here with True Champ Perfy, the winner of the second round of the World Swiss stage. So, first of all, you just beat EMP, great player. You've talked well about him in the past. How do you feel right now?
Oh my God, I feel ecstatic. That match was absolutely amazing. Finalist in Seattle, Imp, he's nuts. EMP is such a good player, and so the fact that I was able to take that down was stellar. I feel amazing.
Yeah, it's a really big one. And I guess something really cool is, you're playing the Fractals deck, right? Even after the Dissonant Fractal ban, you're still on the deck. A lot of people were like, oh, this deck is dead. This deck isn't any good anymore. And you guys just come out here and you prove it. And you show everyone, still a very formidable deck. So let's talk about that a little bit. The first thing I want to ask is, going to your material deck, you chose not to play a Terrafring. Knowing you just played a very tight match against allies, how does it feel to not have the Terrafring in there? And can you tell me why you guys chose not to include it?
Great. Yeah, absolutely. So the reason why I didn't play Terrafring, I'll start by answering that first, is because watching the Gauntlet stage and researching every single player and their Fractal of Insight history, all of the decks they've played, I thought the percent chance that a ally dense meta would be very, very low. So I decided after all of that time, effort, and research that Terrafring would not be as impactful. And so I decided just not to play it at all. Playing against Imp, maybe one of the few allies players, and not having it, it was really scary. Those lone rogue decks and that amazing brew that EMP had was very, very, very terrifying, and I now kind of wish I would have had Terrafring in that list. Oh my God, it was so powerful.
Yeah, so even though you guys don't have the Terrafring, I did notice you are playing the Wand of Frost. Now, that is a way to convert a floating memory into a +1 for the on-enter effect of draw a card. However, it also protects you from things like Slice and Dice and other, possible attacks like restanding with Second Wind or Rallied Advance. So did you feel like because you had the Wand of Frost, it was enough of an answer for that, or was there a different reason why you guys chose to include Wand of Frost?
Yeah, that was a really good layup. The reason why we chose Wand of Frost is because we anticipated a pretty dense Wind Assassin field. So between Wind Luxem, Xander, as well as Wind Tristan, we expected to see a good amount of like Shadow Strike, Slice and Dice, and Sadis. And so when you use Wand of Frost, it protects your Frostborn Paladins, it protects your Gildas, and it protects you from Slice and Dice lethals, which is really, really impactful. The +1, the card draw, is just an added bonus to it, which is amazing, but it was mostly there so you don't die.
Yeah, definitely. So with the, like we said already, with the removal of Dissonant Fractal from the game, I've noticed the return of Gildas. You guys have brought Gildas back into the deck. Obviously, Gildas is fantastic as a balanced mechanic because the Fractals allow you to play around a lower hand size with basically any amount of cards in hand. So bringing Gildas back, I also noticed you guys playing a couple more Fractal of Intrusion and Unstable Fractals. Were there any other cards you were thinking of putting in the deck to kind of fill the loss of Dissonant Fractal?
Yeah, so first off, the loss of Dissonant Fractal was very, very impactful. If it wasn't for the fact that we saw little to no Fractal hate, we wouldn't have brought Fractals. It was seeing the meta with as little Fractal hate, we were like, all right, it's kind of free, but the thought process to fill that slot for Dissonant Fractal, there are so many cards you can put into this deck, but the list is really tight because you need a dense Fractal count. We thought about more refreshments, more intrusions. There's so many floating memory that we would like to have. We thought maybe we could bring in something so we could glimpse a little bit more. there was a million options and they all felt good, but we had to tailor the best options for what we thought the meta was going to be. And so the extra damage from Gildas made it so that it allowed us to push over the top where our Shimmering Refractions and Refracting Missiles would do slightly less damage.
Yeah, it totally makes sense there. So moving into your sideboard, there's a couple things. The return of Awakened Deacon. Obviously, Caven played that at his Ascent Seattle, which he won on that deck, which was a surprise. No, most people at that event weren't on Awakened Deacon. Most people felt like we didn't really need the extra ally protection. We didn't need Stalwart Shield Mates, Awakened Deacons, Interceptors. But Caven played that, had an absolutely fantastic showing, and you guys have now brought it back. How do you feel about Awakened Deacon in your deck?
You know, Awakened Deacon is like a trap, but also amazing at the same time. So we thought, or at least I thought, Awakened Deacon was going to be great for Ginbu because A, it could give you a floating memory if they just randomly mill it off the top. And milling means taking the top card of your library and putting it into your graveyard, which is what Sapphire Fatestone does. And so additionally, if I do draw it, it's an interceptor so that Ginbu has to worry about an additional interceptor for when they go for their combo fugue turn. So having two interceptors means they can't simply just go smoke bombs, make one of your interceptors stealth, and then combo you with activate Ginbu and fugue. So the extra added layer of protection is really nice, and that's why I went with it.
So thank you so much for all the insight on your deck. Again, guys, this is True Champion Perfy, the winner of the second round Swiss Stage feature match. So we'll be sending it back to Red Zone, Rogue, and Valkyr to take you on for the third round of the World Swiss Stage.
Have a good one.
So Perfy had to take what I would consider a calculated risk here, but Emp going for the way to deal damage that is completely immune to Fractal of Snow, instead materializing Assassin's Ripper, which is going to give him an opportunity to use that preparation counter that the Drifting Rogue gave him earlier to deal 3 damage with the champion. Fractal of Snow has nothing to say about that. The attacks are coming in, and Emp is going to secure game 1 against Perfy.
Ready for game 2? No. Are we streaming audio? We're not, right?
Oh, it looks like he's just going to go for the Zhang Zhao. Notably, Zhang Zhao has so much text. She says, depending on the amount of cards in your memory, you do a different effect. So in this case, Perfy has chosen to leave 1 card in his memory to get that recover for...
No, hang on. Oh. Hang on. He actually went for Quicksilver Grail into the Scepter of Fascination. So in response to the on-enter from Zhang Zhao, he's going to spend that card to play the Scepter of Fascination. And now when Zhang Zhao resolves, there are 0 cards in memory. Perfy going for a high-level play to get the 2 draw.
Oh, man. 3 preparation counters. We see some fast movement here. Is there a Slice and Dice?
Kind of putting on Perfy, do you have that Glimmering Refusal? Perfy is forced now, will lose the game if he does not Glimmering Refusal the Slice and Dice.
The Frostbind has 2 fractals. Emp is a little bit too quick, plays the Frostbind, assuming that it will get the negation, but the 2 fractals hiding over there from Perfy allows him to pay for the Frostbind, completely stopping the Slice and Dice in its tracks. Ooh,
no, Safeguard Amulet. Emp still has Safeguard Amulet. Emp still has Safeguard. Okay, I was like, oh my god, it was like so crazy.
And he does drop burst.
But he drew a burst. No, the Safeguard. Oh, he can crystalline the Safeguard. Emp pops the Safeguard in response.
Refracting
Missile in response for 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. They're refracting in response for 6.
Huge game to Perfy. Clutched it out there in the end. A tragic misstep from Emp playing that Frostbind, not realizing that it can be paid for. Ends up having Perfy take the game.
We're doing it.
Yep, 1 card cut.
Right, good luck game 3.
Good luck.
Halakline.
It should be.
I'm gonna respond.
Yep.
Actually, Halakline is.
It should be exactly lethal on board with Murk Dagger. And you minus this one.
It's fine.
Yep, I will target your champion.
Okay.
For 3.
I'll activate Scepter.
Ooh, that is good. Yeah, did not see that line.
I believe Helicrine rested Dao-Chan, and then in response to the attack from Lurking Assailant, he uses Scepter to wake up his Dao-Chan to turn off that extra buff.
Yeah, there were 2 potential ways this could have been done, and Perfy went the way that didn't result in the Dao-Chan being rested.
But playing them will just be met with a Fractal of Snow.
There it is, the Fractal of Snow resting the Lurking Assailant. Perfy lasts one more turn. Does he have the fractals in play to win the game?
Them both to his opponent.
He does. He wins the game. Perfy clings on for so many turns against this incredibly aggressive water assassin deck.
Welcome back, everyone, to Grand Archive Worlds here in sunny California. My name is Kel, also known as Red Zone Rogue, and I am joined here in the booth by none other than Valkyrie. How are you doing today?
I'm doing well, and we're jumping right into our round 3 pairing here. We have Team True Cabin on, once again, the Fractals list. We saw Perfy navigating this deck and seeing all the cool tech cards they have in it, and now Cabin's going to have their chance in the spotlight with this deck here. It's sort of a standard list. We do see some highlight cards here, a 1 of Turbocharge. We do not see any Awakened Deacons here, but we do have 2 Gildises mainboard as well. We're really good into the mirror matchups or against Genbu, which helps clear those Frostborn Paladin with the buff counters on them.
Yep, absolutely. Also helps, deal a little bit of extra damage so you can kind of get into that kill range. We also see important to note, a Nullifying Mirror in the sideboard, which can come into play, especially versus decks like you mentioned Genbu, which I don't want to, lead the matchup here a little too much, but we may see Cabin facing down a Genbu here in this round. But yeah, this is kind of a very powerful deck that we saw, in the last season, right? Mm-hmm. It's a deck that we saw do very well in Seattle. It was kind of like a breakout deck of that. And even in the Gauntlet rounds we saw yesterday, we didn't see like any fractals, right?
None at all.
But now it is making a fierce resurgence here on the world stage, which is kind of interesting to see. And it'll be really interesting to see how it matches up, in particular against the new beast of the format, the Genbu deck, which is exactly what TTA is playing right here.
Yeah, so we have pretty much the 2 titans of the format, the former and now what people consider the present titan in Genbu. Some key cards to highlight, we see one of Young Beastbonder that a lot of these Genbu players are leaning towards for the additional floating memory, and a little bit of buff for the Genbu or your Bovine to help keep them alive. And we see a 1 of Expel the Departed in mainboard, which those can hit fractals. So it's really important to keep that in mind. There are 2 in the sideboard as well. So already, if TTA does see that Expel early, you can go ahead and slow down that Fractal game plan. Now, this deck is notorious for being a high roll style of deck, where if you just get the right cards in the right order, you can steamroll any opponent. So it's going to be about, does TTA get lucky enough with these mills and the graveyard, or is Cabin actually able to build up fractals and have all the answers for what TTA wants to do? It is going to be about who gets that game plan going the fastest.
Yep, absolutely. And the Genbu deck is actually fairly versatile in getting to their win condition because they have multiple ways to actually seal the deal, right? They have their Genbu plan, where you can make your turtle very, very big, do the old swapperoo, swap its attack and defense, and hit for a big amount. Or you can kind of do the whole mill strategy, turn it around, mill your opponent out. So we're going to see what comes into play here. Here we have in our Swiss round 3, Team True Cabin versus TTA.
Very excited to jump into this matchup, and just want to comment on TTA Spirit. We have Minth, the Spirit of Water, a very beautiful prize spirit. And this is how you know these 2 players are just high accolades with the Ascent winning spirits they have and just the game knowledge. It takes a lot to get into this position where you are at, the world's Swiss stage. But I am super excited here to see actually the opening hand for TTA. What are we actually going to be looking into doing? Do we see multiple fractals of Rains? Do we set up with a Idle Thoughts into a Bovine? Who knows what's actually going to happen? But we do see here TTA carefully thinking, making sure, understanding these top 4 cards, and setting up that game plan.
Yeah, so for people out there who are maybe unfamiliar with how this Water Tamer Genbu deck works, because it is kind of like a more of a breakout deck of this weekend, it's a deck that really wants to mill itself. And by mill, I mean it takes cards from the top of its deck and puts it into the graveyard. And you get incremental advantage from that, from a various myriad of effects, whether it's from floating memory or setting up your counters counters to actually flip your Genbu. And then you flip your Genbu, get a big turtle, and you can maybe either do a swap and do a lot of damage, or you can mill your opponent out. So it's a deck that excels really, really well into the mid and late game. It's not a fast deck by any means, and it's one that we're going to have to see how things progress here, and it can pivot a couple different ways.
Indeed, and once we get actually Guojia materialized and see the Genbu, we'll keep track of the turtle counters, because there's a magic number where we want to make sure that TTA does get to. But over here on the opposite side with Team True Kaben, the fractal list, it's nice and simple what it wants to do. Play fractals, and then protect the fractals until you're able to use them to deal large amounts of damage in 3 different types of spells. You have Shimmering Refractions, Refracting Missiles, and Burst Asunder. So there's 12 cards in your deck that can just end the game.
Yep, and like on a turn 1 here, you just want to play like a bunch of fractals and set yourself up for future turns where you can make use of the fractals, make use of the reservable, and just progress from there. Like you mentioned, get to those big kill spells.
Indeed, here, and we actually see TTA materializing the backup charger.
I was going to say, what is this backup charger? Yeah, I got it.
Drawing into memory, so knowing the card they are drawing for there, and then drawing for turn. So definitely wanted to get both those cards instead of immediately leveling up to Guojia, which you see a lot of the Genbu players do, because you want to start getting the turtle counters as fast as possible.
Yeah, absolutely. But yeah, this is a little bit more of a tempered play here, taking a little bit of a less tamery approach. But yeah, in case you folks out there didn't know, this is a pretty typical play for Grand Archive. You get your backup charger while you still have 3 cards in hand, so you can immediately use its effect, and then you get all your cards back on Recollect.
And interestingly enough, they just passed the turn to Kaben, not activating anything, leaving it as is. So I'm really curious if it's going to be more defensive, reactive gameplay from TK, just sort of seeing how Kaben is setting up. But the problem is, the more time you give fractals to activate fractals and play them on the field, the deadlier each of those 3 cards we named become.
Absolutely. Fractals is a deck that I don't want to say, well, I guess it does technically ramp. It like excels, and the more fractals it plays, the more those cards become dangerous. And if they can sequence multiple of those in a turn, especially if your opponent isn't leveled up and they have a low health total, it can be very, very scary.
Indeed, here. Kaben, let's see what they activate here from hand. Really considering, my assumption is going to be the Fractal of Insight, just to go ahead and get the Glimpse. And Glimpse is a really cool mechanic. It just allows you to look at the top couple of cards of your deck, and then you're able to put them on the top or bottom depending what you want. But actually, we don't see a Fractal. We see a Fractalize targeting the power cell, which is it's a build of Fractal, right?
Yep, that's a very common use, right? Actually, for your power stone, right? You just Fractalize it, gives you an extra Fractal. Yep, that's a very, very common play here with this deck. And we do see a Frostborn Paladin. This is a card we're going to see a lot this weekend through a lot of different decks. We've already seen some. It's just a really, really powerful, well-statted unit that also has the ability to banish a floating memory, get a buff counter, and draw a card. It's just a very, very strong card. Helps chip in damage, helps protect you with the intercept. It's just an all-around, literally one of the best allies in the entire game.
It is. It's what we would call a staple, pretty much, right? Every water deck that you play, you usually have Frostborn Paladin in it, because it does so much. It is so good. It's quite a respected card here. And here we see TTA going ahead, using the Idle Thoughts to materialize into Guojia, getting the Fabled Sapphire Fate Stone, and this is what we wanted to keep track of. You need 9 quest counters to be able to flip this Fate Stone into Genbu, the actual ally of it. And pre-recollection, TTA said, hey, Kaben, that was a really cool play. I'm also going to do that.
Yes,
Fractalize my power cell.
I would also like to Fractalize my power cell. Like I said, it's a very common play, especially for these like water decks. And as you mentioned, yes, we want to get up to 9 is the crucial number of counters. And the way you do that typically for this is that every instance of self-mill, you get a counter. You get a quest counter. It doesn't matter how many cards are milled, it's just every instance of mill.
So anytime a card tells you to put a card from your top of your deck into your graveyard, you get that quest counter. Which is, at first you think, oh, you have to wait 9 turns because at the start of your recollection phase, Genbu does it once. But this deck is built to constantly do like 3 to 4 times in a turn. And I really want to see if TTA has it, but one of the best cards in the deck is Tidestone Bovine. It's a 1/2 ally that on attack, you go ahead and mill 2, which is really good because not only does it put board pressure, it also accelerates the Genbu game plan.
Yeah, that big cow does a lot of work. Especially if you can get multiple cows, you get multiple counters. That's one of the ways you can actually really accelerate the Genbu game plan.
And a very interesting just respect from TTA here. We do see a Mystic Purifier in their hand, which can easily pop these fractals or take them out, but being very conservative, perhaps waiting for Caben to overcommit on fractals and try to take some risky lines. All we saw was a Lost in Thought for 2, getting rid of that Fractalize and Idle Thoughts, banish, drawing 2, and just ending it there. Caben, though, we're going to get a Water Resonance Bauble, and you're allowed to materialize this and activate it because your opponent is a Water Spirit as well. And pre-recollection, we have a Refracting Missiles 4/4 to Gojira. Going to go ahead and set her to 7. Frostborn Paladin already has 3 damage coming in as her 10, so we're 9 away already.
It's a 7 damage start. Caben hasn't even played anything else. We have another Frostborn Paladin coming on in. Even at base, it's still a 2/3, still an ally that can come in and attack immediately for 2 points of damage. Caben is definitely setting up a turn where he can just burst down TTA.
And it's already looking way too risky. TTA at 13 damage counters out of 19 total life here. Guoji very fragile on those earlier stages. And we're a Shimmering Refraction or a Burst Asunder, Refracting Missiles away from this just being game 1.
I mean, 6 is the magic number here that you want to count to, right? Only 6 more damage is lethal for TTA, but it all depends on what Caben has in hand, what he's really wanting to commit. Things to note, TTA still has a full hand here, nothing down on the board, nothing in memory, so reactions definitely a possibility. So a lot of considerations here as both players stare each other down.
Yeah, and we do see in Caben's hand here 2 Shimmering Refractions. So the damage is there in hand. It's just about how do you play around it. If TTA overcommits on their turn and starts to put too many cards down, Caben can just Shimmering Refraction, and close out the game. So TTA has to be aware that something is up. This aggressive play from Caben has to mean something.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, absolutely. And that's really the power of the Fractals deck, right? It just does a lot of over-the-top, like I'm going to just call it burn damage, damage that's dealt directly to the opposing champion, and that's how it excels, right? Especially if your opponent overcommits, like you mentioned, they can kind of catch them off guard if they don't have proper defenses set up. We do see a Quicksilver Grail coming on down, which is going to be immediately fracturized.
Yeah, so there's a really interesting timing about this. Quicksilver Girl enters, and then it's a triggered ability. So on enter, you may banish. So it's already entered at that point. So your opponent can fracturize it, and then you can choose not to banish anything to prevent it. So you just get a fractal at that point. You don't lose any other regalia, but TTA can no longer hide that Safeguard Amulet, which I'm assuming was probably going to be the target there.
Yeah, I think so. Here we have an Expel Departer. This is just a Fantasia removal. I'm just going to kind of shortcut it. This is just going to help thin out Caben's Fractals, which lowers his damage, but also lowers his ability to play stuff because the Fractals obviously have reservable.
Alrighty here. And that was all pre-recollection, so TTA is able to grab all those cards back from memory into that hand. And looking at total influence, we have about 8, maybe 9. The issue is these Frostborn Paladins. You said 6 was the number, and that's exactly how much these Paladins will be doing.
Conveniently, 3 and 3 is 6. Yeah, so just the Frostborn Paladins, just on base, without Caben doing anything else, pose a very big threat. We do see Lost in Thought coming on down. Drawn some cards. Great card, it's just a ubiquitous card in these water decks. A great card to, cash in your floating memory for actual cards in hand.
And wow, already just going to Dao Chan 1 here for the materialization. It's very interesting. I really want to know the thought process here. TTA, once again, just passing turn.
Maybe his hand is just incredibly reactive, right? Not a lot of proactive cards, just a lot of reactive cards waiting for Caben to try to go for the kill.
All right, we see an imbued Cerulean Decree here. We're going to go -3 power to that Frostborn Paladin who just attacked in, and then I assume draw into memory is going to be your second mode if you're imbuing it here. Go ahead and replace itself. Does Caben have an answer? No, it is good.
I think he's just happy just chipping on in with more paladins, right?
Oh yeah, especially looking at your hand, knowing what you have. Any damage you could take in with paladins, you're more than happy to do that here. And a Song of Frost.
Song of Frost, like I mentioned, I think very, very reactive hand, right? But he needs more. Caben has more in hand. He had an influence of 8, dropping a fractal, immediately using the fractal. And what do we have coming on here? Another fractal.
Another fractal. And this is the scary part here. If Caben just deploys 2 more fractals, that shimmering refraction he has in his memory is also lethal once again.
Yeah. Reserve fractal. We're going to see the other fractal, maybe? Considering what the play is here.
I think you shimmering here, yes.
Yeah, shimmering for 4. For 4.
Shimmer for 4 here, set TTA to 17, and then at the materialization of TTA, you activate Dao Chan's level 1's ability, which is you rest her, and you may activate a... Yep, there we go. From memory, another shimmering refractions with just another 4. And that was all in response to TTA's materialization, so you don't actually get that safeguard.
Yeah, I wanted to mention that for folks out there who maybe missed that a little bit. He, played the safeguard, but in response before the safeguard was actually in play, sealed the deal.
Yeah. And Caben goes ahead and takes game 1 between these two. They're going to be looking at the sideboards here, and I'm more than happy to go ahead and look at TTA's first. And immediately looking here is you want to bring in 2 more Expelled.
Yeah, the Expelled Departeds are the ones that I see the most. Being able to just kind of like thin those fractals is really, really important. Like I said, it attacks him on multiple levels. Like it reduces Caben's overall damage, but it also reduces his ability to use those reservables. So very, very important card.
And then we also see Blanche the Sheltering Saint, which is a very good card against spell damage, especially because Guojia is happy to go to level 2 a lot of the times for that little additional life pool. And specifically in TTA's list, you don't run the level 3, so you just stop at level 2 anyways. And then we have 2 extricating touches, which I wouldn't mind seeing those come in. They're a great way to disrupt your opponent's game plan by either forcing them to put cards suboptimally in certain places, or just rip out a card you don't want to deal with, like a Burst Asunder, Refracting Missiles.
Yeah, absolutely. And then looking at Caben's side, what do you think he brings in versus the Genbu match? Basically anything I think that interacts with element types, especially element types in graveyards. I think that's kind of what you want to do, because Genbu actually cares about water element cards in the graveyard. So if they are norm element or removed, then they don't really do much. In fact, that's also true for Fractal of Polar Depths as well.
That is indeed. And we see 2 perfect disruptive cards in the sideboard, as you were mentioning here. We see Censor, a Restful Piece, which shuts off floating memory.
Yep.
And then we see Viridian Protective Trinket as well, which shuts off TTA's ability to really interact on Caben's turn. All water-activated cards on your turn that your opponent tries to do costs 2 more. So it's a great way to stop TTA from sitting back with those like Songs of Frosts and the defensive turn we just saw.
Yeah, it makes those cards a little bit more difficult to play, right? So I think both players have definitely a game plan versus what this particular matchup is, especially for example, Caben coming in with the Fractals deck, knowing that Genbu is like the deck of the event for sure. And of course, TTA just knowing that Fractals was previously a very, very well-established and played deck.
Indeed, here, and I'm very curious what the first 2 rounds for TTA looked like, what decks they were playing against. Is this the first Fractal they're running 2 in this event today, or did they like play against a Fractal 1 or 2, and it's like game 1 was usually I don't have all the tech pieces I need for this deck, so usually game 1's very difficult, but game 2 and 3 are much easier because of the sideboard.
Yeah, absolutely. And we do have both 8 Fractals and 8 Genbu players here in Worlds overall. So they're kind of like an evenly spread deck across the field this weekend.
Yeah, so 50% of our players currently are going to be on either of those decks.
Yep.
And as we mentioned way prior at the start of this, is those 2 decks are the boogie of the event, right? No one really enjoyed playing against Fractals when they were super dominating, and then as soon as Fractals got that ban, Genbu just immediately took its place, filled that niche, and now here we are seeing them face off. The 2 what people would say the best decks of the format right now.
They're definitely very, very strong. I think there's some other like very strong contenders that we'll see throughout this weekend, but these are like two of, if not, like you mentioned, the strongest decks currently. And both of these players, absolutely incredible players, obviously, here at the World Championship. TTA is going to be starting it off with that beautiful mint, as we pointed out before. Let's see if he has a little bit more of a proactive game plan, and it looks like he does. We have a turn 1 Fractal of Polar Depths. Not only does this have reservable, but it is a fantastic card that you can use to either self-mill yourself and get tons and tons of value, or it's a card that you can maybe use to pivot later in the game depending on how things are going to actually finish off your opponent. Sometimes it's maybe a combination of both, using early to mill yourself and using it late to mill your opponent.
And we actually see an ally develop to the board as well in Seaside Ringleader. This is such a good ally when it's in the graveyard, but a lot of the times players will just play it turn 1 and start attacking into it and force your opponent to remove it, so then you could just get the effect of it after it's already dealt damage.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a card that you can banish in your graveyard and draw a card, get a little bit of additional value potentially. We have Caben, a triple Fractal start, which is a very good start for a Fractals deck. We typically talk about like, how many Fractals are you able to play on turn 1, and even with the recent banning, as you mentioned, you are still able to play 3 Fractals pretty comfortably here.
Yeah, the only difference between this 3 Fractals and the unbanned 3 Fractals list is originally you get to look at the top 4 cards of your deck and have 3 Fractals.
Right.
Now this is just you get 3 Fractals, which still is not bad at all, since that's your main game plan.
To be fair, sometimes it was also like 4 Fractals. Yeah. So 3 is still, but it's still very, very strong. We did see that backup charger coming on down, and I do believe it's just a pass. Caben's going to meet that with a Censor of Restful Peace, sideboard tech that we mentioned before. This one just says cards in graveyards lose all abilities, which includes Floating Memory, and that's something that both decks can care about, right? Because we have like Lost in Thoughts, but I think it hurts the Gembu deck a lot more because a lot of their strategy is around that.
Yes, 100%, and that means the Seaside Ringleader, once it's removed off the field, does nothing.
That's true, actually. That is true, yeah.
It is like a double whammy here for TTA. Very unfortunate, but that Seaside Ringleader is still going to be dealing damage every turn, just 2, 2, 2. And I'm actually very curious here. Caben developing another 2 Fractals to the board and expel the party immediately on this awake Fractal of Insight.
I mean, you gotta like thin the herd here. Like there are 5 Fractals. This just makes every single instance of your Fractal damage very, very scary. So Expel the Departed here, very needed from TTA. Caben just accepts it.
And Caben really thinking, because we do see Shimmering Refractions and Refracting Missiles in their hand right now.
Yeah.
So it's like, ooh, do I activate the Shimmering Refraction right now and just sneak in that 4 or 5 extra damage? Or am I just going to play a little bit slow? And this is actually scary, because if Caben did fire off that Shimmering Refraction and then has a Burst Asunder, that would have been close to just game right there. So luckily, not having all the combo pieces. And here we see the materialization of Quicksilver Grill, though, not falling for that Fracturize trick this time.
Yep, so we had Backup Charger immediately cracked, drew the card. We have the Power Slow coming into play, and then the Quicksilver Grail with the card sneakily hidden under that. You can then banish the Quicksilver Grail later to have that card come into play. It's a way that Grand Archive players use to kind of like hide a really powerful tech piece, and then they can cash it in later. It's an extra layer of protection for that.
Mind games are very important in this style of game, right? You don't want to give your opponent free information, and you want to have to make them think of, like, what exactly is that card and what is the plan for it?
I mean, like, there's a few safe bets, like Safeguard Amulet is one that you would assume very, very powerful card versus Fractals in particular. But we'll have to wait and see what it actually is here.
And it looks like the Seaside Ringleader got a little friend, the
second one.
A second one and joining in. And this sort of is like a reverse of our game 1. TTA being the aggressor with multiple allies, and Caben the one kind of playing it slow and trying to build up a little bit of a... I use the word influence very loosely with Fractals, because in Grand Archive, your influence is the total amount of cards in hand and memory. Yeah. But in Fractals sort of count as influence since they have their reservable keyword.
Yeah, absolutely. Caben's just, building up for a very bursty turn, perhaps maybe literally a bursty turn. And TTA is just having a good old dolphin party here.
And this is the scary thing. If Caben materializes Dao-Chan, that means you're probably looking for a lethal line here coming up soon. Your life isn't too in danger. There isn't really like a crazy amount of burst that TTA can do here, especially because Seasides are only 2/2s. But with Dao-Chan, this gives access to the refracting missiles. You get class bonus from any burst asunder that you might already have or draw here for the turn. So a lot of damage here. I believe that's double fracturized in the memory. One was just banished here.
I do believe so as well. But, I mean, with the sensor on board, you're pretty happy to just have it banished now, right? Because floating memory isn't active.
It does the same thing, right?
Yeah, all intents and purposes. So now on Caben's turn, are we going to see a little bit of action, a little bit of damage flying fast and furious? No, we have more fractals coming on in, which is, I think he's pretty happy to kind of like set up the fractals where it makes like multiple damage dealing cards like lethal basically.
And Fractal Refreshment is really good here for Caben because it allows you to pretty much swap out cards you don't want anymore. Like probably that Fracturize that's sort of sitting there. We'll put it at the bottom of the deck, and then you draw that many cards you put down into your memory.
Yeah, like Fractal Mulligans is what I call it sometimes, yeah.
Fractal of Try Again.
yeah. It's a nice little card selection. We have a little confirmation here from players to the judge. But TTA does, like you mentioned, still have a decent amount of board presence. They're just 2/2s, but that is 4 damage represented every single turn at base level. And we do have a little bit of a question here.
So it looks like here that TTA went ahead and materialized Tengu without waking up their allies. In the Grand Archive, you want to make sure you follow through the steps here. At the start of your turn, it's wake everything up, then materialization, then recollection, then draw here. So it may be just a judge sort of reminding both players here to make sure you follow through with all your procedures here. You don't want to skip anything, shortcut, and you need to communicate there. So
yeah, so I mean, we are at Worlds here, right?
Yes.
Like things need to be done in the proper order for sure.
Alrighty, it looks like the Seaside Ringleaders once again just hitting Dao-Chan, doing another 4 damage counters here, sitting at 10 total, and that is all from Seaside Ringleader. So half of the total life pool available to Dao-Chan completely gone here, and a Fractal Polar Depths.
Second Fractal Polar Depths. It's a little unfortunate with that sensor out, right? You can't really crack them on yourself and get a ton of value out of it. So we're going to have to see how Caben responds, right? Because at the base level, TTA still has 4 damage every single turn, so there is a clock, right? There is a very real clock that Caben either has to deal with TTA's board state, or in the next couple turns, he needs to be able to push damage. Caben is sitting at a little bit of extra health because he did level up into Dao-Chan, but it's not a ton. And so he has a couple turns without dealing with these to do some action, but maybe we're going to see some of that this turn.
And it's all about what was just drawn into memory from that Shimmering Refractions. It has, if you activate it from the memory, you get to draw an additional card into your memory. It pretty much replaces itself.
Yeah.
So it's all depending on what that card is. We know there's Refracting Missiles, and if Caben does activate that, it will be for 6, putting TTA to 11. Spirit of Water is 15 total life here, so that's not going to be exactly quite lethal here, but if that was another Shimmering Refractions, a Burst Ascender, even another Refracting Missiles, that's the game.
Yeah, I mean, like 10. He wants to get to 10 at this point. With 5 fractals on board, that's a double at minimum. So let's see. Quicksilver Grail coming on in. Caben hiding a card underneath.
Oh, it looks like it was Fastkier and Frostworn Paladin drawn for the turn here. And a Capulating Opulescence. This Fantasia is so good against Grill. And the reason for that is because activated abilities of Regalias you don't control cost 2 more, which means if you want to use that Grill, you have to pay 2. And then if there's a Safeguard Amulet underneath that, you have to pay 2 again.
That's true. So you need a minimum, 4 in hand just to do your Safeguard?
Yes.
Not including if you have, negation in hand. So Caben's basically trying to set up so he can fight through all of TTA's interaction.
Exactly. It's you want to put pressure. Now, TTA cannot overcommit on their turn. They always have to keep 4 up just to use that safeguard to stay alive. Also, it's just so good because it replaces itself. On enter, you draw a card into your memory, so you get this crazy effect, and then you, on your next turn, just get the card back in your hand. You're able to keep the momentum, keep things going.
Yeah, absolutely. And keep in mind, it's just abilities regardless you don't control. So it doesn't affect you. So Caben's happily able to crack his Quicksilver whenever he would like. We do see a Fracturize on that sensor, though, which is very important for TTA getting back into his game plan, because floating memory is so crucial to the deck. We have a Guoja level 2 level up as part of the cost. TTA has to reveal his deck, his material deck. And so Caben's able to look to see if there's any sideboard changes or anything.
Yeah, making sure, saying like, oh, did you bring anything in particularly against this matchup? Stuff like that, confirming, handing it back. The important thing is Caben could probably deduce what's underneath the grill now, since you've actually seen the entire sideboard. If you don't see the
amulet, safeguard amulet?
Yes,
Yeah.
Safeguard, you're like, okay, that's underneath there.
He's
now.
like, yep. Which is it's a slight downside of actually doing your Quicksilver Grail a little bit earlier in this deck in particular, just because it's a little bit more of information that you have to give up. So we see those ringleaders also punching in for 4 more damage total. Caben at 14 total. Next, he's still got a couple more turns unless TTA is able to put out a little bit more of another threat here.
Oh, and an extricating touch targeting Caben here. I'm curious to see if Caben's going to respond to this in any way, probably like a fast cure, just to try and keep that recovery. But it is going to be very important. It's going to strip away a card from hand or memory, which means Caben's going to go down on options. And it is going to be very important here to see what we have. We have 2 down.
Looks like we're going to see a response from Caben. He's going to be playing out. Is this one of the...
Really fast cure?
Oh, it's the fast cure, as you said. Yep.
Getting that nice recovery for undoing the damage from the Seaside Ringleaders on this turn here. And then we're going to choose a memory, discarding that Frostborn Power. Importantly, Caben keeping 1 card in hand, which is that Refracting Missiles, a key component for Caben's strategy here. And it was one of those, like, I have 2 down in memory or 1 in hand, your choice. So you want to take the gamble on the 1 and only card, or did I put it down in my memory?
Right, exactly. I think it's a pretty justifiable play to choose the one that had 2 options over the one that had 1 option. So a lot of the times you'll put down cards that you don't. Oh, so we have another ally here, Frostborn Paladin, coming on in from TTA, and this is going to represent even more damage every single turn. This one is going to be with the floating memory effect, so gets to draw a card and get that buff counter.
Yeah, it makes sense why you've removed that sensor, just so you're able to actually have floating memory for this Frostborn Paladin. And now Caben's actually staring at a reverse problem here. The allies are going to be enough to win the game on next turn. So you're going to have to try and deal with one here. You only have 2 cards with you, Refracting Missiles, and then I believe it was the Fracturize in the hand, or in the memory there.
Yes, it was Fracturize in memory.
Caben is going to have to either use that Refracting Missiles on an ally here, or draw something to help. But a Wand of Frost Materialization is so smart here. It is going to be pretty much a turn of protection from the Frostborn Paladin. If you go ahead and banish it, you give an ally or unit -3 attack.
Absolutely. That's definitely an extra layer of protection that Caben needed in this situation, because he is staring down a total of 7 points of damage across these 3 allies. Essentially, for Caben, he is looking for ways to punch through TTA's defenses, right? He needs to get through whatever's underneath the Quicksilver Grill, which is almost assuredly an amulet, and then also maybe get through whatever interaction he's also holding.
Indeed, on there. And it's actually a very key note that Caben just drew for turn is a Glimmering Refusal.
Yes.
That is a very powerful defensive card here.
Yep.
And you can actually set it up to where... Oh, actually, maybe not, because you don't have the Glimmer counters on Daochan to be able to activate from memory. There is a Scepter probably underneath that grill, but the problem is can you put a card in memory to then use the Scepter but then put the Glimmering Refusal in memory as well to then use Dao Chan. I'm not sure if Kaven does have a floating memory. If he does, then it is 100% possible. But without that, you are sort of sitting with the Glimmering Refusal in hand. You are able to activate it normally by using the fractals, but it is something that can be played around by TTA if they assume Kaven has it.
Right. And we saw exactly what we expected from TTA's turn, right? Slamming on in with all of the allies. Kaben meeting that with that wand and saving himself 3 life. So 4 damage in. Kaben now at 17, only 2 health remaining.
And this is actually scary because TTA does run refracting missiles in their list as well.
Yeah,
and they have
does,
2
yeah.
fractals, so this is going to be 3 damage if they do have one in hand or draw one. So now Kaven's sort of on the other end of what his deck does is like, oh no, refracting missiles is lethal here.
TTA has done a great job in this game of mimicking a Water Allies deck.
Oh my gosh, here we have it right here. A stratagem of Myriad Ice holding priority. In response, we're going to go ahead and use the Fractal Polar Depths. So we're going to get additional mills. And if Kaben does not have a response to this, stratagem will be doing a lot of damage here with the floating memories. And Kaben, we know it. He has it. 1, 2, 3 down. Or 2 down. Glimmering Refusal. We are looking at it, thinking about it. He has to do something here about the stratagem of Myriad Ice.
I think they're perhaps determining what order these effects are going to be happening in, right? Because we still have the Guoja Fate Stone effect to get the counters on Guoja, the quest counters.
That is true, because you do mill yourself twice with each of those Fractal Polar Depths.
Right.
So you do get those additional counters here.
I think that's what they're talking about here. But definitely Kaben is ready to negate this.
And here we are, the Glimmering Refusal, and that's a pay 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 in order to activate that card. TTA does not have the resources for it and goes, all right, yep, that is banished. Not going to do anything with that here.
But still now sitting with a very robust graveyard that he can use for things later. Having this many cards in graveyard is really good for future Polar Depths as well as Genbu himself if it does come down to that.
And a thing to note, TTA only keeping 2 cards in hand. You need 4 to activate that Grell and Safeguard combination. And so Kaben is sort of able to run free here with any damaging spells that they do wish to activate from hand, or if they draw off the top and conceal it. But we see a backup charger. Need to build up that influence, running quite low, only 2 total currently.
Yeah, using his reservable to pay for it. 1 reservable, 2 from hand, because he's going to get these back anyway. Might as well save on your reservable as much as you can.
Recollection step, we're activating Terrafring.
Just the extra layer of protection, I suppose, in this situation. We do see a Zhang Zhao coming on, and this is the first Zhang Zhao of this game. Zhang Zhao, very, very powerful card. You can use the Fractal's reservable ability to then play Zhang Zhao and get that nice draw 2 cards because you have no cards in your memory. The Zhang Zhao, generally speaking, is very strong, but she's exceptionally strong in the Fractal's list.
Yeah, it's a very powerful ally with 4 different modes, but it's even more powerful when you build it to consistently get 1 mode every time.
Yeah, it's real good. It's really, really good. And Kaben is just trying to build back up influence and also build up his win condition, right? He just needs more damage dealing cards.
Yeah, and we do see Kaben starting the turn with 2 cards, now already up to 5 thanks to the Zhang Zhao backup charger and drawing for turn. The issue is I only see 1 refracting missiles and no other damaging spells from the hand, and there's 3 allies you have to deal with.
Exactly, yeah. Kaben definitely still on a clock. That clock's looking like next turn, so actions need to be taken now, right?
Yeah.
This is, unless Kaben does something, this may be the final turn of this particular game. Keep in mind, Kaben did take game 1, so with 35 minutes still on the clock, we have plenty of game here.
Indeed, and it's one of those things where winning game 1 gives you that buffer that allows you to, like, if you do make a mistake in game 2, or your opponent's able to get their game plan going, you still have that third and final game. It's not all lost. It's so much harder to fight reverse, right? If you lose game 1, now everything's do or die. You have to make sure you win that game 2 to just push it to the game 3. And we see Refracting Missiles taking out the Frostborn Paladin, and then Caben developing a Frostborn Paladin of their own and not attacking with it just due to the Terrafring, but now it has Intercept, and it is going to be very difficult for the Seaside Ringleaders to try and remove, so TTA needs something else.
Yeah, absolutely. When you have to use your burn spell to take out their allies, you might be in a little bit of dire straits here. Hopefully this Frostborn Paladin can shore up his board state enough to protect his life total. But TTA is going to do his best to punch through and take out Caben. Caben only being at 2 life here. Either one of these ringleaders is lethal.
And Curious here for TTA can materialize a Tideholder Claymore, which is a 5 attack weapon, pretty much, that you can use to remove the Frostborn Paladin.
Absolutely.
Out. And I think that's exactly what we're doing here. We're getting the Tideholder Claymore, using 2 floating memory, one with the Pelagic Fate Stone, so it enters transformed and is going to get an additional mill for Genbu as well. And then the thing is, if Caben doesn't have any way to either protect this Frostborn Paladin or just deal the remaining damage after the Frostborn retaliates Gorgia, it opens up the alley for the Seaside Ringleaders to get in.
Yeah, absolutely. And the Tideholder Claymore coming in for 5 here on the Frostborn Paladin, taking it out. Ringleader coming on in. Caben asking to look at the graveyard, probably counting the number of water cards for Tideholder Claymore.
Also just probably seeing what has been milled and banished, seeing what TK might be hanging on to. These, once again, deck lists were open. Players could see.
That's game here. Yep, we're going to be going on to Game 3 here in the Swiss round of Worlds, Round 3, Game 3. Both players each taking one, and that was a really interesting showcase of the decks, right? Caben didn't really get a ton of action, right? Didn't get a lot of his damaging spells, and it's that kind of thing where you have a deck like Fractals where you have a big portion of your deck that are Fractals and a big portion of your deck that are your payoffs. And if you draw half and not the other half, then you can kind of run into some awkward hands. Even if the deck is really, really strong, it can still be a little awkward in that regard. And all TTA needed was just like some dudes, some dudes that could attack, right?
Some dudes on Dolphins.
Yeah, and the Dolphins, they got there. Like, just consistent damage every single turn. It was able to get there. So we'll have to see how it plays out in Game 3. Both decks haven't really done their... I guess Caben did his big explosive stuff in Game 1. But we'll have to see if the Genbu deck can do the Genbu stuff. Did a little bit of it, but not the full Genbu suite, right?
Yeah, well, the namesake of the decks, right? Genbu and Fractals.
Yeah.
Caben played a lot of Fractals, didn't see anything else. Genbu's not really doing much Genbu, right? We're seeing Seaside Ringleaders, we saw a Stratagem of Myriad Ice, and we saw a Tideholder Claymore. But that's just how these players navigate the matchup in particular. Is sometimes you have to find these alternative routes or strategies just to stay alive and in the game. You can't always go with that. And it's just we can echo it so many times. These are top caliber players. They know exactly what they need to do to navigate these matchups, and they will try and find every possible route and line to stay alive.
Yeah. I mean, at the end of the day too, just solid fundamentals and having a strong board state is still very, very strong in Grand Archive, right? Even if your deck is is built to do a certain thing, just having some allies, having a good, strong board state is always really, really powerful.
And Caben taking our first turn here for us. This is the first time Caben gets to go first, so you don't actually get that additional draw for turn. So you are stuck with an opening 7. And we're going to see how many Fractals that is going to allow Caben to do. We see...
potentially
2.
3 if he's got a 2-drop Fractal.
I see a Fast Cure and what I believe is a Glimmering Refusal chilling in the back.
I think you're right. I think we may just see a 2 Fractal start. Definitely not optimal, but I have also seen worse. So
it's still really good as long as you have Fractals to begin with. That's part of the game plan.
Yeah, for sure.
It's just not going to allow you to do that turn 2 Zheng Zhao. which is so good for these decks. You just immediately build up that value.
Zhang Zhao is kind of a snowball-y card, right?
Oh, yeah.
Zhang Zhao into more action, maybe more Zhang Zhaos. We'll have to see how proactive or reactive TTA is this time, because last game he had a little bit more of a proactive plan, just playing out those ringleaders, whereas the first game was very, very reactive. We do see a turn 1 Fractal of Polar Depths into a pass. This is a card, as we mentioned, can set up for future big plays. We saw an attempted big play in Game 2 with cracking the double Fractals and trying to get a kill, but it's still a great card that can be used as reservable and in mid to late game set up win conditions.
Yeah, and surprisingly enough, this is sort of how Game 2 started for TTA, but there's a Seaside Ringleader going next to this as well. So the fact that we don't see an ally means Kaban gets a turn of no pressure and is going to be able to take a little bit more time to help set up here. Went backup charger to go ahead and...
Bit of a slower start from both players here. Well, let's see. Kaban's a little bit in the tank here.
Just trying to really filter out those lines. I'm looking here and I don't see another Fractal. We see Lost in Thought.
I don't think so either.
Fast Cure, Refracting Missile, Shimmering Refraction, Glimmering Refusal, and a Fracturize in the back here. So no additional Fractals to help develop board. Very defensive reactive hand though. You can stop almost anything TTA is planning.
Yeah, and in this situation, like you do still want to further your game plan. So getting a little bit more card advantage, drawing cards and digging, is going to be good, or maybe setting up for potential other things. Is he debating?
Looking on a Refracting Missiles, maybe sort of like has their hand on it here. Fast Cure going down. So this is 3 total. A Frostworn Paladin. I believe we're going to hold priority on this Frostworn Paladin to try and put a Floating Memory, which we do have in hand, which is a Lost in Thought. Really cool interaction here. Is what you do is on enter, it goes on the stack pretty much. And then you can respond to that by using your Lost in Thought to get that Floating Memory, and it's harder to interact with the Frostworn Paladin this way and the Floating Memory that's put in, rather than using the Floating Memory card, then playing the Frostworn Paladin.
Absolutely, yeah. You just basically play the Frostworn or the Lost in Thought for 0, and then just cash it in immediately. So yeah, just kind of like establishing board, but also digging for more Fractals and more of like your big payoffs. Notably, also, he's got a 3/4 as well.
Yeah. A 3/4 is very strong and kind of difficult for TTA to remove here right now. We do see a Bovine in the hand, a 1/2 ally, but is going to start the milling. And I don't think I see any other allies here for TTA. So this Frostworn Paladin may be able to stick around for a little bit longer. And it's starting to be a little reminiscent of that Game 1 when Kaban just developed Frostworn Paladins and started attacking in every turn.
Yeah, that Bovine could be easy pickings for that Frostworn Paladin too. It could come in, do a little bit of advantage, a little bit of something, but without even being Woja and getting the extra quest counters from it, it's just kind of not a great proposition.
And a Nullifying Mirror this time is the choice of materialization for Kaban. Didn't really like that sensor play the first time, I'm assuming here. Now just saying I'm shutting off water cards in general. Those Fractals are just going to be reservable Fractals for you. If you sacrifice them, they're not going to do anything.
Yeah, so this is a pretty classic Grand Archive play. So he played Nullifying Lantern, right? But then he fracturized his own Nullifying Lantern. And this has multiple great effects for Kaban. One is that, hey, well, it's now a Fractal, right? You can use it for reservable. But 2, it actually keeps its effects because of how like these things work in Grand Archive. So it's also a Fractal, but it also still has that effect of making all cards in graveyards Norm Element, which is really, really bad for TTA, who wants his cards to be water.
Yes, it's the layer interaction, and importantly as well, is TTA runs Unbroken Mustang, which destroys zero-cost Regalias. So this is a way for Caben sort of protect this lantern and force TTA to actually use an Expel the Departed to remove it. So it sort of slows down. You don't get to develop an ally, and additionally, you do have to commit a little bit more resources here. In response to the Zhang Zhao, though, the TTA is going to respond, and we are going to Cerulean Decree. Pretty much telling Caben, if you want this Zhang Zhao, you can pay 2 for it, but it's not going to draw you 2 cards anymore.
Yep. Yeah, that's actually a really interesting interaction with Zhang Zhao in general. Any card that like has this negation effect unless you pay something just makes it so like it messes up all the Zhang Zhao math. But Caben's like, hey, you know what? I'll keep the 1/2 body. I'll pay 2 for it.
GTA just fracturizing the power cell here, trying to get that floating memory into the graveyard so you could get a clean level up into Guogia level 1 here, and plus get that additional fractal for the refracting missiles that they do have, which would be enough to remove that Frostborn Paladin then.
Yeah, both players fracturizing their own cards left and right.
Typically in water, that's what you do most of the time.
Oh,
it's
yeah,
like,
for sure.
You're like, whatever regalias or items you have, it's okay, you could have them. I just need to build up my own influenceless fractals.
Yep, gives you a little bit of extra bonus value, with it also being floating memory, which in TTA's case, both decks' cases to be honest, is very strong.
Alrighty, Power Cell is good here for the Fracturize. And we're taking the level up into Guogia 1 here. Gonna have a little bit of a life buffer now, thanks for that level up, since the Frostborn Paladin and the Zhang Zhao is gonna be putting in pressure. And just sort of like 4 damage return. That's what these decks look like they want to do, trade back and forth.
Yeah, I mean, like, as I mentioned, at the end of the day, it can kind of just come down to just having some allies on the field, especially when both decks have a lot of interaction versus each other. Both decks like trying to stop the enemy's game plan. So what it comes down to is just like, hey, I have some guys. Maybe you don't have some guys.
Looking into it here, TTA. What is your game plan to remove these allies? You need to get rid of that Frostborn Paladin as soon as possible. That damage is just going to be adding up and stacking.
It is quite an annoying body. 3/4 is just large, and you either need like a very strong removal or you need multiple instances of removal. So looks like TTA is just going to be passing back to Caben, who's going to immediately level up into Dao Chan 1. Definitely get that little bit of a life buffer, but also you get the inherited effect, which is really strong, being able to play reactions from memory at the cost of glimmer counters.
And this is starting to get scary with a Dao Chan level 1 now materialized. A lot of things are activated. We are going to see some damage perhaps coming through with a Shimmering Refractions. This is going to be for 3, setting TTA for 10, if that is the goal here, which it looks like that's what we're targeting. And then we have 4 damage on board would be 14, so Caben will have to find 5 more somewhere. And we do have a refracting missiles in hand, so you just need 1 more fractal to be able to make that exactly lethal.
So Caben immediately attacks with Zhang Zhao here. Waiting for a response. Ooh, we have removal on Zhang Zhao, refracting missile. If you're Caben here and you see your opponent using your refracting missile on your 1/2 Zhang Zhao, you're like, okay, you're definitely in the driver's seat.
Indeed, but we have a second refracting missiles from the hand of TTA, and he's just saying, I'll take care of both right now as fast as I can.
Yeah, and this will do 4 damage because it's the number of fractals plus 1. So this is enough to take care of the Frostborn Paladin, barring interaction. So we'll have to see what Caben has in response. It looks like he has a play.
Oh, Caben looking for a glimmering refusal here. It would be you need to pay 3, but TTA is showing 3 in hand, so, and I'm pretty sure you would commit those 3 no matter what to make sure that refractive missiles goes through.
Yep.
And it is good. Caben, understandably, not going to be fighting for that. And we're going to use those fractals for something else here, and that's developed.
More fractals.
More fractals.
Yeah.
You got it right.
Yeah, I think Caben's happy to just be like, okay, I'll save my negation for later when it matters a little bit more, where I can use it to maybe protect an actual, kill.
Yeah, you're under no pressure currently as Team True Caben. So you're more than happy to just like, okay, I'll take an off turn. I'll set up my board a little bit and go from there.
Yeah, absolutely. As mentioned, like Caben's kind of in the driver's seat here. It's on TTA to not die and also then set up a counter. It's on Caben here to keep up the aggression and set up kills like with this refracting missile.
And this is a very interesting refracting missile. This is going to be refracting for 5 in response to the Quicksilver Grill, and Caben just put down a Shimmering Refraction in memory.
Ooh.
So if this goes through, that's going to set Gojia to 15, then you activate Dao Chen for that Shimmering Refraction from memory for 4 damage, exactly lethal. So TTA needs a response to this right now, or this could just be the game.
Yeah, and for those who don't know, Caben's doing this in response to the Quicksilver because it could sneak in that the Safeguard Amulet, right? And here's the Shimmering. Does TTA have interaction?
Saying in response, we're going to Lost in Thought. We're going to dig.
We're going to dig. Yep. Digging with a hope and a prayer.
2, and that's the game.
Caben takes it in round 3, 2-1. We have round 3 here at Worlds. Wow, that was a back and forth nail biter. Really, really interesting games here, especially when we see a lot of these decks pivot to not really pivoting, but just like getting a lot of value out of allies, essentially. Like the Frostborn's putting in so much work, Ringleader's putting in so much work in game 2. Yeah, I think it's interesting, especially when both decks are known for like their bursty capabilities.
Yeah, and it's very interesting to see the deck that developed usually the 2 or more allies in the game usually ended up winning.
That's true, yeah.
Game 1, Caben had multiple Frostborns. Game 2, TT had multiple Seaside Ringleaders.
Right.
And then Game 3, Caben once again, Frostborn Paladin, Zhang Zhao, and TTA just really couldn't commit any allies or defensive options there. So congratulations to Team True Caben, though, for taking that. Very close. It could have gone either way, that Game 3.
I think so. Yeah, it was all very obviously draw dependent, but as you mentioned, just being able to stick some allies and having them survive from multiple turns, getting that incremental damage, really allowed Caben to kind of have a turn like that where he's able to sequence a couple damaging spells back to back in response to something like Quicksilver activation. So
indeed, here, yeah, it is so cool to see just all the lines and interactions that were happening in the thought process, and it's just your opponent didn't have the defensive option, so when they tried to bring it out, that's when you went ahead and went for the win. And it's cool to see that style of deck. The thought process here is we didn't see a single Burst Asunder.
That's true.
All 3 games, and Caben still managed to sneak out wins just from Shimmering Refractions.
No Burst Asunder, no Genbu.
No Genbu, yep.
Which are kind of like the hallmark cards of each deck. Which is interesting, and this is definitely not the last we're going to see of both of these decks. Potentially both of these players this weekend. As we mentioned during the round, we have 8 Genbu and 8 Fractals in Worlds, but that's not all, right? Because we have a lot of other stuff. We mentioned those, but we have 7 Xanders in different flavors, right?
Yes.
We have 7 Xanders, 4 Wind. I think was it 4 Wind. 2 fire, 1 water?
1 water, yep.
I believe that's the breakdown. Then we have 3 Tristans, and we also have 3 Aris, which is great. So all of the Tristan and Ari fans, hey, we are also represented here at Worlds. Then we also have Wind Allies, and we have Robots.
Yes.
Yeah, so we have a decent, actually, variation here in Worlds, right?
And then a Fire Lorraine as well.
Oh, yeah, the Fire Lorraine, yep.
So nice little spread, nice little variety. I'm really curious to see how each of these decks are doing. Like, if our top half that are 3-0 right now are looking at... are they just Gembus and Fractals? Or is there, like, an Ari that's managed to, sneak in there? Maybe Xanders are doing really well.
Yeah, it is kind of interesting going into it because a lot of these players knew. I mean, you got to assume all of these players knew that Genbu was a huge breakout deck, and going into this event, you're either I'm going to be playing Genbu or I'm going to have a game plan for Genbu, right? And so the players who are on Fractals who are okay, well, I have a game plan for Genbu. I'm playing Fractals. potentially people are maybe not prepared for Fractals because it was a previously very, very strong deck that did get a little bit of a ban, and maybe people underestimated it a little bit, right? And it could be like the perfect call specifically for this event where maybe people aren't as prepared. They're not packing as much like Fractal and Fantasia removal. So it's going to be really interesting to see how like this kind of stuff plays out and how these other decks pair up against Fractals in particular, because it was kind of like, I think going into it, a lot of people weren't expecting it to be as huge of a presence as it is here, especially with like a lot of the members of both True Champion and Main Deck piloting it. Not all of them. There's a little bit of other.
A little spread, a little diversity. Some of them went with their hearts on certain decks and said, I've been playing this for quite a bit, so I think I'm just going to stick with it, not join what everyone is on.
Yeah.
Which you'd love to see, right?
No, well, yeah, absolutely. I think there's something to be said for you can play the best deck and or you can play the deck that you're the best with, right? Yeah. That's still like good into the meta, and I think those are equally valid, plays going into a big event like this.
Really, it is, and we just love that. Like, there's such a variety. I feel like that ban of Dissonant Fractal prevented your top lists are just being, fractal, because that was undisputedly the best deck for the longest period of time. The Distant Fractal made the consistency so much better. Like, Fractals, as we saw, is still good. It won round 2 and round 3 on stream. We saw here in the featured match. And so it's just that variety is, I think, what we need. It's refreshing to see everyone playing decks they enjoy, playing decks that they think is the strongest or the counter to actually like what is happening.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the fact that we have like 3 Arisanas here, I think is like a testament to that. Not to underplay how strong she is, because Arisana can be quite strong, especially because we have Polaris and you have just like star calling effects and glimpsing. It's when it pops off, it really, really hums, and then all the Xanders as well. Because like Xander is like, even though it's a couple different flavors of Xander, Xander is I guess the next most represented after Gembu and Fractals.
Yeah, and it is. And it's just, even Lorraine, a champion that like has sort of fallen out of favor, it's still represented here in like 2 Wind Allies lists and then a Fire Lorraine list, which is all about her and her attacks. So like even champions from We Yonder, from the past that we've seen before plenty are still here. And funny enough though, in comparison, if you just like look at last year Worlds to this year Worlds, there's no Rise yet. Last year was full of Rise.
Sure. Poor Rai. Maybe someday he'll be back in the sunshine. We'll have to wait and see what the Weebs of the Shore team have cooked up for everyone. But yeah, this weekend, not a lot of mages. Not a lot of mages is a little bit of an understatement, I think.
We have a whole year of Grand Archive until next Worlds, but speaking of like a whole nother year, there's something coming up very soon. July 25th, we have the release of DTR, Distorted Reflections, and I've been enjoying it. I know you've been enjoying it a lot. I hope everyone who's been watching it has been enjoying those design notes that Sildar and Tyler did earlier at the start for the opening ceremony. Blew my mind. Those starter decks are crazy.
Dude, this set looks so sick. Dude, the starter decks look so sick. I have not had the chance to play them yet, unlike Dan and Cam, but I can't wait. I definitely want to play them. They look super, super good. They look a lot of fun. They both look fairly intricate compared to a lot of other Grand Archive starter decks. But for me, just as like a fan of the game and as a fan of trading card games in general, they just look like a blast, right?
Oh, 100%. And it's actually, if you're curious about the starter decks or like what these people right behind us are doing on these tables, that they're actually playing a starter deck event right now. They're here at Worlds testing and playing the new DTR ones. They come out July 25th, so we're still like a month out, and people have their hands on it. And this is how fun these like Ascent Worlds and just Ascents are 100%. To be a part of. And it's so great that here everyone is experiencing it. And like, I just say stay tuned for the whole stream, because I feel like there's going to be so much fun and surprises coming up.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Worlds is an event for like everyone. Right? It's not just for the Worlds competitors. Obviously it is, but it's also for people who just want to come and play some Grand Archive. Like you said, we have the brand new starter deck events going on. We still also have Ascent Worlds happening. It's going to start happening tomorrow, which is a team-based event, which is really, really cool. And then there's like artists here. There's like the massive merch booth. There's vendors. Like if you just want to come here and just play Grand Archive or go to future events and future Ascents, I honestly I can't recommend it enough. It's just so much fun. Like it's some of the best time that I've had just at trading card game events, because they really make it feel kind of like a mesh between like a convention and a TCG event. It's great.
Yeah, it's wonderful, and I want to just touch on the artists you mentioned as well. It's so cool to actually like get to talk with the artist of the game. Like, I know you have your favorite art for cards. I have some favorite art for cards. And it's the fact that you get to see some of these artists and be like, hey, I loved your art. And like, well, thank you so much. And they have exclusive playmats too. That have like blown up pictures of their art. They also can do like signings of certain cards you want. And I know some of them even do like sketches on we saw on like the Blink tokens. But now let's go ahead and hear actually from Team True Caben what his thoughts on that last game.
Yeah, let's do it.
Hello and welcome back. We are here with the round 3 winner of the World's Swiss stage, True Champion Caben. Congratulations on winning that matchup. That was definitely a tough one. You against TTA is like, ooh, these are like the best of the best. So how do you feel so far?
Yeah, I mean, it's been a gauntlet so far. Of course, it's Worlds. Everyone's going to be good, but I've played against some really hard opponents today, so I'm very grateful to be walking out as a 3-0 record so far.
Yeah, so going 3-0, leading into the lunch break, you'll have time to like kind of process all the games, look forward to the next ones. So let's talk about your deck. There's a couple things that I thought were really interesting and a couple things that I was really confused about, and I'd love to be able to get your specific insight on it. So first of all, fractals.
Yeah.
Right? Everyone's like, oh my god, fractals are dead, Dissonant Fractal. We just had the chance to talk to your teammate, True Champion Perfy, about it. But I want to get your insight. Why did you feel like fractals was the deck to play today? And also, were you thinking about anything else?
Yeah, I had another option as well, just in case, you know, the meta from the Gauntlet didn't really lead to a fractal-friendly approach. But I had kind of a feeling that, you know, Fractals was going to get the spotlight taken off of it. It definitely got much weaker. There is no doubt in that. The Fractals is a much worse deck without Dissonant. But when it isn't in the spotlight, it can shine a lot brighter. And so I felt that it was going to be well positioned for Worlds. I didn't think that a lot of people would be bringing it to Gauntlet, seeing who had qualified for Gauntlet. And so we had figured that Genbu was going to be pretty heavy in the Gauntlet. A lot of people would be trying to pack as much hate as possible for that, and we could kind of just sneak in with Fractals and take them by surprise.
Yeah, definitely. So, you know, we have all of your teammates actually here in the World Swiss stage. So something that I talked with True Champion Isaac about yesterday is he said that you are always the one who has a little bit different of a deck list.
Sure.
They tend to be the two that play exactly the same thing. So for you, I noticed no Jianyu at all in the deck, and you're citing one Captivating Opulence. But on top of that, you chose to go maximum fractal of intrusions. So you have 4 fractal intrusions and only 1 unstable fractal.
Yes.
Can you talk to me a little bit about why those choices?
Yeah.
Especially the Jianyu. That's the big one people want to know.
Sure. Let me get the Jianyu out of the way then. I don't like the card that much. Personal preference. I think it's a great card. You know, a lot of our teammates, both in True Champion Gaming and the main deck people that we've been collabing with, are all big Jianyu fans. But yeah, I don't feel it. There were a lot of other card choices that I wanted, and it just didn't make the space. I think it's a strong card, but it just wasn't for me. I chose to go with cards like Extricating Touch over it, which fill a similar role, and I just personally love that card, so I really needed the space for that. As far as like why my deck lists are different, I just kind of like try a lot of different things, and sometimes they just click with me. The 4 Fractal of Intrusion and 4 Fractal of Refreshment, and actually I was on 0 Unstable Fractal for a long time. It just felt right to me. I really liked that version, and it wasn't until last night that my teammates were like, hey, you really need to up your Fractal count. So I was like, okay, I'll put 1 unstable in. And the funny thing is it came up immediately round 1, game 1. I drew my opening hand, and it was 1 unstable fractal. It was my only fractal, and I was playing a non-fractal card in place of that. So like immediately rewarded for not having a 0 fractal opener. So thank you, Taylor from main deck. You saved my butt.
Yeah, it's definitely a big one. So looking at a couple of other things, you have your material deck and your sideboard. Your sideboard actually has a lot of material deck cards, something that we don't commonly see anymore. You're running the Viridian Protective Trinket, Censor of Restful Peace, and the Nullifying Mirror. Can you talk about what kind of matchups you chose to put those in? Because when I'm looking at your deck, it's a lot of draw cards in the kind of initial setup for it.
Yeah, so Censor was actually, again, from the main deck people. I made that change this morning before deck lists were due. At first, I didn't think there was room for it in the Genbu matchup, but we figured out a way to make room for siding, and it can just really turn that matchup into a favorable one if they just can't answer it. So yeah, that just Genbu needing Viridian and Censor for that matchup. Nullifying Mirror is really crucial. We realized that there is a lot of Wind decks coming into Worlds. We expected multiple Astras, multiple Wind Luxems, multiple Wind Tristans, so you had to have it in the list somewhere. So every material deck card felt really crucial. We've actually been on the 3 Regalia sideboard for a while. It just was a Art of War for a long time over Censor, but we realized after crunching the numbers of who got in from the Gauntlet and everything, there's not much aggro. We didn't expect much aggro, and so we decided to axe that, knowing that we definitely play against more Genbu than aggro. And yeah, it just it's been a very comfortable list. My list is different yet similar to the list that I played all during Nat season. It feels like it's very refined at this point, but there is always like a ton of little changes that you can make, which is I think the main difference that you see between my list and then like the other TCGs and main deck. You know, there's like 4 or 5 cards difference between usually the sideboard. I think our main boards are all pretty much the same, except for not everyone is on the 4 Intrusion 4 Refreshment special. I really love that package though.
Yeah, I believe it was True Champion Perfy that had the One of Jianyu in the main, which was even more surprising to me. I was like, wow, you really have a lot of respect for this card.
Yeah.
So it's interesting to see kind of when you collaborate with other groups and you really get the chance to kind of play your decks and refine them as much as you want. Everyone comes to like a slightly different feel. So it really comes down to like, this is a great deck. It's really well refined, but you know, I'm feeling this a little more for the vibes.
Yeah, I'd love to expand on that actually because you know, some people might look at our list and see that they're slightly different and think that we have different opinions on what's good. But in reality, I think most of the time we are all in agreement about what cards are good and not good in the list. And it does really come down to that personal preference. You know, again, I don't think Jianyu is a bad card at all. When Taylor and Mitch and Gruthos and Perfy are all talking about, you know, I can't cut this card. It's so good. I agree with them. I just don't want to run it. You know, like I will look at someone, one of my teammates' list and be like, yeah, this looks perfect for you. I wouldn't make any changes, even though it's not the same list that I'm playing, you know?
Yeah, that's definitely a big one. So, you know, it's a great opportunity to kind of pick your brain with this. You have a ton of insight in the game. You are the very first Ascent winner. But if I recall correctly, you had one question for me.
I do. Tyler, you are also a huge person in the community. It's great to see you in this position and being part of the World's experience. I wanted to ask you, what has been your favorite or most memorable part of GA so far?
I actually have a pretty good answer for this. So my most memorable part of GA is actually last year at Worlds. So the format was still able to be changed deck lists between days. And Glenn Williams actually came up to me and he said, Once in Love, do you have cards available for me? And he looked at me and he said, I really need these. I think they're going to win Worlds.
Yeah.
And so I handed him 4 Flame Sweeps. I handed him the Meltdowns. And after he won, the first thing he did was he came up to me and he immediately thanked me for the cards.
That's
Before
awesome.
anything else, he came up and he said, this was due to you.
Yeah.
And that was just the most memorable thing that I think has ever happened in my life.
That's super cool.
Not just Grand Archive. Yeah. So thank you so much for joining us. Again, that was the round 3 winner, True Champion Caben. We will be going to a lunch break now before we bring it back for round 4. So thank you guys so much and stay tuned.
See what comes into play here. Here we have in our Swiss round 3 Team True Caben versus TTA.
I think you're shimmering here, yes.
Yeah, shimmering for 4. For 4.
Shimmer for 4 here, set TTA to 17, and then at the materialization of TTA, you activate Dao Chan's level 1's ability, which is you rest her, and you may activate a Yep, there we go. From memory, another Shimmering Refractions with just another 4. And that was all in response to TTA's materialization, so you don't actually get that safeguard. Extricating Touch, targeting Caben here. I'm curious to see if Caben's going to respond to this in any way, probably like a fast cure, just to try and keep that recovery. But it is going to be very important. It's going to strip away a card from hand or memory, which means Caben's going to go down on options. And it is going to be very important here to see what we have. We have 2 down.
Looks like we're going to see a response from Caben. He's going to be playing out. Is this one of the...
Really fast cure?
Oh, it's the fast cure, as you said. Yep.
Getting that nice recovery for undoing the damage from the Seaside Ringleaders on this turn here. And then we're going to choose Memory, discarding that Frostborn Pilot. Importantly, Caben keeping 1 card in hand, which is that Refracting Missiles, a key component for Caben's strategy here. And it was one of those, like, I have 2 down in memory or 1 in hand, your choice.
The Tideholder Claymore coming in for 5 here on the Frostborn Paladin, taking it out. Ringleader coming on in.
Yeah, can I see your graveyard? Push.
Caben asking to look at the graveyard, probably counting the number of water cards for Tideholder Claymore.
Also just probably seeing what has been milled and banished, seeing what TK might be hanging on to. These, once again, deck lists were open. Players could see.
That's game here. Caben's kind of in the driver's seat here. It's on TTA to not die, and also then set up a counter. It's on Caben here to keep up the aggression and set up kills like with this Refracting Missile.
And this is a very interesting Refracting Missiles. This is going to be refracting for 5 in response to the Quicksilver Grill, and Caben just put down a Shimmering Refraction in memory.
Ooh.
So if this goes through, that's going to set Gojira to 15, then you activate Dao Chen for that Shimmering Refraction from memory for 4 damage, exactly lethal. So TTA needs a response to this right now, or this could just be the game.
Yeah, and for those who don't know, Caben's doing this in response to the Quicksilver because it could sneak in that the Safeguard Amulet, right? And here's the Shimmering. Does TTA have interaction?
Saying in response, we're gonna Lost in Thought. We're gonna
dig. Yep. Digging with a hope and a prayer.
2, and that's the game.
Caben takes it in round 3, 2-1. We have round 3 here at Worlds. Wow, that was a back and forth nail biter.
ったものを嘆く声迫られる選択の日々正しい道の方へ間違ってなかったと証明しよう生き様で邪魔されても席を読むさこの頭で全て手に入れる高く飛べどこまでも行こう不可能と思い込んでたものがなぜか小さく感じたみて抜けしてたそう先になったから叶うまで近い
Hi, I'm Steven. My Omnidex is also Steven, so make it simple. I've been playing TCGs for about almost a decade now, but Grand Archive a little bit over a year, so I think I'm a little bit experienced. You know, I had some friends last year in the 3v3 that needed a third, and they asked me to play, and it went well, so hopefully a lot of new players can also join the game through the 3v3 this year. I think for me, I'm a competitor. The opportunity to challenge myself versus the best players in the world and see how I hold up is going to be really fun. I think going to Southeast Asia, I played against some of the best players in the world. I think that went well, so I expect the same this time around. I think that most of the time we just kind of made an idea of what we thought the meta would be, and we were playtesting for those matchups. And based off of the gauntlet, at least, I think we made a pretty good call. I think it's really cool to be able to challenge yourself to achieve something you dreamed as a child. You know, like achieving a childhood dream as an adult, I think is a really cool opportunity. So I think that would be really cool for me. If I had to choose a level 4 champion, I would choose Rotom Squirrel. Shout out Savon from Final Cut for sponsoring me and making this dream come true. I would shout out Christian, Duck Hats, Sean Lifedressel for helping me prepare for this event. And yeah.
Hi, I'm Kaven from True Champion Gaming. Very excited to be here at Worlds this year. Yeah, I've been playing Grand Archive for a while. It's the thing that's been making me compete for this long is just how good the game is. The mechanics are extremely solid. Ever since I watched the tutorial way back ago, 2 years ago now or something, I was just immediately hooked to the game. Never saw a game that just like the base mechanics of it alone just seemed complicated enough and also interesting enough. And the community has also definitely been really, really nice, very welcoming to not only me, but every other player that I've seen. So good community, great game, great mechanics, and yeah, just good overall. Yeah, to qualify 2 years in a row and to be the only player that qualified 2 times this year felt pretty unreal. I've had a good run with GA so far. I feel like I came pretty close last year to the World Championships, ended Swiss Seed #1, lost in my first round of single elimination. And yeah, I've had a great run this year as well. A couple Ascent wins, a Nationals win. So yeah, I mean, it's feeling good so far. I'm hoping that I can keep up the heat. It would mean the world to win the World Championships this year to me. Like I said, I feel like I came close last year and felt a little brutal to be #1 Swiss seed and then just lose one match and be out. So I'm hoping that we can make it to that single elimination again, make it to top 8, and give a stronger run. And yeah, it'd be really great. I'm not planning on doing as many events next year as I did this year, just because it was a lot to go through. I really enjoyed myself, but I just can't keep that up. And so this year, feeling like I'm going to be the most prepared that I probably will be for any year's World Championships. Hopefully I get to come back again in the future. But I feel like this year is the best chance I'll have. So really, really hoping to take it down this year. Yeah, True Champion Gaming has gone through some growth for sure. We've added 2 new members. We had 1 new member as well that kind of stopped playing GA as much, so we did remove him from the team. But yeah, we've had Perfy and Gruthos join us. It's been really great having more minds in the think tank and being able to bounce more ideas off each other has been really fantastic. They've been great teammates. They both qualified for Worlds as well this year, so that was really awesome to see. To get our entire team into Gauntlet/Worlds was an amazing feat, and so hopefully the team seems like it's doing strong and successful, so hopefully we can keep that going forward. If I was to win the World Championships, I think it'd be tied between level 4 Mordred or Alan, which I guess technically would be level 3s. But I think Isaac loves both those champions. We've always messed around with them here and there during set releases. I know a ton of people in the community love both Mordred and Alan. We haven't seen too much competitive success with those champions yet, so just getting a little bit more flavor with those champions would be cool to see. Honestly, so many. The list would genuinely go on and on. There's been a ton of people that have been so supportive and so enthusiastic for my Grand Archive journey. It really means the world to me. But definitely my wife. Got super emotional, sorry. Yeah, my wife has just been so incredibly supportive throughout this whole process, and I know she's rooting for me, so. Terry and Isaac. Fortunately, I've been able to dodge most of the team kills in tournaments recently. Terry keeps getting paired up into everyone on our team, but I'd like to keep my streak going of just letting them do their thing and letting me do my thing. So hopefully no team matchups there.
Hey, what's going on, guys? I'm here with another DTR Distorted Reflections card spoiler, and this is actually a spoiler for me, so this one's a little bit special here. I have not seen this card. I have been told it is a CSR, so it's going to be a fantastic thing to look at. I'm nervous, but I'm excited, so let's take a look at this. Whoa. Damn, that is gorgeous. The texturing on this card is fantastic. I really love that they're doing the doodle signatures, so the signature plus the doodle. But man, this is a gorgeous card. I'm not even like reading the effect of the card. Just the way it looks is like fantastic. I'm excited to show this off to a couple people. I think there's a lot of people who are going to look at this and be like, all right, so I'm here joined by one of our judges. Please introduce yourself.
Hello, my name is Birdie. I've been part of the Grand Archive community since the Kickstarter, pretty much.
So what I'm going to show you here now is a DTR spoiler. This is a CSR.
CSR.
This is the very first time we'll be showing this. So I'm going to hand you this card. You're going to flip it over, and I just want to see what you think about it.
Oh my goodness.
Joined here by Tsubasa. I'm going to show you a DTR spoiler. This is a CSR. Nobody has seen this card yet.
Holy shit. Let's fucking go.
So I'm joined here with Main Deck Corbin, Leo Blade. So you are a qualified Worlds competitor. How's it feel?
It feels surreal.
It is a CSR. I need your first opinions. I will hand you the card, turn it over, give it a quick read. Let me know what you think. Are you ready?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Whoa, that's pretty.
Hi, I'm joined here with one of the fantastic fan artists of the Grand Archive scene. Can you please introduce yourself really quickly?
Hi, my name is Kevin DePosifel. Yo, holy moly. I want to keep this.
All right, so it's Snow White, Weiss Queen. On enter, it's a level 1 bonus. Rest target champion. It doesn't wake up during its controller next wake up phase. It's also another ability, level 1. If rested champion you don't control would level up into a champion card, return that card to its owner material deck.
This effect makes me sad. I don't like effects like this personally, but I think people that play this really like this.
Oh my god, that's insane. I don't actually know how this is going to affect the metagame, but it's definitely going to affect the metagame, for sure.
5 out of 5. 100%. 10 out of 10.
Judge perspective, it's going to be a nightmare for actually remembering and making sure to properly follow how this card resolves.
I have a lot of thoughts about it. I think it's going to be really good. I think it's going to be really annoying to play against. And it's very pretty.
Man, what a great opportunity to show everyone. Wait, I haven't shown you guys the card yet. Well, here you go. Here's the Snow White Weiss Queen. This is a fantastic, unique ally. It's got all those new subtypes. So it's a cleric, a chessman, queen human. It's a water card. But the beautiful thing and crazy thing about this is the level 1 on enter effect. It says if a rested champion you don't control would level up into a champion card, return that card to its owner's material deck instead. So this has a really, really unique effect and will totally change the way that the game can be played. Beautiful card though, right?
Oh, yeah, no. This is probably my favorite CSR that I've seen so far, and we've already seen the 6th champion CSR. So definitely a stunning card.
The art is fantastic. Wow. My gosh.
I hope you guys really enjoyed the spoiler here of Snow White Weiss Queen. So we'll see you guys soon. Hello and welcome back, everybody. I am joined here by the current world champion, Glenn Williams, alongside his good friend here, Mr. Wilson. So thank you guys so much for joining me on this, I guess, podcast interview, this little chat here. I wanted to get the chance to talk to you guys because there's a couple cool things that you guys have done in the game and a couple cool things you guys have done outside the game. So first, congratulations on making Worlds this year. The new jacket is fantastic. No offense, Glenn. But I wanted to congratulate you guys also because you just started and signed with a new pro team for GA. So can you guys tell me a little bit about that?
Yeah, it's kind of exciting. So we wanted to do something just before Nationals and just something to represent New Zealand as well. So TCG is Premier Card Grading, so they grade cards. And we kind of talk to them and see what they can do because they do lots of work with some other TCGs as well. And they also have pro teams for other TCGs. And so we're like, oh, who shall we get? So we're like, oh, the 3 Worlds player from last year. So like me, Glenn, Manny, we all top 8 last year. So we're like, oh, the 3 of us. And then we're like, maybe we want one more person to feel like a team thing. So we are in search for the 4th person. Yeah.
Whoa, in search for the 4th person. So
you have the 4th person.
Oh, you have the 4th person. I see.
Yes, that's how we kind of start. Yeah.
So is it an unannounced 4th person currently?
No. You want?
Oh yeah, we've got our good friend Josh Grundy from the South Island. He's sort of like our PR team guy, and he's our go-to whenever we need to figure out like bracket sort of stuff during the tournament.
ID.
Yeah.
The ID calculator, the human calculator.
Can we ID?
So let's talk about your guys' journey this year. So you didn't quite make it this year, Glenn, but you had a pretty good showing. How did you feel about OSNATs?
OSNATs was an event. I have some pretty bad memories of OSNATs. I'm really sad, actually.
Do you regret your deck choice at all?
I think my deck choice was fine. I just played very poorly. I know I played poorly. Like, just during the day, I was like, I'm actually not doing well. I think I was 4-0 at one point, and I was just like, it's still, I'm actually not confident right now.
It's definitely rough. You know, everyone has their rough days, rough events and stuff. On the other hand, Wilson, you did manage to get a qualification spot with OS. How did you feel going into that event?
To be honest, I go in with no testing. So it was a bit, I just asked him to send me a deck list, I just copy it. We make a few changes to Ascent KL, which is 2 weeks before OCE, which I made day 2 and gains top 8 that event. So we kind of find some of the cards that we think is not that good, and then some of the cards we think is pretty tag, and we give a few change for Nationals. And yeah, it works for me. It didn't work quite well for him, unluckily. Yeah.
It's just a player skill diff.
World champ diff, I guess, or something. So you are here at Worlds, World Championship 2025. Are you going to be playing in the Ascent 3v3?
Yeah, I'll be playing since 3 so we've got a team sorted. We've got myself, Alec, and also one of our locals, Joseph.
Ex-Worlds Alec?
Yeah, ex-Worlds Alec, yeah.
Tenoris Alec?
Yeah, Tenoris Alec.
Whoa.
I'm pretty excited.
That is pretty exciting. So how confident are you going into the 3v3?
We'll just see what happens. We just here to have fun, really.
Have fun is a good mentality. Honestly, pretty good mentality. There's a lot to do at an Ascent, right, as well? If you, I mean, obviously you day 2 every Ascent. I think
I've day 2'd every event apart from Nationals.
Yeah, so you wouldn't know all about all the drafting experiences and the side event tournaments and the DTR starter deck tournaments and all the other fun things you guys can do in Ascent. But yeah, obviously, you know, if you're not Glenn Williams, you guys can go join all those things. Make sure you come check out all the fun different things at an Ascent, especially the DTR starter deck. I think that's going to be probably one of the coolest events of the year, I would say.
Yeah, I'm definitely excited to try that out.
Are you going to play Diana or CL?
I think I have to go CL just because, like, Guardian Big Swing.
What about you, Wilson? Got a choice?
I don't have a preference yet. I will pick up whatever.
He's going to play Diana because he's an Astra player.
Oh, true. Yeah.
You just want to put Starcall in bolts in your Diana deck.
Cosmic Bow in it.
Polaris? Spanish? Yeah, there's a lot of cool things. So you guys have had the chance to watch most of the Gauntlet today. Looking at the meta for the Gauntlet, how did you guys feel about it? So there were 12 Genbus. There were a couple unique, one-of decks. There was one Serene Fire Luxem. There was one Serene Fire Exia Jin. There were a couple Wind Luxem players. Obviously, a couple Tristans that we kind of expected to see. And then obviously Jimmy Lee on the Fire Luring Crux. And then we had Enki on the Water Luring Crux. How did you guys feel about that meta? Is anything you were like shocked to see? You were surprised didn't show up?
I'm very surprised there was no fractals.
Like zero fractals?
Like zero fractals. Yeah, like, to be honest, I think fractals are still a deck. Everyone's underrating it. And I believe there will be a few fractals at Worlds, like actual Worlds.
Yeah, I think we know Gamble is probably the deck a bit, but it's probably a little bit more Gamble than I thought as well. I was expecting maybe 8 to 10, not like 12 kind of thing. But at the same time, we see quite diverse, right? There's more fire decks than we thought as well. So I think that's kind of still quite a, I would say, quite a diverse meta in a way, even though one deck seems to dominate.
I wonder if we're going to get this Fire Melon deck in. It's the last fire deck.
True, I forgot. Yeah, so as we're recording this, guys, there's actually the winning in right now between What Do You Min and Zetdiv. And Zetdiv is playing the Merlin. Crazy to bring a Merlin here. Honestly, when you think about it, though, Merlin into this Genbu meta is actually pretty good. Like, if you use Merlin level 2's effect on a Pelagic Fatestone, you, like, stifle the gameplay of Genbu like crazy. So, honestly, maybe there should have... Do you think there should have been more players playing Merlin in the Gauntlet?
If Censor wasn't a card and people weren't playing Censor, I think Merlin would be a lot more prevalent. Like, I would actually consider playing Merlin if I was in Nationals. Oh, Gauntlet, I should say.
Yeah, it's a big one. Talking about diversity for decks, too, I noticed between the Genbus, almost none of the Genbus are playing the exact same list. Even, like, teammates are playing different lists. Like, True Champion Isaac and True Champion Terry are playing 4-card difference. Superior's playing different from everyone. Water Tamer's playing different from... Like, every single Genbu list here is different. And I think that goes to show how unique people feel about their cards. I mean, Water Tamer Please is playing 63 cards.
Okay, that's crazy.
Idle Thoughts. Most of these decks are running Idle Thoughts, too. Most of the Genbu decks are running Idle Thoughts. A card that is, like, been well redeemed as a meme forever is actually seeing competitive play at the, like, second highest level.
I mean, it's just Buried Grief, but better, right?
Is it better than Buried Grief?
I mean, it's floating. It's Buried Grief, but floating.
It is floating, but you can't put the Pelagic Fatestone back on top of your deck.
Just don't draw it.
True,
I mean, looking at 4 cards and stacking it and deciding what you want to mill, what you want to add to hand is really strong. And the floating as well, right?
Yeah. I mean, Buried Grief just becomes a dead card anyways after turn 1.
That's true. That's true. It is very much kind of dead after that first turn. It's like, if you open it, great. If you don't open it, who cares?
I guess that's also show how much variation in the water mill strategy at the moment. Like, you can mill lots of stuff, but you can use those floating or what you mill to do lots of different things as well. So that's why we're seeing lots of different lists, different win conditions, and things like that.
Yeah, honestly, like, I think there's a couple consistent ones. Obviously, the Fractal Polar Depths with Tabula strategy is pretty much common across all of them. I think Resonating Fugue is an option for everyone, but I don't think I've really seen many players using the Resonating Fugue for like a one-shot combo, right? A lot of people are respecting Genbu by playing either the Nullifying Mirror or playing like heavy Cleansing Reunions or ways to deal with cards in Graveyard. Brackish Ludist also is another card that we've been seeing in a couple of these games. I haven't really seen it do that much, but man, in theory, that card is crazy, right?
Yeah, Brackish Ludus is pretty cool. The fact that it's like the floating memory doesn't even go into the graveyard; it just goes straight to banishment, so they don't even get the quest counter. It's great. The hard part is it's actually just drawing it.
Yeah, it's tough for some people, right? Man, I had a great question for you talking about what we were setting up here, and we talked about Merlin, and I completely forgot.
Hey, Merlin's good.
Merlin just ate my memory, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, back to where Glenn said, right? Like, if Sense are not a thing, I think Merlin is still a good meta pick. But if you're expecting to play lots of Gambu, then maybe Merlin will still do pretty okay, as we have seen with the win and in the final round at the moment.
Yeah, and I think he's playing against a Genbu, so it kind of does look good. So we talked about Fractals, right? We were a little surprised people aren't playing Fractals here. I had an interview earlier today with Andy K and with Theo, head of Organized Play, and we talked about the reason we think that Fractals aren't here is because while Fractals has a high skill ceiling, it also has a pretty low floor. You can get some really, really bad hands, you can get some really bad setups. So we felt like it was better for people to play decks with higher floors, which is basically Genbu, right? Genbu's floor is pretty high. At worst, it's a great ally beatdown deck. At best, it's a one-shot combo real fast. It's either stratagem for lethal, I'm going to flip Genbu, kill you as fast as I can with Resonating Fugue. So while the high roll potential exists and is pretty good, it feels like a very comfortable deck to play in this regard. What do you guys think about that?
I think Genbu's, as a deck right now, it's quite overtuned. It's got so many different ways to just find lethal, whether it's actually killing you or just milling you out. It feels like every time you play against a Genbu, you're going to lose a different way.
Yeah, I think one of the earliest stream match with Isaac, I think he was controlling game 2, but he just had some fun and decided to mill himself out and then stack the cards and then mill back his opponent just for fun. So it's just many different ways. And I think tomorrow, Genbu may be the deck to beat. We'll see.
It's actually really funny because during the winner's interview with Isaac, he said, I almost lost the game because I forgot Resolute Stand was a card. And he said, I think I would have lost, but he didn't have it.
That there was a chance if he had sided in the Shadow Reaver and stolen the remaining cards of Isaac's list, and then he would be able to draw nothing and lose.
Or if he plays his own Tabula, he can put his cards back in, and then he can Mastermind Scheme Shadow Strike for lethal.
He doesn't play that, right?
Yeah. I don't
But
think
I mean that's the risk, right? Because if you go and you play Tabula, or you mill yourself out, and then you play Tabula to put cards back, and then your opponent has the Tabula, what do you do? You have no cards left. Right? So like Tabula is honestly kind of like a game of chicken. It's like who's gonna pop their Tabula first to survive.
I guess with today's event is open deck list, right? So people know what each other has. I don't know if it was Mike, right? Yeah, if Mike has Tabula or not. Yeah, he does not. So I have that information. Yeah.
Shadow Reaver would have been funny though. That's actually a crazy card. I never even thought of that. Tabula, I'm gonna Shadow Reaver you for your last 4 cards. Pass. Shadow Reaver level up, draw, pass. Enjoy. Good luck.
Yep. No draw, just Resolute Stand.
Yeah, Resolute draw.
And then
go ahead. Just look across the table all smug. That would be a crazy. That would be like probably one of the most clippable moments of all of the Worlds this year. That would be a big one. Wow. So looking into these decks, is there anyone that you guys expected to make it to World Swiss stage that didn't make it? Or is unlikely to make it?
It's hard when I...
Yeah, it's pretty hard. To be honest, like most of the players that I thought would make it have. If Zet doesn't make it, that'll be a surprise to me because Zet's an amazing player, but
Merlin, right?
It's Merlin, so who knows?
It looks like he's getting cooked right now.
Oh my gosh!
Yeah, but
we look up. So currently he's 24 damage counters to 0 against a Genbu. It's not looking super hot, but I mean Genbu's.
Is that a fireball milled as well?
I don't know. It's going to be tough. Yeah, Zed was, especially earlier on, he was doing really good, right? His game into Sano, his first loss, it looked like he could have won if he played a little more aggressively maybe, but he was kind of digging for an answer, playing time, playing comfortably.
Yeah.
I don't know, maybe it psyched him out. Who knows? But, man, I really thought
I think he said he only picked up the deck yesterday. And he didn't realize he have 2 Fireball in hand at the time.
He thought they were reduced to ash. He runs the new art, not the old art.
I don't know what else to add.
Zed, if you watch this later, let me know if that's the truth, because that'd be really funny. And also kind of sad.
Yep.
Just run the same art you know already. So, talking about a couple other things, Ascent Worlds will be the debut of things like SB3. SB3, as we know, has one of the coolest cards in all of Grand Archive. It has the World Champion card, Lorraine Ascendant Wings, signed by yours truly, Mr. Glenn Williams.
Yep.
How does it feel to know that you have a permanent legacy on this game? Not just as the winner, but you also have a card with your own signature on it.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. Yeah, so it's actually really insane thinking about it. I'm going to be collecting as many of these cards as I possibly can, because I know there's a few people back home that really want them. But it's actually kind of crazy just to think about.
Also, as a fun fact, I was there when Glenn was standing there, and someone came, I believe, maybe it was Roger, came up and said, so when are you going to come pick up your card? And you were so shocked that you were getting your own card. You were like, for me?
Hey, I was prepared to open as much SB3 as possible to find it. I'm still opening as much SB3 as possible, don't get me wrong.
Yeah, I think before we fly here, we asked Glenn, surely you have his own one, right? Because it's your card. And he say, oh, no one has confirmed anything with him until today.
Yeah, it's super exciting. I mean, the thing with Grand Archive is they do so many things for the community. The merchandise is fantastic. They innovate and push the way that the game is created, whether it's the cards, the gameplay aspects, the merchandise. I mean, look right there. You sat down, you looked at the Lubu deck box, and you were like, this is so cool. Right? This is the first double deck box we have with a front foil etch, which is super unique. And then they just push the boundaries with everything, right? Sylvie plush is cute. Your guys' jackets are fantastic. Like, last year's jacket was one of the coolest things. I was sitting there as a caster, and I was like, man, I want a jacket.
Hey, I've worn this jacket to like every single GA event just because it's like representing GA.
I mean, it's super cool, right? You know, you earn something like that, and it just feels so nice to be able to show it off to everyone. And it's not like you're flaunting or anything. It's like, I love this game, and this game, you know, gave us a lot of respect in return, and I think that's really cool. So, looking forward to this weekend, what is the one thing that you are most looking forward to? We'll start with Glenn.
Oh, me. I'm looking forward to, I guess, seeing who the new world champion is going to be. Like, passing on my legacy, seeing what champion's actually going to come out on top, and what the new level 4 champion will be.
Okay, speaking on that, what do you think is going to win Worlds? Champion, not player.
Well, if a champion was a player, I really want Aaron to win. Sorry, Wilson. But I think
I put him first as well on the.
So for those of you who are not familiar, Aaron is Korax from the Apex Players Guild.
He's an amazing player. He's topped so many events now, and winning Worlds would just be the icing on the cake for him. In regards to a champion, Gembu's really strong. Kind of want Tristan to win though.
Tristan, based. All right, what are you most looking forward to for this weekend, Wilson?
Even though I'm playing at Worlds, I see this more as a convention and networking session, so I'm kind of just hoping, I mean, not hoping, I will be anyway, catching up with lots of people. Some I may not have met for a year now, so yeah, and just catching up people from around the world. It's good to make new friends. And that's why it's a community TCG and why we are all here.
Yeah, it's honestly one of the best things about Grand Archive, right? Like, we go to these events and we, like, go to dinners, we hang out with people. Everyone just feels so nice, which is, I feel like, very rare in video games or trading card games. Like, go to an event, everyone's pretty nice to each other. Everyone kind of just chilling. It's like pretty cool.
Yeah.
What champion do you think is winning Worlds?
I would prefer Tristan as well, but I will be pretty happy if Arizona do it too.
So would Lineage Break Camp.
Not hinting anything when I'm playing.
So that means that Wilson better win on Astra Arsana for Lineage Break Camp because he needs that. He's over there casting right now, but I know he would be proud to hear this. He'd be proud to hear that Astra Arsana is the winner, and Vegan too. Vegans and Aqua. There's actually quite a few Astra Arsana players that are well known, but also in Worlds. So it'll be interesting to see. One last question. If I recall, you run a card store in New Zealand, right? Do you want to talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, correct. What do you want to know about it?
I'm just curious. I've never been to New Zealand, so like if people are planning to go to New Zealand for events, whether it's like a Christchurch or like an Auckland Ascent or anything like that, where can they find you?
Yeah, I am mainly based in Auckland, the biggest city, and we are getting quite a lot of big events this year, Quicksilver Cup, and then I think there'll be more secret events in Lance later this year.
Secret, not so secret.
But yeah, in terms of actual store, my role kind of changed from last year to this year. That's why I have less time with testing and things like that. I'm more kind of overseeing kind of 9 stores around the country at the moment. So basically, you can go to any city and you can find card merchant, which is pretty cool. We were probably one of the big franchise chain who kind of back GA right at the start. Obviously, we ran the first regionals in the world back in 2022 now. Yep. Yeah.
Cool fun fact, first regionals.
No, 2023, not 2022. Not that far.
2022
is Kickstarter.
Yeah.
We were literally printing out Kickstarter on things money, right? And Nelson, he was printing out stuff like 4 months before
Print and plays
DOA release. So that was pretty cool back in the days. Yeah, and here we are. Like, we just keep supporting GA. We travel to events. We try to build a community, especially with Glenn being the world champion last year. He just pumped the number of his region. So yeah, and
the submarine was crazy.
It was.
I remember that too. After day one, you're like, Tyler, I need cards. I'm like, you're in luck. I got a master set of everything with me. Let me just loan you everything you need.
Thanks for the flame sweeps.
It was perfect. It was perfect. I still have all of my signed flame sweeps. I like framed them at home. Like, these are cool. It's a good memory. But yeah, thank you guys so much for joining me. Again, this is Mr. Glenn Williams, the current world champion of Grand Archive.
3 more days.
3.5.
3.5. Depends, untimed top 8 could take a while. Hopefully not.
Monday? 4 days?
No, hopefully not.
It'll be Monday in New Zealand.
True.
This is also Wilson from Card Merchant. Also, both of these guys are from the PCG team in New Zealand. So thank you guys so much for joining me. Good luck in the World Championship. Good luck in Swiss Stage tomorrow.
Thank you.
And we'll see you guys soon.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Grand Archive World Championship. My name is Kel, also known as Red Zone Rogue, and I am joined here again in the booth by none other than Valkyrie. How are you doing?
I'm doing great. I feel rested and ready to go for our upcoming rounds. But during that whole break, something very interesting happened, and I hope all of you saw that at home, but we got another spoiler, but not any type of spoiler. It was a CSR spoiler, and that was beautiful.
It was a gorgeous card. It's actually incredibly gorgeous, and the effect is also quite interesting. So if you haven't seen it yet, definitely go back, check it out. It's an amazing card. DTR looks like a fantastic set.
100%. It really does. But we're not only here just for DTR spoilers. It's helpful, but we're also here for the World's Swiss stage. And our next round coming up is going to be a very interesting matchup. One deck we haven't seen at all here today, and that's going to be piloted by Bailey, who is an amazing pilot of this deck. Really great player. And it is so cool to see them continue playing this deck in this large-scale event. It's what they qualified with here, and it is going to be Wind Arisana.
Arisana, let's go. This is a really sweet deck. It's actually one of the 3 decks that I personally have built and that I play every now and then. I think it's both incredibly fun to play and also has some really sweet new tech with Saudi Blood Harvester, not just an assassin card, very powerful in other decks because it's just really resilient and just compose like a nice little threat. But we also have all of like your Arisana staple stuff like Fertile Grounds to give you additional herbs, and we also have our big finishers like Polaris, which can fill our deck up with stuff like or with Cosmic Bolts, right? You want to have a good quantity of Cosmic Bolts to fill it out. Also with new cards like Horda Counter. The deck is both fun to play, pretty strong, and I think very interesting. What is your take on this?
One thing that I really want to point out here, Kel, is that Sadie Blood Harvester we have 4 of in the main board for like Bailey, and that's not a card you normally see in a Wind Arisana deck, and that is probably going to be helping with the crowd control against these ally-based decks, these bovines, things like that, to go ahead and keep those at bay. Unfortunately, you're not an assassin, so you're never going to get that agility trigger, but it's still an ally that can be constantly rescued using the return to hand ability of Saudi. So it is really cool to see. Also, the Reflect the Skies as well. That's something you normally not see in these Arisana lists. And running a 2 of there is really interesting to see how it's going to impact the actual game plan if you are going to have the time to go ahead and use that. A lot of the times we do see these decks, once they get the Cosmic Bolt shuffled in, it is nothing about glimpse, so just Cosmic Bolts right off the top.
Yep, absolutely. And other things to note, maybe not in particular in this matchup, but I do like the 4 main deck Scatter Essence, still putting a lot of respect, for decks like Fractals, for example. That one could possibly get sided out this particular matchup, which is Bailey's going to be playing against Sebastian, which is a fellow TM32 team member. So this is kind of like a team kill round. And the deck they're going to be playing against is actually Wind Luxem Xander.
Yeah, and a very cool deck list we have here. And as you said, an unfortunate pairing here. One of these players is going to have to take that loss here. So it is something that happens in these events, right? The players, you meet up with a teammate, and unfortunately you're going to have to play against them here. Notoriously, Wind Xander has lost to Wind Arisana on stream 2 times already during the gauntlet.
All right.
So it already has a losing record on camera going into this pairing matchup. So we'll see how Sebastian can pilot this variant of his deck into this Arisana list. And of course, they're teammates, so they've probably practiced against each other multiple times. They know each other's lists, their play patterns, their habits. So it's really going to determine if one of them can sort of catch the other off guard by playing a little bit differently, or just being able to really navigate and circumvent how the opponent does decide to.
Yeah, absolutely. And one thing to note, like both of these decks are decks that do aim to get to level 3. However, Xander is a champion that can actually excel at the lower levels, right? Because we do still have that potential to get those early slice and dice kills. If you can set up like that 4 prep counter, you can do your Ripper into double slice and dice. So like, there is a lot of interesting, counterplay here, as Arisana really needs to get to level 3 to pop off, right? You really want access to the Astra element, whereas Xander, obviously, Luxem level 3, there's a game plan for that, but it's not the only game plan.
Indeed, here as for that. And one, let's highlight some key cards, right, in this actual matchup. Something that, at home you can pay attention to, and we'll try and talk about it whenever those hit. But the one key card for Arisana you always want to look for is that Polaris. And it's going to be a matter of how many counters will that Polaris actually have when it's activated. If Polaris is activated with less than 4 counters, most Arisana players will call that a suboptimal, not the best Polaris ever. So it's your job as a Xander player to try and make that happen as quickly as possible.
Oh, for sure. So you definitely want to pressure their board, or pressure them with your board to force them to pop their Polaris. You also care about herbs, right? Because herbs are how you kind of fuel the cauldron, fuel Polaris. So that's going to be a big integral part of this particular matchup. Yeah, it'll be a nice little counterplay here, and we will see if who ends up coming up on top. As you mentioned, there has already been a favorable matchup that we've seen on stream, right?
Yeah, and it's a lot of the times it happened where Xander was so close to taking out Arizona.
Yeah.
Like 1 to 2 damage counters away, but Arizona polarises, stabilizes, and out of the herbs, as you mentioned, there's 2 in particular that you want to keep your eye on. And you'll notice a lot of Arizona players, usually if they have the fertile grounds, they'll duplicate this specific herb. It's number 3 and number 4, just because those 2 herbs recover 1 whenever you eat them.
Yep.
And that is important, because if a slice and dice is coming in for 15 and you have 16 total life, you can go ahead, eat an herb, stay alive, and keep going through there. So it's really important that you roll those herbs initially on your level 1 and level 2, but also if you have that fertile ground, you keep those herbs going.
Yep. Yeah, absolutely. The herbs can also be obviously cashed in later for card draw through Arizona's effect. Generally speaking, I think this is just a very, very interesting matchup. But I do want to reiterate that this is I should call it a team kill matchup, both on the same team. It's one of the classic TCG adages is traveled half across the country with your buddy only to get matched round 4 worlds in this case.
You go to the World Championship Swiss stage just to play locals, right? That's
yeah.
But it's a cool thing to say that you're playing against a teammate of yours at the World Swiss stage, right?
Yeah, it's a little bittersweet too, right? Because at least one of them's going to win.
Yeah.
Like, so if you're on the team, hey, at least one of our teammates is going to win this round. You also know one of them isn't, but that's a little bit of give and take here.
And I'm not 100% on the math here, Kel, and it's something that we should check in later in the day. But I don't believe a loss here completely knocks you out of the event. I think you start to get put on that borderline of like, if you lose one more after this, then you're out. So it's not the end of the world.
Yeah, I think it depends on their records going into this and potentially who they lost to. But I think you're probably still fine going into this, even if you're maybe like 3.
I think they're like 2-1 right
2-1, yeah. 3-0 obviously is a great position to be in, but I think if you're 2-1, I think you're probably still fine.
I think any player would want to be 3-0 right now in this situation.
Right, of course.
Unfortunately, does not always work like that. And a key interesting thing is we talked about it a little bit yesterday, and it was a strategy in the Gauntlet where you could intentionally draw, or an ID for short, and that gives both you and your opponent 1 point for your record to help sort of like boost you guys. In the World Swiss stage, IDs are worth 0 points.
Yeah, it's really bad. It's not great.
Yeah, so it's something to like encourage the players to completely play it through, play it out, because we are cutting down to just our top 8 players at the end of this.
Of course.
32 to only 8. So we need to make sure our 8 have been thoroughly vetted through this day.
Yeah, absolutely. And we are just on round 4, as mentioned. We still have much more Grand Archive here for you today. We're going to be streaming every single round today, as well as both on Saturday and Sunday. So we have a full week of full weekend of Grand Archive ahead of you. We have our players kind of setting up in the feature match area, so we'll have that game for you in just a few moments. And by few moments, we have it right now, actually. Let's get down into the feature match area. We have Bailey versus Sebastian, Arizona versus Xander here at round 4 Worlds for Grand Archive.
What an amazing introduction there, Kel. I am super hyped to see this. I'm really curious how Sebastian is going to pilot against this Arizona list, and I just want to see Arizona do the glimpse thing. It was so cool to see that deck in full functioning, going astrocyte, glimpse, draw, put it down, and just a well-oiled machine. So we're going to see here, like Bailey, on the Serene Spirit of Wind, so you get sort of a chance to resculpt your hand if you're not happy with it. You get to look at 6, put any on the bottom, keep the others on top, and then draw up until you have 6.
Yeah, it's really, really good for those decks that run a lot of advanced element cards, because you really don't want your hand stuck with those cards and unable to play them. So it's a great way to just kind of like ship them to the bottom. Also, you can cash it in later for a little bit of life, which is could be very, very crucial. It has that lineage release of Recover 6. Keep in mind that once that lineage release happens, they no longer have access to that wind element, so it's kind of like a last-ditch thing that comes into play, near the end of the game. Turn 1, Fertile Grounds too. This is a great way to set up for future turns because it helps you duplicate your herbs in the long run.
Yes, it's probably one of the best turn 1 plays you can actually do in this deck, because you want to hard level up every time. You want Ersana 1, Ersana 2, Ersana 3. So having the Fertile Grounds just duplicates the herbs. And we're taking a little peek into Sebastian's hand, and this hand looks spicy. We see Slice and Dice, Surveil the Winds, Veiling Breeze, Fairy Whispers, Ways to Dig. The only thing that's really missing is like a Sadie.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, there's a lot of interaction and a lot of prep counter generation. Hey, look, a Sadie.
I think it was literally drawn off the
top.
Surveil.
Yeah, that's a great one to get into, especially. So Sadie just establishing itself as a presence here on the board, but also chipping in damage. Still 2 cards in hand for Sebastian, so they can activate that Sadie, return it to hand, and get that prep counter generation. And as we were talking about a lot yesterday in a lot of just these Wind Assassin decks, you want like about 4 prep counters until you can kind of go for a Slice and Dice kill. It's a little bit aggressive depending on how much life your opponent has, but it is definitely a line to think about.
It is, and the Sadie is part of the reason, or one of the reasons we highlighted the Polaris, is because this is the card that can make you pop Polaris early. Because it's going to put so much pressure down, and it is so hard to get rid of, because Sebastian can always activate the ability of putting 2 cards from hand down into memory and returning Sadie to hand to save her.
Yeah, I mean, Sadie's just a really, it might be safe to say that she's like the stickiest ally in the entire game. Just really, really hard to deal with. As long as your opponent has 2 cards in hand, they can always pay for that cost, and then still get like incremental advantage of it, you know, because you get that extra prep counter as well. So it's kind of like a double whammy. Sadie is very, very strong. We do have, let's see, it is currently Bailey's turn. We have a level up into RE2. As you mentioned before, I feel like you want to be leveling RE almost every single turn. Your game plan revolves entirely around getting, you know, your Astra element online. That's where all of your gas really, really is. Everything else is just kind of like supplementing that and supporting it.
This is actually a cheating level up, technically, if you think about it, because you get 1 materialization a turn, right?
Yeah.
Bailey activated a card called Beseech the Winds, and it allows you to just materialize another card. So you go, for this turn, like Bailey materialized Erisana level 1, activated Beseech, and materialized Erisana level 2. Not only are you very much out of a like fast Slice and Dice combo range, but you also immediately unlock your card draw combination with the Fertile Grounds, and that Polaris has now been activated out of the material deck as well, so it's now stacking up, and it's something that Sebastian has to keep in mind is Bailey's accelerated to Erisana 2. It's going to get so many counters, you really got to start putting that pressure to make this Polaris pop early. So, like Bailey does not get 7, 8, 9 Cosmic Bolts shuffled into that deck.
Yeah, I mean, that's really the big win con of the deck, is those Cosmic Bolts getting shuffled in. We have, I do believe it is currently Sebastian's turn. Going to be jamming in with that Sadie, just doing a little bit of extra chip damage here. I wouldn't be surprised if we see, you know, more prep counter generation, more card draw, hand equity. All these things are really, really important to the Wind Luxem deck, right? You want good influence, good number of prep counters, and a lot of the cards just help do that. Like this Windmill Engineer immediately replaces itself, drawing a card into memory. And that's kind of the name of the game with this deck, until you can kind of get to the point where you just, you know, Slice and Dice them or get your Lux game online. But it looks like we're going to be taking a little bit of a slower approach into the champion leveling as opposed to Erisana, who's like, you know, pedal to the metal.
Yes, and if you look at the 2 players' influences, you can clearly see the difference of the deck. Bailey's sitting only at 3 total influence, while Sebastian, I believe, is at 8 or 9. So a clear difference of one sitting back, building influence, taking a good time, while like Bailey's just trying to accelerate, just enable your Astra element so you're able to do these crazy combinations. Taking an off turn on level up here to GCR.
I do believe they have a Dungeon Guide in hand, actually.
You are correct. Peeking a little through, and this is just...
Ooh.
Oh, Ensnaring Fumes.
So we have Dungeon Guide played, Ensnaring Fumes in response. This is a full played, hands down Snaring Fumes, not using the prep counter alternate cost, so just all hands down.
This is a very interesting play too, because I think it's forcing like Bailey to decide on the Polaris now if they want to be able to remove the Sadie and Windmill Engineer, but may suboptimally just get rid of like a bunch of their herbs for their draw engine. So it's a matter of do you value being able to draw a turn, or do you value just those Cosmic Bolts and removing the Sadian Windmill Engineer right now?
Yeah, absolutely. And Snaring Fumes is a really, really interesting card because it has, like, double purpose in the any Wind Assassin deck, really, because what it does is it returns all allies to their owner's hands for both players, right? So for the person playing it, well, you get the replay equity of playing the cards again. But for your opponent, it bounces their stuff back to their hand as well. In this situation, it's not going to matter that much bouncing Bailey stuff, but Sebastian will be able to replay those on a future turn and get extra value out of it.
Yeah, and we do see a Cosmic Bolt banished from that level up as well. So that's something to note here. One Cosmic Bolt already banished, which means every other one activated here from on is going to have an additional 2 damage. And Sebastian just taking a level up here. Xander 1, need to unlock those class bonuses.
Yeah, Valkyrie, for those of you out there who perhaps don't know what Cosmic Bolt does for the audience, why don't you explain it for them?
Yeah, for Cosmic Bolt, it has a really unique effect in the fact that whenever you activate it, on resolution, it checks for any Cosmic Bolts in your graveyard or in banishment, and for every one there, it does an additional 2 damage. So base 4, and then it scales up from there. So if you have 10 Cosmic Bolts in banishment, that's an additional 20 damage.
20 damage, yeah.
Right there. So it's really, it gets out of control very fast, and that's why the Polaris is so important, because it shuffles those into your deck to be able to glimpse them and get through them.
Yeah, it's a pretty unique effect in Grand Archive. It literally shuffles extra copies of Cosmic Bolt into your deck from outside of the game. And that's kind of like the main win condition of Arisana decks right now, is basically just chaining your Cosmic Bolts together and trying to finish them off. Even a couple Cosmic Bolts in a single turn can really end the game.
Oh yeah, it will notice, especially when Bailey starts to glimpse through them, the damage adds up very fast.
Yeah, we do have, obviously off the back of that Dungeon Guide, Arisana, level 3, enabling that Astral Element, but also being able to play a card with Star Calling for 0 once per turn, which is really, really important. As you're glimpsing, you can play those Star Calling cards. Usually they have a cost, sometimes a really high cost, but Ari makes it so, like, hey, once per turn, you can play it for free, which is, playing cards for free is pretty good, right?
Yeah, and the once per turn is actually very important because that's on yours and your opponent's.
Yes.
So you'll see a lot of time Arisana players love to glimpse at the end of their opponent's turn and then start to do it all again on their turn just to take full advantage of the effect.
Absolutely. Having effects that allow you to do it on your opponent's turn are really, really important to kind of having the deck really hum and work together. This ingredient pouch actually is a card that I've added into my deck as well. I wasn't running it for a little while, but I added this one because you just get so much herb equity, is how I'm going to put it. And the herbs, as we mentioned, really, really good for powering up your Polaris. Also really good for drawing cards because Arisana has this inherited effect on her level 2, which means that her level 3 also has this, is at the end of your turn, you can sack 2 herbs of the same name and you get a draw card, which is really nice. You can cash them in for card draw if you need.
You can, and like we were mentioning, the important herbs early on is like 3 and 4 because those are recover. So the ingredient pouch, as long as Bailey has a card in hand at the start of Recollection, you can get an herb, duplicate that herb with your Fertile Grounds, and then at the end of turn, just sack those 2 herbs and keep your 2 important herbs with you at all times.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. And we have Bailey here going into trying to clean up Sebastian's board, and they're going to be playing Fairy Whispers in response. Maybe to dig for something, maybe just to see what's on top. They do have at least one hit. It wasn't a whiff. It is a Scatter Essence, which can come into play potentially.
Yeah, that Fertile Grounds may not be long for this world right now with that Scatter Essence sitting aboard. But Bailey munching the herbs with Arisana's inherited level 2 effect, getting that additional draw. And already, you went so down in influence to being at 2, and now you're built up back to 4. You have multiple ways to start glimpsing through your deck, and Polaris still has not been activated, sitting with 6 counters currently.
Yeah, I think he's really happy just to kind of, with no pressure on him, just happy to build up those counters on Polaris so you can just maximize the number of Cosmic Bolts that you shuffle into your deck. We do have Sebastian leveling up to Xander 2, up to 4 prep counters now, which is a very nice number to be at, but with Bailey at level 3 on their Arisana with a 25 health total, it's a little bit more to chunk through. a little bit more difficult to go for like a OTK slice and dice turn.
Yeah, and actually, it looks like Sebastian is going to be opting into perhaps a dungeon guide, just unlocking Luxem themselves, because that is going to probably be your main win con. Get the largest life pool available to you, which is going to be 25 for Xander, and then actually allow a very feasible kill strategy with your Lightweaver's Assaults. It cares about the amount of influence you have, and that's your job, is to just build up as much influence as possible.
Absolutely. Basically, the way that Luxem and Xander Blinding Steel works is that you want to put Luxem cards into your memory and then do effects that reveal them, because then those cards have effects when you reveal them. As you mentioned, there's Lightweavers, which will deal a little bit of damage on reveal. There are Sights, which you can also gain a little bit of advantage as well. So essentially, you heal a bunch and you deal a bunch of damage by revealing. Get to a place where you can do that a bunch, and then finish them off by actually playing the Lightweavers from your hand to try to finish the game.
If you want to follow along with Sebastian's influence, which is going to be the total amount of cards they have in hand in memory, the magic number you look for a lot of the time with Lightweaver's Assault is going to be 10.
Yes, so that's 2 Lightweaver's Assaults.
Exactly. And the way you can stack it as a player is you activate Lightweavers. In response to that, you activate your second Lightweavers, so both of them see all the cards in the memory.
Yes, because Lightweavers does damage equal to the number of cards in your memory. And just exactly as Valk said, you do them both in response, so you get maximum damage. And that's a lot of damage, too. That's, 8 times 2, right?
Yeah. You get 16, and a lot of the times, by the point you have 10 influence and double Lightweavers, your opponent's already taken numerous damage from the allies beating in the Sadie, Dungeon Guides, Windmill Engineers, Ace Protectors.
Ooh, we have the Polaris. The Polaris has been activated. All the Cosmic Bolts getting shuffled in. I do believe this is, what, 7?
8, I think, is the number finally that Bailey went to. Fully committed all the herbs to the...
Yeah, just cash them all in, and then now we have a lot of shuffling ahead of us. All of those Cosmic Bolts are going to be shuffled into the deck, and hopefully for Bailey, drawn or glimpsed into later.
Something to keep in mind as well, since these are generated cards from outside the game, you actually have to have the exact amount that you need to shuffle in.
Yes.
If you have 9 counters but only brought 8 copies of Cosmic Bolt with you, then you only get 8 shuffled into the deck.
Personally, as an Arizona player, I have 15 at the ready, just because I live in magical Christmas land. I never want to not be able to shuffle my Cosmic Bolts in.
There's always a chance, right?
Yeah, with a hope and a prayer.
So now we know there is 3 plus 8, 11 Cosmic Bolts in that deck. Bailey going to take a chance to try and find some off the top, and we see a Comet Fall being star called from Arizona. That's going to go ahead and deal 4 damage to all non-Astra element units. And, it's a great board clear, but in the end, it also just deals damage to the champion.
Yeah, it just domes them for 4, right? Not as good as like an actual Cosmic Bolt, but it's still very, very good in this situation. 4 damage isn't nothing. And you need to kind of like start ramping that up, because if you let the Luxem deck kind of sit and do their Luxem stuff for too long, they can gain a ton of health, and you could be put into a position where you have to like do all of your damage all at once.
Bailey materializing the Cosmic Astra Soap for turn, and then we're going to do a little bit of a glimpse train here, looking at Astrocyte. I believe an Astral Seal, or no, that was a Horda counter and a Comet Fall.
Yep, another Comet Fall. Yes, Horda counter and Astrocyte. Yes, nailed it.
Something to really consider here. I think you just keep it on top, because there's going to be some fun interaction with this Astra Sight coming up here shortly, just because it does allow you to glimpse then draw, so you can really set up your combo turn when you start looking through, especially if you can chain them together.
Yeah, absolutely. I want to also note that this Cosmic Astroscope is one of the really, really great ways that you can actually glimpse on your opponent's turn. It does give you that ability if you need to.
Alrighty, it looks like
it's just a nice little backup charger play. Very, very kind of like standard Grand Archive play. Just get a little bit of card advantage when you already have 3 cards in hand. Easily able to just pop that. We do have Blinding Steel's activation, so we're going to be revealing all cards in memory, and then triggering any of those on-reveal effects.
Also, additionally to Blinding Steel is for each Luxem card that was revealed, your opponent does have to put a card from their hand down into their memory. And this is very important because it's a way for Xander players to force opponents to make immediate decisions because they might not be able to use those cards. So it's a random time. Every time Xander reveals, it's just how many Luxem cards do I think they're going to reveal and do I need to play my cards now?
Yep, absolutely. Unfortunately, we're not sitting with many Luxem cards at all here. And all this card draw, we did see like that charge coming on in, drawing 2 cards, cashing in the power cell. We're just digging now, right?
Yes.
We're digging. We do have cards that also can help with that, for sure, with stuff like the Surveil the Winds here.
It's all about building that influence, right? That's where you want to hit that mark where we have so much influence, we can just do multiple Light Weavers in a turn and just help stabilize the game. The problem is, though, is Arizona decks can just catch you off guard. They can just glimpse 3-4 times in a row and just hit a Cosmic Bolt every time.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely true. It's one of the most, fun parts about playing Arasana, but maybe not playing against Arasana. We do have a Sirocco operative coming on down, getting that class bonus and drawing a card into memory. Not getting that prep counter, but at this point, once again, we're just kind of like digging for our Lux cards.
Here we see an Astrocyte into a Comet Fall. We knew it was there. That was set up prior from our Astroscope glimpse. And another 4 damage to Xander, taking out Sirocco Operative. And I'm really curious what that Sirocco Operative did draw into memory, because it is a chance of being another Luxem card.
Absolutely.
And that's exactly what Sebastian wants to look for.
Yeah, we're basically looking for Light Weavers and Sights.
Yes.
Those are the 2 Lux cards that Sebastian wants to get a critical mass of. The more you can, the better at this point.
Bailey once again activating Astroscope, sees another Comet Fall and a, I believe, Cosmic Bolt.
This is just a straight up Cosmic Bolt in there, yeah.
And there's already 1 banishment, so this is going to deal additional 2 damage, so that's going to be 6.
Yeah, every Cosmic Bolt is just really, really strong. So Cosmic Bolt coming on in, dealing additional 6 points of damage. Xander, Sebastian, now down to 13 remaining health. That's just a couple Cosmic Bolts away.
And something to note is Bailey paid for the Star Call of that Cosmic Bolt, which means they still have their free Star Call from Arizona.
Yep, absolutely. Star Calling only costing 2 for a Cosmic Bolt. At this point, Bailey's game plan is to glimpse as much as possible and trying to draw or glimpse into those Cosmic Bolts. They're going to just pass the turn. Sebastian is going to bring out the Poison Dagger. Poison Dagger actually works very, very well with the Luxem reveals because it does it makes it so that every time your opponent would take damage, they take that much +1. So if you have a lot of separate triggers, like a lot of different Light Weavers reveals, it does extra damage, which is really, really nice.
It really stacks up that damage, adds it up together here. And I'm really curious to see when Bailey's going to pull the trigger on just trying to glimpse and go Cosmic Bolt, because that is how you catch Sebastian and pretty much Xander off guard. Is a lot of the times they try and put cards down to get the Luxem reveals, and if you catch them in a moment where they have no defensive options, you just straight up deal that damage, and there's nothing they can do about it.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be a tall task here. Bailey's doing a great job of protecting themselves at this point. Like, we did see that Safeguard Amulet coming on down. So this is another layer of protection that Sebastian's going to actually have to get through to push through some damage because, of course, the all of the Lightweaver stuff is not attack damage.
It's all spell damage.
Yeah.
And that's mostly why there's a Safeguard Amulet materialized, because it's a way to prevent.
Yep.
And Lightweaver's Assault, you mentioned it, but it's also very important to note, again, it's small bits of damage, it's not a big number.
Yeah, it's like a bunch of small instances of damages as you reveal it until you do that big kill where you try to drop 1 or 2 and try to finish them off. Scout the Land is an interesting one. It's interesting because those cards all go back to the top. So if you see something that you don't like, well, it's going to go back to the top here.
It also really helps you set up glimpses, though, right? Because you can rearrange them in any order. So I think that's exactly what Bailey did. And we see it right here into an Astra site. Glimpsing.
Yeah, that's a nice way to kind of like keep the glimpse train rolling. Trying to glimpse into our big damages. Obviously the Cosmic Bolts. All right, we have more ways to glimpse.
A Wisdom's Reprise, such a good card, allows you to glimpse 3, and I think we just saw double Cosmic Bolt in that.
Oh, yes we did. Those are Cosmic Bolts for sure. Yeah, slamming down the Cosmic Bolt. This one's going to be coming in for, what is it, 8 at this point?
Yes.
Next Cosmic Bolt is 10 damage.
It's already dealing double damage, right?
Yeah.
This Cosmic Bolt starts at 4, and the third Cosmic Bolt of the game is dealing 8.
Yeah, the scaling is wild. Now we have... What is this?
Very curious to see what this material deck card is here. A Lunar
Oh,
Conduit.
yes, of course. It's Lunar Conduit. Yeah, this is the one where every time you play an Astra card, you get a charge counter on it, and then you can activate its effect to deal damage equal to the number of charge counters, and then you remove a charge counter. It's this extra layer of insurance and damage that you can do. There are turns where you can like build this up to like 5 or 6 counters, and then just activate it, hit him for 6. Next turn, activate it, hit him for 5.
Yeah, it stacks up very fast too, especially if you start chaining astrocytes together or like get a Cosmic Bolt on your turn and your opponent's turn. And so it's a great way to add up. Look at Bailey's influence. We started at 2, went to 4, and then just slowly have built up. And this is what that deck does really well, since most of the time you get free cards every turn and just get to draw cards and keep them in your hand.
Oh, absolutely. Just so much value between all the herbs and all of the glimpsing. We do see a Blinding Orb and an immediately Blinding Orb activation, so Bailey will have to put 2 cards down. Potentially more importantly for Sebastian, they also get a draw card, because they're definitely digging for some action here.
And here, Blinding Still trigger once more. Just a Luxem site is being revealed. Another card down for Like Bailey. Still no Lightweaver Assaults for Sebastian. And this is that moment you're really starting to be like, I need to either change up the game plan and start being a little bit more aggressive with allies and slice and dices, or try and dig as fast as possible for Lightweavers.
Yeah, absolutely. Sebastian has done a valiant job of trying to dig for those Lightweavers, and to be honest, any like Luxem sites, but sometimes they're not on the top half of your deck.
Yeah, that is the problem. Unlike Arisana, Xander does not scry every turn and able to manipulate the deck as much. And so you really are up to the whims of your actual draws a lot of the time here. And a dungeon guide, so it looks like we are just getting in for damage. Sebastian is choosing to try and rush down and put pressure on Arisana, because Like Bailey has just been able to sit there every turn and glimpse. And here we go again with a 3 visits.
I think it's a 3 visits into a scoop.
Yep. Like Bailey takes game 1 of round 4 just like that because of so many Cosmic Bolts.
Absolutely. And one thing to note, this is just a byproduct of playing Arisana. After every game, you have to go through and take out all of the Cosmic Bolts that you shuffled in. Make sure you deck is a legal deck after doing your sideboarding.
I'm sure Arisana players would love to start with 12 Cosmic Bolts in the main deck.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, absolutely, for sure.
You have to work for it. The Polaris has to be materialized, and you have to use herbs. And we're going to be looking at sideboards for both these players here. Sebastian has interesting choices for theirs. They do have 2 of Heavenly Guides, which I would highly recommend to be brought in, because Arisana will DG 100% of the time if they have it.
Oh, for sure. I mean, yeah, Arisana is like the prototypical like level as fast as possible type of deck these days. And I wouldn't also I like seeing the Luxem site being brought in as just an extra level of heal. I think is definitely a possibility.
And I think we could also bring in our 3 Gleaming Cuts as well, just because that is Luxem version of draw your cards. If it is
And you have a good counter to one of Lux's biggest strengths is that in the late game they can just get to the point where they stay at max health, right? Because in Grand Archive you can't really heal more than your max health. Like you have your cap. But Arizona, if they line things up properly, they can do more than your max health in a single turn with multiple Cosmic Bolts. So it's a pretty tough matchup. If I'm like Bailey in this situation, I think I'm feeling pretty good going into this, even post-sideboard.
Gotcha, yeah.
Are there any in particular that stand out to you?
I would bring in the Nullifying Mirror just to try and stop some of those Veiling Breezes. But I think you said it perfectly there, is just that you're already so confident and comfortable in this matchup and that you're able to go over the top a lot of the times. It's just, yes, if your opponent reveals Luxem sites to recover like 3, 6, 9, it's, okay, they do that. But my Cosmic Bolt's hitting for 12, hitting for 14, 15, and it just, at some point, you out-damage what they're able to even actually recover.
Yeah, absolutely. And so here we are going into our Game 2 in our Swiss Round 2 with Like Bailey up around playing Arasana. As we mentioned, it is a bit of a favorable matchup. So we're going to see how Sebastian responds to this. The ball is in their court, as you could say, to pull this around. We still have 41 minutes on the clock, so plenty of time to play some Grand Archive.
Yeah, these two decks are known as like slower decks, but I feel like that game 1 went by very quickly.
Oh, absolutely. Both players knowing their lines through and through, kind of playing at a very expedient pace.
And we see Sebastian just draw their hand and say pass turn. So it looks like a reactive hand, nothing you really want to deploy. Usually if there's like a Sadie, you're more than comfortable doing that turn 1, just because if they try to remove it, you can return her back, get a prep counter. But Bailey with a Sadie of their own, who's actually the assassin deck right now.
Right, yeah. Sadie, perhaps the second most played ally this weekend after the Paladin.
And we just had a materialization of Temporal Spectrometer.
Where's main deck, Dan? Get him up here.
It came out of the sideboard into the main deck, and this is such a good card in this matchup because there's really no ways for Bailey to interrupt the Spectrometer from getting time counters on it.
This is like a really spicy card, to be honest. Temporal Spectrometer, if you don't know, it's basically it gets time counters every single turn, and then later when you're playing something for memory cost, you can cash this in to kind of reduce the cost by the number of counters on this. So think of this as like an extra ramp every single turn that you can cash in later to play something for cheap or for free. It's a really cool and interesting card, and not a lot of people play it, so it's really, really cool in my opinion seeing it here at Worlds.
Yeah, I think this is the first time I've seen it like very competitively on like a big stage, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Usually people favor Grand Crusader's Ring or your other divine relics in the fact of like Quicksilver Grill, even Art of War, a lot of people do. Spectrometer is underrated, and Sebastian is going to show us really why it's good in this particular matchup and what Xander's going to benefit from it here. Bailey, though, on the other hand, saying, I don't need a Spectrometer. Choose one from memory. I'm going to Arizona level 1.
Yep, going to Ari. We do have the Polaris coming on in as well. Very, very typical kind of play pattern here with the Arizona deck. You want to get that Polaris out as soon as possible so you can start accruing those counters. As we saw, we got 8 counters last game, so keep an eye on that for this one as well. Very similar to last game, we have Backup Charger immediately coming on in from Sebastian, cashing it in, getting that extra card draw. If you're new to Grand Archive, get used to this kind of play line. You're going to see it a lot, yeah.
It is the classic. Would you like to draw a card and then get a token that can draw you even more cards in this deck if you would like?
Oh, absolutely. We do see this Ace-In Protector, which is going to have a nice little 3/4 body that immediately gets back to the hand. But this does get cards down into memory at least, so you can use them for materialization.
Yeah, a lot of people will be like, why are you activating Ace-In Protector? You have nothing to return back to your hand. The reason is because it actually allows you to get cards in memory, and now you can level up into Xander 1. Sebastian not wanting to use this Spectrometer right away. Probably that's going to be your level 2, level 3 game plan.
Yeah.
And so Ace-In will provide that, but gives Like Bailey another turn to just materialize. A free turn, no pressure, nothing. Sadie is chipping away the total life of the Spirit of Wind right now that Sebastian has.
Yeah, I mean, Sadie is a clock, and Bailey is content here to get the ingredient patch out and start, accruing more herb value instead of just going straight into Arisana 2. Though, as we saw last game, there are more ways to level up into Ari other than just from your materialization phase.
And Spectrometer, we're at 2 time counters, and Xander 1 is being materialized here. We are choosing 1. What do we lose? Scatter Essence, more than happy seeing that
Yeah,
go.
I think in this situation, you're pretty happy for that, especially over anything else. We did see a quick little glimpse too, and a prep counter on Xander. Prep counter, as always, can come into play depending on how things shake out, because of you can never really count out Slice and Dice, right?
Mm-hmm. And Slice and Dice is one of those inevitable assassin tricks that, in the end, if you see them with 3 prep counters, it always has to be in the forefront of your mind of, are they going to Slice and Dice me this turn? What can I do to not die from this if they have it?
Yeah, absolutely. And getting that turbocharge right here is also really, really good. Just immediately cashing in that power cell, drawing the 2 cards. A 3-cost card that allows you to draw 2 in Grand Archive is exceedingly powerful. Mm-hmm. Especially if you're only running a couple copies in your deck. Drawing into it now early is great.
And we've actually seen the benefit of the amount of card draw Sebastian has done is they've now seen actual allies and stuff to be able to start playing. A Windmill Engineer picked up from this turbocharge, so they are going to start committing a little bit of resources to the board on their next turn, and it's Blake Bailey's had enough time to do their own thing, and it's time for Sebastian to actually start fighting back and dealing with the Sadie and clearing the board.
Yeah, I think Arasana can really, really excel into the late game. Here we have a 10 the land. This is a new card from MRC Alter. Fast activation for class bonus, but you get a gather and draw card. It's really simple, but it's also just very strong. But it's going to be met with an incapacitate.
Immediately.
Showing you how strong the card actually is.
And Bailey just doing a little bit of gardening, tending to the herbs right here, stacking them up. We see 7 total herbs here, just from the ingredient pouch value and the 10 lands, and a dungeon guide here to go to 3.
Yeah, getting up to RA level 3 is super, super important. I just can't stop thinking about your garden analogy. I'm just just 2 plots away from a full garden here. Yeah, I mean, going into RE3 with a full garden is probably where you want to be, right? You can cash in those, get all those counters on your Polaris, and then get a lot of cards shuffled into your deck. A lot of those Cosmic Bolts.
And it looks like 4 herbs are going away, and the reason for that is because, Bailey is a brewing something. It is a Prima Materia. It has an alternate activation cost of brew, 4 herbs with different names, and we saw exactly. It was Herb 1, Herb 2, Herb 4, and Herb 6, all getting sacrificed, and counters going on Polaris. And now for the rest of the game, when this Prima Materia is rested, you draw a card into memory, and the next time an Astra Element source would deal damage to 1 or more units, it does an additional +3.
Yeah, so Prima Materia Brood is crazy. It's really, really good. It can be really hard to pull off sometimes, but when you're in this kind of situation where you have the time to just, like you said, tend to your garden, well, the fruits of this can be a Prima Materia, and it is very, very powerful. Yeah, just being able to draw an extra card every turn, but also just being able to deal extra damage for all of your first Astra sources is wild.
I think Sebastian was sort of on realizing what Bailey was trying to do, and that's why that incap met the 10 to land, right?
Absolutely.
It's because trying to prevent Bailey from getting multiple herbs, but unfortunately still got there in the end with the ingredient pouch. And now that nullifying mirror from that sideboard as well from Bailey is being materialized, making sure there's going to be no Veiling Breezes.
Yes, yeah, absolutely. Once again, the ball is in Bailey's court, right? They have full control here over the game. It's going to be up to Sebastian to mount an offensive at this point. Bailey's done a incredible job of setting up their board state between their pouch, their Polaris, and now the Prima Materia. The task is becoming significantly more difficult for Sebastian at this point.
On the bright side, that temporal spectrometer does have 3 time counters on it, so that means a free Xander coming right up.
That is true. Definitely can't count out the temporal spectrometer. And we are going to see that cashed in immediately. Get your free Xander 3. And now we can see perhaps some of Sebastian's game plan come into effect now that we have Xander level 3.
And then, pre-recollection, we're going to surveil the wins here.
We have a response from Bailey here.
Gonna be activating the nullifying mirror, and the reason for that is because it makes all cards in the memory norm element, but we have 2 Luxem sites and 2 gleaming cuts. Insane value here. We're gonna recover 6 and draw 4. But back to the nullifying mirror. It makes every card in your memory norm element. It doesn't prevent Xander from using the on-reveals of their Luxem cards, but it does prevent Bailey from having to put cards down from the Blinding Soul trigger, because those are technically no longer Luxem. They're just norm cards.
Absolutely, yeah. So Bailey's able to keep up all of the interaction in hand, for sure. So we did get a bunch of healing here, and now that Bailey has seen that, we're likely going to see those cards revealed every single turn from here on out, right?
Yes.
That's going to be 6 healing every single turn, and this is really how the Luxem Xander functions. You get these cards that heal you and these cards that deal damage, and you just reveal them every single turn until you can get to the point where you can finish them off in one fell swoop.
Look at that grip Sebastian has. The total influence is off the charts. And it looks like Sebastian has finally found a Lightweaver's Assault as well from banishing those gleaming cuts. It is looking like Xander is on the up and up with the amount of cards here. The strategy is just going to be finding that second Lightweaver's Assault and building up that influence just a little bit more, so you could go ahead and deal just 25 damage directly to Arisana.
Absolutely. The task may seem large for Sebastian, but they're definitely not down and out. Even with only 1 Lightweavers, we still got a lot of game to go here. Sadie chipping on in for 2 points of damage. Every point of damage is going to be very relevant going forward as they try to get Bailey down to a point where they can make use of those Lightweavers.
We have here Bailey just going to eat those 2 herbs, gain a couple of levels, and activate the Prima, or not the Prima Materia, Polaris.
Yeah.
Thank you. To go ahead and shuffle in 8, another 8 Cosmic Bolts here in game 2. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
You gotta make sure it's exactly 8. Yes. But yeah, I think Bailey's like, okay, it's go time, right? You have your 2 Lux sites in hand. Now it's time for me to shuffle my Cosmic Bolts in and try to get to a point where I can close out the game. Don't want to give him too much time.
Not really feeling the pressure, but knowing that Sebastian is on the route to be closing the game.
Exactly. It's time to start the march, I guess.
Yes. And really curious to see if a... Here we are. Yep. Going to see if we get a glimpse as well to see if we could hit any of those Cosmic Bolts that were just shuffled in. And this is all at the end of Sebastian's turn.
Yep.
So we still get a materialization in Bailey's whole turn. I wouldn't be surprised if we see a Lunar Conduit or a Cosmic Astroscope materialized for this turn.
Absolutely. And we also now we're at this point we need to pay attention to the Prima Materia because it will increase Astro damage by 3 when activated. So we'll have to pay attention to that when we calculate, what potential damage that Bailey can do. Going into the turn, let's see. Maybe just GCR?
Oh.
Yeah, just GCR here.
Really liking the cards on top, wanting to go. I believe both were kept on top for the Glimpse too. So we're going to be able to draw both here now with the GCR and drawing for turn. Prima Materia activated, draw a card into memory. And now, keep in mind, the next Astra element damage is going to deal +3 here.
Wisdom's Reprise, another Glimpse 3, and a draw card into memory. This card's really, really great in the Arisana deck. It's one of the ways that you can get extra value once you're level 3. This one, let's see, what do we have from the top? I think it was like a Prima Materia, another Prima Materia, and something else. So those go straight to the bottom. Prima Materia being unique, so you cannot have 2 out on the field at the time.
Yes, and not seeing any Cosmic Bolts, but that just makes it a little bit scarier now for Sebastian, right? Bailey's already 7 cards in after shuffling and not seeing a Cosmic Bolt. That means there's going to be a nice group of them coming up.
Well, Valk, speaking of which, off the top, Cosmic Bolt in hand.
Oh. And like even drawing them does not feel bad because you can still normally activate them for 3. Deal your damage, and then they go into the graveyard and fuel the rest of the Cosmic Bolts. So it's just like, oh no, I can't Star Call this for free. I guess I'll just Cosmic Bolt you from hand.
Yeah, absolutely. Bailey does know that Sebastian does have 2 Lux Sights, so that's 6 health every single turn. So you want to get to a point where you can just kind of chunk them down all at once. So we do have Cosmic Bolt coming on in. And extra 3 points of damage from the materia.
Make sure you calculate that all here. And I think
it's just 7, right? Yeah.
There's a Cosmic Bolt actually in banishment. So that was for 9.
Ooh, okay.
That one. So already ramping up damage. Sebastian, or 2, like Bailey's knowledge, Sebastian only has 2 Luxem Sights. So that is pretty much a swing of 5 damage then, if it is still contained to 2 Luxem Sights. But we're looking at a Fairy Whisper glimpse here from Sebastian. And
looking at that hand, I see 2 incapacitates. So, I mean, that feels like a very, healthy hand, right? Having 2 incaps, really large influence, kind of where you want to be. Incap, in particular, is very, very good against the Cosmic Bolts, right? So, we'll have to see if it's going to be enough to get to the point where they can stabilize and put a lot of pressure on Bailey. We have the Blinding Steel reveal. As you mentioned, the mirror is going to make it so that Xander's effect isn't happening. But we still get the reveal effects on all the cards.
And that Light Weaver's Assault is important to note. Like Bailey probably mentally checklisting that, okay, there's 1. I've been shown 1. Now the question is, does Sebastian have the 2nd, or is Sebastian going to have to dig for it? And that's something like Bailey is going to have to consider every turn. And I think total influence-wise, Sebastian's sitting at close to 15, maybe even a little bit more.
See. There's 8 down now, plus whatever they've got in their hand. It's difficult to say, but they have quite a bit.
The number is a lot.
For sure. I love the Ace and Protector here, by the way. Coming on in, dealing 3 extra points of damage, but also getting that Sirocco operative back to help dig further in future turns.
Ooh, finding an Astrocyte off of the 3 visits. Going to go ahead and Star Call that completely for free. It is a 0 Star Calling cost. And that is getting incapacitated.
Oh, interesting. Very high level of respect for this Astrocyte. Not giving Bailey the chance to chain sights into each other.
And that is good. That Astrocyte no longer gonna be activated here. Incap does its job, negates it, and then we see a fast cure at the end to go ahead and recover that 4, and that's gonna give us a very important floating memory, which is going to be used here for Cosmic Astroscope, which is gonna give Bailey another 3 to glimpse at here at the pre-recollection.
Yeah, absolutely. This is a beautiful alternate art fast cure here. Yeah, I mean, basically, Bailey just wants to stay as healthy as possible. It's going to take a decent amount of cards to take him out, right? It's getting to the point where Sebastian's going to have to do, multiple Lightweavers plus extra stuff to take out Sebastian or take out Bailey, and Bailey already knows that Sebastian just has the 1. So being healthy, staying at a healthy life total, I think is optimal play.
Yes, it's especially because Xander can do so much damage in one big combination. You want to be at little damage as possible to make sure you stave off. And here we see a
10 in the garden, getting some herbs, pulling them out of your little herb pouch here.
Little herb pouch, and we have the 2 important herbs, 3 and 4 again.
Yeah, absolutely. And once again, every time you double up on herb, there's an extra card draw at end of turn. It's just a nice way to gain extra value over the course of the game. The herb pouch puts in a lot of work. Here we have that Cosmic Astroscope. This is going to allow Bailey to glimpse even more, which is exactly what he needs. You just want to glimpse as much as you possibly can.
Yeah, and once again, not really finding Cosmic Bolts in that Astroscope glimpse. So it is turning into going to run into kind of a pocket of them, and hopefully you'll be able to glimpse each one separately.
Triple sight Lightweaver. So this is going to be 9 health a turn and 2 damage. And once again, this is what Luxander does, right? You set up these turns where you just, heal a bunch and then optimally deal a bunch of damage too, and get to a place where you're unkillable and you can just chip your opponent down. In this particular matchup, maybe not unkillable because those Cosmic Bolts can really ramp up and deal a ton of damage, even at max health.
Both these players definitely looking to just one-shot the opponent with like 1 or 2 spells, and that's exactly what you're probably going to have to do here. Sebastian does have the advantage, though, of being a little bit low to the ground with all these allies and that Poison Dagger.
It's true.
So there is a world where you commit maybe 2, 3 more allies, Poison Dagger, swing in with everything, Mercenary's Blade, and then Lightweaver's on top to finish off Bailey, and the amount of recovery is not going to be enough from the release of the Spirit.
Absolutely. You have Sadie coming on in, also chipping in. The way I see this is like we have Xander and Arisana just kind of staring each other down, both like powering up, just staring at each other like back and forth, waiting till one of them tries to deal the flurry that will end it.
The finishing blow here, and like Bailey actually just glimpsing a Comet Fall and a Cosmic Bolt. And this is the decision to make. Do you remove all the allies here, or do we just start going upstairs to Xander?
I think we're going upstairs. We do see this Cosmic Bolt here on the field. This is going to be coming in for the board. There's 2 currently have been played. So this is 8 damage Cosmic Bolt. Not off of the Prima Materia, though, so just a straight 8 damage.
Just straight 8, yeah. With Prima, it would have been 11, which is... Whew, let's get into those big numbers here. But like Bailey, so this next Cosmic Bolt is going to be for 10. And with the Prima, it's going to be for 13.
Yeah, like minimum 13 here.
And so that is just about lethal.
Yeah, we're really getting down to it. So we have an immediate activation and a slam of the site here.
Ooh, a Safeguard Amulet materialized for the turn is going to keep like Bailey alive just a little bit more here. Sebastian's going to have to find a way to play around that pretty much.
Yeah, absolutely. Like Bailey, continuing to glimpse and draw with this Wisdom's Reprise, trying to hit any sort of damaging Astra card. I mean, I think at this point you'll take anything, right? You'll take your Comets, you'll take your Cosmic Bolts.
This is such a smart play from Like Bailey here. Unfortunately, it is going to get stopped in the tracks by an Incapacitate. But Like Bailey, glimpsed 3 with the Wisdom's Reprise, saw 2 Cosmic Bolts, kept 1 on top, put 1 in the memory.
All right. We have Astra Seal negating the Incapacitate. So this is a back and forth negation war.
It is really back and forth here. Now, the Astrocyte is going to actually fully resolve here. Get the...
yeah, this is going to...
Be able to glimpse, find the Cosmic Bolt, and then in response to the Cosmic Bolt, activate the Prima Materia. So this is going to be for, I believe, the 13 we initially talked about.
Yes, exactly. Nailed it. Yeah. This is a 13 damage Cosmic Bolt. Sebastian already played their Incap in hand. Minimal amount of interaction here. We have the Veiling Breeze.
Oh, but the mirror in response to the Veiling Breeze, and we know like Bailey has another Cosmic Bolt in memory, and this is all pre-recollection. Sebastian has now fully gone shield, like no cards at all. And that means like Bailey can just wake up, materialize, main phase, Cosmic Bolt for a whopping, was it 12 damage?
It's going to be 12 minimum, unless you also want to activate your Materia as well. But
1, 2, 3, Cosmic
slam
Bolt.
it down.
And Sebastian looking at memory, revealing and being like, yep, I think you got it there. Like Bailey, pretty sure going to be taking it 2-0 here in round 4.
Yeah, like Bailey taking it 2-0 with Arizona. Round 4. I think that's just a very tough matchup for Sebastian. Put up a very, very valiant effort here. Try to accrue that value, trying to get to that point where you can do your Lightweaver's wombo combo, but in the end, Arizona able to glimpse just enough to sequence all of those cosmic bolts together.
Yeah, it's really like, as you said, both champions are sitting there powering up, and Arizona hit that power spike and was able to just find that glimpse combination. The little bit of negation war we had as well with like Bailey setting up that turn, Sebastian clearly knowing what was happening and trying to stop in its tracks, but like Bailey just had the influence and the cards needed, the Astrosil stopping the incapacitate and being able to continue with that combo. I'm pretty sure if that Astrocyte did get negated, like Bailey would have had to manually activate both of those cosmic bolts, which I think in the end still could have gotten there, but it was riskier.
Right. Depending on how things shook out, it could have been slightly slower too. But in the end, Cosmic Bolt is a wild card. It's a really, really nice card, all backed up by the power of Polaris being able to shuffle so many into the deck. And if you haven't, given it a shot and played Arizona yourself, it's an incredibly fun deck to play. It's also an incredibly powerful deck. And in this particular matchup, I think it's safe to say a favored deck.
It is now 3-0 on camera against Luxem Xander. So really showing its the deck is actually like really good.
Yeah,
it takes a lot of thinking power, though.
Yeah, even though we only have 3 Arizonas represented here at Worlds, I definitely think that the deck is worthy of being here at the event.
100%. And originally, the deck, without Polaris, sort of felt like it was lacking a little bit, right?
Yeah.
But thankfully, with being able to shuffle in those Cosmic Bolts, get everything going in, the deck really just accelerates, and it takes a lot of patience to be able to pilot the deck properly.
Yeah, absolutely. I played a lot of different versions of the deck before. I played water, trying to do full control kind of thing, but Polaris was really, really the tipping point. Just being able to get that critical mass of those Cosmic Bolts so you can actually close out the game. So less spinning your wheels, more actually glimpsing into action. And we saw how much glimpse you can actually do. And every new set there's always more tools that you have to utilize that, like with 3 physics, for example. Yeah, just really nice. And the deck I think is just generally very, very fun. I also would not count Luxem Xander down and out. We did see them in a unfavorable matchup here, but that deck is also incredibly powerful with just the Luxem Xander archetype seeing a lot of representation at Worlds. And so despite the unfavorable matchup, definitely don't count them down and out. I think still definitely in the running for top 8 contention.
Yes, we did mention at the start of it that this isn't, you're not completely out losing that round. Both players are sitting at 2-1. Now Bailey is 3-1, Sebastian is 2-2. Both still in contention for our top 8 here. Sebastian is just going to have to be a little bit more careful in these next 4 rounds.
Yep, definitely going to be much more crucial in the following rounds for sure. So, with that all said, let's go ahead and talk about. I want your opinion on the overall meta and what you feel is the top contender, because obviously we have all of the Gembu decks, right? We have the Fractals decks. Those are the big dogs, or maybe the big turtle in one case. But we have the Xanders, we have some Tristans, we even have the Arizonas. And we saw how strong Arizona was, literally just right now.
Yeah.
So what do you think? What's your take on it?
Ooh, that is a really good question. Just because every deck has its strength. I know a lot of players were thinking Genbu was the deck, right? The best deck around. And then we're seeing that a bunch, 2 teams particularly, were everyone, if they're on anti-Genbu, we can just play Fractals and run through matches free because no one's going to be countering our specific deck. So that deck also seems very strong.
Yeah.
But then you see a Luxem Xander player take control of a game and you're like, wow, this deck is actually insane. And there's so many decks that make me go, maybe this is the best deck. And I feel like we're just in a very healthy spot in the game right now where it's sort of there's maybe 2-3 decks that are this could be the deck that I could say is the best. But that doesn't mean the other decks are bad. It just means they just have like a slightly better advantage. It's like if you're more than likely to win on this deck, then you're not. But we just saw Wind Arisana. If it gets going, if it gets those matchups it needs, it can completely take over a tournament. And it's won so many like good placings at like nationals, ascents, things like that. And then you take a look at like Henki. Henki's a player who's always on like an ally variant or something, and it's amazing to see what they are able to accomplish with a deck like that. It's something that no other player really considered. We do have water allies and then wind robots as well, but it's just like very small filled compared to what everyone else brought. And I think that deck has a lot of legs. I'm a big fan of ally piles and ally variants.
Okay.
And I think like they have the potential to just win games because a 2/3 ally in Grand Archive just is the sauce.
I mean, even in round 3, we saw just having like some 2/2 allies that just you can protect and they're just on the board. They can get there, right? Because a lot of the decks have like counterplay versus each other, and sometimes it just boils down to I stuck a couple 2/2s and you didn't, and so I can chip away at you, right? Even though the game plans can be different at the end game, Big Turtle versus like a bunch of fractals and burn. Sometimes the Frostborn Paladin just gets there, right? A couple Frostborn Paladins get there, a couple like little 2/2s get there, and I think that's actually a really fascinating part of Grand Archive, right? Because you still have these big splashy plays, but sometimes at the end of the day, like just solid play and board state can just get there.
And Kel, I've been curious about how everyone's doing in the event, and I think you have as well.
Oh, yes.
So let's go ahead and take a look at the standings as of last round. So this is before we just played the round 4. Team True Terry 3-0, ZTR God 3-0, Caben, Perfy, all joining on the undefeateds.
Yeah,
so really good showing here. Henki, we just mentioned 2-1. Enki, 2-1 on the other allies list. Like Bailey, 2-1 as well as we saw. Ferenthian, the only Fire Lorraine player, 2-1. So many good names up here. This is the problem with Worlds. It's that every name is amazing at this game. But
yeah, absolutely.
Unfortunately, people are going to have to lose in this. Right? Not everyone can go undefeated. So we unfortunately see Shang, our other Arisana player, down at 0-3. Leo Blade, our winner of Gauntlet, who went the best record, 0-3 as well. Then we have Korax and Superior 1-2 on Water Gojia. Life Drasil 1-2. Water Gojia not having the best showing right now. A lot of them are sort of sitting near the bottom. It looks like TTA and What Do You Min is bringing up the Gojia representation at 6 and 7. But look at that, 1 through 4. What do you see, Kel?
Well, I see I don't want to call her a fan favorite, but I see a lot of your girl Dao-chan up there. We also see a Fire Luxem Xander as well, but definitely a lot of fractals in the top tables right now. Even like don't see a ton of Gembu up there. As note, Henki and Enki both getting in those like top echelons, which is pretty fascinating. And unfortunately for my favorite champion, my girl Tristan, currently not doing quite as well as I personally would like. But there's still a lot of Grand Archive to be played today. We just finished up round 4, so we still have 4 more rounds today at least.
Yeah, and something to mention, this was after round 3, right? And we just had round 4. In round 4, our 4 undefeated players had to play against each other.
That's true.
So that means 2 of those fractal lists now have a loss on them.
Yeah, that is true, for sure.
And so looking at this, if like Henki and, look at Bob, if they won their games, they're at that same record as those other 2 fractal decks. So it's very possible that some of these fractal decks can get knocked down a peg in these next 4 rounds.
Yeah, it's such an interesting meta call that the in particular True Champion and main deck made to kind of like pivot into fractals, right? Most of them in the Gauntlet were playing Gembu, and a lot of people are like, okay, Gembu's like the new hotness, but they're like, we may have a meta call here.
Yes.
Let's jam the fractals, and it looks like it is working out very well for them so far.
It is indeed. I love the meta call. I love the read on everything here. But as you said, there is that outlier of Fire Xander just chilling in there as well, doing really, really good for themselves here. So I'm curious to know, like, as these games, it's still anyone's top 8, right?
Oh, for sure.
I think everyone who is 1 and 2 still is able to make top 8. I believe 0 and 3 might be completely out or just on the cusp.
It's hard to say, but it'll be tough for sure. Yeah.
Maybe we can run the math a little bit and come back to you probably next round or so with like the amount of points. We talked a lot about that a lot in the gauntlet yesterday. Is points we want looking at for players to get to. We could sort of look at that as we get closer near the end of the day. And it is crazy to see just that breakdown, that list. And man, I want more Grand Archive already.
Yeah, absolutely. I always love thinking about like meta calls in events like this, right? In events that are kind of like invite only, like Worlds is, where you can make these meta calls and kind of anticipate what other players are going to be playing. And if you're like, everyone thinks Genbu is the best, so a lot of people are going to be playing Genbu. Maybe we should play something that is very good against this, but also very good against the rest of the field as well. And they're like, well, Fractals is the name of the game here. It's always fascinating to me to hear from teams who kind of like concoct this kind of like strategy.
So I have a question for you, Kel, and I'm really curious on the answer, because in this format, I do believe that if you qualify for top 8, you can switch decks.
Yeah, I think so.
So if top 8 is like 5 or 6 Fractal players, do one of these players go, hey, I have the spice against Fractals, and just brings it into the top 8?
Whew. I think it depends on the person.
Depends? Okay.
I think it depends on the person. I think you could definitely do that. But if you're still really confident in your list and still really confident in your ability to play against like mirrors, right? If other people are like, I'm going to stick with Fractals, then maybe you just stay with it, right? You're like, I'm confident in my skill versus another player playing the same deck. Maybe you're just like, just run it, right? Especially if you were confident enough to bring it into like just the Worlds regular. But yeah, you can never, count that out too. Especially if you want to make little swaps up here and there, right? To make it a little more optimal.
Yeah, it's something to really consider here as well, because if you're like looking in at like, honestly, like in one of like the timelines, let's just call it a timeline here, where main deck and True Champion Gaming, they make up a majority of the top 8.
Yeah.
Like, there is a huge possibility that they can just stick with Fractals and try and play that mirror match, but it's also one of those things of like, if you know everyone's just on that deck and you think you can beat it, you can just be the outlier and just like run through like the whole event. It's sort of like the reverse of what we would have at our first ever Worlds, right? Our first ever Worlds, everyone was like, Merlin's the best deck, so we're going to play Rai to counter that.
I did see that, yeah.
And
I remember that for sure.
Everyone was just on Rai.
Well,
and then
not everyone.
Not everyone. There was one person who wasn't, and it was the Merlin player who ended up going through. So I feel like it could be that same instance, is like everyone is on Fractal Dao-Chan, and that one person brings something like not like the others and is able to just like push through.
Absolutely. I think that's what's going to make a lot of the rest of this event like incredibly exciting to see if the Fractals continue to do well for the rest of today. But we also, like I mentioned, earlier in the stream, we have tomorrow and we have Sunday as well.
Yes.
So it's going to be really interesting to see how players adapt both today into how they are going to be sideboarding and all that kind of stuff, for example, but also into top 8 as well later this weekend. Yeah, I think it's going to be fascinating. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm really curious to see. I wonder if we're going to be able to see the leaderboards again after like the next 2, maybe 3 rounds, to see like as they're closing in, round it up. But it sounds like we are getting ready for our winner interview with Like Bailey. Let's go ahead and go over to the couch.
Hello and welcome back. I am joined here with the Round 4 World Swiss Stage winner, Like Bailey. Congratulations on your amazing win. Arasana doing some crazy things. A little sad you did have to go up against one of your teammates. It is always unfortunate to get the team kill. But how does it feel going 3-1 into the 5th round of the World Swiss Stage?
It's a little intense. It feels a little scary because like I know I have to win 3 more to be guaranteed in top 8. And I know that these top 32 players, they're all really good. And that's the scariest part, is like all 32 players have shown like extremely good skill, and that's why they're here. And that's what makes the next 4 rounds scary.
Yeah, it's definitely a tough one there. So let's talk a little bit about your deck. There were a lot of things in that game that I want to go over, but first I want to go over the deck, right? You have been forever a Water Crux main. You are like the TM32 special. I love playing on Soul. But now, you're seeing fantastic results on this Astra Arasana. Serene Astra Arasana, very strong control deck. Tell me about why you chose to move on from the Water Crux deck and move towards this deck.
Yeah, so the reason why I'm on Serene Wind Astra now is because I actually wanted to play Arasana ever since she came out. Like, ever since she came out in ALC, I've tried to brew her for the first month, and then I got destroyed. So I was like, all right, it's time to shelf her. Maybe she'll get better in the future. Like, she's just that close. And then when I played against Robotron at Toronto, like, he showed me how good Astra was when he was only one turn off beating me both games. And I was like, okay, well, Arasana is the next best deck to abuse 3 visits. I like the art on the card. I like Arasana's design. Let's roll with it.
Yeah, she's a super fun deck. A man after Lineage Break Cameron's heart. Arasana, she's just one of the best. Yeah, I will admit, from her first design, I saw her in ALC. I was like, this is one of the most beautiful champions we've seen. Love the concept of it. When Polaris came out, it was super exciting to be able to play her in that regard. So let's talk about your main deck. There's a couple things in your material deck that I thought were maybe not so standard, but very well teched for the Swiss stage here at the World Swiss. Let's talk about Tabula. Lantern seems a little straightforward. It's good against the Fire Aggro. It's good against Genbu. But you actually have the heads-up play to put a Tabula in your main board.
Yeah, so the reason why I'm on Tabula is because Necklace of Foresight, you know how it glimpses 4, and it's like your Hail Mary to kill. But what if you skip that step, you go Tabula, and you go Reflect the Skies, the Cosmic Bolt from your graveyard, right? Or let's say you want to reuse like a Comet Fall against an ally deck. It gives you a lot of options. So that's why I chose Tabula. Also, it's anti-mill against Genbu.
Yeah, it's neat too because, you talked about how you have that Reflect the Skies combo. Obviously, that's a card I don't think anybody has played at any competitive event, let alone done well with it. But, I mean, let's talk about that, right? You don't necessarily have to Tabula right away. Like, you don't have to Tabula after you get milled out. You could Tabula partway through and then play the Reflect the Skies, play from the bottom, move them to the top, and then glimpse from there. So, like, there's a lot of flexibility in the way you've designed this deck, and I think that this kind of tech you've brought is really innovative. Like, really, really innovative.
Thank you. I aim to be innovative.
But looking at this as well, you're also not playing a lot of defensive cards. I see no Nascent Barriers in your lists, and almost all of your herb generation outside of the initial Fertile Grounds are all in the sideboard. So can you talk to me about why you decided herb generation in the sideboard versus the main board?
So the reason why I was playing Sadie, that's my like quote-unquote defensive option, because it helps me maintain the board. It does chip damage, but I thought there were going to be a lot of Genbu players, and it's like it cleanly kills Bovine over and over again. Like, it just butchers it, I guess, with her big claws. And yeah, it's mostly that Genbu's damage is pretty tall, so Nascent Barrier is not going to help you that much. And then if you're against aggro, usually like Sadie can help you control the board enough where you don't need those defensive options. And then as for the herb generation in the side, I was expecting a lot of Luxum and like other random decks that I'd have to play differently into. So the herb generation comes in for those specific decks. But against Genbu, my game plan is different. I'm trying to just stay alive, and that's essentially how you gotta beat Genbu.
Yeah, it makes sense. I mean, you really showed us a masterclass there on why Sadie fits the Arasana deck. She's, she is the assassin unique ally, but we've seen her in so many different decks, right? We've seen her in the Merlin deck really effectively. We've seen her now in the Astra Arasana deck as a very effective, way to maintain board pressure, but also find that chip damage, right? Because sometimes just pushing 4 damage is enough to make your third Cosmic Bolt find lethal.
Exactly. Right? Just like when I played it in my Cruxlarian deck.
True. I mean, it pairs well with Trapper, so that one kind of makes a little more sense to like the average person. So let's talk about one last thing with your sideboard here. Prima Materia. Prima Materia is a card that really ramps your gameplay, right? It gives you a lot of aggressive damage, but it also gives you an engine to draw cards. Now, most people only play a 1-of Prima Materia. It's a bit of a high roll card, but you chose to run 2 in the sideboard. Now, we know the sideboard slots are very valuable. It's really tight. So can you tell me why you chose 2 instead of just 1?
I chose 2 because against like Luxum and all those other later game decks, you really, really, really need to see the Prima. Like, you want to see it, I know you can glimpse for it as a one-of, and you can eventually find it, but you want to brew it as soon as possible. And that's why like I'm running all those herb generations to make sure that I can get that Prima as soon as I level to 3. So that's why I'm on 2 instead of 1.
Yeah, it makes sense. So I do have another question about you for the matchup, specifically the Astra Arsana versus the Winluxa matchup. So no, Lineage Break Cam and I have a little bit of a disagreement here. He feels like the deck is super favored for Astra. What are your thoughts on that? Do you think it's really favored? Do you think it's pretty balanced in most cases? Or do you think it really depends on the player's skill?
I think it's a very, very skillful matchup. Like, every time I play against Jet or Peter, I'm always scared because I know they know exactly how to play around it. They know my habits. So it feels like I can't always beat them. So I cannot say like for certain that it's an easy matchup, especially when their sideboard is tech for it. Like you saw the Gleaming Cuts, you saw the Temporal Spectrometer, you saw the Heavenly Guide, and you saw like how quickly Sebastian almost recovered if he just saw like 2 Lightweavers. That game would have been a lot closer and I would have been a lot more scared.
Yeah, so thank you for giving us the insight on that, especially with the Sadie Masterclass. Again, guys, this was Like Bailey here as the Round 4 winner of the World Swiss Stage. Thank you so much for joining us, and we'll be back shortly with Round 5 after a quick break.
Down into the feature match area, we have Bailey versus Sebastian, Arizona versus Xander here at Round 4 Worlds for Grand Archive.
And a dungeon guide. So it looks like we are just getting in for damage. Sebastian is choosing to try and rush down and put pressure on Arizona because Like Bailey has just been able to, you know, sit there every turn and glimpse. And here we go again with a 3 visits
after the Paladin.
And we just had a materialization of Temporal Spectrometer.
Where's main deck, Dan? Get him up here.
He came out of the sideboard into the main deck, and this is such a good card in this matchup because there's really no ways for Bailey to interrupt the Spectrometer from getting time counters on it. On the bright side, that Temporal Spectrometer does have 3 time counters on it, so that means a free Xander coming right up.
That is true. Definitely can't count out the Temporal Spectrometer. And we are going to see that cashed in immediately. Get your free Xander 3. And now we can see perhaps some of Sebastian's game plan come into effect now that we have Xander level 3. We have a response from Bailey here.
Gonna be activating the Nullifying Mirror. And the reason for that is because it makes all cards in the memory norm element. But we have 2 Luxem Sights and 2 Gleaming Cuts. Ooh, let's get into those big numbers here. But like Bailey, so this next Cosmic Bolt is going to be for 10. And with the Prima, it's going to be for 13.
Yeah, like minimum 13 here.
And so that is just about lethal. This is such a smart play from Like Bailey here. Unfortunately, it is going to get stopped in the tracks by an Incapacitate. But Like Bailey, glimpsed 3 with the Wisdom Surprise, saw 2 Cosmic Bolts, kept 1 on top, put 1 in the memory.
All right. We have Astra Seal negating the Incapacitate. So this is a back and forth negation war. This is gonna
be able to glimpse, find the Cosmic Bolt, and then in response to the Cosmic Bolt, activate the Prima Materia. So this is going to be for, I believe, the 13 we initially talked about.
Yes, exactly. Nailed it. Yeah. This is a 13 damage Cosmic Bolt. Sebastian already played their Incap in hand. Minimal amount of interaction here. We have the Veiling Breeze.
Oh, but the mirror in response to the Veiling Breeze, and we know Like Bailey has another Cosmic Bolt in memory, and this is all pre-recollection. Sebastian has now fully gone shield, like no cards at all. 1, 2, 3, Cosmic
slam
Bolt.
It down.
And Sebastian looking at memory, revealing and being like, yep, I think you got it there. Like Bailey, pretty sure going to be taking it 2-0 here in round 4.
Yeah, Like Bailey taking it 2-0 with Arizona. Round 4.
Welcome back to the Grand Archive 2025 World Championship. LB Cam here back in the booth with main deck Dan. Dan, I am sad we missed that last match. It was so cool. We both were really excited to see, you know, some cards that we're big fans of. I know Temporal Spectrometer being on the world stage is a pretty big deal for you specifically.
I felt so vindicated, Cam. I felt so vindicated watching Temporal Spectrometer get a full level 3 level up like that. It's such an it was so cool. It's
super,
so cool.
super cool.
In an Arasana matchup as well.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, a really, really tight match and really cool plays. Really cool decks that are like obviously established archetypes, but playing some weird stuff. Temporal, a crazy sideboard from Sebastian. The 4 Sadies in the main deck we just heard Bailey talk about a little bit with Astra Arasana is crazy, but we have round 5 coming for you guys right now, and we are catering them all exactly for main deck Dan, it looks like, as we do have in our feature match. We have Taylor from main deck Dan versus Bob. Speaking of Luxem, Dan, we have the known Luxem.
Let's get down into the feature match area. We have Bailey versus Sebastian.
Deck to the world stage here. So good at playing Luxem that sometimes I have heard people call it getting bobbed when you reveal your 4 Lightweavers Assault on like turn 6.
I haven't heard that, but yeah, Bob has been a Luxem, Fire Luxem stan for a long time, and here we have Bob's very, very refined, of course, Fire Luxem deck. This deck is one that has been around in the metagame for over a year, for sure. It really, really made a strong showing at Nationals last year, and honestly, it has seen some changes, obviously, with things like Reprogram for Mercurial Heart, the turbocharge there as well. But like a lot of this, it's Striking Illuminance from HVN is the big one. But a lot of this hasn't changed that much, Cam.
Well, I do want to talk about it a little bit because we have seen a lot of Luxem this weekend, Dan, but mostly in that sort of wind, mid-range focused Luxem deck. And I personally think the reason why that deck picked up so much steam over the course of the format is because it had a pretty good matchup into Fractals, where I think normally this Serene deck does struggle a bit.
Yeah, I think that is one thing that the Fire Luxem deck got a lot less popularity from. That Wind Luxem version, which is quite a bit of a different list, having the ability to be a little more flexible with that early game aggressive play, using allies, getting those slice and dice kills, whereas the Fire Luxem deck has always been pretty focused on yellow cards, right? Getting the Luxem out, the namesake of the deck. But that said, when we have a player like Bob piloting a deck like this, even against a seasoned Fractal player like Bobo, it is not a clear-cut victory.
Yeah, I think so. I think familiarity is so important, where Bob, obviously a very, very experienced Luxem player, and I'm sure that Bob has the chops to play the wind-focused mid-range Luxem deck and be very comfortable, but he is still here with his deck that I think he is maybe the most known player for playing this Fire Luxem deck, and he's just running it back and feels really comfortable.
Yeah, and importantly here in Bob's list, we do see things like Safeguard Amulet and Quicksilver Grail, which is that kind of all-important tech against Taylor, against Fractals here that will potentially allow him to save a little bit of life, as Taylor is going to be pushing for a gigantic Fractal burst kill here as soon as he's able to. Because the big thing against Luxem, right, is it's kind of a race before they stabilize. Mm-hmm. And sometimes this Fractal deck does need to piece together wins. You need to do things like Refracting Missile, Shimmering Refraction, swinging with Gildises to kind of put the damage together. And if Taylor's unable to kind of really crack through with a Burst Asunder, if those Luxem sites get on board, then Bob can get a little bit of wiggle room and then end up getting the Lightweavers or Striking Illuminance kill.
Yeah, and I think, we've seen that a couple of times on stream today so far as well, where those Fractal decks do stumble a little bit, and over the course of the game, they can find their footing back, and we saw that with, Perfy's excellent play earlier this morning, but if you give enough time to a deck like Luxem, it can spell your downfall. And especially, I think it's really important to watch how these players play. I think both very much aware that there is a risk for the game to go late in either direction.
Yeah.
So I'm really curious to see what the sort of reaction is going to be to that playstyle.
I think the thing that's most interesting about Taylor's list going into this matchup is that this list was intended to play against Wind Luxem decks a little more. And we talked about this a little earlier, Cam, but there are 2 baubles in the list. Water and Wind.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, no Fire Bauble here, so that's going to be pretty hard. But it looks like we are ready to go down to the feature match for the World Champion Swiss Round 5, Bob versus Bobo. Bobo is going to be starting us off.
Yeah, Bobo's starting off with a classic Sabrina, Spirit of Water. The one that Taylor won, in fact, from Teams at Worlds last year. So a little bit of a nice little flex from Taylor, being that it's a World stage this time. It goes with a good start with an Imbued Fractal of Rain. and then we're going to see what else. No other follow-up, and then passing the turn. So we're getting just a single fractal start this time from Taylor, which isn't the amount that you necessarily want, but that does mean that his hand might have a little bit more interaction and interesting play to it.
Yeah, and especially speaking of interaction, we saw the imbue on that Fractal of Rain was 2 copies of Glimmering Refusal. So just showing that to Bob, saying, hey, I have these really powerful negates that you are going to have to worry about for the rest of the game.
Yeah, absolutely. Bob, going to start off with, of course, the Spirit of Serene Fire. And then it looks like goes with a pass turn and onto Bobo, who is going to go for a backup charger and activate, drawing a card and creating that power cell, which Taylor is, of course, going to be planning to at some point fracturize or turbocharge. Again, that signature line in the TCG and main deck lists the ability to just use that to accrue value when you're not finding things like your Zhang Zhaos to draw cards.
And I think I do see the turbocharge here, Dan. The one copy waiting in Bobo's hand, he can go ahead and, as you said, add a little bit of advantage, and he will want to take that sort of influence route, I think, and we do see that here with the turbocharge going to draw 2 cards. He's going to look to build an influence as quickly as he can to sort of leverage that over this Luxem deck that typically does have to lose quite a few cards as it levels up.
Yeah, and I think the influence game is really going to be kind of the tug of war in this. Well, Bob is trying to build up as much, or really keep as much influence as possible going to level 3. Bobo's going to be playing that little fractal dance of going up and down in influence as he plays fractals to the board, and then ultimately tries to play cards like the Zhang Zhao. And the turbocharge is going to set him off on a pretty good start here, where he's going to actually have a really healthy hand size, helping him find more of those fractals, build up that faster kill, and Taylor's hope here is to leverage that, to be able to go for a kill before Bob gets too set up. But of course, that Serene Spirit is what makes it tricky, right? It's not 25 health at level 3, it's 31.
Yeah, and this is Bob we're talking about. It is going to be maybe a little bit easier for him to get set up. He's just so familiar with this deck and finds a pretty killer glimpse. Looks like Uncover the Plot and Dungeon Guide was the glimpse with Xander level 1. He's going to keep them both on top, draws a Dungeon Guide to hand, and then has that Uncover on top. So as soon as next turn, he can level up to 2, then Dungeon Guide to 3, and start really firing off those powerful Luxem cards.
Interestingly, in Bob's list, there are definitely some cards in here that are not intended to necessarily fight into a Fractal metagame. Cards like Reprogram and Resolute Stand are ones that Bob is going to get almost no use out of in this matchup, but we did see at least one Resolute Stand in Bob's hand, and one thing Taylor is going to be hoping for, as Bob is, of course, so experienced at this deck, is for Bob to have, like we talked about earlier, any sort of stumble. Yeah. Anything that is a little bit clunkier for Bob is in favor of Taylor's game.
Yeah, especially if Bob does look for this pretty fast level 3 line and is relying on that Dungeon Guide. We do know the 2 copies of Glimmering Refusal can come in huge here. 3 fractals on board already makes that a pretty potent answer.
Looking at Taylor's hand, I'm not seeing any sort of Zhang Zhao yet, so that is one thing he's missing, but again, I have to point out that turbocharge, it played its exact role in here. Well, even when you're not finding your Zhang Zhaos, you do have some way to get a draw 2 just to dig a little deeper, and giving Taylor a few options to try and figure out. Actually, it looks like Taylor's maybe even doing some math to figure out, some of the early math to figure out where am I on the kill line, like how many fractals do I need to build, and at what rate do I need to try and build out to that to find it.
Yeah, at least a couple copies of Refracting Missiles, and it looks like we do have a Fracturize as well. Really interesting here, he chooses to Fracturize his Tengu without cracking it.
Yeah, that tells me that Taylor has seen a bit of a route. Taylor is looking at this, and perhaps this Resolute Stand is going to have more of an impact than I expected. But no, Bob just goes in and takes the 3. Is not willing to necessarily go down in influence right now to prevent this 3 damage. And I would say after seeing a Fracturized Tango, I'm a little more afraid of a Frostborn dealing me 3.
Yeah, exactly. We do have that Refractive Missiles like we talked about, and of course the namesake Burst Asunder in the hand for Bobo. So if there is a stumble, like you said, from Bob, he might be able to find a pretty fast burst kill here.
We have 4 fractals in play now, so it's going to be a total of 10 damage with the Burst Asunder and 5 damage. That's a $sign, and 5 damage with a Refracting Missile, meaning 15 damage represented right now in Bobo's hand, which isn't quite where we need to be, considering that Spirit of Serene Fire. Bob's at a healthy 25 right now, total potential life that Taylor's going to have to chew through. But we are going to see this Frosthorn Paladin be able to start chunking in for 3 every single turn until Bob does something to deal with it.
Yeah, maybe you're right, and these Resolute stands will come in surprisingly handy here for a sort of ally-heavy draw. We know that Taylor is also holding on to a copy of Gildas, and so if that does enter the field, we might be looking for Bob to play a Resolute stand. But on his turn here, it looks like he's thinking about maybe a Dungeon Guide. He does have 2 in hand.
A Dungeon Guide would be a very respectful way to just get that life total built up a little bit more. Again, if you see Bobo making plays like fracturizing a Tengu, you have to be thinking a little bit more about, well, boy, that fractal is worth more to him than a random card, right?
Yeah, and the mind games are huge, right? Both these players are so talented, and they know it, and so they're exactly thinking that. They're like, he did that on purpose, and there must be a reason, and maybe this is it. We see that Refracting Missiles coming in for 5 damage at the end of Bob's turn, bringing up to 8. Again, as you said, there is a Serene Spirit of Fire, so he's not quite in danger to this burst yet, but it's getting fairly close. You can see a Dao Chan materialized, grab those 2 Glimmer counters. We've seen that time and time again. Mills a Zhang Chao, unfortunately, Dan.
That's not necessarily what you want to see here, but again, given Bobo's hand, I have to think he's got a lot of tools right now. He's not necessarily hurting for options to deal with things. He's going to swing in with the Frosthorn Paladin. And takes the 3. Yep, okay. We're making sure there's still no Resolute stand. Bob going to take the 3, going to 11 damage taken, 8 life remaining, but a 6 recover available still with that Spirit of Serene Fire that you see peeking out underneath Xander's level 1. The lineage release there, sometimes very tricky for a lot of newer players, forgetting that it is available to the player, but these advanced players are, of course, very aware of that. Taylor also, very importantly, attacking with the Frosthorn Paladin before playing this Gildas, which... if he played the Gildas, might have prompted Bob to go for the Resolute stand instead.
And it looks like we might go for that Resolute stand anyways. Really heads-up play from Bobo to, as you said, sort of bait out being able to stick that extra damage before something like a Resolute stand comes down, which, again, is usually not a problem for Bobo's deck, but he knows deck lists are open. He's just trying to play around any sort of possible way that would slow down his kill line.
Now, the Gildas is attacking for 4. That's ultimately just going to be 3 from the Resolute stand if the Resolute stand resolves. Of course, Bobo did consider it looked like a Glimmering Refusal potential play there with 4 fractals in play. It could have negated that, but Bobo was completely okay to let Bob go down on a card and still deal a damage with the Gildas, where Bobo's lines are actually already closing in on Bob.
And I think if Bobo is going to go for this Glimmering Refusal at all, it's going to be for something like a Dungeon Guide. We do see Bob leveling up here, losing 2 powerful Luxem cards, but he's going to go up to Xander, Deft Executor, pick up, I don't think, any Assassin cards in the graveyard for this, so he's just going to Recollect.
Missing the influence gain there is a little bit rough. Bob hasn't had necessarily an ideal game here, not finding anything like Juggle Knives to play. The question here about the Glimmering Refusal is, with the 4 cards in Bob's hand, does Taylor go for it knowing that he will also, if he wants to fully negate the card, have to activate the second Glimmering Refusal from his memory using Dao Chan's Glimmer counters?
But this looks like a pretty good place to be in, Dan. We see Glimmering Refusal. We see the second one, but this also means Bob
hit both
at
in hand.
22 and hands down.
He had both in hand, actually. Excuse me. I thought Taylor had put one down in the memory. He actually just did both Glimmering from hand. And I think with Taylor's math, that might actually be able to secure it. Yeah, I mean, Bob is completely hands down here with Taylor having in play 7 damage built in. There's almost nothing left for Bob to do to be able to deal with this.
Yeah, 7 from the allies on board, 10 from the potential Burst Asunder at least. We see Unstable played. That's going to get 3 damage in from the Frosthorn, up to 15. And again, we have to remind you of that Serene Spirit in Bob's lineage. But I think you're right, Dan.
He's actually just going for 1 with the Gildas. Did not try to balance it at all here, because he knows he has it. Goes for the Burst Asunder.
That would be 12, would put Bob to an effectual 28. 28 minus 6.
And that's it.
Would be the game. So Bobo takes game 1 over Bob.
a fast finish. Bob doesn't even bother to pop the Serene Spirit at that point. The math is very, very clear in favor of Bobo. It looks like a 12 damage, burst asunder, plenty enough to take care of Bob in that case. Bobo kind of just very, very rapidly finding a burst line in this matchup against a deck where you absolutely need to just finish the game quickly before the yellow cards start to come out, the Luxem cards start to come out, and stabilize Bob and get him back into the game.
And again, a really hard matchup, I think, for Bob. Definitely feels like a bit of the underdog here, so he's going to be looking to make some adjustments in sideboarding. A couple of things that Bob can look at: 2 copies of Blanche Sheltering Saint. Definitely going to come in. 2 copies of Crystallized Destiny. Also pretty good at dealing with these big spell damages. I don't know, other than that, Dan, what we're looking at.
Yeah, looking at this list here, obviously you're not going to play Heavenly Guide or Staggering Strike, Tabula or Tariff. None of those quite do a lot. Excalibur is something that can actually remove fractals from the board, but is usually a little too little and a little too late, being that you have to get to level 3 in the first place to get there. The only thing that could be considered as well is the Gawain, I think.
Yeah.
The Gawain is kind of interesting going into these Dao-Chan decks, where Dao-Chan does often want to put important cards in memory, and that Gawain can represent sort of a must-negate threat, almost a bait card when Dao-Chan is holding on to something like a Glimmering Refusal in the memory, where if you don't Glimmering Refusal this, you're just going to get your Glimmering Refusal discarded by the Gawain when it connects, because it does have that on hit. You can sacrifice it to look at your opponent's memory and discard a card.
Yeah, I think that's really smart, and so we probably will see those come in on the side of Bobo being up a game. My resident Fractals expert, Dan, what are we looking at?
Yeah, we're going to take a look at this list here. There is one immediate consideration for me, which is the Extricating Touch.
Sure.
I think is going to go directly in. The Jianyu, of course, is here specifically for Assassin. Now, the Touch is going to be an important card just because it's going to be able to delete those Light Weavers and those Luxem Sights from Bob's memory, as well as the Jianyu just being able to disable incapacitates to clear the way, or making Lightweaver's Assault pretty frustrating to try and play for a lethal line. One thing that I'm curious to see if Bobo brings in is actually the Song of Frost. The Song of Frost is interesting specifically because the Fire Luxem variant likes to rely on striking Illuminance as additional copies of Lightweaver's Assault. And if Bobo brings that Song of Frost in, the play you usually make is to striking Illuminance and in response during the attack Lightweaver's Assault to get the reveal triggers, and in response to the Lightweaver's Assault, Bobo can Song of Frost and delete the entire sequence.
Yeah, that's huge. Really, really smart, too. Striking Illuminance does have a huge damage ceiling, and so maybe just bringing in a couple of checks and balances to keep that from killing you is a good idea.
Bob going to start the first game this year resolving a Glimpse of 6 with the Spirit of Serene Fire, setting up a hand and then doing a very traditional Luxem pass.
I think it is so interesting to watch Bob play this deck. He makes his decisions so calmly and so surgically, where he knows exactly what he wants to do. It just really shows a familiarity with this deck.
Yeah, it's very clear when a player has had the level of reps on a deck that Bob has had. You almost go to this just complete Zen state playing.
And we can say the same for Bobo, who is playing a Fractal of Intrusion here. Just looks so comfortable on his deck. In response to the intrusion, we're going to see a Creative Shock activated and a Fast Cure discarded from Bob. The classic Luxem start, going to use that to level up to Xander Prepared Scout.
Yeah, Bob on a pretty solid just value turn 1, the kind of Luxem plays that you're trying to make. Again, the whole idea with the Luxem deck is just going to 3 without losing too much influence. The Fire Luxem, well, the Wind Luxem has so many different kind of lines it can take. The Fire Luxem has just one game plan in most games.
Yeah, and so he's going to try to accelerate there as fast as he can. And we'll see quite a few yellow cards here. Looks like 2... Lightweaver's Assaults already and a Gleaming Cut. Did find those Blanches out of the sideboard as well. One down in the memory to activate this Scry the Skies. Just looking for a little bit of value and looking for a card that he can safely banish to level up to Xander Deft Executor.
Scry the Skies is that card that gets you out of these heavy yellow hands because it only costs 1, but it does put 2 cards in memory, which allows Bob to get that clean level to 2. But Bob I think would be really interested in finding a Dungeon Guide right now, as if he can't find that, that might give Taylor an extra turn. to try and get set up and start to disrupt what he's doing or even go for the kill again. Taylor goes for, of course, a backup charger, putting that power cell into play. Looking at his hand, it looks like we are not blessed. Oh, wait, is that the turbocharge on the second from the bottom? Perhaps.
Yeah, it's hard to see here. It's a bit of an awkward hand, it looks like. Quite a suite of powerful cards in refusals, in refractions, in Zhang Zhao, but not really the fractals to back it up. So it looks like we're just going to see a bare Frostborn Paladin as a 2-3.
Not a bare one, not a bare
one.
We have the fast cure in response to the on-enter. The on-enter is then going to get to banish that floating memory, draw a card, and put a buff counter on the Frostborn Paladin. So even though Bobo is not building that fractal kill right now, he did get an ally in play and can start to soften Bob up a little bit when he does get absolutely set up. When you do have the unstable fractal to finish it off, Bobo going hands down here on a pretty safe turn, having built out a good board presence and starting to get those fractals built up. He just needs to find the third for the Zhang Zhao.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty big get. I believe he grabbed that unstable fractal off the top with that Frostborn Paladin. So huge here for Bobo. And as you said, he just wants to find that third one so that he can start playing these very powerful Zhang Zhaos.
Yeah, absolutely. Bobo now going to be... Bob plays so fast. Bob already took the turn. Bobo already woke up his fractals before he even realized what's going on. And we're going for the Tongo here. I was going to ask if he was going to do what Perfy was doing earlier. Play with the Quicksilver into the Scepter to be able to get a Zhang Zhao out this turn. But Bobo just going for a little bit of value on the Tongo here instead.
And it looks like he did find a fractal in Fractal of Insight. And we're going to see him play that here. And then he is going to immediately rest it for that Glimpse 2. Try to find a few more. Does find 2 fractals on top, a Fractal of Rain and a Fractal of Snow. Thinking how many he needs to keep. Looks like 1 is the answer. Sends the Rain to the top, I believe.
Yeah, Rain to the top, Snow to the bottom. Snow does effectively nothing extra other than being a fractal in this matchup. So Bobo's happy to just find one more fractal to play next turn. Plotting out his next turn, obviously going to go for the Zhang Zhao, get the card draw, and then follow that up with another fractal, and then still have a pretty healthy influence size to potentially get those glimmerings to answer whatever Bob is going for.
On the other side, we do see a Creative Shock activated again, and that one Gawain discarded was brought in, but looks like it's not the time for it here. No cards in Bobo's memory.
Yeah, that's the situation, right, where Bobo is actually just using those fractals to play cards this turn. While the Gawain might have been actually effective in the last turn, Bobo had played perfectly to not play into the Gawain in this case.
We're going to see a level up to Xander, Deft Executor, and in response to the trigger, a Juggle Knives, a way for Bob to get a little bit of value from this Deft Executor trigger, allowing him to pick up an Assassin action card.
Yeah, the Juggle Knives was the classic play for ever since this deck's first inception, and with the addition of Deft Executor, where you're able to use that just to get straight card value, as well as just plinking a little bit of damage on your opponent.
And especially in a deck like Bobo's that only typically goes to level 1, those extra points of damage can be pretty huge.
And I think the big thing here is just getting deeper into your deck. Of course, there's it's a deck that's reliant on finding all of those important Luxem cards to be able to really go off in the later game with the Uncover the Plot, revealing things like Luxem Sight, Lightweaver's Assault. You have to find those cards to get going, though.
And it's also pretty reliant on one card in particular, and that card being Dungeon Guide that Bob has not found this game.
Yeah, this is going to give a nice opening for Bobo to get even further set up, get a clean resolution on the Zhang Zhao, build up to that 4th fractal, and then start to hold up the interaction. Bobo is going to be in a position now in this game where the life total that he needs to deal is going to be a little bit higher. However, the existence of that Frostborn Paladin looking pretty ubiquitous in the game so far. Going to deal ultimately likely 9 damage with that thing, really making it easier for Bobo to find these lines as he does get built out.
Yeah, with every passing turn that this Frostborn Paladin is not dealt with, and Bob pretty shy on answers to it, is just really going to start adding up that advantage. Do see a Quicksilver Grail grabbed by Bobo, maybe hiding that Scepter.
And then the activation of the Tongo here as well. So Bobo suddenly getting a very, very big influence, going to be recollecting and drawing into a 9-card influence with 3 fractals on board and a Zhang Zhao in hand. Bobo feels like he is truly holding all of the cards.
Looks like a Zhang Zhao in play as well. Draw 2 additional cards, picks up a Fracturize and a Gildis, 3 coming across from Frostborn Paladin. These ally attacks are really adding up, Dan.
That's the issue with the Fractal deck, and that what sometimes makes it a little more difficult to fight is that you focus so much on the non-combat damage, and then these Frostborn Paladins and the inclusion again of the Gildis, and even these little pinks from Zhang Zhao, they add up.
Yeah, of course. We'll see if Bob has a way to safely get to level 3 here. Looks like he's thinking a little bit on the end step of Bobo. He's going to play a reprogram, maybe targeting the Shangjiao to stop that one little bit of damage.
Not quite at the end step, yeah. Just gonna use reprogram to -1 it and get a floating memory. It is gonna save 1 damage, and it'll be really interesting to see, Cam, if that 1 damage is the really important point later on in the game.
Yeah, I mean, it could be. These decks are so explosive and do such high volumes of damage that any amount of recovery or life that you can save is going to be super crucial.
Bobo also continuing to play, getting that Fractal of Rain in play, choosing not to imbue it. Of course, it's a little too late for that imbue to be super important. That imbue is really great early on in the game when you're just trying to accumulate value, but Bobo has really set up enough in his hand where he's not super concerned about that, and perhaps just doesn't want to give away anything that he has in hand.
Super smart here. Under the Quicksilver Grail was a sensor, so he waited for Bob to play that reprogram that does have floating memory, and then flip this sensor to shut off Bob's current line to get to level 3 safely.
Yeah, that's so cool. I'm so excited that Bobo is taking advantage of this here. A lot of people think of sensors strictly as this Genbu answer here, but decks like Fire Luxem have been relying on using floating memory to keep that value, that influence going into that level 3 as we talked about. And Bobo's just going to make that a little bit harder on Bob, especially when his line to level up might require playing a third card that he doesn't have.
Yeah, and it looks like that is the case. We see Quicksilver Grail is the materialized from Bob, and that's definitely, I think, not what he was looking to do. Wanted to hit level 3 this turn, and so now he's on sort of a backup plan. We're going to see if we can see what he sneaks.
Oh, this is going to be fascinating if he goes for what he's touching right now. He's looking at the Portentous Tengu, which would be a really fun card to put under the Quicksilver Grail, but I think he's going to take the safe route. I think he grabbed the Safeguard Amulet and is getting ready to, okay, if I can't level up, I'm going to try and be safe.
Yeah, he looks at the sweet play to put that Tengu under there and then says, well, maybe I should probably just have a Safeguard and some burst protection. He does find the Dungeon Guide up to Bobo to see if it resolves.
That is huge right now. Now, Bobo has to decide whether or not he wants to negate that again. Bob ended up losing game 1 due to paying for the first Glimmering Refusal on the Dungeon Guide, hoping Bobo didn't have the second. Now, Bobo has an opportunity to try and outplay Bob once more. Can he manage it?
Looks like he's doing some quick math here, and that is sort of what we saw, like you said, Dan, exactly last game, where Bobo correctly said, if I make him put his hand down here, I can find a lethal line. And we'll see if he can find a similar line. It looks like a pretty similar position to what we saw in the first game.
Remarkably similar here, but notably Bobo is still not Dao-Chan, so he's going to have to go for the level next turn. But we have the Fracturize on the sensor after Bob plays the Dungeon Guide, which is really, really clever, and then going for the Glimmering Refusal also. What an interesting proposition to give your opponent is you can let this Dungeon Guide go, but you do have your float back at this point.
Yeah, exactly. Textbook what we saw last.
Oh, wow.
Wait, it looks like we're rewinding here. We do have a Glimmering for 5, and I believe Bob was thinking about paying, but we didn't have the declaration of payment here.
Oh, Bob
put his hand
Bob
down.
put the hand down, and it looked like he had paid to Bobo, and Bobo had the second one. Now, that's really unfortunate because Bobo has revealed the second one in hand, and Bob has to decide what to do. But at the worst-case scenario, Bob lets the Dungeon Guide be negated, and Bobo still is in such a strong position.
Yeah, I think either way, Bob is losing his most important play this turn. Even if he doesn't make Bobo use that second Glimmering, Bobo's going to have to feel very confident. Keeping Bob at level 2, 9 damage counters already. And this is, like we said, Dan, exactly what we saw last game. He might be able to find a lethal line here.
Absolutely. Does Bob pay it? Wow. If he does, Bobo's lethal line has to be pretty clear. Already having built up 5 fractals we can see down here, having an additional 4 damage to swing in here as well. I think Bob can't let that Dungeon Guide actually resolve and is just going to keep the cards in hand and attempt to interact. Potentially, if he's holding something like a Resolute Stand, maybe that keeps Taylor off of lethal and gives him one more opportunity. So he lets it go.
And Bob is thanking his past self that he decided to get that Safeguard Amulet under the Quicksilver Grail, as that will give him a little bit of extra protection to something like Burst Asunder.
Now, notably, Taylor is getting set up still to be able to do this. Having this unstable fractal is something that'll start by being able to reveal this if he wants to. Taylor also has the Safeguard, the Crystalline Mirror available to deal with that as well. Or Taylor can go for sometimes what is the easiest solution, which is just to play a Burst Asunder and force your opponent to activate both the Quicksilver and the Safeguard.
Right. And he does have, looks like 2 copies of Burst, so he can go for that if he wants to. He's going to start with a Shimmering Refractions coming in for 5. We're going to see the Quicksilver in response to that. Bob really respecting the damage here. Going to see a Safeguard cracked to save some damage from that Shimmering Refraction. So just 1 damage going to come across here to Bob.
That's truly respectful, and that does open the door for Taylor to be able to burst asunder next turn, but Bob might be saving himself the chance to be able to level still.
Yeah, and that has to be the plan. He really needs to get these Luxem cards online so that he has a chance in this matchup. We're going to see another Fractal deployed here from Bobo. That leaves a total of 6 Fractals on the board. Burst Asunder currently representing 14 damage.
Bob is going to go ahead and play another reprogram just to get that floating memory, use the reprogram that Taylor allowed him to use, and then banishing 2 cards at random, going to level 3, going to Blinding Steel. Now the question is going to be, what can Bob do this turn? Does Bob have Uncover the Plot to be able to get some sort of immediate value, or is he going to be stuck at this 14 damage taken, giving Bobo a much cleaner opportunity to find the line to 31?
Yeah, we see those powerful yellow cards in hand, but does not have a way to put them down in his Recollection step. He's going to pass on his trigger, not show that reprogram, and then draw for turn. That find a Gleaming Cut's pretty big, Dan.
Gleaming Cut is big, and we do have the Uncover the Plot. Okay, Bob is ready to start taking a little bit of action. So we do get to see the Luxem action happening. Double Gleaming Cut is a great place to be in with your Uncover the Plot. Being able to banish both of these to draw 2 cards when they are revealed to the Uncover the Plot, and then drawing the card from Uncover the Plot as well.
How do you feel about a 2-cost draw 5, Dan? Does that seem good?
It's a little bit better than Zhang Zhao. Just slightly.
Just slightly.
Just slightly. Now, Bob did draw a chunk of cards there. I didn't see how many of them were super effective. I do see 3 Lightweavers
I believe that's 4, Dan.
We have the full set, a 4 quad Lightweavers Assault play. Didn't you say this is called Getting Bobbed?
I think this is Getting Bobbed. He just needs a way to reveal these and start pecking some damage here to Bobo, but I don't know that he has a way to do that this turn, so he's going to have to give Bobo 1 more shot at the match before he can start revealing these Lightweaver's Assaults.
I'm not sure that he has the time to start revealing them. It does look like he's holding an Incapacitate in hand, but Bobo, importantly, still has that second Glimmering Refusal available.
Wow, what an insane hand from Bob. This is exactly what you want to see, but maybe, like you said, too little, too late, Dan.
Yeah, it is in Bobo's court right now to try and find the line. It looks like he's maybe going to start with a little bit of damage here. Or going for a fast cure. Okay.
It's like damage, but the other way.
It is the other. It's reverse damage. It is recovery. Now that Bob drew so many cards, an easy recover from Bobo, and putting that float into Yard, which is going to let him do a Scepter of Fascination, basically going to turn this fast cure into another card, and depending on what Bobo finds, more Glimmering Refusals or more Refracting Missiles or Shimmering Refractions are definitely the best cards that Bobo is going to be able to find here. That Burst Asunder is interesting because it could bait out an Incapacitate if he wants to, but a Shimmering Refraction too. That's got to put Bobo over the line.
Huge draw here. Gets to not only try to force through one of these Burst Asunders, but also has this huge Shimmering Refraction.
One of these 3 Burst Asunders in Bobo's hand. Not the card you need 3 copies of necessarily, to the point where we've even tested going down from 4 to 3 or 2 copies in certain cases. But in this case, Bobo going that dig deeper with Scepter, helping him find that Shimmering Refraction, gives him a much better fast speed line to be able to play into whatever interaction Bob is still holding up.
And we see Bob holding, once again, those 4 copies of the Lightweavers, but he really would rather them be 4 copies of Incapacitate because Bobo might have enough to force through a win.
Bobo has to decide how many Incapacitates he expects Bob to have here. And this is the exact situation where you would really prefer to have the Zhan Yu in your hand so you can drop it, name Incap, and go in safely. But Taylor, with the 3 Burst Asunders, I think isn't super worried about it, is able to just go ahead and fight through any number of Incaps.
Yeah, Burst is huge here because after the Serene, it is still representing 14 damage, so this is lethal for Bob either way. So Bob has to do something about this, and once he flinches, Bobo can just force through another one.
Yeah, how many Burst Asunders will Bob have to incapacitate to win? And I don't think Bob realizes it's going to be 3.
Yeah, we'll start with
Bobo
1.
wants to go for it. Here's number 2.
Second Incapacitate.
Can you incapacitate this one? Oh my goodness, this is crazy. Do we have the second Incap from Bob? If we don't, that is going to be a lethal game. lethal play from Bobo. Bob doing the math, considering if there's any other plays, any ways to get through this, but I don't think this Fire Luxem deck is running any other tricks. There's no Veiling Breeze. There's not a lot else here that's going to deal with non-combat damage. We're going to get a Luxem Sight played to draw a card, though. Let's try and find it.
Redraw another one.
A Luxem Sight into a Luxem Sight. Bob is going to release, Lineage Release, which is going to recover 6, keeping him into a range where that Burst Asunder is still quite lethal.
Just 14, looking to bring him to over his life total.
Bobo sacrifices all fractals, dealing 14, and that is game for Bobo. Bobo takes it, having just enough Burst Asunders to push through almost any number of incapacitates, still backed up with that Shimmering Refraction as well. An extremely strong performance from Bobo with the fractal lines just showing you the pure potential. Earlier in Perfy's game, actually, I thought this was interesting, Cam, but we never saw Perfy play Burst Asunder in those games. He just won through the other sources of damage, but here in both games we saw Bobo just finding raw power from Burst Asunder.
Yeah, we saw Bobo force through a near play set of Burst Asunders in that last game to take a convincing 2-0 victory over Bob.
Well, these players are still clearly, I think you're right, Cam. It was a tough matchup. It's a tough matchup for Fire Luxem to see. That's where the Wind Luxem would much prefer to be playing against the Fractal deck with its ability just to put more on board and force more pressure on. Instead, the Fire Luxem is an incredibly potent endgame. We saw the power of Uncover the Plot on the 2 Gleaming Cuts. Bob gets a gigantic hand, but he needed literal perfect interaction to be able to not die there, and that's sometimes just a little too much to ask.
Dan, I mean, any other deck. Your Luxem opponent has a literal play set of Lightweaver's Assault in their hand. Any other deck is folding like a lawn chair, but this Fractals deck just has the power, and Bobo had enough pressure on Bob that he was able to clinch it out. We have to feel bad, that Bob, of course, playing a very good deck and very, very skilled at it, is probably one of the players that the least wants to see that there's 8 Fractals players in this Worlds.
Yeah, absolutely. This is another case where we've talked about that risk that these players took in bringing the Fractal deck after it got the Dissonant Fractal ban into this metagame, and just hoping that the tech has been reduced or the deck choices are ones that are favorable for the Fractal deck when people aren't expecting to see it. And this is a case where the matchup really was affected. I think Bob might have brought it either way, but this is a case where the Fractal deck did just end up being an excellent choice going into it.
Yeah, for sure, and Bobo's really showing that, moving on to a pretty good record as we continue throughout the day. A few rounds left. We are doing 8 rounds of Swiss today, and so we have a few more until we know who is making it through. A lot of players still fighting for those top 8 spots.
Yeah, the Fractal deck so far, as we look at the metagame, look at the results, we are seeing a lot of strong results from Fractals today, though.
Yeah, it looks like the Gambit paid off, Dan. All of these players doing pretty well, I would say, across the board. Even, Drago Will doing pretty well, I believe, on this Fractals deck. So looks like a pretty good pick for the tournament. It's, correctly sniffed out that people would be a little bit lower on those hate cards for Fractals. I mean, we look at Bob's list as a great example. Basically nothing to deal with these Fractals.
Yeah. I mean, granted, Fire doesn't have a ton of options on its own, which is the reason why when we looked at that deck list, Water and Wind Baubles are included.
Right.
But there's a deliberate discussion that I recall about Fire Bauble and just deciding, even in the Fire matchups, you don't really care about using it. The Fire matchups are generally so Fractal favored that Fractals, you don't need to spend a material deck spot in that deck on the Bauble.
And I agree. There's not a whole lot of Fire decks that can fight through that, but it's worth noting that earlier in the format, even these Fire decks that were struggling to hang on were playing like play sets of Mystic Purifiers. I've even seen some Disenchants floating around in sideboards this format, which is not a very good card. So, the respect for Fractals was at an all-time high, and now it seems like it has gone completely the opposite, and people are, just not expecting to see it.
Well, Cam, what do you expect if we go into day 2, or we go into the top 8 of this event? How are players going to respond if there are Fractals making it in?
This is so interesting, Dan, because players do get the option to change their deck for the top cut. So if, let's say, in Magical Christmas Land, all of the Fractals players make it, and there's like 7 Fractal decks that qualify for the top 8. Are those players bringing it? Are they playing decks that they're going to side in a bunch of, or I guess main deck a bunch of answers to this Fractal deck? Does that mean all of these Fractal decks then switch back to Genbu? There's so many options, and I think the sort of, as we've talked about a little bit on coverage, the game outside of the game is so interesting because all of these players know how to play. They play the game so very well. So it's these games outside of the literal game that they're playing that I find the most interesting.
And one part of that game that's interesting is just the team factor as well.
Yeah.
And considering a lot of these players are on the same team or working with each other going into this, there's going to be, if multiple of them get in, there's going to be an interesting discussion about do we hate each other out right now, or what are we doing once we get to the point where it is cutthroat? It is actually, we're deciding who the single champion is going to be, and not just trying to get the team into the top, but who's going to win, and how much do we hate, or do we just go, well, the best player will win. That's it.
Yeah, there's 2 options, right? Like the whole team, in either case, either main deck TCG or any of the other teams that are playing in Worlds, decides to send everybody with a similar deck, as we see here in the Swiss portion. Or, like you said, they do a sort of king making where they decide this deck is the one that we want to win and we think it'll have the best matchups. And so we, sort of try to funnel that person towards the top end, I think is really interesting.
Well, let's see what Bobo has to say. We're going to go cut to our interview here with Once in Love and Bobo.
And welcome back, everyone. We are here with the winner of round 5. This is Main Deck Taylor, also known as Bobo. So big congratulations on your win. You are now 4-1, correct?
That is correct, yes. Thank you. Yep.
So how does it feel going 4-1? You have another 3 rounds to go. I believe 2 more wins will secure you basically a top 8 position. So how are you feeling going into round 6 here?
I'm feeling really good. We came in with Fractals for the day, and everybody's kind of dropped their Fractal hate after the Dissonant Fractal ban. And so far we feel very, very well positioned. And so for the next 3 rounds, I'm feeling confident, but you still got to focus up and get there. So, feeling good.
Yeah, it's really tough too, because looking at the leaderboards, a lot of both your teammates and the people that you were testing with, since you as Main Deck were collaborating with True Champion, a lot of you guys are up there together. So it's going to be a lot of knowing exactly what the other person's playing, what the other person's tendencies are, because you guys have basically become like a collaborative testing group, right?
Yeah, we teamed up for like the national season, and we'll see how much longer we'll keep that going. But it's been working very well so far, so it's been great. But yeah, I think it's been interesting actually, because a lot of us started out 2-0, so like just right at the start of the 3rd round, there was just so many team kills, and it's been like a team kill or 2 every single round since then. But we're all still kind of hanging in there, towards the top of the table, so it feels really good right now.
Yeah, that's I mean, it's a good problem to have, right? You're team killing because so many of your teammates made it to Worlds.
Yep.
Made it to the World Swiss stage in this regard. So you're talking about Fractals, right? You decided to play Fractals. You felt like a lot of people had removed their kind of Fractal hate, whether it's the Expel the Departed, Scatterescence, different options like that. Some people were playing Disenchant before.
Yeah.
Were there any other decks you were considering playing for today for the World Swiss stage?
Yeah. So, I mean, we put a lot of testing into Genbu as well, and took a really big look at that, because obviously that's also a very strong deck right now. Basically anything that can play Lost in Thought is, I think, where you want to be. We felt that Fractals had like a slightly better matchup into Genbu, and so and there was going to be a ton of Genbu, or at least that was our prediction. So that was kind of what steered us towards that. But yeah, we put some work into Genbu. We also put work into just straight Wind Allies, the Hanky Special, as it were.
The goat special.
The goat. That also, we liked that deck's matchup into Genbu quite a bit. Especially today, there's so many of these Genbu decks that have cut Goja level 3, so they lose the lineage release from Goja level 2, and that means like the ally decks can just go to town with Dream Fairy and get rid of Genbu for like just not incredibly easily, but like there's just no protection for it. So we felt like both of those, Genbu and allies, were also just great decks to have ready to go, and those were kind of our top 3.
So I know this is a little bit deviating from what you actually are playing today, the Fractals, but when you were looking to test all of those Wind Allies decks, were you mainly looking towards Wind Allies Hua Ji with the Unique Warrior allies, or were you looking towards doing like robots, a lot of the automatons with like the Restand Second Wind, Rally to Advance, and the new Eternal Directive as a card there?
Oh my gosh, Eternal Command, I think, yeah, but that card is insane. So we looked a lot at robots, we looked a lot at the 54 ally special. Robots was like very powerful. It's got some very powerful attacks and very powerful swings. You just don't quite have the pressure to kind of keep up with Goja, because she can contest the board pretty well with Frostborn Paladins and buffed Sidestone Bovines, and even just Seaside Ringleaders. So like you have to have an ally ready to go basically all the time, just to replace what gets taken out. So we found that Robots just was not playing as well into Goja as just playing like as many allies as you could. So that's kind of where we were going with that. We didn't look much at like unique allies. That deck's pretty explored, but both unique allies and Robots kind of have that problem where you are starting to get to the point where you can draw the wrong half of your deck, where you start drawing your interaction, you start drawing your attacks, all your allies are at the bottom half of your deck, and then all of a sudden like you aren't doing anything and you're not controlling the board anymore. And turn 3 comes around, you have nothing, your opponent has a Frostborn. You can't just play, even if you have a Lurking Assailant that can't get attacked into it, you can't just play that because they have removal spells for it too beyond Frostborn. So it's just, you really want the consistency, I think, of like those 54, 55 ally decks.
Yeah, for a long time we were seeing people play really heavy interaction, right? In the unique meta during like Santa Clara, we were seeing like maybe like 40 ally at the absolute maximum, most of them being uniques, a lot of people playing those Delus and stuff. And there were a lot of people who were just bricking, right? They open their hand, it's like, I have 3 Oath of the Sakura, 2 Deflecting Edges, like now what do I do, right?
Yes.
So seeing, the Henki Special, as we like to call it, with the 53, 55, 57 sometimes ally decks, like it really makes a lot of sense, right? We need to find that consistency.
Yep.
So moving back to your deck a little bit, there's a couple things. Obviously, we have interviewed a lot of your teammates and testing partners, so there are a lot of things that are similar. The No Terrafring, very focused on draw effects for your main material, as well as playing the Wand of Frost. Yep. But the one thing I noticed between all of your decks is your ratios of specific fractals are all different.
Yes.
So for you, I noticed you're playing Intrusion, Refreshment, Unstable, a lot of them. Kaven was playing only the 1 Unstable. And then you're not playing the Jianyu in the main, unlike Perfy, who is playing the Jianyu in the main.
Yes. Yep. So yeah, I mean, we have like the whole, like 50 cards, I guess, like locked in. I mean, even like 54, 56 if you count some of those odd fractals that are hanging out. And the rest of it is very much like personal preference. Like Kaven, just really not a big fan of Intrusion at all. He like hates the card now. And I mean, it really is not like amazing anymore. Like there's just not as many things as you need to blow up. And using, sorry, I think I said Intrusion, but I meant Unstable. But Unstable just doesn't blow up things as well as it used to, because like everybody hides a Safeguard Amulet under the Quicksilver Grail now. So like you can't just Unstable the Amulet and then win with Burst Asunder next turn. Like you need Unstable and Mirror, or you need Unstable and Unstable, or like Fracturize Unstable. It's nice to have that extra piece in Unstable, the combo, to help get rid of Grail Amulet. But at the same time, it also just on its own is not really doing a whole lot, where Refreshment can help you dig a little bit more, and Intrusion can help you, disrupt your opponent. So I definitely see why Kaven likes that. For me personally, I like the 2 cost of Unstable. Like if you're on the play, you can play 3 fractals if you have Unstable in your hand. You can't do that with Refreshment and Intrusion. So that's kind of why I'm leaning towards Unstable here. Just why I want to get those really good turn 1s. And then, yeah, Jianyu was a card that I really wanted to play main board. The card's fantastic. It's the Mirror is less of an issue at this point, so like you don't need it as much for that. But it was great there. But it's also just really good into a bunch of random stuff, especially in a format full of open deck lists, and you can see exactly what your opponents are playing. Like previously, Genbu lists were like kind of not all in, but they maxed out on Fugues. They played like 1 or 2 stratagems, so it's pretty easy to just call Fugue with Jianyu, and then it's pretty easy to deal with stratagem at that point. So like Jianyu's still, I think, really good, but it's something I want to bring more in the side. It's something I'd want more, I think, if there were going to be more fractal mirrors. So, but yeah, I mean, I think once you get to kind of these like odds and ends, there's not really a wrong answer, or maybe not a right answer. I don't know which one it is, but it's one of them. So yeah, I think you just pick whichever one you want to do, play into which path you've taken, and that should work out for you, hopefully.
Yeah, totally. Even Kaben mentioned it himself. He was like, at the end of the day, the decks are good no matter what, and it really comes down to like how you feel as the player, choosing what you want as your last couple cards, whether it's the main board, the sideboard, but trying to figure it out. But overall, thank you so much for your insight. I really appreciate having you on here. Again, congratulations on the round 5 win. You're now 4-1 at the World Swiss stage, and I mean, best of luck. You're super close, so good chance to get in there. So we'll bring you guys back with round 6 shortly, and thank you guys so much for joining us.
Thanks.
to the feature match for the World Champion Swiss Round 5, Bob versus Bobo. Bobo is going to be starting us off.
Bob hasn't had necessarily an ideal game here, not finding anything like juggle knives to play. The question here about the Glimmering Refusal is, with the 4 cards in Bob's hand, does Taylor go for it knowing that he will also, if he wants to fully negate the card, have to activate the second Glimmering Refusal from his memory using Dao Chan's Glimmer counters?
But this looks like a pretty good place to be in, Dan. We see Glimmering Refusal, we see the second one, but this also means Bob
hit both
at 22 and hands down.
I think with Taylor's math, that might actually be able to secure it. Yeah, I mean, Bob is completely hands down here with Taylor having in play 7 damage built in. There's almost nothing left for Bob to do to be able to deal with this.
Yeah, 7 from the allies on board, 10 from the potential Burst Asunder at least. We see Unstable played. That's going to get 3 damage in from the Frostborn, up to 15. And again, we have to remind you of that Serene Spirit in Bob's lineage. But I think you're right, Dan.
He's actually just going for 1 with the Gildas. Did not try to balance it at all here because he knows he has it. Goes for the Burst Asunder.
That would be 12, would put Bob to an effectual 28. 28 minus 6.
And that's it.
Would be the game. So Bobo takes game 1 over Bob. See what he sneaks
this is going to be fascinating if he goes for what he's touching right now. He's looking at the Portentous Tengu, which would be a really fun card to put under the Quicksilver Grail. But I think he's going to take the safe route. I think he grabbed the Safeguard Amulet and is getting ready to, okay, if I can't level up, I'm going to try and be safe.
Yeah, he looks at the sweet play to put that Tengu under there and then says, well, maybe I should probably just have a Safeguard and some burst protection. He does find the Dungeon Guide up to Bobo to see if it resolves.
That is huge right now. Now Bobo has to decide whether or not he wants to negate that again. Bob ended up losing game 1 due to paying for the first Glimmering Refusal on the Dungeon Guide, hoping Bobo didn't have the second. Now Bobo has an opportunity to try and outplay Bob once more. Can he manage it? But we have the Fracture Eyes on the sensor after Bob plays the Dungeon Guide, which is really, really clever, and then going for the Glimmering Refusal also. What an interesting proposition to give your opponent is you can let this Dungeon Guide go, but you do have your float back.
Find a Gleaming Cut's pretty big, Dan.
Gleaming Cut is big, and we do have the Uncover the Plot. Okay, Bob is ready to start taking a little bit of action. So we do get to see the Luxem action happening. Ooh. Double Gleaming Cut is a great place to be in with your Uncover the Plot. Being able to banish both of these to draw 2 cards when they are revealed to the Uncover the Plot, and then drawing the card from Uncover the Plot as well.
How do you feel about a 2-cost draw 5, Dan? Does that seem good?
It's a little bit better than Zhang Zhao, just slightly.
Just slightly.
Bob doing the math, considering if there's any other plays, any ways to get through this, but I don't think this Fire Luxem deck is running any other tricks. There's no Veiling Breeze. There's not a lot else here that's going to deal with non-combat damage. We're going to get a Luxem Sight played to draw a card, though. Let's try and find it.
Redraw another one.
A Luxem Sight into a Luxem Sight. Bob is going to release, Lineage Release, which is going to recover 6, keeping him into a range where that Burst Asunder is still quite lethal.
Just 14, looking to bring him to over his life total.
Bobo sacrifices all fractals, dealing 14, and that is game for Bobo. Bobo takes it, having just enough Burst Asunders to push through almost any number of incapacitates.
back, everybody. We are here with another DTR spoiler that is the Distorted Reflection set coming out on July 25th here. So this is the first time I am going to be looking at this card. This is the Reckoning's Wake. Now, this is a fantastic card here. So it's a 2-cost Umbra card, a fast action Guardian Distortion skill. Now this says, look at the top 3+ X cards of your deck. So first of all, looking at the top 3+ whatever cards of your deck is always great. Where X is the amount of distortion objects you control. Then put those cards back on top of your deck in any order, and this is a floating memory. So first looks at this card, I think it's fantastic. Obviously the art is amazing. We love CL, we love Diana. But the big thing that I'm noticing from this is it's not a class bonus floating memory, it is a free floating memory, which means it has the availability to be discarded early on in the game if you don't want to use it or keep it, or if you need the floating memory. But additionally to that, this is a 3+ X pseudo idle thoughts, right? You know, the card that we've said is such a meme for so long, but has shown such a strong showing here, essentially at the world stage, right? We've seen a lot of the Genvus playing Idle Thoughts instead of that Buried Grief, and it's done really, really well. So let's kick this around, see what other people think about Reckoning's Wake, and we'll get back to you soon. I'm here with Vegan from Core TCG and our good friend from SoCal, Clements, Mr. Hamzor. He's been to tons of events, very well known on the international stage. We go to Taipei and they're like, he's the Tenoris guy. He's the Tenoris guy. But I am here with a DTR spoiler for you guys.
Cool.
Are you ready to see this card?
Yes. I'm nervous. Okay, Reckoning's Wake. As an RE player, I was saying when you like DG a Cosmic Bolt early and then get the benefit of that later, it feels very strong because it adds to your damage boost. I was saying that one of the ways I was thinking they can fix the advanced element issue of like it's not strong enough early is by either giving unbanished effects or adding floating memory to those cards. So this is actually really strong because, yeah, like you said, you can just hasty messenger this, you can creative shock it. We've already seen the starter deck is fire, so creative shocking all the discard. That is actually a really, really strong effect, yeah. That's a really sick. Also, their artwork, I just can't get over it. It's so insane. Like, it looks like there is something between them that.
Yeah, and I noticed that that's Diana, right?
They're like having tea time.
Yeah.
CL and Diana.
Yeah, and if you think about it, the original version of Diana was Umbra too.
Yeah.
So
what are they scheming?
Whoa. Be playing, be playing this card.
Yeah. Oh, that's true.
Yeah.
It's for original Diana.
Yeah.
So that's cool, actually. Yeah. That's a sick card. Yeah,
That's
I'm actually
cool.
super stoked to this. I want to see what combos we could think of. I'm trying to think of like some crazy. You play like water. You go Primordial Ritual, three floating.
Yeah.
Primordial doesn't matter 2 top up. That's strong. Yeah.
I'm definitely still thinking along the fire side because of pitching cards.
Yeah.
It's the easiest way of.
Or
thinking
also,
about it.
because I've been playing Water Domain Tony, you play the Dormant Sacrificial Altar, you sack, and then you redirect.
You mill this?
Yeah, it's like navigate the streets, but itself is fast instead of slow. So it's a glimpse, navigate the streets of Umbra. We got this. We're getting there. We're getting combos.
Cool. Thank you guys so much. I'm glad you guys had a good time checking out the card. But we're going to go find a couple other people to show this card to and see what they think.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Are you busy? Can I steal you for like a couple? Let's go on just here with another DTR spoiler. We're joined by our good friend.
I'm Happy Till. Hi, everybody.
And you are cosplaying as?
Arsonat.
Arsonat, the best?
Yes.
So I have a DTR spoiler here for you.
Yeah.
I want your immediate reactions. What do you think the card is going to be first?
I don't know what to expect. Everything's caught me so off guard. I don't know. I guess an element, water. I'd love to see a water card. Yeah. Oh, Umbra. Okay, right away, I love the art. There's something lore-wise going on here, but I really love the art with CL and Diana just sitting there. So much aura.
Real. A lot of aura. CL just has so much aura. He's like, he just starts pulling things out of his wardrobe, and he's got a giant pair of scissors. I mean, he's just a cool dude.
This looks like a pretty good card. Fast speed.
I think one of the most notable things is seeing an advanced element card with floating memory that's not class locked or level locked is like pretty significant, because that's, I guess, how they're making their adjustments to make advanced elements a little better through the game. Right?
Yeah, exactly. Because if the starter deck is fire, right? Yeah, you can go ahead and run creative shocks, run things to discard stuff from hand. This is great, and if you play like a self mill type of CL, this would be great too, because you can just mill and flip. It's pretty cool.
A lot of options. Looking forward to seeing more stuff. But yeah, thank you so much for joining us for the spoiler.
Thank you for
and
having me.
I hope you guys have a wonderful time here at Ascent. My content god, I got a spoiler.
Okay.
You want to check out a spoiler?
Yeah.
Okay, let's go over here. What's up, guys? We're here with True Champion Isaac,
How's it
one of
going?
the qualified Worlds competitors through the gauntlet.
Yeah.
Big, rough slog of an event, but you made
yeah,
it.
I did. Yeah, it was a slog, but we got there.
Yeah, so I have a DTR spoiler here for
Okay.
you. I want your first thoughts on it.
Okay.
I want your immediate out of 5 on the art. What do you think the art? How is?
On scale 1 to 5?
Scale 1 to 5.
All right, on the art. Got it.
Ready?
Yep.
Here you go.
Okay. Art-wise, I'm not looking at the card. Anything else? 1 to 5. Actually, really, this is cute. Is this both Diana and Seal?
Yeah.
That's cute. I'll give it a 4.
Okay.
I really like the art. Art's solid.
Okay. Now what do you think? Now,
All right,
how do you
now
think the card goes?
2 cost, Reckoning's Wake, Umbra, Action Guardian, Distortion, Skill, Fast Speed. Look at the top 3 plus X cards of your deck, where X is the amount of distortion objects you control. Put those cards back on the top of your deck in any order. Floating memory. So it's
Fast.
float, it's fast. We're looking at the top. We're X is the amount of distortion. Now distortion is also the new cards that they showed off, which I love, by the way.
Yeah.
I'm really excited about the distortion cards.
The Bauble one was the coolest one, I think.
Yeah,
I was like, whoa.
Yeah. I don't know. This is hard because there's so many cards you've already shown for Umbra that I think you're just going to want to play instead. And floating memory at level 3 is a little awkward. Luckily, there is the Umbra weapons that actually have value and that kind of stuff.
But one of the cool things is it's not element or class bonus locked, which means you can
And
literally
any of
discard on the
Umbra.
first turn.
Yeah.
You could discard this on turn 1, and it's floating memory.
With the new Divine Relic.
With Creative Shock, Hasty Messenger.
Oh, sure.
You could-
Yeah. No matter what, you can just pitch it. Yeah.
And that's something that we honestly haven't seen very much in the advanced elements. Right?
Sure.
Most of them are locked behind something.
There's an arcane one. It's a 2-drop ally that has floating memory. I think.
Conduit of the Mad Mage?
That one. Yep. I'm pretty sure it's not class bonus.
I think it's. No, I don't think it is because
Yeah.
people play it in the Seiryu deck.
Yeah. Anyway, I'm gonna give this. I'm gonna give this a 3 out of 5. I don't think it'll be a crazy card, but it could be a card that just when you're trying to set up your deck, especially in the late game, where you're just looking for something, that's when the strength of it will come up.
Yeah, and it's really hard to sell to because we don't know how many distortion objects
Right.
are going to be. What if you have a deck that just pulls out 10 distortion objects?
Yeah, exactly. That is the fact that we just don't know what distortion objects look like.
Genbu effect, reveal 10 distortion objects.
Yeah.
Play this card.
That's exciting. I'm excited for any of the new cards coming out from DTR.
Yeah. But thank you so much for joining us.
Yeah.
That was True Champion Isaac here from the World's Competitor stage. And I hope you guys enjoyed the DTR spoiler.
Welcome, everyone, back to the Grand Archive TCG World Championship Swiss stage. I'm Main Deck Dan, joined again by LB Cam.
Glad to be here, and a pretty cool card that we got to see, huh? Reckoner's Wake. You get a chance to look at the video?
Yeah, I was taking a look at that. We were talking about how interesting it is to have these advanced element cards now with the new Divine Relic that you can actually play regardless of their element. So, it's a purple card, but you can play it as soon as turn 2.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of people are comparing it to stuff like Navigate the Streets or maybe even Idle Thoughts a little bit, but it's obviously more powerful than that because it's gated behind an advanced element. But you're right, you can play it if you have that Looking Glass out. Allows you to ignore its elemental restrictions.
Yeah, it's a very interesting design in general to have that Divine Relic to be able to now build deck. We think about our Divine Relics a lot of the time as either fulfilling a very particular purpose in a deck. Like we see Quicksilver Grail. We've seen it a lot today, doing a lot of different things, protecting Safeguard Amulets or holding back a 1-cost card so you can, at fast speed, banish a card from your memory. That's such a cool play as well. We think about them fulfilling roles like that, or drawing a card with Grand Crusader's Ring, obviously just saying, I just want to draw more cards, so that's what I'm going to do. But this is really this is a card you can kind of build the rest of your deck around. You're going to include these distortion cards when you play that Looking Glass in your deck, and it's going to maybe completely shift how you're playing. And thanks to its Omni Shroud ability, the opponent can't just simply remove it and cancel your game plan.
Right. Well, Dan, from Main Deck, but of course, this season, you've been doing some collaborating with the folks at TCG. So I want to hit you with a True Champion Gaming Classic. Let's hear. We don't have a whole lot of information, but let's hear 1 out of 5. What are you giving the Looking Glass, our new Divine Relic?
Okay, well, I have to point out that as of today, Temporal Spectrometer was seen on the world stage, so that card has obviously already gone back to what I've always said it was, 5 out of 5, right? So we're going to talk about Looking Glass now, and having not seen basically any distortion, we've seen like 3 or maybe 4 distortions or something, and some of them are like Death Essence Amulet, and I mean they're really cool looking cards. But the Looking Glass, as far as a rating. Oh man, it's going to completely depend on obviously the power level of these distortion cards. When we get a card like Reckoner's Wake, that is it's a type of effect we've already seen before, like Navigate the Streets. Although you don't have to build with those domains in mind, it really is going to feed into having these distortions. And I want to point out too that Looking Glass itself is a distortion, so it's going to put that Reckoner's Wake at already an Idle Thoughts at the worst. But like it was pointed out in the video, a fast speed Idle Thoughts, which is a pretty big deal, to be honest. Fast speed floating memory has a lot more use, and the ability to immediately dig for something if you have to follow it up with another draw effect. But it can allow you to find a key interaction piece at fast speed and immediately play it. I think, depending on the power of these distortions, Looking Glass could easily reach maybe a 3 out of 5. And the reason I use that is because it is still going to be specific to a specific deck type, which is, I think, where if we talk about, like, for example, True Champion Gaming's ratings, they always base their ratings on not just the raw power, but the playability of the card. And I think if the distortions create a playable deck where you want to use a lot of these distortions and they create a good advantage for you, then I would rate Looking Glass at a 3 out of 5, meaning it's very playable in a specific deck. What do you think, Cam?
I am a big fan of hyperbole, and I want to make someone look stupid. And I guess it's going to be me, because you took a very tempered approach. You didn't fall for my trap and give it an immediate 0 or something. I do think you make a lot of good points, and obviously ignoring elemental restrictions is a really powerful ability, but it is gated. It's not a prismatic sanctuary. It's not all of your elemental restrictions. So I think, though, with assumingly two full sets, we will, I think, probably get more distortions, not only in DTR, but also in PTM, unnamed, at the end of the year. I'm going to say I think this is pretty strong. I'm going to give it a strong 4. I'm not going to give it a 5, but I think that if these are playable cards, the distortions, and the few that we've seen so far are pretty good, I think it will unlock some pretty powerful things. Even if you're only using your Looking Glass for like 2-3 cards in your deck, that will, I think, quickly outweigh something like a GCR if those cards are powerful enough.
Now, we do have the ability to put it into play at the start of the game, right? Not using a materialize phase. So, Cam, for you specifically, I have to point out one thing about this card that might bring your rating up to a 5 out of 5.
Oh, okay.
You can play this with Arasana.
You sure can.
With the Elysian Astrolabe to reduce the number of materialize phases you need to take in order to get your combo off.
Is this... It says... Oh, yeah, it's only distortion, so you can't do any cheeky stuff that we know of yet. But that is true. It does remove one.
It removes one in the same way that Quicksilver Grail does.
Cool.
But you still have to take the turn for Quicksilver. Yeah, I mean...
That's true. Oh, okay.
You know what? 5 out of 5, right?
5 out of 5.
5 out of 5.
We'll say strong,
5 out of 5, everyone. There it is.
You will know. Listen, Dan, you had your hill to die on your temporal spectrometer, and finally, was it 2 years after its release, you have been justified.
On the world's stage.
Yeah.
And so maybe it'll take another year like it did for temporal spectrometer, but the Looking Glass, Cam, you said it here first. World stage, 5 out of 5.
5 out of 5.
Gonna see it next year, so stay tuned for that, everyone.
You know, I want to point out that, shout out to Sebastian playing the temporal spectrometer in their deck this weekend. All it takes is a bold person to make that decision. Maybe temporal spectrometer, like you said, has been good this whole time, just nobody has the guts to do it.
I've been saying it. That's what I've been saying.
Here it is.
Yeah, and actually, I was talking to some others about the deck as well, and it's really fascinating, kind of the line that they realized. And like you said, it just takes one person to kind of come upon this realization, put it out there, and everyone goes, "Oh yeah, wait, no, that does make sense." It's the fact that these assassin decks have access to incapacitate.
Yeah. And it's huge to protect your temporal spectrometer.
We think, well, they're just gonna destroy it, and then you're gonna lose your value.
Right.
But you're always happy to spend one card to protect the 3 cards you're going to gain from the spectrometer, right? So
yeah, of course.
We'll see with Looking Glass. We'll see how powerful these distortions look, or maybe a lot of people are going to look at cards like Reckoner's Wake, and they're going to say, I don't need to navigate the streets. That doesn't seem very useful, until someone plays it and they go, oh wow,
Oh, that's pretty good.
That's actually really good.
And the Omni Shroud is huge.
What if, Cam? What if you play a Guoja deck? Or
Yeah.
if you play a Genbu deck? And hey, come on now, come on. What if you play a Genbu deck?
Yeah, okay.
And
I'm in the mind space.
Okay,
I'm a Genbu player.
We're here.
Yeah.
We're gonna put the Looking Glass out.
Yeah.
And then we're gonna go to Guoja level 1. We're gonna put out Genbu, and then in response to the Fabled Sapphire Fatestone trigger, we're gonna Reckoner's Wake.
Ooh, that's pretty cool.
Wait, come on.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
I'm in.
Yeah.
Or this is just the one that we've seen.
Or maybe you just do it first, like Idle Thoughts, just so you finish the float. I mean, I get, that's the fun thing about these cards, though. We always start off with like the worst possible lines. We're like, that's such a good line, and then it's not. But then eventually you kind of like figure out the line. You're like, oh wait, no, this is actually the good line, or no, actually all the lines are not not really good. But in this case, yeah, I'm really excited.
I don't know. Yeah, it's a sort of a dedication to an archetype. It reminds me a lot of Mercurial Heart, where if you are playing the archetype for Mercurial Heart, the card, not the set, it is very, very powerful. And so if they're going to dedicate the Divine Relic slot to this distortion archetype, as it were, there's got to be something going there. I mean, I think one of my favorite things about Grand Archive and Weaves Ashore as a development team is like they don't typically really make bad cards. Like, there's some cards that are weaker than others, of course. But, like, most cards are okay.
Like Refurbish.
Yeah. I mean, so good that it almost got banned.
It's so close.
Yeah.
No, but I mean, I think you're absolutely right. And I think there are a lot of... One thing I love about this game is I talk to different deck builders. We have a few in the community who are just known as the absolute craziest deck builders ever, and they're putting these cards out. Like, I literally have to like pull the deck. I was like, I don't know what this card does. I've read it at some point, but I don't remember. And they find these crazy uses for cards that that you just wouldn't expect, and maybe they're not always like consistent enough, right? To be like, okay, that's going to be playable at the world stage. But a lot of the time, like, actually, this is way better than it has any right to be.
There's an old adage that has been going around the Grand Archive community, and that's that there is too many refiners and not enough brewers. You people need to be cooking. Shout out to Jimmy Lee. We need more people building weird stuff so that we can find that some of the weird stuff is pretty good. We were talking a little bit earlier this weekend about that sort of like group think mentality is maybe why some of these decks become as popular as they do. Not to say that they aren't powerful, but maybe everybody just sort of gets into this mentality that this is the deck and I should play the deck, and nobody's like, what if I build the deck?
Yeah. We go back to Ascent Santa Clara earlier this year when main deck Mitch managed to win on the Water Mill deck.
Yeah.
And that Water Mill deck was actually seen in just by a couple of these brewer players earlier on. One of them was Chessie, a well-known brewer in the community who was really working on that deck. And they had gotten kind of medium placements a little bit. And then going into Ascent Santa Clara, suddenly main deck was there with it. True Champion was there with it. And then various other players were there with it. I believe Cactus, Matt, some of those brought it as well. A lot of names suddenly brought out of the woodwork, and they wouldn't have done that if it weren't for those brewers like Chessie, like some of those other players who were like just continuing to try and make this deck work, and suddenly it was literally an Ascent winning deck.
Yeah, really interesting, like anecdotally as an Ari player, not to make it about me, but I remember when that deck was first being played by Chessie, and I'm an Ari player, so usually people will like send me weird lists or like, hey, somebody was doing this thing with Arisana, and so many people sent that list around and were like, this is awful. Why are they doing this? But look at this stupid deck that somebody built, this Arisana Water Mill deck, and we're like, look how bad it is, ha 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 ha, and then you get to Ascent Santa Clara, and it's like, you know, most of the top 32, most of the top 8 wins the tournament.
You know what's so funny about that is that when we brought it up internally in the team, so just a little bit behind the scenes here, but in our Discord, it got brought up, and then a few people were like, I don't know, that doesn't look great. And a couple of people were like, actually, this might have something. We started testing it. We got to the point in the testing season where we said there's literally no other reason to play any other deck. They can't beat this thing. It's that strong.
Yeah.
It was like crazy. It's just crazy how different the response was. Yeah. Once we started playing it and we realized, wow, this was an incredible kind of combination of cards that got put together, and that is one of the most exciting parts of the game, is having these brewers come up with these things. So, like, I would definitely caution people to not take a look at things like the Looking Glass and the distortions and immediately write them off. Instead, what we need is the people to take them and go, okay, well, let's actually see. Let's put them in a list, shuffle them up, and play them, and see how powerful is Death Essence Amulet, for example.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, it takes somebody to take a look at it, right? And we heard a little bit earlier in the weekend from developer Theo that one of the first decks he built was prismatic sanctuary slimes. And so sometimes they're not winners, right? But they will eventually maybe become winners, you know. Put in enough time, a recollection deck gets released, you know.
Yeah,
recollection deck distortion goes crazy.
It helps if you're on the design team and you're like, hey, I really would like to have a prismatic slime deck. So yeah, maybe we're going to see the spirit of distortion in the future. But that's actually
Sylvie's back.
Sylvie, that's actually the cool thing about that Divine Relic, though. Like that ability to put it out early, it is like it's like a separate part of your spirit in a way, which is just a fun design, and it makes me really excited for the future of design for the game as well.
Yeah, it leaves so much space, and that's something that we talked about a little bit, I believe, last round when we were talking about spoilers. That it's always so interesting to me how they can take a game that has, I think, a lot of options. There's so many elements, there's so many advanced elements, and there's, you know, our 7 classes. There's a lot of mixing, matching combinations that you can do, and usually, you know, I expect a game to sort of take that design space and really only use that for its first couple of years. But I found it so impressive that Grand Archive isn't just like, here's a new champion in a new element. They're like always trying to push that envelope of what the sort of card pool can look like and what the options you can have are. And we see that, of course, with these distortions and the Looking Glass, also with Exalted, which is really cool. Yeah, I think really, really interesting design space that will hopefully lead to lots of deck building choice. And I think every time we have a tournament, and, you know, obviously Water's pretty strong at this tournament. We're not going to mince words, but the diversity from the decks throughout the events seems to just like keep getting better and better, which I think is really cool.
Yeah, it's been really interesting to see, especially comparing last Worlds to this Worlds, the sort of the Fire losing a little bit of its steam. It's more of at a fizzling ember at this point.
Sure.
But we do see plenty of Water and plenty of Wind decks, a lot of expectation for what might happen in a future sort of ban and restricted list with regards to certain Water cards. But already I think we're starting to see, I think there's going to be some pretty powerful Fire cards, and people are pretty excited about the CL deck and some of what it can bring to the table. I wouldn't be shocked to see that diversity continue to grow. And like you said, you know, the addition of things like the Looking Glass, distortions, the addition of the Exalted element, really shaking up what your decks can look like. One thing I'm really looking forward to is the deck names. When we go to one of our favorite deck display sites, looking at the results of tournaments, and we get the decks that are like Fire, Hybrid, Crux, Lorraine, Merlin, Kongming, you know, it goes on forever, right? So now we're going to get distortions. Is Exalted going to be called in there? Whatever. The deck names get bigger and bigger, and here at Main Deck we love hybridizing our decks too. So maybe we're going to aim for the longest deck name possible soon, with distortions giving Umbra and the Exalted cards and advanced elements.
Yeah, as long as you're hybrid, you do an advanced element. You get distortions in there. You get Exalted. You can be like hybrid, Water, Terra, Dao-Chan, Ari, Distortion, Exalted.
Dao-Chan, Ari, Dao-Chan, Kongming, because they both use Terra element.
Oh yeah, true.
Yeah. There's we can get some crazy brewing here. It goes crazy.
Sounds like a terrible deck.
Yeah, it's not good. Well, okay, maybe we'll refine it a little bit. We do need some refiners, right? Not just brewers. Just brewers, you end up with that. But when you get the refiners, that's when we can make it better. So that's gonna be really exciting. It's also gonna be really exciting just to see the impact of CL and Diana on the competitive metagame here. Cam, out of the two, let's say you have used your temporal spectrometer, so you are now in the future. Which of those two do you expect to see on the world stage?
I think Diana is really strong. Really, really strong. And I do think a little bit fragile. We've talked about that she is susceptible to interaction. But if you can find that list that consistently can push through those big Aetherwing attacks, I think she's incredibly strong.
Yeah.
And once you get the first one, it's sort of that like snowball effect where you get this big glimpse and it helps you find all of the rest of your turns and line up the rest of the game. So.
Yeah, well, we'll see if you're right. We'll see if you're glimpsing into the future or not. But right now, for our immediate future, we've already done a glimpse, and we do have our matchup nailed at this point. And this is going to be... Well, at this point, there are a lot of players at certain levels who are performing on a certain deck. So we're going to have another match with the wonderful Fractals deck. This time, Gurathos from True Champion Gaming playing Fractals against what we talked about it right at the start of the day, but one of the end bosses for many players, Quarax on Genbu. Quarax on the mill deck that he is, a variation of the mill deck that he has done back-to-back ascents on earlier this year, top 8. NA Nationals as well. Cam, what do you think of this? Let's take a look at Girthos' list.
Yeah, Girthos playing that deck we've seen so many times today, that main deck true champion Fractals deck. We just saw it last round. But yeah, I think it's important to talk about that, the way that this deck has been performing. We haven't yet seen it versus Genbu. And that is something that we talked about earlier, is that sort of decision on who is actually the winner in this matchup has changed a lot throughout the season, and I think it's going to be really interesting to look at a Genbu deck and, of course, this Fractals deck, but to see how well Korax is prepared for this matchup that is a little bit of a dark horse in this tournament.
Yeah, Girthos, I think, looking to take a little bit of team vengeance on Genbu deck after its performance at NA Nationals. Got a lot of the team hoping that he's able to manage it, and this time with the addition of the Censor of Restful Peace in the sideboard, again, that difference between Dragawill and the team working together members between True Champion and main deck, they all ran Censor in the side, whereas Dragawill had it in the main. And here, I'm excited to see if this is going to be a big impact, because Girthos doesn't have access to it in Game 1, only in Game 2 and forward.
Yeah, and we'll see if that is enough to get the job done. But in the meantime, let's take a look at the big turtle deck in the hands of Korax. What is that picture?
Wow, an incredible
is that
image.
Philidor?
That's Korax, dude. That's Korax. Korax has a Genbu list here, and we have a lot of the usual suspects in here, although I do want to point out some of the more aggressive plays that don't always make it into these Genbu lists. The Aqueous Stallions at 2 of, a card that can do a massive amount of damage when it is given an opportunity to, with no Nullifying Lantern in sight. And otherwise, we always take a look at the number of stratagems, because that's certainly going to come up as we watch where these fly as one of the possible win cons, and Korax is running a 2 of.
Yeah, definitely. I wouldn't say a stock list. I think those Stallions are a good mention that are not in everybody's list. But I think it's also important for us to look at what the potential outs are to this Fractal deck. Obviously, Water not known for its tremendous amount of easy ways to deal with Fantasias, but we do see some levels of interaction that are going to be very important. Of course, that Quicksilver Grail we've talked about so many times this weekend, being able to hide that Safeguard Amulet is going to be pretty big in this matchup. It is really up to these players to see who can take, I think, the early lead. It's all about establishing that game plan and getting it online as soon as possible, because both of these decks do have deceptively fast kills.
I think it's really important to point out that all of the Expel the Departeds in Korax's list have moved to the sideboard for this day. That is potentially the kind of the inflection point that could change the outcome of this match as well, with Girthos hoping that having no actual Fractal hate in Korax's main board will give him an edge in this first game as well. Both players preparing a little bit for what is going to be a very, very intense game. And like you said, Cam, I totally agree. These players' first turns may dictate a lot of the flow of the rest of the game.
Yeah, I think it is going to be huge, especially to see who goes first. Going to be a kind of an all-timer here, I think. These players, so very talented. Girthos, second place at North American Nationals. Korax, one of the most amazing runs this season. So many accolades under his belt as we get towards this match in the World Swiss stage. We're really coming down to it, Dan. Close to the end here, and these players are still fighting for that coveted top 8 slot in the World Championship.
That's right, Cam. This is round 6. Round 6 of our our World Championship of Grand Archive TCG here. Swiss stage, Girthos and Korax. Starting round 6 off with Girthos taking the first turn of the game, and we're going to see whether or not he has the fractal start that he needs, the momentum that he can build in order to secure the victory before the turtle gets online.
Looks like going to start with a bit of an imbue, so that is signaling the Fractal of Rain. Looks like a Fractal of Intrusion in hand as well. We'll see if Girthos wants to plant that down now.
There's always the question of how many fractals you are able to play on the first turn. Shimmering Refraction in hand as well. Yeah, it looks like a 2 fractal start, but holding onto a few nice cards. We additionally see a Frostworn Paladin in hand, something that Girthos might be able to use to get a little bit of an early lead. But it looks like Girthos just passes, wants to actually utilize the Fractal of Intrusions on enter effect, and is valuing that more than building out a second fractal in this matchup. And I think that is a pretty next level play.
Yeah, I think that is really important, Dan, and especially just showing the immense respect for, as we said, these sort of deceptive ways that these slower water decks can end the game. So Girthos definitely looking to use that Fractal to strip some very important cards, maybe something like a Resonating Fugue that we know are lesser copies in Korax's deck.
Yeah, and I think that's one of those plays that also can separate the players that we're seeing on the world stage from people who are just starting to try and build that level of experience that these players have had. You watch these players, and often a lot of Fractal players assume, well, you just build as many Fractals as you can, but we will see if Girthos' gambit with that Fractal of Intrusion really pays off, and I think it'll be very clear as soon as it drops.
Yeah, after a quick Tidestone Bovine, we're going to pass back over to Girthos. He's going to grab a backup charger, immediately crack it, and we'll see if some of those Fractals come down. He has established that Fracturize in the graveyard from that Fractal of Rain, and may be looking to use that for that Fractal of Intrusion that we just talked about.
You have to say that Fractal of Rain hitting that Fracturize is pretty huge for Girthos, and you also see the advantage of not playing that Fractal of Intrusion, allowing him to get that backup charger going right away. If he had a Fracturize in hand now, that would be just about perfect to get set up. Girthos going to go ahead and consider what he's doing. Starts by resting the Fractal of Rain. Of course, these reservable Fractals allowing him to rest them instead of having to put additional cards down. Looking at his hand, we do see a Gildas. Now we have that Intrusion dropping, and he's going to go ahead and immediately utilize that Fracturize. Huge value from that Fractal of Rain, and we'll see what he pulls here. This is going to be the really the big signal. Oh, there's a Polar Depths and a Lost in Thought, but most importantly, Girthos says, I do not want to deal with your Frostborn Paladins, and I think this is huge, Cam. If you look back at North American Nationals and how these players lost the games against Joe Facha, who's cleaning up true champion players left and right going into the finals, they all lost to attacks for 3. It was constant attacks for 3 that caused Joe Facha to be able to take the games, and Girthos says, I'm not going to have any of that this time.
Yeah, I think it's important to note the speed at which that choice was made. He snapped off that Frostborn Paladin, and now he's going to play one of his own. Going to pick up a buff counter from playing that Lost in Thought for 0. Going to clear that Tidestone Bovine, just establishing some real board superiority over Korax.
Yeah, look at the board presence Girthos already has built up now. He's got the 2 Fractals. He's got the damage for 3 coming in from Frostborn Paladin. And it's not like Genbu has that much access to a lot of healing effects or anything. As soon as he starts getting that damage in on Korax, it's going to make it easier and easier to find that Burst Asunder line. And we also still have that Power Cell waiting as well, with Girthos being able to already build up his hand from the backup charger. Korax does, of course, go as expected into Guoja level 1, reveals his material deck to Girthos, and then puts the Fabled Sapphire Fatestone into play.
And he's got to get those quest counters rolling. I think definitely one of the outs that Korax is looking for in this matchup is to find a quick Genbu and then maybe flip that with a Resonating Fugue for a pretty consistent kill. And so establishing that Genbu early is really important. It looks like he finds another copy of Tidestone Bovine, so we'll see if some more beef is coming to the field.
Where is the beef, Korax? Korax's Fabled Sapphire Fatestone, of course, also hitting a mill from both players, and actually a Fractal from both of them, it looked like. And Unstable Fractal going from Girthos. I do wonder if Girthos wanted to draw that, though. Given his hand, I don't think had many more Fractals in it at this point.
A pretty interesting play here from Korax. Decides to cash in that Lost in Thought for 2, just using that floating memory to try to find some more effective cards for this early game. Picks up a Frostbind and is going to play another Fractal of Rain, get some more of those quest counters for that Sapphire Fatestone.
Cam, and you said it yourself, this just quick Genbu is going to be really important. Korax wants to start establishing that damage, even if he doesn't do the Fugue play, just getting 3 damage per turn, and Fractal of Rain is going to double the rate that he's currently getting quest counters at.
Yeah.
So it's obviously a really great play for a number of reasons here, as well as he revealed a Refracting Missile, so he does have a little bit of an extra damage source if he can build up a few Fractals as well. So we're going to see both players, and kind of the interesting thing in this matchup, both players have the capability to build some number of Fractals on board. Korax obviously would like to get quite a bit more, or excuse me, Girthos would like to get quite a bit more than Korax is building before Korax is able to get the turtle online and start swinging.
Yeah, sort of similar strategies that have a different tilt to them, and we are seeing this one work out in Girthos' favor, at least so far. Does have more Fractals on board, but also this Frostborn Paladin that's going to come in for 3, and that damage is going to start adding up. As you said, Dan, not a whole lot of recovery available to Korax, and so Girthos is going to look to stick as much of these damage counters as he can before something like Genbu shows up. We see Gildas balanced, coming in for 4-7 damage counters already from these allies that Girthos has played.
Yeah, did you know that Fractals is actually just an allies deck, Kim?
Yeah, it turns out, man, and I think it's just the 2 copies of Gildas in this Girthos Fractals deck that we just see so often. She's so good at floating to these opening hands and really putting on the pressure.
Yeah, she's really been being found quite a bit by these players, despite them cutting down the number of Gildas in their lists. And the combination now of Gildas and Frostborn Paladin is, I think, going to start to really highlight the effectiveness of that Girthos sandbagging that Fractal of Intrusion to deal with Korax's Frostborn Paladin. If Korax can't find some board presence, which, again, that Lost in Thought last turn really heads up play, something not a lot of players consider necessarily doing so early on in the game.
Yeah.
But I think if Korax can't use those kinds of effects to find another a board to fight back with, then Girthos is going to have a pretty easy route here.
Yeah, it's definitely up to Korax to find some sort of answer to this board. Name a better duo. Frostborn Paladin and Gildas on an empty board is definitely a pretty tough thing for Korax to deal with. He does grab a Quicksilver Grail and a mystery card under it. We're going to see 2 cards milled, 1 from that Fate Stone, 1 from that Fractal of Rain, ticking up those quest counters. At least she should be at 3 quest counters here on Goja.
Yeah, there should be 3 from the Fractal of Rain as well. Fracturize here in Girthos's graveyard as well. So Girthos likely planning to maybe go to Dao-Chan next turn. The only other consideration might be either a Scepter of Fascination, unless he finds that other Frostborn Paladin and just wants to continue to commit damage to board.
Yeah, a little bit of a Fractal light draw here, but won't matter if these ally threats aren't answered. And so we'll see what Korax has. It looks like he has found a stratagem of Myriad Ice, which is a pretty big deal here. It is another way that he can close this game sort of out of nowhere if he can build enough floating memory. And so that's something that we'll have to be watchful for as this game continues.
Cam, we did point out that there are 2 copies of that stratagem in Korax's deck, and finding one of them is obviously really important, because it's not too often that the Fractal deck is going to take the time to put out a more defensive piece against stratagem, especially if Girthos is holding on to some number of Glimmering Refusals like we've seen that he's had early on. He might feel fairly safe, and if Korax is able to maybe do a little bit of a tricky bait play or something, he might find an opportunity to go for a stratagem kill when Girthos is not expecting it.
And we see Korax, thank you, doing a little bit of extra work for coverage here, showing us that he has 4 floating memory in his graveyard, which is a pretty big deal. That's 12 damage, which would theoretically be lethal here. Of course, he does not have the ability to activate that stratagem now, but that is something that Girthos definitely has to worry about.
Yeah, that is absolutely frightening right now, knowing that that stratagem is actually lethal immediately, meaning that Korax just has to navigate a way to safely resolve it.
Yeah. But we'll see if Korax gets the time. Allies still pressuring. A Tidestone Bovine is not enough to stop these 2 very powerful allies on the side of Girthos. Looks like we're resolving. There should be a Fractal of Rain mill here. So we're just going to make sure that that happens in the order that it should before we get on to the ally beatdown from Girthos.
Cam, I'm historically awful at correctly resolving Fractal of Rains. I'm the #1 Fractal of Rain forgetter.
I mess it up all the time so much that I just stop playing Rain deck.
Well, it also doesn't go great in Arasana, to be fair.
All right, 3 coming across from Frostborn. 10 damage counters already on Korax. That Goja level 1, just 19 life. And we'll see if Girthos has a follow-up, but balancing this Gildas here would be pretty big. So he's going to look to maybe play something to that end. Another Fractal here would be great to turn on future Zhang Jiaos.
Usually balancing Gildas for this deck is a pretty trivial concept with the use of the Fractals here, but Girthos just needs to make sure that the plays he's making are actually effective right now and not just playing some stuff to simply balance Gildas. We do see a Zhang Jiao in hand. It was, I think, a turn or 2 ago where he actually milled a Zhang Jiao with the Fractal and then drew a Zhang Jiao off the top as well.
Wow, really interesting. Oh, looks like we were thinking about a Burst Asunder, but maybe going to walk that back. Maybe just trying to provide some pressure. Not enough to be lethal here. What a hand, Dan.
Yeah.
So many powerful cards here for Girthos. That Shimmering Refractions, 2 Glimmering Refusals, 2 Burst Asunders, even a Zhangjiao if he finds that 3rd Fractal. A lot of tools here, and especially with that pressure that he already has on board. It's looking pretty good for Girthos.
Cam, earlier you said, I think you were talking about other decks, but sometimes you have decks that will have half of one strategy and half of another, and you're trying to balance the amount that you find. In this case, Girthos has found all of the power cards, but still needs the fractals to really be quite effective. So, in fact, Girthos is actually just going for a Burst Asunder for 2, sacrificing 0 fractals to simply take the Tidestone Bovine off the board and call it a day.
Yeah, he knows that he does have the board position here over Korak, so he's just going to try to keep leveraging that. We're going to see a Zhangjiao played the old-fashioned way just to balance this Gildus, so that is going to bring Girthos down to 0 damage counters, and Korak's up to a staggering 15.
Honestly, I really like this. I like this play a lot because Girthos' board has just been what has been pushing him to victory so far in this game, and he's just continuing to commit to the board, making sure Korax can't establish allies that he can combine to deal with the threats on board. Getting rid of that Tidestone Bovine is also stopping a significant amount of mill and potentially even taking Genbu offline when it might have been able to find a way to get online next turn. So Girthos is really just hedging the bets on the ally board right now. Could have potentially, if he wanted to, could have potentially maybe tried to go for lethal there, but Korak's certainly ready to respond as well.
Yeah, of course. You have to show some respect to this Genbu deck. It is known for its dense amount of interaction, so you don't want to push anything over the edge. And already, as we've said several times, enough pressure here that Korax will have to respond or will fall in this game 1.
Yeah, that's one of the things you see the most from these players at this high level is the absolute respect that they have for each other's interaction. These players are always going to take it a little bit easier and make plays that are often significantly less greedy than some other players might. And it's a great learning moment for a lot of players to see. You, especially when you have so much on board, you really don't need to push it. You can wait a little bit here, and that might be the more surefire way to winning the game.
Yeah. So we'll see. We see a slight smile here from Korax as he decides how he wants to deal with this somewhat precarious situation that he's found himself in, really laboring over this Materialize. Looks like Terrafring is what he's considering the most at the moment.
Yeah, Terrafring, obviously the anti-fractal card that you always reach for right away.
Right.
You need that Terrafring to survive against the ally onslaught. I also think it was really clever to go for the Zhangjiao for Girthos last turn, when many players might have held it to just try and get the value with. It was the line that turned the balance on and actually kept Dao Chan at full health. Very reasonable play there in his situation, and even committed 1 extra damage into Korax here, making this Terrafring. I think that's why he's laughing. It's got to be like, I think I'm really going to Terrafring right now against Fractals.
This is a pretty big game, though. Does have 4 cards in hand to activate 2 Seaside Ringleaders from his graveyard. Not only is that going to draw him 2 cards into memory, but if he can stick any sort of animal like a Tidestone Bovine this turn, it's going to come in with 2 buff counters.
Sticking things is a little bit difficult, though. Now, there's only 2 Fractals in play, so these the Glimmering Refusals that Girthos is holding onto are actually nothing but Frostbinds right now, but Girthos has the ability to play both of them using Dao Chan as well. So Korax, if Korax wants to push significantly enough into Girthos and deal with enough of the board to stop Girthos from winning, Girthos is not going to make it easy and might actually cause Korax to commit everything, leaving an opening for Girthos to win with a simple Burst Asunder next turn.
We're going to see a Fractal of Rain here from Korax, trying to match the Fractal output of the Fractal deck. And after that, looks like just a pass.
This is so extremely precarious for Korax at this point. Korax does run, though, main board a 1 of Revitalizing Cleanse. I haven't gotten a good enough look at his hand and what he's drawn this turn, but if he has a Revitalizing Cleanse, that will be a huge way for him to stay in the game. Potential there, actually, for the Nullifying Mirrors in the side of Girthos here. That's actually unfortunate, but a Nullifying Lantern still going to be a pretty effective card against Korax going forward.
And that Lantern is going to come down. We'll see some Fractal of Rain Mills. And this has to feel pretty good if you're in Girthos' seat. You just need to get through 4 damage. Start with 3 with the Frostborn Paladin, paying 2 for the Terrafring.
You have so much influence here as Girthos that you really can just force Korax to interact. Can Korax even afford to take 3 and go to 18? What is Girthos going to do once he gets to that stage? At that point, Burst Asunder is lethal without even sacrificing your fractals.
Again, another effective card traditionally against this Fractal deck is Song of Frost here used just to prevent that 3 damage from Frostborn Paladin and stop any potential lethal, at least from the allies on board. But we'll see if Girthos has something to say about it.
Song of Frost, absolutely the #1 Fractal tech. Look at this hand, though. I mean, it's a hand of really, really powerful cards. We're gonna go actually with. Are we gonna go for the Glimmering here? Girthos just doing, I think, a little bit of math and goes and lets the Song of Frost resolve, which is absolutely fine, considering there's a lot of math to do here with the Terrafring having to pay 2 for every single attack, and that makes the Gildas math, of course, a little bit tricky. And I think Girthos is also trying to figure out if there's a world where this Gildas math can work out for him.
This is pretty interesting. We see a Fracturize, and the most important thing about this is there is that Shimmering Refraction in Girthos' hand. So although this Frostborn Paladin was not enough to find lethal, maybe something like this Burst Asunder is.
Girthos actually fracturizing the Nullifying Lantern as well, and if we do get the game to go on long enough for this to matter... Oh, and here we do. We have the Gildas math coming together. Very, very clever from Girthos to find that line where now Korax is going to go for the Refracting Missile to try and kill the Gildas, and Girthos just has to figure out, is my negation, is my Glimmering Refusal going to win me the game at this point? Because the Gildas is attacking for 4, which is Korax's remaining life.
Yeah, really interesting that Girthos does have access to a refusal, but if he plays it,
Correct.
It will turn off the balance for Gildas. So either way, he won't find lethal with Gildas. So it's whether or not he wants to let her go. And it looks like the answer is yes. Going to let her go to that Refracting Missiles.
That is absolutely fine, I think, for Girthos. Still sitting on that Burst Asunder. The question is really just going to come down to whether or not Korax has a way now to stop a final Burst Asunder if he wants to go for it. And Girthos plays it safe. Girthos passes the turn, I think, effectively getting a number of cards, or maybe he was asking number of float, actually. It looked like it was a pass and Korax was getting ready to go, but I think Girthos is still debating. There it was. There's the pass. Okay, I have a feeling we play tested so much with the True Champion team, and we know them to be very, very conservative players overall.
Right.
So Girthos just going ahead and letting the turn go here, allowing Korax to take another turn here, but having gotten some important pieces of interaction out of Korax's hand, fought through the Terrafring turn, and still sitting on a Burst Asunder and 2 Glimmering Refusals for lethal. At some point, Girthos knows that at some point Korax has to commit a little bit more to board if he wants to try and actually push a win on this game, and at that point, Girthos might just be ready to pounce.
Yeah, I think the out here that Korax is looking for is that Stratagem of Myriad Ice, as he is adding quite a few cards with floating memory to his graveyard, and that is something that he can resolve regardless of Nullifying Lantern being in play.
Absolutely true. In this case, Dao Chan's Glimmer Counter ability is going to be the saving grace for Girthos.
I think that's exactly right. Those 2 copies of Glimmering Refusal going to come in pretty big here. One probably can be paid through, but the second one certainly cannot.
Absolutely, and if Korax is going to go and pay through a first Glimmering Refusal, it will be just like we saw previously, paying through, losing all your hand, and then losing to a burst Asunder in the next turn is on the table if the Gambit doesn't work out. Now, Korax, very seasoned player, might not be quite ready to jump into that. We'll see what he goes for. We do see a Frostbind in hand from Korax, which is a really important card to keep in mind, a piece of interaction that very well might come up in this mind game, this war that Girthos and Korax are playing in the battlefield of their minds right now.
Looks like Fracturized target Tengu, the second time that we've seen that today.
Which isn't a lot of times, but it is weird that it happened twice.
But again, sort of like we saw in that Bobo game, it's a very deliberate choice, and it looks like we are just going to go for stratagem. Korek says, I'm probably dead on the next turn, so I'll make you have it, and we know Girthos does have the goods.
Yeah, Girthos simply needs to activate the Glimmering Refusal here, negate the stratagem, and then it is essentially locked up for him. Just doing, as we're on the world stage, the math required to make sure there's a Glimmering Refusal, and that means Girthos just needs to simply show the Burst Asunder on the next turn, and then it looks like it will be curtains for Korax in game one. Let's see what he goes for. We're going to play it out, of course, step by step, go for the Materialize phase, put the Scepter of Fascination in play, using the Floating Memory just to draw another card, to have all of the possible backup we can have. Girthos is then going to go to Recollect, and we'll see him try and lay out the lethal line. With the activation, of course, of the Genbu first, Korax is doing everything he can to try and stop damage, putting the Taunt into play, hoping that Girthos' only way to win the game is through a non-Burst Asunder route, but that is, I don't believe, what we're going to see as we rest 2 Fractals. An iconic play. Here it comes, the Burst Asunder. Korax pops this, and in response, the Shimmering Refraction for lethal. In response to Quicksilver Grail, as we saw, Korax was set up to try and deal with the burst, but with Girthos holding on to so much fast speed interaction, fast speed damage, Girthos was holding the cards for this matchup, and Girthos wins game 1.
Yeah, so interesting that there was quite a few levels of protection on the field for Korax. That Quicksilver, assumingly holding a Safeguard Amulet, the Genbu to stop any of those ally damage, but you can really tell, even by the body language, that Korax knew that he had, probably lost that game, and Girthos did have all of the tools that he needed to take that game 1. So once again, main deck Daniel, we have a Fractals deck and a sideboard to look at. What are we thinking about?
All right, I love doing this here. Let me see. I think the Censor of Restful Peace is coming in, Cam. How do you feel about that? I think actually it's really important to note that Girthos taking game 1 is huge because that was pre-Censor. The Viridian Protective Trinket, another card that's absolutely going to be coming in here. And honestly, one thing I would be thinking about is whether or not the Nullifying Mirror can come in as well. But the big question is, what do you even get rid of in the main board outside of the Wind Resonance Bauble? The Bauble is, of course, the first thing to come out, and if Girthos wants to put in all 3 of those, he's going to have to find 2 more cards to bring out in a material deck that is absolutely full of useful cards in this matchup.
Yeah, I think maybe reasonable to bring out the Safeguard as well. Not super impactful, although there are some things like Stratagem that it can stop.
Korax showed a stratagem to Girthos that game as well. I mean, Girthos knows that stratagems are in the deck. I'm not sure you can take the Safeguard out necessarily. It is a bit of a gamble either way, and I think the Mirror is not quite worth it just for the potentially 2 Revitalizing Cleanse that are going to come in here. But Girthos might be looking to bring the Gildas in, seeing the effectiveness of getting that ally play down, as well as could potentially consider that Extricating Touch. Again, Girthos thought enough of the ability to use the Fractal of Intrusion to discard from Korax's memory that he's willing to wait on building it out turn 1 to use it. Extricating Touch is just another Fractal of Intrusion for Girthos.
Yeah, I think it's really interesting for Girthos to decide sort of what the role is that he wants to play in this matchup. Does he want to be the aggressor? Does he want to play defensive? So if he's worried about the defensive tools, that Nullifying Mirror does look really strong. He wants to shut off those potential Revitalizing Cleanses. Or if he is looking to play more of a defensive game, he can choose to opt out for them. I do think you're right that maybe that Gildas comes in and he takes that more aggressive route, as that is what he's seen success with, at least in game 1. He will be on the draw this game, going second, and so that will maybe blunt his aggression a little bit, allows Korax to get a bit of a setup before those Fractals can start coming into play.
As far as Korax's deck, we're obviously going to see the 3 Expel the Departed come in to be able to have some sort of Fractal removal to deal with Girthos' board. The Blanche Sheltering Saint is a shoe-in as well. And I think we might be looking at, we could look at that second Revitalizing Cleanse. We also could be looking at Extricating Touch, which can be very, very powerful when Girthos is not able to find the influence, the hand size building cards. As his hand gets smaller and smaller, that touch just can delete your last options to be able to kind of build back into the game.
Yeah, we'll see. I think Korax, in that same way, doesn't really get a choice to be the sort of attacker or defender in this matchup. He definitely has to be on the defensive, I think, against Girthos. And we'll see if he can get himself set up to start milling some cards. We do see that very potent Expel the Departed sideboard card in hand. We're going to see a not often seen, hard-played Pelagic Fate Stone. Does draw a card into memory, and he's going to really look to try to get that off the board, but it might be a little bit difficult.
Pelagic Fate Stone is one of the cards you really don't want to be playing. It doesn't do too much. It can be fracturized at some point, which is usually the way to try and get a little bit of extra value out of it. But it's usually your first turn play when there really is nothing better to do. Where instead on Girthos' side, we're going to see the reveal of 2 water cards for an imbued Fractal of Rain, and then into beautiful Fractal of Insight, glimpsing 2, and Girthos looking to set up Floating Memory to mill himself to the Fractal of Rain. The question is going to be whether or not Girthos is going to set up cards correctly based on whether or not Korax is going to level to 1 and put that Genbu into play.
Yeah, very interesting. He did very quickly leave 2 on top with that Fractal of Insight. Seemed pretty confident in his decision-making. And a bit of a better start here. We did have that 1 Fractal only on Girthos' first turn last game, but here he has established 2 and maybe keeping some on top from that Fractal of Insight. But we'll see again if that gets punished by an immediate level up to Goja level 1 from Korax.
The 2 cards on top were so fast, and Girthos has, I'm certain, played this matchup so many times that I can't imagine he is not considering the Fabled Sapphire Fatestone coming down. That's something that usually catches less experienced players, but not so commonly going to catch a player like Girthos off guard.
And so we are going to see that here. So we'll see what the choice is. First mill is a Glimmering Refusal left on top, and we'll see what the second one is on Girthos' turn. But Korax now able to establish some of those quest counters with Goja. Does find a Fractal of Rain, looks like, for the draw step, and that's a pretty good one.
A Glimmering Refusal on top makes me really curious about what Girthos' plan actually was going into this turn, because that Fractal of Rain was set up to mill that unless he had a way to potentially draw a card. So very interesting. There's likely some sort of heads-up play that Girthos has been thinking about here, where Korax is going to meet the Fractal of Rain with his own imbued Fractal of Rain. Significantly better, of course, that mill on Korax's side.
Yeah, and I'm very curious. It looks like backup charger is going to be the grab.
That was the play.
Immediately going to pop it to grab that second card. So he set up these 2 cards so that if Korax leveled to Goja, it would get milled, and then he could draw it with backup charger. Or if he didn't, he could mill that top card himself to draw that second card anyways.
Yeah, that does look to be the case here. Girthos now, with that Fractal of Rain trigger, we have a Lost in Thought in yard and then now another Fractal of Rain, but importantly, that Lost in Thought is going to be a key floating memory that might turn on some of Girthos' more important plays. We do note, though, we had the Expel the Departed played on the Fractal of Rain in response to the trigger, so the Fractal of Rain is now gone. Girthos is back down to 1 Fractal, and we're going to see the impact of having the Fractal Hate cards in the board now, as Korax is going to attempt to keep Girthos mostly off of 3 Fractals if possible.
Do find a Fractal of Refreshment, and we'll see if any of the cards from Girthos are ones that he wants to ship back to get some new cards. But yeah, definitely going to be a bit of a stumbling moment, that Expel the Departed, and especially if Korax can find another way to disrupt this early game from Girthos, he can start to take a lead.
Fractal of Refreshment is one of those cards that I don't see these players actually too often shipping very many cards here, but it looks like Girthos is going to be happy to. We don't note that he did put the Song of Frost in as well. Song of Frost did come in from Girthos' sideboard, of course, just as an out to the Resonating Fugue on the Genbu, most importantly, but also as a way of potentially protecting Girthos' allies if he does get another aggressive start. Unfortunately for Girthos, that aggressive start wasn't really meant to be in this game and is looking to play, this time, maybe a more traditional Fractal game. Now the question is if Korax decided that his Fractal Hate was good enough last game where he played all of the anti-attack cards, but it's very likely that he took them out instead of keeping them in.
Yeah, I think sort of lined up fortunately for Korax, but in the long run, over several games, probably not the choice. So
No.
I would agree.
No.
Probably cards that came out, and especially, seeing the power of these sideboard cards like Expel the Departed, that is definitely where he wants to be.
Korax putting in the Tangu, and of course Tangu's quite a bit better for Guoja with the ability to get that quest counter as well. Korax actually pretty quickly kind of lurching towards the ability to flip this turtle into play and do what we saw on the national stage quite a bit, attacking for 3 until you win the game.
And we'll start with a bovine. You're going to add quest counters to Goja here, and also maybe get a little bit of value.
The value, of course, is much more common to see out of the Genbu deck, where we saw at least one float there with the Tidestone, or excuse me, with the Refracting Missile on top. Korax certainly starting to build up a pretty significant amount of water cards in the yard, as well as some floating memory.
Yeah, I believe he did hit a Fracturize as well, so a pretty perfect mill here from the Tidestone Bovine, setting up that graveyard for Korax.
Exactly what you want to see. Now, Girthos has an opportunity here to potentially bring out the Censor of Restful Peace, and the Censor of Restful Peace could be an extremely effective card for him, but of course, Korax playing this water deck has a Fracturize in hand as well, so if that Censor comes down, Korax is almost certainly going to immediately, as soon as it's safe, get it Fracturized, and here we do see Girthos bringing the Censor of Restful Peace out. So the question for Korax is, when is the safest time to make sure this thing gets Fracturized and you don't run into a Glimmering Refusal that negates your card with 2 Fractals in play?
Yeah, sort of an interesting choice where Girthos must know that this is an answerable card from Korax, and he probably does have the answer, but making him do it, making him find a place where he can stick a Fracturize before he gets to continue his game plan, I think is really smart.
We have the Fractal of Snow coming down now as well, leading into what looks like a balanced Gildas. So Girthos finally getting that classic ally strategy from Fractals online. Gildas coming in for 4, and the question is he attacking the Tidestone or the Champ? And this is where Korax found that opportunity and thought this is the safest time possible to Fracturize the Censor. Does Girthos have a response, or does Girthos take the free Fractal that Korax just granted him?
Yeah, I think, of course a must-answer card for Korax, but Girthos can't feel too bad about this, is able to protect this Gildas, allow her to attack for 4, get a free Fractal, as you said, to further his other game plan, and he really, sort of just ate up Korax's interaction for the turn because he knew that Censor needed to be answered.
Yeah, it's not the worst thing in the world, even though Censor of Restful Peace is very good to say, well, if you do have it, my Materialize phase this turn is just 1 free Fractal.
Right.
Can you imagine the hate for the deck if you had a free Fractal in your material deck as well, Cam?
Yeah, exactly. Girthos would bend over backwards to have access to that, and Korax is sort of giving it to him for free.
Now here we see, with all the float that Korax has accumulated, the level into Guoja Blessed Scion with artwork by Gyul, who's actually here at Worlds this year. Very exciting. Coming down, Korax is going to get an additional card from it, and look how quickly these quest counters are building up. Genbu is almost online. The Tangu is popped. The hand is huge. The Guoja is big. And the Pelagic Fatestone, well, it's just still there.
Yeah, this is looking like a much better showing from this Genbu deck in the hands of Korax. Definitely a game where he is controlling the pace, even though, Girthos hasn't had too much trouble this game in setting up his game plan, but really that early Expel the Departed, I think, is what set this game apart from Game 1.
Yeah, if Girthos had just one more Fractal in play, it might very much change the math on where Girthos is trying to find a kill this game, as well as making those Glimmering Refusals quite a bit more devastating. But it looks like Girthos is really playing for board control here, going for the Shimmering Refraction onto the Frostworn Paladin without even having the Dao-Chan bonus or activating it from memory here, still just on Sabrina, Spirit of Water.
Yeah, if he can protect this Gildas and keep smashing in for 4, it is definitely going to be worth protecting her. So keeping any of these allies that could potentially deal with that Gildas off the board, I think, is really smart.
I think Girthos has really shown his mindset going into this game and how it has adjusted from NA Nationals, where Girthos really wants to, seriously, I'm not even being sarcastic this time, wants to be the ally deck, wants to be putting the board presence down and just pushing in damage, protecting his powerful Gildas and Frostworn Paladins until the game is secured.
And he's thinking about a couple of options here in his Materialize. He has pulled Nullifying Lantern to the front. Viridian Protective Trinket also looking pretty good to stop any sort of interaction from Korax.
Yeah, certainly a fair amount of still very decent options from Girthos, as well as just considering at some point it might be a good idea to level up into Dao-Chan as well, get that extra health pool, considering that Korax does have some surprisingly lethal, gigantic lines that that are a lot easier when your life is only at 15.
Looks like the Nullifying Lantern is the get here for Girthos. Wants to stare at Sabrina as long as he can, staying at that level 0, which can become a risk, but not at just 1 damage counter. And we'll see if he can find a way to balance this Gildas. As you said in the last game, Dan, kind of a trivial affair for this Fractals deck.
Yeah, the balancing the Gildas isn't always too much of an issue. The question is just, what are you doing when you're balancing Gildas, and is it worth playing the card to do that?
Yeah, it's all about very effectively using all your cards. So you don't want to use a card suboptimally if it is just to balance the Gildas. It also has to be something that's worth your time, and something that's worth Girthos' time is maybe the Zhang Zhao that he has in hand.
The Zhang Zhao is never a terrible option, but Korax has the ability to potentially frostbind it and negate the draw, and that's the really key play to consider right now with only 4 fractals. Again, Cam, that Expel the Departed. If Girthos were at 5 fractals, a Zhang Zhao is a really, really solid play here where there's almost nothing Korax can do to stop Girthos from getting the draw, but in this case, playing into the frostbind, not really great when all you have is 1 damage taken. You would only recover 1 if you do pay the 2 to keep it.
Yeah, really interesting. Speaking of 1 damage taken, just 1 damage coming across from this Gildas, and then Girthos is going to pass the turn back over, just really taking the reactive approach, trying to see what Korax is trying to do and react in kind.
Yeah, that was the big debate, right, is how effective are the cards I can use to balance this, and Girthos made the decision that the cards are better played more effectively and not just to get the extra damage from Gildas right now. Korax going for a backup charger now, getting the mills in the recollection phase, getting this Genbu all the way to the 9 quest counters, the requisite 9 to be able to transform the Fabled Sapphire Fatestone into Genbu, and then activating the backup charger, further building out Korax's massive influence. And this is the kind of thing, the thing you're afraid of these water decks doing is building up to that gigantic influence, especially with the power of Guoja, the champion whose true power lies in her beast.
Yeah, and the Beast now online, as you said, and quite a grip. We'll see if Korax wants to be the one to flinch. It looks like he is. He's going to play a Frostworn Paladin, pick up one of those floating memory from his graveyard.
Girthos still holding a hand of a lot of fast speed action with a Lost in Thought in yard, so really nothing about Girthos' position is necessarily bad in this case. It's just that Korax's position is maybe a little more aggressive right now.
It's a huge Refracting Missiles coming in for 5 damage, going to deal with that Frostworn Paladin. Looks like in response to the on-enter. So the on-enter is still going to resolve. The floating memory is going to be banished, and Korax is going to draw a card, but that threat is removed from the board.
Korax just continuing to lose his threats to Girthos turn after turn, with Girthos' very, very honed-in strategy of keeping Gildas in play. But that cannot last that long, because here comes Genbu Black Tortoise, a 3/9, which is going to then take the Gildas out, and Girthos is now stuck dealing with Korax after the turtle has finally come out to play out of its shell, no longer hiding.
Looks like one more play coming here from Korax. Looks like another Bovine is the choice. Going to get some more cards into that graveyard. Some more animals to deal with for Girthos.
Such an immense hand from Korax, giving him so much potential action on this turn. And the reason this deck always feels so strong is the addition of Genbu, that effectively free 3/9 taunt that you put into play, gives you the ability to just play so much on your turn, including the ability to get that free swing. I mean, that Gildas would not have left without the power of Genbu behind him.
But we do have to worry about what's going on here. Girthos seems to be moving quite quickly. Cashes in a Fracturize to make one more Fractal, then he's going to level up to Dao-Chan, level 1, and we know he has a copy of Burst Asunder in his hand, which is currently 12.
Oh, our math is pretty good if you're in Girthos right now. Our math is looking nice. Girthos happy to get a Zhang Zhao resolved, going to draw some more cards. The Burst Asunder with 5 fractals in play is looking like a 12 damage burst, so we keep in mind we have 12 here. The magic number right now is 21 to deal with, so with the 12 there, Girthos needs to find a source of 9 more, 8 more now after we did the 1 from this Zhang Zhao. 8 more is not that hard for this deck to string together suddenly.
We're going to start off with a Fractal of Insight, and he is going to rest it. Glimpse 2 finds yet another Zhang Zhao, pretty big.
The Zhang Zhao goes straight on top. Now that Fabled Sapphire Fatestone is no longer able to mess up Girthos' top card of his deck, Corax has to choose to direct any mill effects at Girthos, which are often just best used on himself.
We're going to pass over to Corax, and though Corax has some pretty scary allies on board, he isn't out of the woods. Really scary stuff that this Fractal deck can do if you allow it to keep its hand, and Girthos has been able to craft his hand for the past few turns, so we will see Quicksilver Grail grab. Do you think it's a safeguard under there, Dan?
We're going to watch this spot right here because this is almost guaranteed to be a safeguard amulet, putting Corax into still a fairly safe position. The taunt here from Genbu is going to make it so all of these attacks, as long as the Genbu remains woken up, are not going to be able to go in. This Zhang Zhao will have to go straight into the shield unless the Genbu attacks. And then this Quicksilver Grail is going to prevent any shenanigans with Burst Asunder from landing. Girthos is going to need to use a Burst Asunder just to get Corax to pop the Quicksilver Grail to get through that before he can actually land the damage to be able to kill him. And with Guoja having only taken 2 and having a healthy life total of 20, it's going to take a lot from Girthos now to find that kill.
You will get to see quite a few things here, laboring a bit over the Materialize.
We have the Seaside Ringleader coming down, committing another ally to board now. Girthos has effectively, after controlling the board for a very long time, thanks to this Genbu now, has kind of lost control of the board.
Yeah.
The board is now squarely in Corax's favor with 3 allies sitting here. Corax is just going to start pushing damage, is not going to actually be taunting anything with that Genbu. Giving an opportunity, though, here for Girthos to build a few more fractals and try and find a Burst Asunder that can end the game.
Yeah, pretty big opportunity as well. Going to grab a Song of Frost, which will see 1 extra card, and we know that extra card is a Zhang Zhao, which will see even more extra cards, and we're at the position now where if Girthos can force through one of these big payloads, it will be enough, I think, to get the job done. Of course, we do have to worry about that Quicksilver Grail, though, as you mentioned.
6 fractals is making it currently a 14 damage Burst Asunder. We're going to start by seeing an attack from Zhang Zhao because we're going to be sacrificing one of these Zhang Zhaos to the other one. And Corax looks like he wants to respond to this one, perhaps trying to use Cerulean Decree to tax it out, which is really just going to tax Girthos' fractals. In this case, I'm curious if there's anything else to truly shut down this Zhang Zhao from Corax's side, or if it's worth committing so many cards to do so.
Yeah, it's a hard choice to make. You're not going to stop your opponent from getting that powerful draw 2 ability off of Zhang Zhao, but maybe even taxing those fractals is enough to give you some breathing room for the turn. You have to worry that Girthos can string together, as you said, a lethal line. Looks like Lost in Thought is going to be the play instead.
4, I think? A Lost in Thought for 4. It looks like that's what he put down, which is a pretty ridiculously massive amount of draw. Really looks like Corax just wants to get that draw in before Girthos has a chance to find more Glimmering Refusals. Girthos also, importantly, has to commit his other fractals just the same to try and stop it here. And now Corax has actually engineered a situation where in order to stop that Lost in Thought, Girthos will have to sacrifice the card draw from the Zhang Zhao by committing 1 more card to memory to pay the cost for the Frostbind. So Corax was able to actually still find a way to engineer Girthos not drawing the cards off of the Zhang Zhao, which was pretty impressive.
Yeah, and huge respect to Lost in Thought, right? You just cannot allow Corax to draw 4 cards here, so much so that you're willing to give up your own card advantage with this Zhang Zhao just to stop Corax from furthering that influence gain over you.
Corax still feeling very safe sitting behind this Quicksilver Grail, knowing that even if he goes hands down right now, given what he caused Girthos to commit, there was no way Girthos was going to push through a lethal Burst Asunder.
Right.
Girthos just forced to pass the turn, and going to Corax again with this superior board. Now, that was still a turn where Girthos was playing a lot of action and importantly forced a couple of important action cards out of Corax's hand. So at some point, Gurathos might be really backed into a corner, but not quite in the corner yet, just being pushed towards that corner, I think, at this point.
And this is something that you said, Dan, that we're seeing here is just that Genbu coming across for 3 every turn. Not even trying to push something like a Resonating Fugue, just consistent threats that you cannot deal with. We're going to see another ally deployed in Seaside Ringleader, just more allies added to the board, more things that Gurathos has to contend with or find a lethal line before these allies get the job done.
This is an unfortunately very familiar situation from Gurathos, exactly how Kaben and Gurathos lost games at NA Nationals to the Guoja deck, and in this case, Gurathos might be starting to want to go to game 3 to make sure that he can close it out here. It is getting a little bit dicier, and Gurathos is going to have to weigh whether or not it makes sense to continue playing the game as CoreX's board continues to build.
Yeah, I think this is by far the hardest decision that you have to make as a competitor, especially at a stage as important, as high risk as this. If you think you can't win this game, when do you make that decision? He's going to start on his turn with a Refracting Missiles, coming in for a staggering 7 damage here from Refracting Missiles.
And 7 damage is important because it actually puts Gurathos into lethal Burst Asunder range against Guoja now, except for the fact that CoreX has an insanely huge memory and just played a Revitalizing Cleanse, while Gurathos had his entire hand down.
And this is going to be pretty hard to recover from, especially, again, we keep talking about this Quicksilver Grail, which is the only reason that a Burst Asunder hasn't been forced through here. And the recover
is a recover of 5. We have an Idle Thoughts and an Expel the Departed as the first 2 cards in here. 5 water cards revealed. So there's a recovery of 5, bringing Guoja back down to 6. So really blunting the damage of that Refracting Missile and putting CoreX into what is still looking like an extremely safe position with this likely Safeguard Amulet, Quicksilver Grail over here. Now, Gurathos is positioning to try and deal with it. This Crystalline Mirror is going to be able to pop something over here, but Gurathos would likely much rather try and get both popped at once by playing a Burst Asunder. The problem is he needs to have at least 2 Burst Asunders to go for it, and really needs to threaten CoreX enough to force him to pop it before he can do that.
Yeah, currently is 14 on the burst, which isn't lethal in and of itself, and so won't force the issue until we add another Fractal to the mix.
Gurathos trying to manage a play, really, really wishing that Zhang Zhao would have drawn 2 cards last turn, I think. That was certainly, I think, a pivotal moment in this game, which was really, again, an engineered play by CoreX to gain that advantage, and the kind of plays that helped him win, or at least top multiple ascents earlier in this year.
Right. So it looks like there was some gesturing here with the Crystalline Mirror. Looks like it's going to be activated, I believe.
Gurathos is certainly trying to decide if, he goes for the activation here. In response, CoreX activates Quicksilver Grail, and then, oh my goodness, I see the play. Wow, okay, folks, here's what just happened. This was crazy. The Zhang Zhao came in for an attack during the combat step. Gurathos used the Crystalline Mirror to pop the Quicksilver Grail, forcing CoreX to activate Quicksilver Grail, and then Gurathos negated his own attack with Song of Frost to negate the activation of the Quicksilver Grail, keeping the Safeguard Amulet banished.
Gurathos takes Swiss round 6 2-0. Very, very convincing, with maybe the most mind-blowing play that we've seen all day. These players getting so into the way that this matchup works and these little incremental bits of damage that there just wasn't even a thought from CoreX that maybe the Song of Frost here could seal the deal with negating that Quicksilver Grail activation.
The Song of Frost play, I mean, we talked about, Cam, whether or not the Song of Frost was even going to come in, but it didn't come in necessarily to perform this task, right? It came in to try and deal with Genbu's swings. But in this case, it was the game-winning card by allowing Gurathos to activate this extremely next-level play, the kind of play that you only really get from reps and reps and reps against, frankly, true champions who are able to find these lines to defeat it. Gurathos, I think, solidifying his title as one of the true champions of the game with such an incredibly heads-up play.
Dan, I'm dumbfounded. I wasn't even thinking that this could be an option. We talked so long about these Song of Frosts maybe not even coming in, and it ends up, like you said, being the card that clinches the game for Girthos. Is crazy.
It's crazy. It's an unbelievable play that secured the game 2-0 for Girthos. Absolutely. I mean, the kind of play that you sometimes will only see on the world stage.
Right.
Cam. I can't believe we were here for this.
Yeah, it's so rare that you see Song of Frost used in that sort of different way, that sort of non-typical way that you're supposed to use Song of Frost, and we saw just masterful play from Girthos, I think.
When we go way back, I mean, a lot of people did learn this play. Competitive players did learn this play going all the way back a year ago when we started to learn about Resolute Stand, right? That was kind of a boogeyman interaction card for a long time. And what you would do is attack with an ally, they would Resolute Stand, and you would Song of Frost your own attack. That was what really brought those water ally decks to be so powerful. Like we talked about earlier in the game, there used to be a deck that you saw a lot more, and that was a play that was a key card, a key interaction to be able to push through lethal to negate those Resolute Stands. But we haven't seen that happening so much. Again, there haven't been water ally decks being played. But in this case, our favorite water ally deck of all, Fractals. Winning with game 1 with a solid ally strategy, but then winning game 2 using Zhang Zhao for the one purpose you never expect.
Right.
Negating her attack to stop a Quicksilver Grail?
I think we just, we can't overstate how masterful this trap was, right? There was basically nothing that Korax could do. We see this Crystalline Mirror on board, and you can't just decide to pop your Quicksilver Grail early and leave your Safeguard vulnerable. So when this attack for one comes in and the Crystalline Mirror is popped targeting Quicksilver, what are you supposed to do? You have to activate it. There's no other recourse, and then you fall right into the trap.
You have to activate it. I mean, that's the important part, is that this bait was huge. It wasn't even bait. It was just you have to do this.
Yeah, it's not like Korax made the wrong decision.
No.
It's not like, oh, we got him. You got gotcha'd by my sweet play. He had to make that play, and there was nothing he could do about it, but the trap was so masterfully set by Girthos, and that's obviously how he got the 2-0 there.
And then open the door. I mean, we ended the game really fast, but opened the door for the Burst Asunder, which the lethal damage. That's, I'm going to be reeling about this play all day. I thought the game with Perfy earlier was crazy, but that was truly a masterful level play.
We watch a lot of Grand Archive, Dan, and I think it is pretty rare when we are actually just dumbfounded by something that happens on stream. And that was, I think, one of the times on casting that I can say that I just truly didn't see that coming at all.
No. I mean, I like to think, Cam, we catch a lot.
Right.
I like to think we catch a lot here, but that... Wow.
I wasn't even thinking about it. Just completely in a different realm. There's a reason that Dan and I are sitting behind the desk, and these are the best players in the world. It's plays like that.
This is why I'm called Coach Dan, and I'm not the one on the world
Bubble
stage
Mage,
right
main
now.
deck Dan.
Never living that one down. But yeah, absolutely incredible play from both players. You know, we did see Korax making incredible heads-up plays too. Right? We saw Korax doing some extremely strong, sneaky plays, bringing those expels, keeping Girthos off of the Fractals to then set up this incredible way to negate the Zhang Zhao's draw 2. But little did he know the issue wasn't the draw 2. It was the Zhang Zhao.
Yeah, I mean, that's the part that I find so impressive, right? Again, it's like Korax played so well and played the matchup, I would say, to the T perfectly, but then there are these just next level things that you cannot prepare for that there's just no way around.
Yeah, I mean, I think from both players, I had two key moments that I really loved. It was that absolute, that bait from Korax for that Zhang Zhao, because a lot of players just would kind of give up and go, well, he's got 5 fractals. I mean, there's no negation here I can do to really stop this, or 6 fractals at the time. But Korax found a way. That was so cool. And then, of course, I mean, that wow, I'm just going to be reeling about that for a long, long time. Cam, Fractals won another one.
And I think that's probably the story of the weekend, Dan. I think Fractals is winning another one in a lot of different places in this venue right now. We don't have the leaderboards in front of us, but I would be shocked if we weren't seeing a lot of these Fractal players go towards contention for top 8 in these last couple of rounds of Swiss tonight.
And in a little bit, we are going to get an interview from Once in Love with Girthos, which is going to be really fascinating as well. I guarantee Once in Love is going to ask about this play, and I really can't wait to listen and hear about Girthos and his mind state going into that. Because, like we were saying, we were focusing on so many other pieces of interaction that we missed this one absolutely non-obvious line that Girthos, I don't know, when do you think he zoned in on that? I can't wait to hear.
Yeah, it's impossible to tell. There's so many things on the board, both on your board, your opponent's board, so many things that you have to think about, that how do you take all of that into consideration and then compartmentalize and say, okay, with all this considered, with the cards that my opponent could have, this is my play here. This is my out to win this game.
When we talk about how important it is for players going into major events, not just Worlds, but Ascents or even Regionals, we talk about how important it is for players to get reps on the deck, meaning play your deck a lot. And not just play your deck a lot, but play against the highest quality players you can. And plays like that are the ones that really should be clipped, should be shown to people to see how we separate the players who have gotten those reps and found those crazy lines that you really only see when you're playing against someone of kind of an equal or higher skill level.
Right.
And maybe you miss it the first time and then they go, hey, by the way, I think you could have won if you did this really weird thing.
Right.
And opponents hate this one weird trick that causes you to completely negate their Quicksilver Grail. And yeah, I mean, just getting those reps in, the amount of reps that I know Girthos has gotten in, it's enormous.
It's all about preparation, and we've said this time and time again that the reason why these players are here is because of their dedication, because of their preparation, and all of those repetitions that they play with their deck. Once they find the deck that they're even thinking about playing Worlds, I'm sure that many of these players, of course, played Fractals this season, but with this sort of plan that the main deck and TCG team had come up with, I'm sure even if that didn't end up coming to fruition, they were putting in hundreds of games with this deck just in case, and that is how you become a World Championship competitor.
Yeah, and now Girthos going 4-2 after that round. Notably, both competitors were 3-2 in that round.
Yeah.
Girthos at 4-2 is just looking, from what I understand, to pick up at least one more win to be in contention for the top 8. Now, the question will be whether or not Girthos is going into tiebreaker rounds after that. And this was the end of round 6, the conclusion of round 6, meaning there are 2 more rounds left in our Swiss rounds today. Girthos needs to find one more win to be in contention there, and then one extra win after that, I believe will be a lock.
Yeah, and that is important for us to mention. Of course, you just said that after our Swiss rounds, we are looking for a clean cut to top 8, and so there might be potentially some tiebreakers that have to happen. And so these players, once again, we've talked about it during the Gauntlet, and now we have to talk about it during Swiss as well, are doing all that tournament math. How many points do I need? How many wins do I need? There's no draws here. At least not ones that are preferable for you.
It's not a good idea because draws are losses.
But it's good to know going into this, can I take a loss? Do I have to, win this game? Those are all really important things for these players when they're looking to get into the highest level of competition. Maybe a round off would be nice if you have a good enough record.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that could be the case. And in this case, Korax now going 3-3 is also not out of contention, is what that means. Getting to that 5-win threshold might still put him into the tiebreaker arena to potentially try and score that clean top 8 cut as well. So while this was an extremely important round, giving Girthos that buffer now that he needed to try and potentially secure that top 8, neither of these players are totally out, so we're definitely going to have to keep an eye on them going into round 7 and 8.
Yeah, of course. And so many players also still in contention, right? It's a pretty brutal cut, Dan. We are at 32 players now. We're cutting all the way down to 8, but that doesn't mean that there isn't a lot of players that are still fighting for those slots.
Yeah, absolutely. And now let's head over to the interview. We're going to hear from true champion Girthos about that iconic win.
Hello and welcome back. We are here with the round 6 winners interview. I'm joined by true champion Girthos. You are the, I believe, 2nd place at North American Nationals. So, it's a big placement to come in. Guaranteed to come into Worlds here, so you were qualified. How does it feel to win that matchup against Korax, probably one of the better players here, someone who's experienced at playing in the World Championships in previous years?
It honestly feels great. I started the day off with losing to Gembo once, but the more I'm playing it, the more I'm improving in the tournament, so it feels good.
Yeah, absolutely. So you are currently 4-2, which means you have 2 more rounds, round 7 and round 8, here at the World Swiss stage to, I guess, find those last victories, sneak your way into the top 8 there, and then qualify for the top 8 single elimination untimed. So the big thing I want to ask you is, what did you think was going to do well today?
I'm going to be honest. I think Allies had a good shot of doing really well today. Like, with just the sheer amount of Genbu, from what I've seen, Henke's doing really great. And I believe that's just because, like, there aren't many Luxem players. People aren't really prepared for Allies. And so, for the most part, I think Allies was a really good choice. Fractals, too, just because no Fractals in Gauntlet kind of proved the point of, oh, no one's playing Fractals. We don't have to prepare for this. And then it's like, oh, we all snuck in playing it.
Yeah, and I mean, to speak on that, all of you sneaking in on Fractals, you guys are really running basically like the same deck minus 3 main differences I noticed. So some of you are playing the Jianyu, some of you are not. Some of you are playing the 3rd Gildas in the sideboard, and then it really comes down to the ratios of that Fractal of Refreshment, Unstable Fractal, and Fractal of Intrusion. Now, you were saying you really don't like Fractal of Refreshment. I believe most of your teammates and testing partners are running 4 of that, so can we talk a little bit about that? Why do you not like that card?
Okay, so the issue with Fractal Refreshment is the only cards that you can put to the bottom of your deck are cards I want to play. I want to play Fracturize. I want to play Lost in Thought. Sure, they're good in the times where, like, okay, I'm not going to have the long game and I need to put these at the bottom, but there are turns where you have to bin Burst Asunder to try to dig into more Fractals, and this feels awful when you go, oh, I just never draw another Burst Asunder. So I'm like, it's unnecessary without Dissonant Fractal in the format, but I still don't like it.
I totally understand. It's like, it's a great card if you want to try to fix your hand, but a lot of the times you look at it, you're like, how often do I actually need to resolve this? The deck is still pretty good, especially with the openers. So looking at that, I want to actually talk a little bit about kind of the theory of today and of tomorrow. We've seen every variation of the Fractals deck from you guys between TCG and main deck. So we were talking about this a little bit before the interview, but you were saying tomorrow, if Luxem had a better showing, or some of the Assassin decks had a better showing, you were actually thinking about maybe playing a different deck.
Yeah, I don't think Luxem's doing too well right now. Like, I've practiced almost every deck in the format. I mean, hell, I've even practiced Water Domain Tony. And
based, very based. Shout out to Poro.
And if, top 8 was just, oh, it's this one matchup, it's like Luxem, well, you play the deck that tries to beat Luxem. But no, I think from what top 8, I honestly believe top 8 is going to be mostly Fractals now. Just not to toot like my own team, but TCG is most likely going to be that. And yeah, I mean, it's weird that we were kind of like a fourth of the field, and then we brought this deck that just played against the field. And if the majority of us do actually make it to top 8, then we're pretty much bound to play whatever we really want. I know Perfy would love to play Merlin in any capacity. I know that man would die to play Merlin in top 8. And I don't think if we don't end up playing Fractals, then he's bound to play that 100%. And my dream is always just to play Slimes in top 8, but it's dependent on what tops 8.
Yeah, your first top Ascent finish, I believe, was on Slimes, right? Ascent Chicago, right?
That's right.
Yeah, that was a big one. I remember seeing you guys actually watching the final games there. But something I want to talk about, format change a little bit here. So at the World Swiss stage, the format changed to 70-minute rounds alongside 0 points for ties. Mm-hmm. Now, did that have any impact in the deck choice you guys were thinking about bringing for the Swiss stage here?
Oh, 100%. Something we realized later on was Luxem and Genbu kind of have these really long grindy games. And you can go way easy past 70 minutes. If you win game 1 with 30 minutes left in round, there's no way you're winning the match. With Fractals, you're still playing a long grindy game, but you can play these really quick games.
Yeah, I think we saw main deck Taylor win a game in 8 minutes or something. I blinked, came back, and I was like, oh, he's 1-0. I'm like, I guess it's time to prepare for the potential interview afterwards. But so you guys felt like Fractals was a good deck with the extra 10 minutes because even if you were to lose game 1 against some of these grindier matchups, you had a good opportunity to finish out game 2 and game 3 as well.
That's right. Like, I think I ended up, I played against Winluxem today, and our game 1, I think, lasted 60 minutes. And I barely managed to get through because I did actually win game 2, but I'm like, if I lost game 1, there was no way I was coming back from this. But that's just the format right now.
Yeah, it's definitely tough. The format change is always something interesting to see. A lot of players have different opinions on it. I personally think it's really nice to kind of watch and experience to see how players adapt to a little bit longer availability in the matches, especially with the pressure of knowing that if you tie, it's going to be a double game loss essentially. But thank you so much for joining us here. Guys, this was the round 6 World Swiss Stage winner, true champion Girthos. You are now 4-2. Good luck and congratulations. And I hope to see you later on, or maybe the top 8. But we'll join you guys soon for round 7.
First, going to be a kind of an all-timer here, I think. These players, so very talented. Girthos, 2nd place at North American Nationals. Korax, one of the most amazing runs this season.
Girthos going to go ahead and consider what he's doing. Starts by resting the Fractal of Rain. Of course, these reservable fractals allowing him to rest them instead of having to put additional cards down. Looking at his hand, we do see a Gildas. Now we have that Intrusion dropping, and he's going to go ahead and immediately utilize that Fracturize. Huge value from that Fractal of Rain, and we'll see what he pulls here. This is going to be the really the big signal. Oh, there's a Polar Depths and a Lost in Thought, but most importantly, Girthos says, I do not want to deal with your Frostworn Paladins, and I think this is a huge, Cam.
What a hand, Dan.
Yeah.
So many powerful cards here for Girthos. That Shimmering Refractions, 2 Glimmering Refusals.
In this case, Girthos has found all of the power cards, but still needs the Fractals to really be quite effective. So, in fact, Girthos is actually just going for a Burst Asunder for 2, sacrificing 0 Fractals to simply take the Tidestone Bovine off the board and call it a day.
This feels like vital. Oh, strat. Oh, okay. No. So I am going to counter this.
I don't know. Maybe you don't have it.
As we rest 2 Fractals, an iconic play. Here it comes, the Burst Asunder. Korax pops this, and in response, the Shimmering Refraction for lethal. In response to Quicksilver Grail, as we saw, Korax was set up to try and deal with the burst, but with Girthos holding on to so much fast speed interaction, fast speed damage, Girthos was holding the cards for this matchup, and Girthos wins game 1. But it looks like Girthos is really playing for board control here, going for the Shimmering Refraction onto the Frostworn Paladin without even having the Dao-Chan bonus or activating it from memory here, still just on Sabrina, Spirit of Water.
Yeah, if you can protect this Gildas and keep smashing in for 4, it is definitely going to be worth protecting her, so keeping any of these allies that could potentially deal with that Gildas off the board I think is really smart.
I think Girthos has really shown his mindset going into this game and how it has adjusted from NA Nationals, where Girthos really wants to, seriously, I'm not even being sarcastic this time, wants to be the ally deck.
I'm going to swing 1 at you. Right. In response, I'm going to crack Quicksilver Grail to destroy it.
In response to the attack before damage, or?
In response to the attack.
So before damage?
Yep.
Okay.
I'll respond, I'll Song of Frost.
Ah. Okay.
Fractal, Burst Asunder.
How much is that?
16 damage, exactly.
Okay.
Girthos is certainly trying to decide if, he goes for the activation here. In response, Korax activates Quicksilver Grail, and then, oh my goodness, I see the play. Wow. Okay, folks, here's what just happened. This was crazy. The Zhang Zhao came in for an attack during the combat step. Girthos used the Crystalline Mirror to pop the Quicksilver Grail, forcing Korax to activate Quicksilver Grail, and then Girthos negated his own attack with Song of Frost to negate the activation of the Quicksilver Grail, keeping the Safeguard Amulet banished.
Girthos takes Swiss round 6 2-0. very, very convincing with maybe the most mind-blowing play that we've seen all day.
We ended the game really fast, but it opened the door for the Burst Asunder, which the lethal damage. That's, I'm going to be reeling about this play all day. I thought the game with Perfy earlier was crazy, but that was truly a masterful level play.
We watch a lot of Grand Archive, Dan, and I think it is pretty rare when we are actually just dumbfounded by something that happens on stream.
How's it going, everyone, and welcome back to Grand Archive Worlds 2025. My name is Kel, also known as Red Zone Rogue, and I am joined once again today in the booth by none other than Valkyrie. How are you doing today, man?
I'm doing amazing. We are going to round 7, and it's been a day, and I cannot believe we still have 2 more rounds ahead of us. It has been an amazing night so far. High-octane gameplay, amazing lines of people finding the victory from the clutches of defeat. It has been such a great experience. And then not even to mention, we're at the World's Swiss stage. The World's actual Ascent event isn't happening, and it's already so much fun with everything going on. People are enjoying it. There's so many things to do here. The venue is really popping off, and it's not even fully in effect.
Yeah. Absolutely. We have 2 more days of Grand Archive ahead of us. As Valk just mentioned, we are currently in the World's Swiss portion, but tomorrow we will have our top 8, and then on Sunday we will have the semis and finals, right?
Indeed, that is correct. And it is after we finish here and we get our top 8 players, every match in that top 8 is going to be on stream.
Yeah, exactly. We're streaming literally every single match in the top 8 tomorrow.
You will not miss a single matchup. It's not like now we have 32 players and there's games being played off stream. During top 8, every single game will be on stream, will be commentated, and they are untimed rounds.
Yes.
You get the best of the best playing with as much time as they need for the game.
There's also another really interesting thing that Grand Archive does for the top 8 for Worlds, in that you can actually change your deck from what you were playing in Swiss, which is a fairly unique thing. And it's a really interesting thing. I was even talking to some competitors. I was like, what are you thinking? And we'll see. It could be really, really interesting, and this really, really, back and forth. Do you swap your deck? Do you try to tech against the people that you know are going to be the top 8, or are you going to stick with what got you there? Are you going to, go with the one that took you here?
The one you brought to dance with, right?
Exactly.
So that's a very interesting point you make, just because if the top 8 is published at the end of this, right? You know exactly who's in top 8, what they played. So if you sit there and you see you are with 7 Fractal players, do you just sit there and go, maybe I just play something that's anti-Fractal the whole time?
And it's untimed rounds, as you mentioned, so you can play these super long, grindy games that can maybe eventually get there. So it's just really, really interesting. I think the top 8, tomorrow in particular, is going to be super, super exciting, and these next 2 rounds are going to basically determine who gets there, right? It's do or die for a lot of these players. We were just talking before the stream started, and we were we think it's about, I think you need 6 wins at this point to kind of guarantee that you're in the top 8, and then anything else 5 is kind of where you need to start being concerned, right?
Yes.
That's the bubble range. So these next 2 rounds are incredibly crucial, and we of course will have those rounds for all y'all very, very shortly. The round timers ended not too long ago, and pairings are happening. We're going to be figuring out what the feature match is and all that kind of good stuff, but we're working on it.
Excited to see. We talked about it last time we were on camera here at the desk. We were saying we were going to do the math and get back to you on it. The math was done. 18 points is what you're looking at to guarantee that day 2. Or guarantee the top 8.
Top 8, yep.
Yeah, guarantee that top 8. If you have 5 wins, you are what's called on the bubble, which means that there's going to be numerous people with that record, but only a couple slots available. So it comes down to what's called a tiebreaker. And in Grand Archive, there's 3 stats that are looked at. The first one and main one is the game win percentage, which just pretty much looks at how many times did you win in 2 games rather than in 3 games, and then the opposite of how many times did you lose in 2 games rather than lose in 3. And that gets so close that you cannot qualify for 0.05 percentage. It is crazy how close you can be.
Yeah. And you don't, if you're a card game player, you never want to be on the bubble.
Yes.
Bubble is very bad, right?
Heart-inducing, right? It's hard to sit there knowing you and 3 other people are just waiting to see who gets in.
Yeah, absolutely. It's so much so, even sitting on the sidelines, being in the coverage booth, when you see 2 people who have what looks like the same score, right? Maybe it's 15 points, 16 points, something like that. One of them's going to make it in, the other one might not make it in, And I always feel for the person who doesn't make it in. That's soul-crushing, territory.
It is, and I actually talked to some of the Gauntlet players from yesterday, and particularly the player who got 7 17th at the Gauntlet. You know, that is 1 out of the range of being qualified, and I believe it was 0.5% that they did not qualify from the Gauntlet. They bubbled out by that small percentage. So that is how close and how important these tiebreakers are in Grand Archive. Winning in 2 opposed to winning in 3 can mean qualifying or not.
Absolutely. So yeah, the next 2 rounds are incredibly important for solidifying spots in the top 8. Of course, as you mentioned earlier, we have a lot of Grand Archive ahead of us. We haven't even started the Ascent, right? We have the Team Ascent coming up tomorrow and the following day. We are just going to be focusing here at Worlds, but you can be rest assured that the Ascent will be happening behind us. I do believe we actually might have some deck lists ready to check out for our upcoming feature match here. Let's see. We have TTA on the Genbu. We have the big turtle.
Yes, TTA joining us once again on stream. They were the Genbu player who played against Fractals earlier that we were talking about. And the deck list is very interesting. As we see here, we have 1 Expel the Departed main board, along with 1 Young Beast Bonder that we highlighted last time. And then, of course, those Seaside Ringleaders, such great cards. And we saw them go on the offensive against Cabin earlier, right? And they were able to totally secure a game. Multiple win cons in this deck, multiple ways to seal the deal. But the problem is that the deck they are playing against is a known killer of Genbus.
Yes, absolutely. They are going to be up against Asuna, which is on Umbra Tristan, a Wind Tristan deck, one of my personal favorite decks, and it is a very powerful deck that also has multiple win conditions, just like TTA's Water Genbu. As we mentioned, you can have multiple forms of attack through either the mill from Fractal Poleadeps or that kind of Genbu play. But I think this particular matchup, the Wind Tristan versus the Genbu, is it is interesting because you do have some baked in tech versus Genbu. Yeah. If you are Tristan, you have the Shadow Strike, right? Yeah. Shadow Strike, which is famously unblockable. Genbu does a great job of blocking, unless you're attacking with an unblockable attack, of course. And I do believe this is one of the few Tristans that actually made it into Worlds, which is, personally speaking, absolutely fantastic. Looking at the list here, you can see it is a fairly, I'm just kind of doing a quick glance over this. I would say this is a fairly standard list, right? You have your quad Wind Blessed Lookouts, you have your Windmill Engineers. You're going to try to secure a kill through potentially an early Slice and Dice, or a massive Shadow Strike that cannot be blocked by the Big Turtle.
Indeed here. And one thing to point out about Asuna's deck list here, it's running 61 in the main deck, and I'm pretty sure
it's true. Yeah.
It's that 1 turbocharge that a lot of players add in as the 61st card.
The cheeky turbocharge. All right.
It is great to see. One thing to note, that Asuna is only running 2 Ensnaring Fumes. A lot of players are opting into around 3, I see a lot of the time. Some even going for 4. And Snaring Fumes is really good against Genbu, because if activated while Genbu is in Turtle mode, instead of just the Fate Stone mode, it actually just banishes Genbu, because Regalia cannot exist outside of the material deck or the field. So goes into banishment and completely loses that avenue of being able to win the game through that.
Absolutely. And I want to note one thing before we get started here, looking at the sideboards. Asuna's also running Tristan Shadow Reaver in the sideboard, which I think is actually quite strong against Genbu, because it just gives you that extra bit of staying power, being able to rip cards from your opponent.
Yeah, and Asuna's decks really cater to beating water. We see Nullifying Lantern main board as well against it. And then in the sideboard, you see 3 Brackish Ludist, which is anti-floating memory.
Oh, yeah. You got Brackish Ludist, Viridian Protective Trinket. Yeah, there's a lot in here in the sideboard. So game 2 is going to be very interesting.
Alrighty, our players are sitting here at the table getting ready to just get the go-ahead to get started. And I'm really curious to see how TTA is going to go ahead and play this. We saw them earlier against Fractals, taking it nice and slow, a little bit of development. But we are starting here, TTA versus Asuna in our round 7 of the Swiss stage. This is going to be a very important match for whoever wins this, because you all are guaranteed to be in that bubble range winning it.
Absolutely.
You still have one more round to try and guarantee your spot, but this is a crucial win for both of these players because it is really keeping the dream alive.
Yeah, both of these players need to win out the rest of the night in order to make it into that top 8. We did see that Seaside Ringleader coming on down turn 1 for TTA. We saw that previous today, put in a lot of work. Being able to just stick a ally and just have it do consistent damage can be a path to victory depending on how things shake out. Of course, Asuna is going to call the Spirit of Wind and jam out one of the best allies in the game here with Sadie.
Yeah, Sadie is so good against the likes of these smaller ally decks. Opting into just attacking the Spirit of Water here instead of removing the Seaside Ringleader, giving TTA the option to try and attempt to attack into Sadie or just deal some damage to the Spirit. Now, the reason you go ahead and get that damage into Spirit of Water here is because you don't want to give the Seaside Ringleader effect right away to TTA because you know they're going to level up. But secondly, is you're not Assassin, so you actually don't get the on-kill agility yet.
Yep. So
you don't really benefit that much from swinging into Seaside. You want to stack that damage early on and get it started.
Yep, absolutely. And it's interesting to note, yeah, Sadie actually excels really, really well into a meta that doesn't really run a ton of 2/3s, which was quite prevalent up until now. You saw a lot of 2/3s, but if Sadie can run rampant and just take out all these like little 2/2s and 1/2s, she's an absolute monster.
It really is. Probably, I think, one of the best cards in Wind Assassin decks.
And we've seen it played in also just not Assassin decks as well this weekend. She just jams in like everything these days. Just super resilient threat here. TTA is going to be just... Is that the alternate art?
Yeah, that's the promo, Ascent promo Fractal of Rain here. It is really beautiful. Love the artwork, and it is now imbued as well, which means TTA is going to start that mill early on. At the beginning of Recollection, you get to choose a player. Usually it's going to be yourself in the Genbu deck, and you put that top card back into that graveyard, and it combos really well with just the Sapphire Fate Stone. And here we see TTA with the new Idle Thoughts tech in the Genbu decks that players are starting to use. Like, so you look at those top 4 and pretty much put them back in any order, and what you're going to see here is TTA specifically start to plan what's going to get milled. If TTA is thinking about leveling up Nguogia next turn, which I assume they are with that floating memory that you get, you're going to want to consider you have to mill one from the Genbu, mill one now from the Fractal, and then you draw for turn. So the card you want to keep is going to have to be that 3rd card down, and then the first 2 are going to be like value targets or floating memory.
Yep. Yep, absolutely. Asuna is just going to immediately crack the backup charger. Very, very common play you'll see here in Grand Archive. If you have at least 3 cards in hand, so you can crack that backup charger, get that immediate value, and possibly use that power cell, later. When you're looking at the Wind Tristan deck, there's a couple things you want to keep in mind as you pay attention to this. Well, here we have that turbocharge immediately.
By later, you meant now.
Yeah, the one of turbocharge, just be able to cash in and draw those cards immediately. There's a couple things you should pay attention to. One is influence, which means the number of cards in hand plus the number of cards in memory. And the other thing is number of prep counters. Those prep counters can be cashed in between early, mid, and late game to do a lot of damage. Typical breakpoints are something like 4 early, which enables you to do something like a Slice and Dice and an Assassin's Ripper for just an absolute absurd amount of damage. And cards like this, Windblessed Lookout, is a really, really good one for accumulating these prep counters. Also, I should mention, going into Tristan 2, having that 4 prep counters is also really important because it allows you to draw 2 cards on her enter effect. So these are just kind of like things, as a viewer to keep in mind. Look at the prep counters, look at the number of cards in hand. Number of cards in hand and in memory is also important just in general for generating influence and playing things out.
Yeah, it's a number that you always want to keep track of for any players, but especially these Wind decks because they're built around just generating the value over and over again. Recycle allies by bringing them back to hand using reclaims and snaring fumes, and even just like Sadie in general herself returns herself to your hand, so you're able to use her later on if you don't need to commit her to the board.
Yep, absolutely. And she also generates a prep counter as well when she returns to your hand. So just super resilient and, you know, very annoying to yes, very annoying to play against. We do have a Fairy Whispers. This is a card we've seen whiff a few times this weekend, but it's not going to whiff here, revealing the Ace Protector.
And it's actually in response to the Sapphire Fate Stone's trigger of both player mill a card. So you actually, as the win player, can set up your deck to get either a favorable mill with like floating memory, or get rid of cards that you're not going to want to draw. And here Asuna decides Dream Fairy, not going to need it in the matchup, going to go ahead and toss that, let that go ahead and go to the graveyard here. And I think it's a really cool strategy to like take advantage of your opponent's own mechanics that they're playing.
Yeah, absolutely. Here we see another use for that power cell. So instead of cracking it with a turbocharge, we see a fracturize on it, which is what a lot of water decks will do. They'll fracturize their own power cell, which turns it into a fractal with reservable, so they can use it as a resource. Making good use of that. That power cell.
Really good use of it. Almost every water deck runs Fracturize. It's sort of a staple here. And ever since Backup Charger was released, it just turns into like, oh, if you don't have anything important Regalia-wise that I want to deal with, I'll just take care of mine and help build my own influence. Fractals are like influence on the field. You can't play them once they're on the field, but every turn they have the reservable keyword, which means you can use them to pay for other costs. So it's a great way to just cheat extra cards in hand, pretty much.
Yeah. And speaking of staples, ever since they were printed, here we have Frostborn Paladin coming on in. It will eat a floating memory, draw a card, and get that buff counter. Both of these cards, the Frostborn Paladin and the Seaside Ringleader, represent 5 damage a turn. It's definitely something that Asuna has to pay attention to and keep in mind, as they represent somewhat of a clock as he goes into his game plan. We do see that Ace Protector. Taking out the Wind Bless lookout here, knowing that Asuna has the Ace Protector in hand is a pretty easy strategy to do, right? You just take out their ally so they can't bounce it back and get that added value.
Yes, and exactly. And there's no actually like in-hand protection from Asuna to save that Wind Bless lookout.
Yep.
And so you know there's like no reclaims, no ensnaring fumes right now. And we're very curious to see if the Windmill Engineer is going to come down.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if something like Windmill Engineer came down, got a little bit of value out of that, and then came back to hand with that Aeson Protector. We do see him flip a couple cards in front. It looks like cards that aren't going to see play in this turn. Let's see, hands down. We do just have another Sadie coming out. That makes a lot of sense. Sadie, once again, very versatile and resilient threat. Not necessarily great into a buffed up Paladin, but it does potentially represent enough damage to take it out in conjunction with another effect.
So it's actually a really cool tech you can do if you're an assassin with Sadie when it comes to these like 4 life allies, is if you're an assassin, you can pay 3, Sadie, attack into the rested Frostborn Paladin, return Sadie to your hand, play her again, and attack, which will go ahead and get you that agility trigger, and then you could go ahead and pick it up. So it's almost like you just played Sadie and returned her for the cost of removing it.
Yep. I would like to know, unfortunately, in this situation, Asuna is still a Wind Spirit.
Yes.
So, but yeah, that is a good line, for sure. We also see a Scatter Essence coming on in, likely targeting the Fractal of Rain.
Slow down that Genbu quest counter.
Absolutely. We haven't really talked much about like the Genbu game plan, so if folks aren't familiar with it, it is kind of a newer deck. Essentially, after you get to Gojo level 1 and after you have your Fate Stone active, you want to mill a bunch, right? You want to have a lot of separate instances of mill, and every time you do that, you put a quest counter on, and you want to get to 9 quest counters so you can flip that into your big turtle Genbu. And so, like Valk said, being able to stymie that, slow down the mill, especially the consistent mill, is really important to slowing down the Genbu deck.
Yeah, and you see a lot of the times, too, these players will get to 9 quest counters, but sit still on the Fate Stone because you want to conserve that Genbu. You only get really one opportunity to use him if he is, unfortunately, killed or, like, returned from the field to the hand. As a Regalia, they cannot be there anymore, so they just stay banished. So you need to make sure you're using your Genbu in a very practical, clean manner. Otherwise, you lose an avenue of actually winning the game. Like, Genbu with a few can just beat out almost any deck with the amount of water cards in a graveyard. But losing one of your ways to win the game, especially against a Win Tristan deck that loves to go to that like late game style, is heartbreaking. So you're going to probably see TTA hold on to the Genbu for as long as possible until the right opportunity.
Yeah. That absolutely makes a lot of sense. We do see TTA attempting to clean up Asuna's board a little bit, just kind of coming on in, forcing him to pay the 2 to bounce the Sadie back to hand, and just kind of tidying things up. Speaking of tidying, we have the Tidestone Bovine. I don't know, we'll call that a segue. The cow is just a really efficient card for this deck, right? It does your mill plan, and also has floating memory, 2 really, really important things.
And the cool thing is it synergizes so well with Seaside Ringleader as an animal. So you normally want to activate Seaside Ringleaders whenever you can to just draw a card into memory, pretty much get value for it being milled. But with Bovines, they actually get a buff counter, get stronger, and 2 attack allies can get the job done. We've seen numerous times. So the fact that the Tidestone Bovine can be its own clock is really funny, as it enables so many other things.
Yeah, absolutely. We do see Asuna level up into Tristan Underhanded, which is the level 1 Tristan, which now has 4 prep counters. As we mentioned earlier, 4 is the first key number of prep counters that you want to see. And it enables a double card draw from Tristan level 2, but it also represents a Slice and Dice plus an Assassin's Ripper potential play in the future, which if the combo is pulled off, I think it comes in for what, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13? I think it's like
15 is a Assassin's Ripper Slice and Dice prepared.
Okay, 15 total.
And that is just... it's initially...
Oh, yes, 9 plus 6.
Yeah,
gotcha. Yep. I was thinking it was only coming in for initial 2 each on attack, but you're correct. It's 3, yes.
And speaking of the Slice and Dice Assassin's Ripper combo, Asuna is prepared to do it. They do have that Slice and Dice in the back of their hand. And with that 4 prep counters, we're going to be possibly looking on their next materialization for the Assassin's Ripper. And if that's what they opt into, TTA has to be careful of that combination. It's probably going to have to look for something like Song of Frost, or keep that Frostworn Paladin just back to be able to intercept one of those attacks.
Yeah, like absolutely. The Ensnaring Fumes also has floating memory as well, so it could be just a nice floating memory Assassin's Ripper and try to make them have it. Sometimes in trading card games, people use a kind of a little idiom called like make them have it, right? You do your thing, and if they don't have it, then you can potentially just win. So depending on how things shake out, depending on how comfortable and confident Asuna is, we could possibly see that as a future play, especially as soon as next turn.
I actually want to consider another line here for Asuna that I just thought of seeing that hand. We have a total of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 influence, right? If we level up to Tristan 2 at this materialization, going down to 12 because we have 1 floating memory, drawing back up to 13, we dungeon guide, so that's 3 cards down, 1 card out, so that's -4, we're at 9. We're at level 3. We mastermind scheme for 3, going down to 5 cards in hand. And then there is a Shadow Strike in Asuna's hand, which would mean you would have 8, so that's 12 from the Shadow Strike there.
Okay.
Or actually 13 because you gain a prep counter from level 3, 2 Omnis Shadows and the Shadow's Claw. So you're looking at about potentially 16 to 17 damage. And I also forgot you get the draw 2 from the level 2 when you level up. So Asuna is in a very commanding position if there's no interaction from TTA to just close out the game next turn.
I mean, the Shadow Strike could be an option, especially with 9 quest counters currently on Guoja. We could see the Big Turtle flipped at any moment.
And just like that, Sadie adding another card to that influence, the numbers just going up for Asuna to be able to make this play. And 5 prep counters means you are guaranteed to draw 2 cards when you level up to Tristan 2 here.
Yeah, absolutely. That's really what you want to be at. Any Tristan player would be like, yes, I would very much like my 2 cards here. But we do see a Fractal of Polar Depths coming in from TTA. This is an incredibly powerful card that is typically used to mill yourself early on, so you can just stock your graveyard up with water and floating memory cards. And then it's a card that you can also use a little bit later in the game to finish off your opponent by milling them out once you have a critical mass. So this is a very key card going forward in multiple regards.
And here we see Asuna going ahead and opting for that Tristan Hired Blade level up. 1 floating memory, 1 from memory themselves. We get that banished here. And with that whole line, ooh, the Shadow Strike.
That's the Shadow Strike. I think there's still potentially another one in hand.
Another one in hand. TTA does have a little bit of surprise themselves, though. I believe I saw a glimpse of a Song of Frost. Yes, it was just pulled to the front of the hand here now. And as a tamer, Song of Frost has an alternate activation cost. Instead of paying the 2 reserve, you can actually banish a card with floating memory from your graveyard to go ahead and activate it for free. So TTA has the potential to Cerulean Decree and Song of Frost to stop Asuna from going on this all-in game plan.
Absolutely. There's a lot of considerations that Asuna has to make at this point. Sitting, staring down a Genbu, you got to know they have a lot of interaction. Even if you don't know exactly what's in their hand, you got to assume they have something, especially with that much influence that TTA is currently sitting on. So let's see, we have 3 down. Options include, you mentioned Dungeon Guide, but well, here we go, the Dungeon Guide.
I think Asuna saw the line that I was originally talking about, and they have an Incapacitate as well in hand for that protection for the Shadow Strike if there is a Song of Frost in response.
Yep. So we do see the level up into Tristan Shadow Dancer. We're going to get an additional prep counter and 2 Ominous Shadow tokens. These Ominous Shadow tokens are actually could potentially be very, very good going forward, not just to attack, but also they have the ability to redirect attacks to them, so they could basically absorb like big Genbu swings.
Yes. It's and to do that, it's very easy. You just have to remove 2 prep counters.
Yep. Exactly.
Tristan will have plenty, especially when you see the card Mastermind Scheme activated. It literally says double the amount of prep counters on Tristan.
Yeah. We see a Shadow's Claw coming on in. You can play that or activate it for free if you have your Tristan on with 4 more prep counters. This card can represent quite a bit of damage, as your Ominous Shadows can use it to attack as well.
Yeah, I think that's the best part about this Regalia and why it's so good, is the fact that your Ominous Shadows get to use it, and it doesn't cost any durability to do that. Because whenever an Ominous Shadow uses it, you put a durability count on the Shadow's Claw. So you can never actually lose durability from your Ominous Shadows joining in. It's just when Tristan uses it. So you're guaranteed 3 swings with it every time.
Yep, absolutely. We did see the Genbu flip. Genbu gonna try to do its best to mount a defense here, but between the Ominous Shadows and the Shadow Strike, it could be a difficult proposition.
So the thing with Shadow Strike is that is unblockable, but the Ominous Shadows are not unblockable. So Genbu is still able to go ahead and pretty much stop the Ominous Shadows from getting in there.
So here's is a bit of a smaller Shadow Strike. I do believe, how many counters was removed?
I believe 2 was removed here.
You could be right. I feel like it might have been 3. Didn't you have 6 on here? Either way, it's going to be coming in.
Oh, 3. I think you're correct. Yeah, there was 6, which means since Shadow Strike was prepared, it's unblockable. So this is coming in for 7.
Yep, coming in for 7, unblockable. And it's basically testing the waters here. It's like, okay, TTA, do you have interaction that you want to use on here? Maybe, he's setting up like a dual Shadow Strike. Strike this turn and then potentially strike next turn.
Yeah, I don't want to commit too many eggs in the basket here. You do have those Mastermind Schemes to double those counters back up. The card is not that good if you've used all your prep counters.
Right.
So you don't want to commit way too much. And staying with 3 as well leaves it so you could redirect the attack to an Omnishadow if there is a fugue turn with the Genbu.
Yep. Yeah, once again, you need 2 of those to do the little redirect. And we do see a Cerulean Decree coming on in, likely choosing the -3 attack. Even though it can't be blocked, it still can be reduced in attack.
And then a Song of Frost in response to try and stop the combat phase, but a second Incapacitate out of the hand of Asuna to go ahead and stop the attack here. And just like that, Asuna goes ahead and takes game 1 of this match. That Shadow Strike, that was the key, that line. Had enough influence to Dungeon Guide up, and then go ahead and secure it. You don't even need Mastermind Scheme. I was talking about, oh, you Mastermind Scheme, build it up, but
yeah, just go for it.
Yeah.
Like I said, make him have it, especially if you have like interaction in your back pocket. If you have something like Incapacitate, you're going to have to make him have multiple forms of interaction to get through and stop what you want to do. And yeah, Strato Strike showing exactly why Tristan has a very strong late game. A little bit different than her like assassin counterpart Xander, who has a little bit of a different strategy, but Tristan's I want to say use a little bit more brute force, right?
Yeah.
She just goes in for the big number.
Xander's all about like, oh, I'm going to build up influence and then I'm going to use a spell and a combo to take you out. Tristan's like, I'm just going to build up influence and then, just attack you for one large number.
Yep, that's one of the reasons why I think the deck is so much fun. Also, you have the sweet interaction with all the ominous shadows here. So going into game 2, both players are going to be looking at what they're going to do for their sideboards. Now, we did talk about Asuna's sideboard options. Tristan's Shadow Reaver, I think, is generally considered a pretty good card into Genbu. It's one that I would personally bring in. We also have Viridian Protective Trinket, great card against any water deck, especially if you are the proactive deck and you're going to force them to have interaction on your turn. Makes it really hard for them to play stuff. And then we mentioned the Brackish Ludist as well, which can just be an absolute silver bullet to the Genbu deck. Potentially even bringing in the extra Snaring Fumes too. There's a lot of cards you can bring in for this.
I think almost the whole sideboard is going to be coming in here. There's just so many good options to be able to do that. You could easily remove the 3 Dream Fairies from the main board for the Brackish Ludist. So there's so many slots that just fit in, work out very well for you. And I'm really curious to know, though, on the other end, what TTA is going to do against this Tristan.
Yeah, I'm looking at it. He has Terrafring in sideboard. I think Terrafring in general is quite good against Tristan. It's not necessarily good against a single Shadow Strike, but it is good against Slice and Dice. It is good against all of the ominous shadows. So that one could definitely be an option. Looking at the rest, there's a little bit of stuff. There's like Extricating Touch if you want to kind of go for that kind of pattern. If you think your opponent is sandbagging 1 key card, Extricating Touch could be an option. I think out of the sideboard here, at the very least, Terrafring is a pretty good one to put in.
I'm a big fan of the Extricating Touch in this matchup. It really can disrupt the combo that Asuna was trying to build. If, for example, TTA had the Extricating Touch in that last game and deployed it that turn before that combination, you could have just ripped out the Dungeon Guide, stopped it in its check there. You could have taken out one of the in caps. It's just free knowledge, right? You get to see either the hand or memory, and a lot of the time, players can't play around it 100% of the time. They don't know when you have it. So you'll see them put key cards down in memory or keep key cards in hand, and it's just natural for you to do that as you play the game.
Yeah, and also like Extricating Touch and hitting like maybe if they have 1 Shadow Strike or 1 Slice and Dice, it could save you a few turns, right? So I don't hate that as well.
But here we are starting off our round 2 of TTA versus Asuna in Swiss of round 7. TTA going to start us off materializing Spirit of Water. What a beautiful card. I love this so much. Every time it pops up, I can't stop staring.
Yep, Spirit Pass. And then we have on to Asuna's turn. Let's see if he has any action here. Typical first turn plays that you want to see from, or rather, cards you want to see in your hand as a Tristan play. Stuff like the Windbless Lookout are a great turn 1. Just cards that help generate your prep counters. Sadie's also pretty good turn 1. You have like a threat here, especially if it's your turn 1. Your opponent already has a Spirit out. You can jam it, do some damage. Or you can see a Silver Bullet card here, like this Brackish Ludist that we were talking about. This one just says, if a card with floating memory would be put into a player's graveyard, that player banishes it instead. And floating memory is such a crucial part to the Genbu strategy. So yeah, this is certainly a very powerful silver bullet that TTA is going to immediately try to interact with this Cerulean Decree.
Yeah, and it feels so good to find your sideboard card on turn 1. It's there for a reason. But TTA is Cerulean Decreeing, trying to force Asuna to make a decision, right? It's either I negate your Brackish Ludus, or you pay 2 and you no longer have protection for it.
Yep.
So I have a feeling TTA on this turn is going to try and remove it by brute force of allies, either like a Frostworn Paladin or a Bovine plus Seaside Ringleader, something to just go ahead and remove it off the field before you start the actual mill.
Yep. Noted, like you mentioned, it is a 1/3, so you do need at least 3 power to remove it, but it is fairly vulnerable in this state, so that Brackish Ludus may not be long for this world, and if you are TTA, you definitely want to get that thing out of here.
You do indeed. It sort of just like ruins your game plan to begin with. You can't do anything while it's here.
Actually, it would have to be Paladin plus something else, because the Brackish Ludus actually makes it so floating memory just immediately gets banished.
You're correct.
So you need to be Paladin plus something else. So yeah, this is definitely a nasty card versus the Genbu deck.
Brackish Ludus sort of yoinks the floating memory before the Paladin can even see what it was.
And there is the Paladin, but it's going to be a sad Paladin.
Oh, Paladin Bovine is what goes ahead and takes it out here. Luckily for TTA, no floating memory was milled off of the Bovine, so the Brackish Ludus doesn't even get to get any revenge for being taken off the field.
Yeah, that's just the power of the Brackish Ludus. Just an absolute silver bullet against the Genbu deck, and you got to be rest assured that Asuna sided in all 3 of them in his board.
You have to here. And I really like this materialization, the Viridian Protective Trinket. TTA already went completely 5 cards down, only 1 card left in the hand for them. So now this is definitely like, okay, now you're going to have to just start playing around this.
Yeah, now it's Asuna's turn to just kind of be, I can play whatever I want now. Your shields are down. I can kind of have at it. I do find it very interesting that we see 2 sideboard cards like back to back from Asuna, just showing how powerful or how prepared Asuna was for this particular matchup.
One thing to really note about Asuna's hand, which is sort of unfortunate that they're working with it right now, I see 3 dungeon guides just sort of gumming up the hand there, not really being able to use for imbuing this Windmill Engineer, which forces Asuna to have to put down the cards like Surveil the Winds.
Yep.
And so it really like leaves them in a rough spot to, you don't want to deploy Dungeon Guide just to deploy it. You want to save it to get level ups, but
Absolutely.
you need to gain advantage somehow. So you have to sort of make a kind of suboptimal play, imbuing the Windmill Engineer, trying to keep it. But there is that Reclaim. So you can go ahead and scavenge this. If TTA does try and get greedy to remove this Windmill Engineer, easily reclaim it, get that level into Tristan, and then get the Windmill Engineer engine back online.
Yeah, absolutely. The Windmill Engineer, a little bit of a tongue tire there. It represents a lot of recursive card value. And it's definitely something that you want to not just run out willy-nilly. Though we did see some tech from TTA. We have the nullifying mirror coming on down. As you mentioned, we have Reclaim on the Windmill Engineer in response to this attack. And yeah, this is just kind of a standard thing. You just kind of get your Engineer back. You can play it again. Tristan deck does this a lot with a lot of different allies.
Yeah, it's all about recycling, keeping that value going. Bovine does still get the mill here, and 2 floating memories off this attack. That is, you love to see it.
Yep, with the Ludus out, that is a very, very good 2 mil from the top. Notably, we're not generating the quest counters quite yet because we are still a Spirit. Actually, Spirit on both sides for both players. But just a little thing to note.
And there's another Frostworn Paladin in TTA's hand, so if they do feel like it, they can just deploy pretty much an ally brigade to start running down Asuna. And there's not a lot of defensive options here. Some cards like Ensnaring Fumes will really help, but you really don't want to give your opponent the Frostborn Paladins back so they could draw more cards.
Yeah, that is true. This Frostborn Paladin is going to be a happy Frostborn Paladin, not a sad one, because it will come in with a buff counter and that extra card draw and represent 3 more points of damage every single turn. And as you mentioned, yeah, the Ally Brigade is forming here on TTA's side. And we've seen this today throughout a lot of the games today, right? A lot of the decks have a good amount of interaction and are prepared for each other. And so what it can come down to sometimes is just sticking some allies and protecting them, and then just getting there on the back of just good old-fashioned down-home attacking with your two threes, or in this case, 3 4s and 1 2.
In the end, Grand Archive sometimes just boils down to hitting someone with an ally.
Yep.
And I think it's great. You have a bunch of these combo decks, like Crazy, like Burst Asunder. You have Genbu with Fugue. But in the end, it's just a 2-3 ally can just take home the victory. And that's exactly what TTA is demonstrating to us, is just forcing Asuna to have an answer to these Frostborn Paladins.
Yep, absolutely. Definitely represent a clock, even to Asuna, who wants to level up and potentially eventually get to that level 3 and that higher life total. But they are representing a very real threat and a very real clock, and accelerates things quite a bit here. So let's see how Asuna responds to this. We did still have that Wind Bless in hand.
I think there was a Sadie drawn for turn, and that's what Asuna is kind of doing the math here on, because the agility will now trigger, so you can take out that Bovine, so you're more likely to, fully commit to the board here. We have Sadie, a Wind Bless, Lookout as well, getting a prep counter, and since you're an assassin, go ahead and glimpse that top card of the deck, see if you actually want it.
Yeah, super efficient card for the deck here. These, it's going to represent 3 points of damage, and as you said, that on-kill agility 3 as well. You could opt to take out either the Bovine, which is a great value engine, or the 2-3 Paladin here.
Well, that's exactly what Asuna is doing. You called it here, Kel. And with that agility is triggered, go ahead and pick up 3 cards, Asuna. You'd earned it. And
yeah. Agility is a really nice mechanic for Assassin, right? Just being able to pick up 3 cards and have a lot of interaction in your back pocket going into your opponent's turn is really nice.
TTA here, looking for that floating memory. We're going to Guojia. It's Genbu time. We're going to start building up these quest counters as fast as possible. We have 1 Fractal of Rain, the Genbu trigger itself, and then that Bovine when it's swinging. So that's going to be 3 quest counters already this turn.
Yeah, and as we mentioned, 9 is the key number here. So far in this match, Genbu really hasn't done much other than just being like, I'm here, I'm a big turtle. So maybe he'll come into play in this game, and we'll see the old big tort do some stuff.
Oh, and I want to just note here, interesting enough, Asuna glimpsed and kept that card on top, and it was an Ensnaring Fumes.
Ooh.
So I really wonder if Asuna did it for the floating memory, knowing TTA was going to opt into going into Guojia here, or if they were trying to keep that as a defensive option.
Yeah, that makes sense. I think either way could make a lot of sense. You got to know with the Bovine on board, it's very likely gonna with the Bovine you have the Rain as well as Guojia. I think you can assume it might get milled.
Speaking of that Bovine, TTA needs to give this Bovine a raise. I don't know if you just witnessed it, but it milled another 2 floating memory off the attack. This Tidestone Bovine is putting in that extra work for TTA, making sure, saying, don't worry, boss, I will fill that graveyard with all the floating memory you will need.
Dude, this cow has put in so much work this weekend. It's an unassuming cow, but... it's like I was going to call it a workhorse, but I guess you can call it like a work cow. Is that a thing?
And just like that here, TTA just going to Lost in Thought for 2. It's the 2 cards Bovine milled. Why not draw 2 off of it, right?
Yeah, I mean, if you need to dig for some more interaction or some more, threats, yeah, it's great. Lost in Thought is good on 2. Lost in Thought is good on 4, right?
Oh, yeah, it's actually Lost in Thought for 4. You are correct. Use both those fractals with it. It's such a good exchange rate, such a good card. It's you take resources that may not be needed anymore and turn them into actual generated card value.
Absolutely. And for a deck like the Genbu deck that does essentially kind of want to get to the late game, right? It is a deck that excels in the mid and late game. Cards like Lost in Thought really help you get there. It helps you refill your hand and make sure you keep that interaction up, so you can make sure you don't die before you can enact your big turtle or your big mill game plan.
Oh, interesting enough, Asuna opting into Tristan Hired Blade with only 2 preparation counters on the champion.
Yep, sometimes you got to do what you got to do, right? You'll be happy drawing your 1 instead of your 2 here, especially if you're in a position where maybe you want to go straight into your level 3. We do have a Dungeon Guide in hand, so that it could be a line here. You're just like, I'll take it. I don't need to draw that extra card. We can just go in. Or you can...
Speaking of lines here, Kel, this is a really interesting one. On response to the on-enter trigger of Tristan, you surveil, gain a prep counter, draw a card, then pay 2, return Sadie. To then get your 4th prep counter, and then draw 2 off of the on-enter effect, because it only checks on resolution.
And here we see some interaction here. That's a Nascent Blast hitting Sadie in response. Yeah. That's certainly a way to take care of the Sadie here. So, yeah. Nascent Blast was a sideboard card from TTA, one that I kind of overlooked.
Oh, interesting.
But sideboard tech certainly seems like a very viable way to take care of your opponent's Sadies here.
Mm-hmm. Gets around the Viridian Protective Trinket because it's a norm element.
Yeah, that does make a lot of sense here. Yeah, that's a pretty sweet point of tech here, and it, I think you saw the line, right? Mm-hmm. You bounce the Sadie, you get the prep counter, you get the extra card draw, but TTA had the answer for that. We do see the Dungeon Guide line, like I mentioned. So this is a turn where we're going to go straight from 1 all the way to level 3. We have that level up during materialization, and then the DG coming on in, getting our Tristan Shadow Dancer. She is herself going to put a prep counter on, and you will get some Ominous Shadows. But we're going low-ish here on influence now.
Yeah, very low. Only about 5 total influence here for Asuna. A very big difference compared to the, 13 or 14 we had in game 1.
Turn, yeah. An abundance of riches, but not so right now. However, we do see this Shadow's Claw coming on, and didn't see too much of an impact last game, but it could have a much bigger impact this one.
Yeah, Asuna opting into just attacking with Tristan Shadow Reaver and the Shadow's Claw. So we're looking at, with the Omnis Shadow and Shadow's Claw, that's 5 damage total. Dungeon Guide's going to push that to 6. So setting TTA up to 8. And this is all at Gojia, interesting enough, because there is a Slice and Dice in the hand. Also a Shadow Strike. So both attack cards, and that can set up for a lethal turn next turn.
Yeah, I actually really like this aggressive line from Asuna. Like, Genbu's pretty far away from entering the field, and if you can, chip enough damage onto your opponent where you can just safely come in with another Shadow Strike, yeah, once again, you got to make them have it, right? You got to make them have that interaction, especially if you can just push damage this early into the game, especially if you're already up a game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's okay to take a little bit of those risks. You have that buffer just in case your opponent does have the out to everything here. But TTA has to think something is suspicious, that Asuna is opting into just attacking the champion instead of clearing the likes of a Frosthorn Paladin or like the Bovine even, right?
Yeah, I think it's just like, well, those don't really represent too much of a threat to my current board because the Ominous Shadows prevent damage to themselves. So they're very, very hard to kill. And he's also just got like just a little Dungeon Guide who's not really doing much. So it's like, okay, those are likely just going to be jamming in face. I leveled up to 3. I have a nice little life buffer here now with my 25 max life. So, I'm going to be the aggressor. I'm the beatdown, and I'm going to make you have the interaction.
Yeah, exactly right. And this game, we are post-sideboard. No Shadow Reaver. Still opting into the Shadow Dancer. So very curious to know that Asuna is preferring, instead of like the grindier games, is looking for those quick kills or routes to be able to just end the game in one combat.
Yep, it's one of the big strengths of the deck, honestly. You have the flexibility to go from like a early mid-range to the late game if you want. On TTA's side, we did see a Fractal of Polar Depths coming on down, and as mentioned multiple times, this is a really, really key card in this list. It helps fuel your own mill engine on yourself. It could also represent a mill out on your opponent later when you have a really, really large graveyard full of water cards, which is what this is looking for in particular.
And TTA passing with, I believe, 8 total cards in hand here. So plenty enough to be able to activate something even through that Viridian Protective Trinket. I wouldn't be surprised if Asuna opts into a Blinding Orb here to try and put some, force these to put some cards down. But we are going into a Grail.
Ooh, interesting. So we have a Quicksilver Grail. TT has an opportunity to respond to it here before the card is chosen from its effect. We have a Revitalizing Cleanse, which is going to reveal all cards in memory and heal a bit, and also draw a card. So this is basically being like, hey, I'm going to pad out my life a little bit if you're going to go for a kill turn. And it definitely looked like Asuna was signaling kind of a kill turn on his previous turn, right? He's like, I'm choosing violence here.
Yes.
Like, I'm, cards down on the table, quite literally. So I do like this, and it's kind of like, hey, I think I need to heal a little bit here.
And it's really cool and interesting because underneath that Grail can be anything, but if you consider the Blinding Orb I was referring to, is then you could use that Blinding Orb, catch your opponent off guard when they try and you get into an interaction battle, and you could force your opponent to just put 2 cards down, and that can cut off the routes for TTA with this Viridian Protective Trinket. That's feasibly being taxed for 4.
Yeah, for sure. Because stuff like Viridian Decree is Cerulean Decree is cost 5 now to play. So just 6 in hand. It just makes interaction on your own turn as the owner of the Viridian Protective Trinket quite annoying.
And Asuna making sure to double check TTA's graveyard because there was also a Fractal Polar Depths banished or sacrificed in response as well, milling TTA. We see 2 Stratagems of Myriad Ice already in that graveyard and 1 Fractal. Asuna just maybe double checking some of the outs that TTA does have here. We do know there's 3 Stratagems in the deck for TTA, so there's still 1 left, and it potentially could be down in memory right now.
Yeah, that's definitely worth noting. Also, we are 1 counter away from the Big Turtle making his entrance. We have 8 quest counters. So both players kind of in, I don't want to call it a stalemate, but definitely a lot of their game plans are in full force here on both sides is what I'm trying to get at here.
So see the Slice and Dice and Shadow Strike. If we Shadow Strike here, it would be for 8 and 9 with the Shadow's Claw, then 10, 11 from one Shadow, 12, 13 from the other, and then 14 with that Dungeon Guide. It is 2 damage off from exactly taking the game there. If we go the Slice and Dice route, that's 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, which is also going to be slightly short as well.
It looks like we might just be playing this Windblessed Lookout, which could potentially set up for a future Shadow Strike. Generating that prep counter, also being able to, sculpt the top of your deck a little bit. And yes, we see that coming on down.
Oh, even more deadly from this. Underneath that Grail could be an Assassin's Ripper.
That's true.
Which could buff this Slice and Dice into 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20 damage, which would be more than enough to go ahead and take TTA out of this game. With only 1 card in hand, TTA is hoping that Asuna does not have an answer, or if they do, TTA has that Song of Frost. I'm not sure exactly what it is, and it is a consideration, but no, we're just doing a normal attack here and passing the turn, not risking it here for going the all-in, playing it safe, playing it calculated. You don't want to take the risk, and TTA just smelling Asuna is going for the kill, going to level 2.
Right. Yeah. I like this play from Asuna. Right. It's a little bit more of a tempered play, but I think it's one that respects your opponent's ability to interact, but also sets you up for potential future kills as well. Not committing too much, but still chipping in, and you're still feel pretty safe versus Genbu at least, because you have these ominous shadows on the field and enough prep counters to redirect. The big question here is if TTA can amass maybe a potential mill strategy, right?
Yeah, it looks like TTA is going for that. There's still been no Lantern brought out by Asuna, so TTA's graveyard is totally unaffected. Potentially, though, there could be a Lantern underneath
I was going to say, yeah,
rail.
there could be a Nullifying Lantern under there. Asuna does run one in main deck, so, what's under the Grail? Is it a dagger? Is it a Lantern? I guess it depends on how aggressive you want to be, right? If you wanted to have the more aggressive line, or if you want to have the more defensive line with a Nullifying Lantern. Which is kind of a Nullifying Lantern underneath your Grail is a pretty tried and true Grand Archive tactic.
It really is, and it could mean multiple things, like just giving respect to your opponents, being able to just completely mill you out. I saw TTA and Asuna doing deck counts, seeing how many cards were in the decks. So TTA is probably already in the thought process and conversation of, I think it's possible. If I see another Fractal Polar Depths, I can go ahead and take this alternative route to secure the victory of game 2. TTA, though, really considering, has to be careful because he knows Asuna is looking for the kill.
Yep, absolutely. And yeah, once again, with those ominous shadows on board, like the Genbu kill strat is really, really hard because those shadows are just incredibly difficult to kill because they have this ability that whenever they take damage, they reduce that damage by 3. So you essentially have to hit them for a total of 7 at once to kill them. And that's going to be very hard for TTA outside of like a big Genbu swing, and you don't want to be wasting your Genbu on that. So seeking alternative win conditions here is likely what the game plan is. This Unbroken Mustang, which is kind of an all-star for this weekend. It's a 4-drop 1/2 horse that just says you can destroy up to 1 target item or weapon with memory cost 0 or reserve cost 3 or less. So it's a nice little tech so you can take out your opponent's stuff. Maybe the Viridian Protective Trinket, for example, here.
That's exactly what is happening. Good call there. Wanting to make sure that TTA is able to actually interact with Asuna on their turn. It is very difficult to be forced to pay additional reserve to just try and do something, and it really adds up. The difference between activating 1 or 2 cards can be game-changing.
Yeah, absolutely. And what it really boils down to when we get to this point in the game is just like, how much interaction do you have versus how much interaction do I have? Both game plans, if enacted correctly, are just game enders, and they can be that with, very, very expediency. I just want to say, like, they can, win the game out of nowhere. So getting rid of cards that stymie that interaction is very, very important.
And I really want to say as well, Tidestone Bovine, we were just praising how good it was doing, but on this last attack, I don't know if you caught it, Kel, it milled 2 Fractal of Polar Depths.
Ouch.
So there's only 1 left in TTA's deck for that mill route. 1 stratagem, 1 Polar Depths left, and those alternative win routes are slowly being closed out. If you need to see that Fractal Polar Depths in that hand as soon as possible, because if it gets milled, it is much harder to do the Tabula strategy.
Yeah, that is true. And TTA is running the Tabula strat, which is it's a material deck card that basically allows you to shuffle 5 cards from your graveyard back into your deck. And you want to do this when you have no deck left, so it's essentially the exact 5 cards that you want, so you can line them up in such a way that you win the game. Usually multiple Fractal Polar Depths, right?
Yeah, a lot of the times you just put 3 to 4 Fractal Polar Depths on top and say, okay, I'm going to just mill you on my next turn because I have every card in my deck in the graveyard.
Yep, exactly. Especially if you have like some sort of card draw, so you can just do Fractal or Polar Depths, just turbo mill them.
Asuna going ahead and putting another Wind Blast Lookout on the field here, glimpsing that one, getting it. We're at 6 prep counters now. That means a Shadow Strike would be for 10, but oh, Snow Fairy targeting this Frostborn Paladin. Gonna try and remove some of the pressure TTA has been putting on. If we look at the life total between these two, that Frostborn Paladin has already brought Tristan to 14 damage counters.
Yeah, the Frostborn Paladin's put in a lot of work here. This Dream Fairy threatening to kind of eat it up is going to be, definitely lowering that clock or rather lowering the pressure, I should say. And also still chipping in for 1 damage. So, Asuna has just a bunch of, incidental, little dudes that chip in for damage. Though we are seeing a Lost in Thought here. How many did he banish here? 5?
5, it looks like.
5?
That is a really good amount to banish and draw. Looking for an answer against this Dream Fairy, which I believe TTA did draw in the form of a Nascent Blast.
It's the Nascent Blast. It's the second Nascent Blast, which he cited in both of them. Yeah, nice tech here. So that Dream Fairy getting removed from the board. Otherwise, pretty annoying to deal with because it does have stealth. So TTA is going to be able to replay that Paladin and get its enter effect again. Ooh, and this is a Tariff Ring, another sideboard card that we mentioned, just really, really strong against any deck that wants to attack a bunch. And looking at Asuna's board, looking at the number of allies on the board, very, very good in this particular situation.
Oh, TTA activating Seaside Ringleader. Look at that influence we have in memory. I'm thinking this is 16 plus cards. Flipping that Genbu as well. Potentially there is going to be a fugue in the hand for TTA out of the amount of cards they have drawn. And now that just begs us the question, what is underneath that Grail?
I'm going to be honest with you, the number of cards in his hand looks like a deck.
Yes.
It looks like just a slice of a deck.
I'm pretty sure if you put it next to the graveyard, they'll be about the same size.
Right, exactly. You can judge the number of cards in hand by the shadow that it casts. We do see a Fractal of Polar Depths, and once again, a really, really key card that we mentioned as well. We have cards down. We see the Paladin coming on in. Easy Banish Float to get that buff counter and card draw. I see some damage in TTA's hand as well. We don't have a ton of fractals on board, but I do see some refracting missiles, and as these allies chunk down, it can make those missiles a little more threatening as well. So I think TTA has potentially multiple avenues of victory here.
Yeah, and we see just passing the turn after developing the Fractal Polar Depths, and Asuna opting into the Windwalker Boots. This is just a GCR at this point. Allows you to banish it and draw a card if you have 5 or more preparation counters, which Tristan easily gets to here. And Asuna just saying, all right, I'm going to Shadow Strike you.
Time to go for it.
You have an answer? What are you going to do? Song of Frost, Cerulean Decree. And I'm pretty sure Asuna did draw a Incapacitate for a turn. So that sort of says, all right, well, I'm going to do it now and see what you got.
I like the look on Asuna's face. He's like, yeah, you got like 15 cards in hand. I'm just going to go for it. I do have the Incap, but you also have the title lock to see that. So yes, TTA is going to take Game 2. We are going to Game 3 here in the Swiss Round 7 of the Grand Archive Worlds. What a back and forth, match here. I think just the crazy amount of influence that TTA was able to generate over the last couple turns really is what kind of solidified that. So much value, so much interaction.
Yeah, and that was Game 2 for TTA. We are now 1-1 in this round here, boiling down to the last and final game. This is very important. We've stressed it earlier on. Whoever wins this is already going to be on the bubble, which means that if they win that last round, they are guaranteed in. So it is very important that one of them takes it here just to have that better chance at top 8ing.
Yeah, both of these players basically need to win it out for the rest of the evening. They need to win this one and the next one as well to solidify their spot into the top 8. So they're looking to definitely like everything's all on the line right here for both these players.
Yeah, and I just really like that back and forth beat in that game too was crazy. It felt like Asuna was constantly low on influence, but continuously putting pressure over and over and over again. TTA continuously had to have answers, and every time Asuna posed a problem, TTA solved it.
Yeah, I also think it was like a really, really important, like, I don't call it a case study, but just how important like sideboards are in competitive environments like this. Because we saw sideboard cards from both decks be really, really crucial throughout the course of the entire game. So, yeah, I think going into this game 3, I think those sideboard cards are also going to be cards that we definitely want to pay attention, especially like those cheeky nascent blasts.
Yeah, a very important game 3 for both these players as Asuna just draws their hand and passes turn. So we're looking at TTA with their starting opening hand. I see that Idle Thoughts, which seems very good to open up here right now to go ahead and start the mill with the Guojia. But we're actually opting into Seaside Ringlinger. Going to go into a little bit of an aggressive route.
Yeah. Yeah, stick a dude, attack with the dude. Like, we've seen that be a pretty good strategy here. And a nice little backup charger into just immediately cracking it, get that extra little bit of card draw. Yeah, saving the float for later is an interesting choice here.
Yeah, I think TTA realizes that Asuna didn't really commit any allies to the board turn 1 and thinks that maybe they could be the aggressive deck here. Start putting on that pressure. And I'm not sure if this Windmill Engineer was drawn off the backup, drawn to memory and draw for turn, but it is something now that TTA has board control with this 2-2. And you can even look and opt into like a Frostworn Paladin with that floating memory as well.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, sticking a Frostworn Paladin early, as we've seen, can be a really big game just by itself, regardless of your Genbu stuff. Just Frostworn Paladin is an incredibly powerful card. We'll have to see if it comes into play here, but we do see a missiles coming on in that will take out that engineer in response to the reclaim. So just want to clean that up. You don't want to give them that recursive value. It's almost like you can think of it kind of like a 2-for-1, right? You know, they don't get the value off the reclaim and they lose their engineer.
Yeah, it's a very smart play. You don't want your opponent cycling it over and over again. And TTA is happily trading the refracted missiles for it. It gives you the float in your graveyard that you need anyways. And a lot of the times you mentioned it, but they don't really have a lot of fractals for it to be that detrimental in damage.
Yeah, you need like at least a couple, fractals so you can actually chip in, but you can also just use it as straight removal, which is quite good. Idle Thoughts is the floating memory card that I mentioned earlier, by the way. For some reason, I just couldn't remember Idle Thoughts, even though it's like literally the most printed card in Grand Archive. But yes, now we see the Idle Thoughts coming on in. It will help sculpt not only TTA's draw, but also what cards will get milled from various effects, and it be an extra floating memory. So Idle Thoughts actually puts in quite a lot of work in the Gumbu deck.
And we are recollecting and drawing here for Asuna. A couple of good cards now drawn for turn. We have a Surveil, a Fairy Whispers. Looks like we're opting into Fairy Whispers first. Let's see what's on the top 3. Fairy Whispers,
pretty good.
Stifling, or Fairy Whispers, Ensnaring, and something else.
Looks
but
like
we are missing, Veiling on top as well. So we are going on the bottom here, I believe, or keeping them on top. I wonder how important that Veiling is going to be to keep. Looks like just on the bottom.
Yeah, that was an interesting choice because he immediately was like, okay, this is a windmill. This is a windmill slam. And he's like, wait a minute, let me think this out just a little bit more, because the top of your deck does matter quite a bit when facing down a deck that does incidental mill to both you and themselves. So that Ensnaring Fumes did get milled and has that floating memory. So now you can actually make use of that, so you get that extra value.
Gotcha. Perfect here. And I'm really curious what Asuna is wanting to dig for here. You're looking down just like a bunch of allies. This buff Frostborn Paladin, this
There it
Seaside
is.
Ringleader, and this is a perfect example of what this Genbu deck can do. It's like, in the end, you can even not opt into just milling, just play good generic allies to beat down your opponent. If Asuna removes the Seaside Ringleader, it just turns into a card draw. You get that value. There's no censor of Restful Peace in the deck for Asuna, main nor side. So it's no matter what, you're going to be able to do that.
Yep, absolutely. I've actually been pretty impressed by the Seaside Ringleader this weekend. It does put in a lot of work, both on board and in the graveyard. We see another Fairy Whispers from Asuna digging just a little bit more. No whiffs here, so he does have some options on what card he wants to reveal and draw and also set up. We did see a Sadie as well. Sadie is going to be the second from the top card on bottom. So we are drawing into the Surveilling Breeze with the Sadie on top. Immediately following this up, drawing that Sadie with the Surveil the Winds.
A really good combination to be able to get a Norm card from the top of your deck into your hand without completely whiffing that Fairy Whispers. You take the Wind card immediately and then be able to draw it right away.
Yep, absolutely. And now you can jam out that Sadie whenever you'd like and just help clean up the opponent's aggression, especially since there is a 2/2 Ringleader on board, so that could be a potential semi-free activation of Sadie's agility ability.
Yes, Sadie is hungry and has an appetite for some Dolphin right now. Is going to be looking in to get that on-kill trigger so you could get the agility, back up, grab those cards, and almost like you got Sadie for free. And I think a free 2/2 ally is a really good deal.
Yeah. For sure. Or, I mean, if you have other interaction, you can opt to go for a kill on the Paladin. So it looks like Sadie, attack, return Sadie, play Sadie, possibly attack into the Paladin. So it was like 2 at the Paladin, bounce, and then trying to do another 2 at the Paladin here.
Yeah, sort of the line we initially talked about there in Game 1 that you could do with Sadie. But TTA just letting that go through here, which is going to give Asuna the Agility 3 trigger. You only get 1 because it's only on kill, not on hit.
Right, yep.
So you're going to go ahead, only grab 3 back. Meanwhile, TT is going to materialize that Tengu and activate it here.
Yeah, so, it's Guoja's favorite backup charger.
Yes.
So that's going to just add a nice little quest counter on there, further the potential Genbu strategy. All these material deck cards that have the 0 cost, you can pay some to draw a card. They've all become like pretty good staples in Grand Archive across a myriad of decks, and I think we'll see that going forward as well.
Steven now, TTA now thinking about what to do on this turn. There is a lot of options, a lot of cards in hand here as well. And I wonder if you just commit another Seaside Ringleader to the board and try and keep this ally pressure up.
Yeah, I think that definitely is a potential line of play here. We do see the Ringleaders coming on in, but they're going face. They're not trying to mess with that Sadie here. He's just like, you know what, I know your Sadie's going to do some shenanigans and prevent the damage and yada yada. I'm just going to go face here. I think TTA has solidified himself as the aggressor. Like, I am the beatdown in the situation, and it's going to be on you to survive, and it's going to be on me to do the pressure and try to take you out.
Yeah. Asuna opting into a Tristan Hired Blade here, and we're probably going to see a on-enter response with the Sadie to go ahead and pick that up and get that 4th counter just so you get to draw 2 here. Now, Asuna does have that Dungeon Guide in hand. We can look to go ahead and go into that level 3. And this is a very important match for both these players. And we just want to mention here that TTA has a very big supporter right now in the audience. We have Savan from Final Cut TCG who is here supporting TTA, cheering them on. It's really great to see this like team camaraderie between these players. And look at them right now, chilling, having a good time. And it's so much fun to have these kind of like teams built in this game because everyone's really invested into it.
Absolutely. And honestly, just in general, the community for Grand Archive is absolutely fantastic. both from a personal standpoint and from like as a standpoint as a content creator. Absolutely love the Grand Archive community, but we did see that dungeon guide coming on in, as we talked about a little bit before. So we are going up to Tristan Shadow Dancer. So none of the games for this matchup are going to be these quick, like slice and dice type games. We are going straight to Shadow Dancer. Notably, not Shadow Reaver, as we talked about as a potential. Shadow Dancer making these ominous shadows, which once again do a lot of protection, right? Essentially what they do is they just stop a lot of really, really big attacks from coming in. It's just kind of a deterrent. Even if we never see them activated, they're just the fact that they're there make it difficult for TTA to do a big old turtle swing.
Yeah, it is very difficult to find a way to navigate around it. We don't have enough fractals to use refracting missiles to remove them. Attacking into them with a fugue just sort of wastes the fugue for the turn. You only run 2 in main board anyways, and you would have to use 2 to take out 1 for each, so you really have to get through it here. And both those players are running low on time here. We only have about 6 minutes left in round, and that's something really to consider for both these decks that are able to go late game.
Yeah, absolutely. We did see Asuna just coming on in raw with the Shadow's Claw, and then the Ominous Shadows dogpile in and after for some extra points of damage. Both players are going to try to deal as much as they possibly can, get their opponent to kind of like this crucial range, and TTA is going to be like, hey, you know what? You dealt me some damage, but I'm just going to gain it all back here. Followed by a Terrafring as well, so just gaining life and putting up walls of defense here. That Terrafring, as we mentioned before in the last game, is just a really, really crucial card to slowing down go wide aggressive strategies. Not super great against a single Shadow Strike, but with against 3 allies on board, it can just slow things down quite a bit, especially when you heal back up to full health.
Yeah, with that Revitalizing Cleanse. And importantly, note that Revitalizing Cleanse revealed a Song of Frost. So TTA has that in hand, and that's something Asuna has to keep in mind, that they're going to have to find an in cap to try and counteract that.
Yep, it's going to be down to it again, like who has the most interaction, I feel. Both players, decks have quite a lot of interaction. Notably, we do have that Viridian Protective Trinket on the field on Asuna's side at least, so that limits interaction a little bit on his own turn. We'll have to see if that matters and comes into play a little, as we progress.
And TTA opting into using the Terrafring on this turn, wanting to make sure they can stay alive through a Shadow Strike in cap here. And it is very difficult for these Ominous Shadows to attack in when you have to pay 2 for each one.
Yeah, it's not a great preposition. The opportunity and the cost of playing just a Shadow Strike here isn't super high, right? It's going to be like 5 cards from hand, 4 plus the Shadow Strike itself. We have the 5 prep counters. It is a potential avenue, but it is not exactly a lethal avenue right now. But it could set up for a potential lethal avenue in the future.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think Austin just has tools to stay alive as well on the other end. I just saw a Veiling Breeze in the hand here. And both players do not want to get a draw here, because a draw is technically just a loss. It's worth 0 points, but you also don't want to just give the game.
Absolutely.
If you have a chance of winning it, so both players really desperately trying to look for the correct route to stay alive through here. Austin finding that in cap we see in the back of the hand.
Yeah. I mean, like, it's both on the razor's edge. Like, as you mentioned, both players have to win at this point. Like, they have to win this and they have to also win the next round. So it's like tooth and claw at this point. Really, really down to the wire. We have 3 minutes left in the round, plus the extension afterwards. Quicksilver Grail coming on in for TTA, hiding something.
Yeah, I'm very curious what TTA would hide underneath. There, perhaps a Smoke Bombs. The Tabula could also be another one that you could leave. Tidehold Declaimer does not make a lot of sense, but it is a possibility. If you didn't have the floating memory at the current moment, you can then try and put some floating memory in there and then grab that Claymore without having to go down on influence. But both players opting a Quicksilver Girl for their materialization. So it's really funny having them stare each other down of pretty much, what's the secret? What are you hiding?
Yep, show me your secrets. Going into TTA, let's see, we have further mill. We have enough counters, like quest counters, to flip the Gembu. Also, taking more and more damage, being at a virtual 4 health, a fairly precarious position to be in. Especially since TTA has done a fantastic job of just, once again, we mentioned this a bunch, but like just sticking some guys and like protecting them, right? And they just put in value turn after turn, chipping your opponents down. The longer you can keep these allies on board, the longer you put them on the clock. And we do see that Tideholder Claymore, as you mentioned, coming on down, currently representing lethal. However, Asuna is sitting on 6 prep counters as well as those Ominous Shadows.
Yep. And just like that, 2 prep counters down, Ominous Shadow eating that Tideholder Claymore swing. It's going to be at 2 durability now left on the weapon here. And Asuna down 2 prep counters, so the Shadow Strike not going to be as effective.
Yeah, I mean, like, if you're TTA and you're going for like this ally attack-based strategy, you have to chew through the prep counters.
Yes.
Like, you just have to, or you have to find a way to remove the Ominous Shadows. We mentioned before, the Ominous Shadows are really, really tough to remove outside of just hard removal, which is a removal that just blows it up blows it up unconditionally without damage, because they do prevent every instance of damage they take, they prevent 3 of that damage. So they have to take basically 7 at a time to get wiped here. So essentially, what it boils down to, they have to chew through all of the prep counters.
Yeah, and Asuna finally materializing the nullifying lantern, shutting off all the water cards in TTA's grave. But is it a little too late for this materialization? You've already taken a lot of damage, a lot of pressure, but luckily you didn't take a swing from Tideholder Claymore.
Right. Asuna is sitting at 4 health currently, which, lethal on board on TTA side. Even though you can redirect the Claymore, you still have to, chew through all of the ringleaders as well, right? Like, just between the ringleaders and the cow, it's 5 points of damage.
We do see Asuna pulling a Sadie to the front of the hand, perhaps considering just deploying her to the board, removing a ringleader, and being able to pick those cards right back up.
I do spot 2 Cerulean Decrees in TTA's hand, so definitely an abundance of interaction there.
Might have a something to say about the Sadie, right?
Yes, but they're very expensive, right? We do have the Viridian Protective Trinket on Asuna's field, so yeah, it's really going to come down to the wire here.
Oh, and just passing the turn, we materialize these smoke bombs for turn. So the cool thing about smoke bombs is you could give one of the Ominous Shadows stealth. Well, so it's no longer a valid target to be redirected to. So it just depends. If you had 2 ways to give both of them stealth, they couldn't redirect at all. But they'll here just a little bit filter, drawing a card. TTA really hoping to draw these fractal polar depths, I think.
Yeah, the Polar Depths could definitely seal the deal here, but he does have this other avenue. We do see a hard cast Resolute stand targeting his champion as a unit, so whenever it would take attack damage this turn, you prevent 3 of that damage. So this is just kind of a nice way to buy himself a turn or some safety versus all of the allies right now. Once again, even the Claymore coming in would still, at most, deal just 2 points of damage, even if Asuna didn't want to redirect it.
Resolute stand, what a good way to stay alive here. Now the question is TTA going to do anything about this?
Yeah, it's an interesting proposition, right? Because it's just like, oh, okay, you have Resolute stand. Do I want to interact with this, or do I want to just try to go for a future turn? We do see Gembu finally flip and hit the field. Big Turtle gonna get a buff and jamming in for 5, which will be, 3 of which will be prevented, so virtual 2 points of damage here.
And then just passing the turn. The young Beast Spawner coming in a little bit clutch, getting those buff counters on the Genbu to be able to attack in through that Resolute. And here we see Asuna on materializing the Assassin's Ripper, and this is turn 2 of overtime. So after this is the last turn for Asuna to even like have a chance at winning the game. Other than that, once it passes back to TTA, Asuna has to stay alive. That is the goal of the game. But we're curious to see if Asuna can even find lethal here. There's so much interaction in TTA's hand. Once again, a huge grip of cards.
12. He needs 12. He needs 12 damage here, right? 12 damage, and to get through a bunch of interaction. You do still have that Viridian Protective Trinket to make the interaction a little bit more difficult to play, assuming it is water, but it is still not an easy task at this point. You need to get through multiple levels of interaction plus this. So we do see a Shadow Strike coming on in with the Assassin's Ripper, prepped Shadow Strike. Let's see how TTA responds, and we see the Song of Frost.
So we see Song of Frost, alternate cast paid, in cap coming in, second Song of Frost, no floating memory in the graveyard left for that alternate casting. TTA has to find another way. There is Cerulean Decrees. Do you want to pay 5 for that, though? Is Asuna sitting on a second in cap? These are the questions you should be asking yourself here. We are 4 down for this Song of Frost.
4 down for Song of Frost. Second in cap.
Second in cap. Smoke bombs going off here. Going to go ahead and draw a card, and that's going to be enough to imbue a Cerulean Decree. There is 5 right there. We are a form of negate, I believe, and draw a card into memory.
I believe so. There's also the ability to shrink an attack by 3 as well.
Oh, it's only shrink by attack. You cannot negate attack cards. That is correct.
Yeah.
So it is going in, and I believe Asuna does get there just barely. That is 10 from the Shadow Strike, minus 3, so that's 7. And then you take 2 from the Omnis Shadow, which is 9, 2 from the Omnis Shadow, which is 11. Dungeon Guide is 12. Wind Blessed Lookout is 13. Was that the magic number you needed?
We needed at least 12.
12? So I think that is more than enough to get you there. Guojia level 1 only has 19 life. But a little bit of discussion here. They are calculating. Maybe the fist bump, we have retracted it.
All right, so look, we're doing some math. With the aid of the judge, we're going to do some math to make sure this was a lethal turn here.
Okay.
And that is it. TTA wins this.
Asuna takes out with the damage here. We have exactly 13 damage onto the Guojia.